The 4-year-old cute baby secretly started a live broadcast while his dad was sleeping in order to find his mom. Not only did he expose my extraordinary appearance, but he also caused a commotion among my ex-girlfriend's group, mafia princesses, ice-cold female CEOs, sickly sweet junior high school girls, and childhood female anchors all came to my door wanting to be my baby daughter's stepmother. The baby's biological mother was so angry that she exploded, saying, "I am the child's real mother. You all get lost." At this moment, the little baby held a phone and pouted, poking at it. The next second, the live broadcast opened, and the cute little head appeared in the room, with big round eyes, shyly saying hello. "Big brothers and sisters, do you know where my mom is?" The innocent voice was so soft and cute that it stunned everyone in the live broadcast room for a moment. Wow, why did the anchor's voice turn into a little baby's? This must be the anchor's daughter. I didn't expect Lao Deng's daughter to be so cute. Can the little baby let her brother touch her face? Look for mom. I have only seen tadpoles look for mom. It's the first time I've seen a little baby look for mom. Just as the onlookers were teasing Susu, Susu was holding her phone absent-mindedly, her little head a bit confused. Although she knows how to read, there are too many barrage comments, and the little one can't keep up. Suddenly, a barrage comment flashed by, catching her attention. "Little one, where is your dad? It's dangerous to be home alone. I will tell Uncle Hat if no one is at home." Susu tilted her head and whispered, "Dad is sleeping next to me. I secretly live-streamed with my phone. Don't tell Dad." Then she stood up, aimed the phone screen at her dad's sleeping face, and said, "Big brother, big sister, look, Dad is right here. Look, my dad is so handsome." Susu's small actions directly exposed my face, which could be compared to a peerless beauty, on the screen, and the live broadcast room exploded. "Oh my goodness, is the host so handsome? Ha ha, sisters, I want to have a baby with the host." The viewers in the live broadcast room rushed to become the cute baby's stepmother. "Hey, isn't my dad handsome? Although dad is handsome, Susu wants a mom." The children in kindergarten all say, "I am a child without a mom." After saying this, Susu's face showed a pitiful look, and the sisters in front of the screen couldn't help but let their maternal instincts overflow, tapping their fingers on the phone. "Ah, the child wants to find a mom, right? From now on, I will be your mom. A stepmother is also a mom. Quickly send your location. I want to be your mommy." Such a handsome man, such a cute baby, such good genes should not be wasted. After chatting with Shuei Yu for a while, Susu's eyelids started to fight each other. Big brothers and big sisters. Susu is a little sleepy. "If you have any news about my mom, remember to tell Susu. My dad said that my mom is very beautiful and rich." As she spoke, Susu's little head slowly fell on her father's chest and closed her eyes. But Susu seemed to have forgotten one thing. The live broadcast was not turned off. At the same time, Tsinghua University's campus belle Lu Rushua saw the handsome guy sleeping soundly, as well as the cute and soft Susu, and buried her face in the blanket and cried loudly, "Stinky brother, you clearly said you would marry me, but now you can even ignore your daughter." As soon as Su Chanxian opened the door, she heard Lu Rushua crying under the blanket in a speechless manner. Seeing her little sister so sad, Su Chanxian was instantly confused. When did the Tsinghua campus belle have a boyfriend? But it's just a lost love. Why cry so miserably? The people chasing after you could circle the earth. At this moment, Su Chanxian picked up her phone and took a few glances, finding that the little cutie Susu in the picture looked so delicate and cute. Then she noticed the handsome face of Susu's father that she was leaning on, and her heart skipped a few beats. Oh no, it's the feeling of being moved. This cute kid seems to be looking for his mom. He turned to his little sister and said, "The handsome guy in this live broadcast room is your ex-boyfriend, right? His daughter is looking for her mom, which means you still have a chance." As the saying goes, a stepmother is also a mother. With these words, Lu Rushue, who was originally crying, suddenly opened the door to a new world. Yes, a stepmother is also a mother. If she offers warmth at this moment, my brother will still belong to me. I've made up my mind. I'll take this stepmother. He, Lu Rushue chuckled, and the innocent girl suddenly felt a bit creepy at this moment, especially with that chuckle and wide eyes, her face filled with a sickly expression. My goodness, why does her little sister give off a Yandere vibe? It's so scary. On the other side, the Ice Queen CEO Bai Ruoi was resting with her eyes closed when her secretary came to report. Boss Bai, according to the investigation, the male streamer you're interested in does indeed have a daughter who is already 4 years old. Bai Ruoi skillfully opened my live stream room, and upon seeing the man in the room and the adorable little kid, she was thunderstruck, her eyes bloodshot and wide like copper bells. This can't be true. How could he possibly have such a big daughter? No, I don't believe it. Suddenly, the little kid leaning against her father's chest let out a soft voice. Mommy, I want mommy. Why do they all have moms? But I don't? By Ruai's irritation was soothed when she heard this little one. Did she grow up without a mom? It looks like her inexplicable empathy surged through her. She would never allow a teacher's daughter to be without a mother. The teacher he taught her a lot of things, like business, like the need to give the girls a home, so what's wrong with her mothering a teacher's daughter? Thinking about this, Bai Ruoi began to take out her cell phone and dialed the secretary. Prepare the car. I'm going down. I'm going to the teachers. But Mr. Bai, we have a $50 billion contract with Jala Entertainment to talk about this afternoon. Push it off. A mere $50 billion. It's just a small fortune. She, Bai Ruoi, the #1 billionaire in the Dragon Kingdom, was already worth close to $1 trillion, and a mere $50 billion business was not worth her time. Besides, her business was more important. After saying that, Bai Ruoi's eyes were dead set on the pop-ups within Lin Ji's live broadcast. Undoubtedly all of them were comments about wanting to be Lin Weiwei's stepmother, and some of them even wanted to adopt Lin Ru. Gee, where's the woman from? Actually trying to hook up with the man she, Bai Ruoi, had her eye on. The absolutely beautiful face became a little cold. The live streaming platform had been acquired under her company 4 years earlier. So, it's still easy to look up an individual. Have someone check out the accounts that are posting comments about wanting to be this little girl's stepmother, and about wanting to adopt my teacher. I don't want for my teacher to be missed by some woman who doesn't know where she came from. You understand? Mr. White, I understand. The secretary answered back to back and said that he promised to complete the task within an hour and hung up the phone. Bai Ruoi slowly closed her eyes, and in her mind appeared bits and pieces of herself and Lin Ji. Lin Ru was the teacher who had been called by her own mother 6 years ago to teach her. At that time, she was only 16 years old, was in the rebellious period, for some things with extremely strong self-assertion, so very disgusted with her parents arranged to go into business, as well as inheriting hundreds of millions of family assets, but also hate her parents since childhood, no matter what all the constraints on her. And at the height of her emotional incomprehensibility, Lin Ji appears and acts as a teacher, pulling her back to reality from her self-imposed gloomy world. If the teacher used to stay with her for the so-called money, then the last thing she needs now is money. Thinking about it, Bai Ruoi suddenly thought of something and fixed her gaze on her cell phone. The sleeping faces of the two of them, Lin Weiwei and Lin Ji, were reflected in her eyes, and a surge of anger came over her. Gee, who the hell is that? Took her teacher away and had a daughter with him. Damn, such a big deal, and she didn't even know about it. The teacher's first time actually didn't belong to her. TSK, then it has to be her the second time around. The more Bai Ruoi thought about it, the more angry she became, and she immediately decided that the moment she saw Lin Ji again, she would decisively confess her feelings. If soft doesn't work, we'll do it the hard way. Anyway, we must get Lin Ji. There are plenty of sultry women in the live broadcast room alone, not to mention the real-world cheating women. Just as Bai Ruoi was thinking indignantly, the screen in the live broadcast room began to change. Lin Weiwei slowly opened her eyes and a smile appeared on her fleshy little face, holding her cell phone and smiling softly. He. Vivi actually fell asleep by accident. I'm sorry brothers and sisters for making you laugh. As soon as the soft, fluffy voice came out, the entire broadcast room was, once again, set ablaze. Jia small potty friend alright. Oh, Uncle just like to see you. Such a cute little lowly sleep pinch crap. Upstairs is exposed. You fucking lolicon. Numb nuts. What's wrong with you? Lolicon? Cute human cubs. Everyone would love them. Right. The live feed was lively, but there were too many comments for her to read, and after thinking for a moment, she spoke out. Brothers and sisters, don't fight, okay? Weiwei wants to ask her brothers and sisters for one thing. Lin Weiwei was like the meat of the Tang monk at this moment, being drooled over by many demons and staring at her dead. Only, this dawn is a little lowly. The netizens in front of the screen, seeing Lin Weiwei's pink and tender little face, all of them in the live broadcast room couldn't help but, at once, sprout a feeling of wanting to become parents. So cute. Old man's teenage heart moved. Where to raise such a cute little girl? What kind of a mom dumps her husband? Don't let me meet her or I'll hit her hard. Puff puff puff. Bai Ruoi was aroused into motherhood by Lin Weiwei's adorable appearance. At this moment, she decided that this child she wanted, stepmom, she sat on being one too. Thinking about it, Bai Ruoi directly used her privilege to ban the comment section, and suddenly the comments section cleared up. Lin Weiwei took a look and realized that no one was posting pop-ups in the comment section anymore, and thinking that her plea was effective, she continued, I want to find my mommy, and Puppy said that it's not that my mommy doesn't want me, she's just in a very busy time and has to work and make money, but I've never seen my mommy. I want to see my mommy. I don't want to be a child without a mommy. Can my brothers and sisters help me? By the way, I heard from Puppy that mommy is beautiful and rich. Please, Please. Lin Weiwei's round face bulged as she clasped her hands together and gently bowed her head to the camera. After hearing Lin Weiwei's words, Bai Ruoyi was puzzled and confused. Why does that sound so much like her? But the little girl in the picture obviously can't be hers. After all, one is still a virgin to this day. However, since this little girl wants a mom, the requirement is still money and looks. So, doesn't she just happen to fit the bill? No time to lose. Get the car ready and get going. Just as Bai Ruoyi was thinking about it, suddenly, Lin Ji moved, and when he opened his eyes and realized that his daughter was sitting on the edge of the bed, he stared at Lin Weiwei's back and asked, Vivi, what are you doing? Why don't you take a nap? Lin Weiwei was so scared that she hurriedly put her cell phone under her body. POA. I just woke up. POA. Weiwei is a bit hungry. In that case, then you be good and stay here with rhubarb. Daddy, I'll get you something to eat. Lin Ji rubbed Lin Weiwei's little brain and left with a smile. He. Please Papa. Lin Weiwei smiled and watched Lin Ji go away. When Lin Ji's back completely disappeared, she let out a sigh of relief. Brothers and sisters, don't tell POA about this, or Weiwei will be treated like a bad child. Poopy told me that stealing is bad kid behavior, and I stole Poopy's cell phone, and I didn't want Poopy to think Vivi was a bad kid. So brothers and sisters, please, be sure not to tell Papa. Brothers and sisters, next time at noon. CO finished. Lin Weiwei waved her small hand and closed the live broadcast with a smile. It wasn't until the live broadcast closed that Bai Ruoyi reacted. Her cheeks slightly red. Completely losing her previous iceberg female president appearance, she was now illuminated by a maternal glow. Gosh. So kind. So cute little loli. She loves, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Make sure you have children with your teacher. For sure. 1. No. 2. No. The teacher looks so handsome. The genes are not hard to waste. 2. How enough? Well, then give birth to 2 soccer teams. At this exact moment, the female secretary opened the door and found her own president, red-faced. Exactly what happened she did not dare to ask, and reported directly to their own tasks. Mr. Bai, your car is ready. I wonder when you plan to leave. Now, Lin Ru was still making food for his 4-year-old daughter. At this point, he didn't know what kind of Shura would face him from now on. Inside the kitchen, as Lin Ji was laboring, he suddenly felt a tugging sensation coming from the leg of his pants. Lowering his head, he realized it was his own daughter staring at him with wide eyes. Poop. Is Vivi going to the bathroom? No. Oh, Poopy. Vivi wants to ask Poopy something. Lin Ji froze slightly, looking at Lin Weiwei's large glowing eyes. Thinking it was something important. Immediately wash your palms with water and wipe them off quickly. Then he squatted down and landed his palm on Lin Weiwei's head, revealing a gentle smile as he asked, Weiwei, what is it that you have to ask Daddy? Lin Weiwei's dark eyes rolled for a moment, her small mouth wriggled, and she laughed. Weiwei, want a mommy. Poopy, how about a mommy for Vivi? Okay. Lin Weiwei raised a childish little face, her arms wrapped around Lin Ji's thighs in a smiling manner. Grabbing Lin Ji's pants, he began to shake Lin Ji's thighs continuously, looking at Lin Weiwei's fleshy little face, pouting. Lin Ji, but a little heartbroken, that he had heard his father, Lin Weiwei's grandfather, say many times that this girl, Lin Weiwei, had always wanted a mother, but his own daughter used to say it to his father in secret, and now it was the first time she had ever said such a thing to him in person. Want a mom? He's just a single dog. Where can he find a woman to be Lin Weiwei's mom? But it's a yes or no. His daughter had begged him so much, so he couldn't break this little girl's heart. Thinking of this, Lin Ji picked up the little Lin Weiwei girl as he smiled and nodded his head. Okay, Poopy, promise. Go to the dating market and look for it, even if it's an act. You have to make your daughter's dream of having a mother come true. He can't eat his way back into the world and have his ex-girlfriend be this girl's mom in the process. His letting those women know that he has a daughter? That wouldn't be enough to whip his tendons and skin him. Gee, can't we just let Linda Bowles do her duty as a mother? That won't work. That woman gives him $100 million a year just because she doesn't want people to know about her. In Lin Weiwei, hey, is it true that you can only ask someone to play a stepmother? Just as Lin Ji was thinking this, Lin Weiwei in her arms got excited, blinking her during eyes and calling out, really? Is Vivi going to have a mom? Poopy, are you telling the truth? After saying that, Lin Weiwei's little face smiled like a sunflower in full bloom, and her big round eyes stared straight at Lin Ji. That expectant little look directly caused the corner of Lin Ji's mouth to tug. No way. This girl is too cute. I want to give her a kiss, but as an old father, one cannot lose the majesty of a father. Lin Ji resisted the urge to kiss Lin Weiwei's little face and said back, of course it's true. Hearing Lin Ji's affirmative words, Lin Weiwei cupped Lin Ji's face in her small hands and kissed, directly on Lin Ji's cheek. Thank you, Poopa. Poopa is the best to Weiwei, That's for sure. Being kissed by his own daughter so much, Lin Ji was in a bit of a good mood. rolled up his sleeves and planned to start. How can I make a full banquet for Lin Weiwei today? On the other hand, a popular female anchor Tong Coco live room, this was a game anchor. But today, in the live room, there was no game being played as usual, the sound of the game dissipated and disappeared, and the image of fingers tapping on a keyboard was gone. Only blackness, and the sound on the air was that of a wailing, "Oh, I don't believe it." Tong Coco slumped helplessly on the desktop, her body trembling slightly as tears gushed out like a flood that broke the dike. Her shoulders shrugged, and from time to time she let out a sob. As if the pain inside her was too much to bear, his face was streaked with tears, and his eyes revealed endless sadness and despair. As a popular female anchor, the number of people in the live broadcast room can be described as crunchy, but most people don't know why the anchor is crying in pain. Crap. Sisters, who can tell me? What's wrong with the anchor today? Crying so sadly. It can't be that she was cheated by a scummy guy, right? I don't know. Or maybe the family cell had a hard time giving birth. Script. It must be a script. Female anchors nowadays are really, they'll do anything for the sake of traffic. You really don't say. Someone has been blocked for getting a script before. Say what the shit. Tom's sister at least is also the head anchor in the live broadcast of the Sweet Potato. How can it be to get the script? This is obviously cheated by the scum. Upstairs also blindly said, "Oh, Sister Tong looks like a person who has never been in love, and every day is playing games. Where to get the time to be cheated by scum?" Tong Coco, who was crying, glanced at the comment section and pulled out her cell phone to search for another ID. Rural Daniel Wu. The next line popped up. "The anchor you're following is off the air." Tong Coco was a bit lost. Her white arm raised and wiped the 2 lines of tears on her delicate face. Abominable. The little girl who opened the live broadcast before couldn't really be Lin Zhuge's daughter. If so, then why didn't mom and dad tell her that Lin Zhuge doesn't live in the countryside? It was that close to her house, and every year she went home to Lin Ji to play, and she thought that little girl was a trumpet built by Lin Ji's dad when he was old and strong. Results, the truth is so tragic. Hey, Kid Coco sighed and couldn't stop the tears from flowing as she thought back on her years of clowning around when she heard her dad say a few years ago that brother Lin Rui had chosen to settle back home because he had no money. She was old and excited, and immediately decided that she would work hard to earn money, and then chartered the bamboo horse Lin Ru. Hey, and just in time, she hit the era of heavy traffic, directly riding on the big boat of traffic, became a game anchor woman, every day to show hands, and talk to others, although did not show their faces, but with the sweet voice, and super dick game skills, and unique game insights. It didn't take more than a couple years to gain nearly 10 million vocal and gaming fans. Since she doesn't show her face, she has the most female fans. After almost 4 years of playing the game, I've mixed it up to the point where I'm the head anchor and I've made about as much money as I can. I was thinking of earning a few more mini goals, then going back home, confessing my love to brother Lin Xiu, and adopting him. But today, just after she opened the live broadcast, her cell phone popped up. The anchor you are following is broadcasting live. Unable to resist, I clicked in right away. How happy I was when I entered the live broadcast at that time, and how sad I was the moment I saw Lin Weiwei's tender little face. Woohoo, by what right? The thought of Lin Weiwei calling Lin Ji poop, her fleshy little face lying in Lin Ji's arms, and sleeping intimately with Lin Ji was old and hard for her. Such a cute little girl, but she didn't give birth to her. It was born to brother Lin Zhuge and another woman. Can't take it anymore. The people in the live broadcast room heard Tong Coco ranting and crying again. The water boys, who had guessed earlier, began to think they had been right. Shui Yu, crap. Tong's sister, this crying a bit fierce. Really be slagged not? Water friend, you don't say. It's really possible. Usually the live room is the sweet voice of Tong's sister, but now it's all the voice of Tong's sister crying. Water friend B, I newcomers do not understand. This live room in the end for what? Just to listen to beautiful women crying? Water friend C, oh, are newcomers? Then you do not understand it. As a child sister fan group in the old man, for the child sisters every move I am very understanding. You know why the child sister to live? Waterman A, why? See, I remember 4 years ago, when Tong's sister first started live broadcasting, she once unintentionally revealed something that she was live broadcasting in order to make money, and when she had made enough money, she would go and bag her own white moonlight. And now the reason why Tong is so sad, I think, that must be because her white moonlight has been taken away by someone else. Here, applause. The whole comment section exploded when that was said. The comments section went in a rare unanimous direction. All of them, crap. No one thought that their gaming goddess actually had the lofty ideal of marrying a white moonlight, but alas, crushes are not initiated. Show your feelings early, then you'll only lose pure love to the Minotaur. After hearing Tong Coco's story, the pure love warriors in the comments section couldn't help themselves, as Tong earned money for love for 4 years, trying to be the best he could be. How can one lose? although none of them knew what Tong Coco was crying over. In this moment, the comments section is going in a surprisingly consistent direction as Sister Tong. Don't be a wimp. Isn't it just that the white moonlight was snatched by someone else? You damn well snatch it back again. As long as the other person isn't married, then you're in for a treat. Are you going to be the clown? Are you going to be that ridiculous crush for the rest of your life? No need to feel inferior. Just punch and be done with it. Charge. Charge. But Tong Coco didn't even read the comments. Just crying. And just at this time, after crying for an unknown period of time, Tong Coco felt something moving in her pocket. Lo and behold, it was a cell phone call, or his own mom's. With a sobbing voice, Tong Coco returned. Hey mom. Hey, daughter, what happened to you? Why are you crying? No, I'm fine. Mom, what do you want to see me about? Coco, you're not so young anymore. You're 25. So your dad and I have set you up on a blind date. What do you think? No go. Really do not go ah? Hey, that's fine. I see that you and that kid from the Lin family are quite compatible. Your father and I still want to set you up with him. Hey, hearing this, Tong Coco's eyes lit up with what? It was actually Lin Juga? Doesn't he even have a daughter? How can you not have a girlfriend? But mom's words is saying that Lin Juga is just not seeing anyone. His brother Lin Ji? He doesn't have a date either? Yeah, don't you know? All the years he's been back, he hasn't seen a girl go to his house. Besides, old Lin took the initiative to set that kid up on a blind date. So how could Kid Lin have a date? TSK? So that's it? Does that mean her Tong Coco's chance has come? As a green plum, how could she not give Skyfall the chance to even appear to those demonic women? Ah, okay mom, I'll go. I'll be right back. With that, he hung up the phone and was letting out a breath when he noticed the comments in the live stream. It's all clear anchor. Charge for love. Aomain will win Skyfall. Tong Coco looked at the corner of her mouth hooked up. Put a laugh. Thank you all. I'll be sure to capture my very own white moon. Ah cut. What crazy woman is thinking about him? Just as he was thinking, a small hand appeared within his line of sight, only to see a jacket cupped in the small white hand. Poopy, you need to wear more clothes, or you'll catch a cold. Ha ha, my Weiwei is so good Vivi is so good. Then Poopy will have to find Vivi a good mommy it has to be. Poopa, Weiwei wants a younger sibling. The little girl, who had just finished dinner, looked like a little flower in full bloom with grease stains hanging around her mouth. She swung her little legs merrily, like a light butterfly in spring, smiling as bright as the sun. Her eyes smiled into a crescent moon, smiling and looking at Lin Ji, as if the whole world was infected by her joy. Lin Ji froze slightly, took a paper towel and gently wiped off the oil stains at the corner of Lin Weiwei's mouth and said, why do you suddenly want a younger sibling? His own daughter wants quite a lot of things. If it is some material things, he can give. But the younger siblings, he can't build it all by himself. It's not like he can reproduce asexually. Getting someone to pretend to be this girl's mom is outrageous enough. How can you even ask people to help create a sibling for your own daughter? Would anyone really agree? Linru felt skeptical about this. Even if someone would agree to play the role of this girl's mother to make Lin Weiwei happy and cheerful, but the whole having a baby thing, surely that's a no-no, right? How could anyone possibly agree to such a thing? Lin Weiwei's cute and adorable little face suddenly came close to Lin Ji's cheeks. He. Of course the kindergarten kids all have younger siblings. So Weiwei also wants one. Poop, you give Weiwei a younger sibling. Okay. Lin Weiwei was like a delicate kitten, gently tugging at Lin Ji's clothes, and even performed the cute and petulant stunt on Lin Ji. One time, Lin Ji was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to just agree to this, sighing. He met little Weiwei's expectant little eyes. This is not something your father and I alone can decide. We have to ask your mother's opinion. What a way to throw the conversation right off the rails. Lin Ji thought secretly. At this time, the little girl beside him, her round little face flushed scarlet. Weiwei understands. Daddy alone can't give birth to a younger sibling. You have to let mommy cooperate, right? Well, that's right. So if you want a younger sibling, we'll have to ask your mom's opinion before we do that. Aha! Weiwei understands. Lin Weiwei nodded her head repeatedly, secretly calculating in her heart. A mom can bring in a brother or sister. So, if we get many mommies for Poop, then wouldn't Vivi have many siblings? At this time, Lin Ji still do not know. His own daughter in mind has a wide range of concubines for their own filial daughter idea. The little guy thinking also involuntarily raised a bright childish smile. Very nice. The daughter smiles, looking at Lin Weiwei's pink and adorable little face. Lin Ji smiled and pinched this little one's fleshy little face. Poopy, don't pinch, or Vivi's cheeks will hurt. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Ji to react, Lin Weiwei let out a breath from her small mouth. But today, Poopa promised to find Weiwei a mommy, so feel free to Poop pinch her. You, who did you learn this look from? Lin Ji rubbed Lin Weiwei's brain and laughed. That little haughty expression is kind of cute. Of course I learned it all from Puppy. Lin Weiwei spread her hands and put on an uncontested look. Hey, this little guy. How old is he? He looks like he's seen the world. Has he been in the countryside too long? Well, I'll have to find a chance to take Vivi to the city. Or maybe I'll become a little old man if I stay in the countryside any longer. Soon, evening came, and Lin Ji heard from his own father that a suitable match had been found and sent him the contact information, but Lin Ji didn't pay much attention. The most important thing right now, of course, was to lead his little girl to the bath. A girl, of course, should be washed and smelled good. Plop. Lin Weiwei's naked little body jumped into the tub and looked at Lin Ji with a smile on her face. Puppy were playing in the water today. But no hands. Weiwei specially brought a water gun with her today. Lin Weiwei held a tiny water gun in her hand and splashed some water towards Lin Ji's clothes. When she saw the watermarks on Lin Ji's clothes, her tender little face had the feeling of a successful plot, and she smiled happily. You poop me. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Ji seemed to have anticipated this and pulled out an oversized water gun. Ah, no fair. Lin Weiwei's water gun wasn't even as big as her palm, while Lin Ji's water gun was already a few points taller than even Lin Weiwei. A little lowly. Instantly, Lin Weiwei pouted, her face bulging, looking at Lin Ji with eyes filled with faint resentment. Poop is bullying the little guy again. Ha, fair enough, you're a kid. Of course you use the small one. I'm an adult. Of course I have to use the big one. It's not like that. Poopy bully. Seeing Lin Weiwei's aggrieved look, like a puppy in water, Lin Ji shook his head. I've really lost to you. Then let's switch weapons. Yes. Lin Weiwei excitedly took over the water gun that was a few inches taller than her. He was just about to aim at Lin Ji and start his attack, but the next second, poof, the water pistol fell from his hand into the tub with a splash. This little girl can't even hold a water gun that big. Watch the move. Lin Ji snapped the small water gun, taking advantage of the gap in which Lin Weiwei lost her weapon, and began to launch an attack towards Lin Weiwei's small face. Not long after, Lin Weiwei's little face was wet with water splashes to become a little kitten. Poopa is so bad. Actually playing sneak attack. It's called a tactic of war. Get it, Vivi? Little Vivi said nothing, skimming her little mouth. Oomph. Then, two little pink hands slapped the water merrily in the tub. Tata, the water splashes, such as crystal pearls spilling, like a spiritual butterfly dancing, and like a cheerful elf jumping and playing. This move of little Vivi can be said to hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt himself 800 times. Puppy, watch the move. I'm not afraid of you if you don't have any weapons. Lin Weiwei slapped the water and kept splashing as Lin Ji attacked Lin Weiwei's tender little face with a small water gun. I don't know how long the father and daughter have been playing, but in the blink of an eye Lin Zhuo and Lin Weiwei both finished their baths and lay down in their rooms, ready to rest. It's 9 p.m. It's getting late, and of course kids have to go to bed. At this time, Lin Weiwei, also a little sleepy, her head tilted, leaned in Lin Ji's arms and closed her eyes. Good night, Poopy. Good night, Weiwei. Lin Zhuo's big paw was on Lin Weiwei's little head, gently rubbing it. Then, he hugged Lin Weiwei and slowly laid down on the bed. Lin Ji also planned to fall asleep, but just at this time, a text message popped up. I'll be waiting for you at 0 o'clock tonight in presidential room 609 of the XX Hotel. What a spam. Decisively pull the plug. He hasn't used a browser to find resources in years. How can he still get this spam? Damn people who sell other people's phone numbers. After spitting out some words, Lin Ji exhaled deeply, intending to go to sleep, but suddenly it was like he thought of something. Decisively, he opened MSI and opened his chat with his dad. Dad said today that he found a suitable match and he hasn't added the other guy yet. Soon, Lin Ji saw the MSI ID sent within the chat log. I was about to add it when I unconsciously glanced at it. Vivian, well, let's be sincere, and get straight to the point, so we can find a mom for Weiwei sooner. Thinking of this, Lin Ji wrote on the note of adding a friend. I am the most handsome one in Linjia village. My family has hundreds of acres of land and a 4-year-old daughter. In fact, I don't really want a match. I just want to find a mother for my child. My daughter has not seen her mother since she was a child. I want to satisfy the child's wish, so I want to have 2 requests. The first one is I would like to ask you to play the role of the child's mother. The second point is a bit too much. It's okay if you don't agree. It's okay to agree to the first point. My second request is that I would like to ask you to have a child with me. Agree to the first point. I can give you $1 million. It doesn't matter if you agree to the second point, but you have to go and reject my daughter first. Lin Ji's friend request, deleted and deleted, fought for a long time, and finally sent it out. The other side won't agree to such an outrageous request, right? Lin Ji thought for a while, directly lie down. Also it is, how can the first blind date be a success? Not to mention that he has additional requirements. The moment Lin Ji finished sending the message, at this time, the popular gaming goddess of Fanny, holding her cell phone, twisted into a maggot on the bed. Aha Coco, what kind of seizure are you having inside your room? Tong Coco's co-housemate Lin Su shouted outside the door. So you don't understand. My white moonlight actually want me to be her daughter's mom, and trying to have a baby with me. Crap, this is not a fucking rejection. This kind of lower head man stays for New Year's Eve. Lin Su cried out, denial? That's certainly agreeable. Tong Coco didn't respond to Lin Su outside the door. She kept writhing on the bed and cried out a few times every now and then. Crazy. It's ridiculous to die for a man these days, Lin Su said disdainfully outside the door of those men. They're all downer men. Yuck. It's better to have her brother Chio. She had moved out in order to meet up with Ka earlier, intending to write her thesis properly, but who knew that this roommate was a relationship brain? It's really annoying. After Lin Su thought about it, she decided not to pay any more attention to Tong Coco and planned to go to bed. After all, she still had to go to class tomorrow. On the other hand, inside a certain presidential suite, there was a female president with the surname Bai, who was staring at a phrase in her cell phone with dead eyes. Message failed to be sent. You have been blackmailed, asshole. You don't want the soft stuff. You want her to do the hard stuff, right? Well, teacher, you managed to piss her off. Early the next morning, Linji slowly opened his eyes, unconsciously rubbing his eye sockets, and then leaned up to the sky and yawned, letting his drowsy head dissipate his sleepiness. Glancing to the side at his own daughter, I saw my 4-year-old daughter, who was as cute as an elf, with a head of black hair as messy as a waterfall, sitting on the edge of the bed like an adorable little penguin, swinging her little fleshy feet. Vivi, why are you up so early today? Lori, who heard the call, froze with her little white feet swinging merrily. Of course she's trying to erase the evidence of yesterday's sneaky live broadcast. But it's not something she's going to tell her dad. Playing with her cell phone, Lin Weiwei smiled and answered truthfully to her old family member. Then Lin Weiwei's small hand reached out and handed over her cell phone in Lin Ji's direction. Poopy, I realized a text message keeps sending you messages. Oh, isn't it you who found Weiwei's mom? Lin Weiwei laughed. Ha! Lin Ji looked down at his phone and realized that the text message was indeed as Vivi had said, with red dots all over it from 99 plus. Crap. It's being bombarded by text messages, isn't it? Lin Ji immediately clicked in to take a look, only to see a text message with an unfamiliar number attached to it, sending him hundreds of messages. The latest message is, teacher, do you prefer black or white silk? Winky face. Lin Ji was speechless. Are all fairy jumps so obvious nowadays? Decided to pull the plug. At that moment, the little girl beside her asked with a smile, Poopy, is that mommy? No, in that case, when will Weiwei have a mom then? Lin Weiwei asked. It's soon. Oh, Weiwei doesn't need to rush. Lin Ji's palm landed on Lin Weiwei's head, gently rubbing it. Poopy will make you breakfast later. Now go wash up. Okay Poopy. Lin Weiwei jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom like a bouncing white rabbit. His daughter is so cute. If only Vivi could be this happy every day. Well, as an old father, I still can't break this girl's heart. Thinking of what Lin Weiwei asked herself yesterday. At once Lin Ji gritted his teeth and secretly thought, it's not just that she wants a mother. Just find her one. Speaking of which, I don't know if the girl I added yesterday has agreed yet. Lin Ji opened Weixing and found that the other party had already agreed, and also sent several messages to him. This girl on the road actually agreed. Lin Ji had thought that no woman would agree to pretend to be someone else's daughter's mother. This kind of rude request. TSK, could it be that she was coming for the money? Lin Ji clicked on the red dot message, took a look, and immediately his eyes widened. Crap, even the matter of creating a baby is agreed upon? Outrageous, too outrageous. He was just talking for fun. His intention was to make the other party reject this request of Lin Weiwei to have a younger sibling, not really want a baby. Shit, sloppy, accidentally got myself into this. Calm down. Even though the other party agreed to his rude request, as long as he explained the cause of the matter in detail, he didn't have to lose himself in it. Lin Ji thought about it and sent a message back to the other party. You set a time and we'll meet and talk. Sent the message and haven't waited for a reply. By this time Lin Weiwei had already washed up and ran her ass over. Poop Weiwei washed up. Oh, when are we going to start eating breakfast? Vivi today wants to eat the big armor crab made by Poopy. Dungeness crabs are hard to make, and there are only a few of them left in the family pond. So have some crawfish. Yeah, Poopy, hurry up, Vivi is hungry. Fine. Weiwei, don't be in a hurry. Your father, I haven't washed up yet. Lin Ji gently stroked Lin Weiwei's silky smooth head and laughed. After saying that, Lin Ji got up with the intention of going to wash up before making breakfast for her own daughter. Just as he got out of bed, he was pulled by Lin Weiwei by the corner of his shirt. Poop that. Can Vivi play with her cell phone for a bit? Sure, but you can't look too close or it'll be hard on your eyes. He. Vivi knows. Lin Weiwei smiled, holding up Lin Ji's cell phone and waving at her old father with a crooked little head after waiting for her own old den's back to dissipate. Lin Weiwei skillfully clicked on the live broadcast. The young childish face laughed happily into his cell phone. He brother and sisters. How are you all yesterday? My poop had promised me that he would find me a mom soon. Weiwei will have a mom. Lin Weiwei smiled happily under the camera. Living and breathing as a little sweet girl, whoever looks at this appearance can't help but want to spoil her. Just as little Vivian was smiling and facing the camera, she didn't know that her short few words had caused the water friends in the live broadcast room to explode. I know how those daughter slaves feel. If I had such a lovely daughter, I'd be pampered in every way. What the hell? Yellow hair, go to hell. This little pink face, I want to rub it so much. Little girl, and your puppa said, lack of escort mate. Sister, I small waist, long legs, your daddy will love it. Wait, what did you say, little guy? Your dad's planning to find you a stepmom? The first few flirting pop-ups, Lin Weiwei didn't want to reply, but the last pop-up, Lin Weiwei noticed. After all, this is the comment that genuinely interacted with her. As for the other pop-ups, her poop had long ago spit out with her. Some people can ignore it. Lin Weiwei nodded her head. I told Dad yesterday that I wanted to find a mom, and Dad he already agreed. Soon, Weiwei will have a mom. After hearing Lin Weiwei's reply, Bai Ruoi, who was staying in the hotel at this time, unconsciously clenched her hands on her cell phone, her cold face a bit icy. Etsk. Looks like she can't sit on her hands any longer. There was no way that teacher guy was going to come back to the hotel to see her when he had blackmailed himself on 2 accounts since yesterday. There is only one thing to do now, that is, take the initiative. The teacher really deserves to be a teacher. He himself waited in the hotel from last night until now, took 10 baths, and his body smelled too good to be true, just waiting for him to come and pick. But he just didn't come. Damn it, he's not coming, is he? Then don't blame her. Come on hard. Then she dialed a phone number. Secretary Lu, is the car ready? The phone came from the other side. You want the car? Has been prepared. But there is one thing I have to report to you. Tonight our live platform, with 300 million fans of the anchor woman, intends to terminate the contract. That group of guys cannot pinch. So to you to ask you about it, what do you intend to do? And the reason? She said she was going to get married. Hearing this, Bai Ruai nodded her head and responded. Aha, it's good for people's girls to go after happiness. Just let her be. Now get the guys ready. We need to meet your future boss. Okay, Mr. White. At the same time, the message of the live broadcast popped up on Lin Yao's cell phone, who had just woken up. The daughter shouldn't be live in the morning. Maybe it's the man. Originally, she didn't want to pay excessive attention, but unable to resist the passivity of motherhood, she couldn't resist clicking into the live stream. How could it be that the person who was broadcasting live was her daughter? That asshole, playing cell phone for your daughter in the morning. Don't you need to eat? She didn't have long to spit it out in her mind before she heard Lin Weiwei break a bombshell. Poop was going to find her a new mom. Crap. She's getting replaced? Lin Yao's heart was inexplicably hard to bear. Her own daughter had never called her mother, and now she had to watch her call someone else's mother? No, she doesn't believe it. It's true. There was no way that Guy Lin Ji could look at an ordinary village girl. After all, he was a rich and beautiful being, so he should have chosen her anyways. Thinking about it, Lin Yao, in order to spy on the enemy, posted a comment and asked, Little Bonsai, the mommy your puppy found for you, is she pretty? After returning a few pop-up messages, Lin Weiwei saw Lin Yao's comment, thought for a moment, and laughed. I don't know, but my dad is so handsome. The mom he found must be pretty too. Hearing this, Lin Yao wanted to retort, actually your real mom looks better. But unfortunately, because of the contract, she couldn't even recognize Lin Weiwei now. The smile on Lin Weiwei's tender and pretty face hadn't dissipated after she finished speaking when suddenly, a bar of pop-ups flew by. Girl, not I want to hit you. Your father is indeed very handsome, but the reality of love brain is very little. Everyone is very realistic. Handsome cannot be eaten. Not to mention a countryside with a baby run free uncle. This condition to find a partner that is much more difficult. Though your words are hard to hear, they're the truth. Seeing the pop-up screen that crossed in front of her eyes, Lin Weiwei's eyes suddenly moistened, and her small pink mouth moved. Is it true what the big brothers say? My dad lied to me when he said he'd find me a mom? Weiwei is actually still a child without a mom. Hey. I'm a little girl who can read and understand words. Don't beat her up, okay? Lori just wants to find a mom. What's wrong with her? Hey, the anchor is also really, do not know where in the morning. Is it every day for the daughter to play the phone? Does not care about it. Cannot give her to develop some other hobbies? Please, the anchor and his daughter is in the countryside. You guys don't speak so hard to hear, okay? People, little Lori has not seen her mother since childhood. She just want a mother. The child's childish hopes cannot be wiped out. Can't you see the little girl is about to cry? On the other side of the screen, Lin Yao, who had been lolling on the bed, came to see the crystallized teardrops in Lin Weiwei's eyes, and a ball of fire surged. Asshole! How dare you make her daughter cry? Damn it! Lin Yao's onion white finger tapped the cell phone screen. Don't listen to these bad misters. Your poop is very handsome. There must be a lot of girls who like it. You'll have a mom. Don't be discouraged. Don't be discouraged. Aha! Thank you, sister. Lin Weiwei was comforted and smiled as she raised her arm to wipe the corner of her eyes, the tears that were about to spill out. Seeing this scene, Lin Yao breathed a sigh of relief. This little one finally smiled. Although she couldn't take care of Lin Weiwei face to face, she could still communicate with her online now that she was thousands of miles away from the internet. I'm sure that guy Linji is just looking for a random woman to fool his daughter for the sake of her happiness. After all, that guy had even rejected himself. It was impossible for him to accept other women. Could it be that she, the hottest actress in the Dragon Kingdom with a value of $30 billion, was still no better than other women? Lin Yao was still very confident in herself and put away her cell phone, so she stopped paying attention to it. Just as Lin Weiwei was about to continue to say thank you, a voice came. Weiwei, breakfast is ready. Okay, poop. I'll be right over. Responding to a growl, Lin Weiwei waved her small hand at the phone. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to have breakfast, so if I can't find my mom, I'll ask you next time. Bye. After saying that, Lin Weiwei skillfully closed the live broadcast room. After yesterday's experience, she deeply knew that the live broadcast recordings would have to be deleted before she could do so. Otherwise poop will find out. After deleting the record of the live broadcast, Lin Weiwei put away her cell phone, jumped up and down, and advanced towards the kitchen that was filled with a strong smell of dishes. Seeing Lin Ji, Lin Weiwei patted Lin Ji's thigh. Poop. Lin Ji turned back to look at the little bitty man. What's wrong, Weiwei? Is it to be fed by daddy? No. Oh, Vivi wants to ask Poopy. Vivi will have a mom, right? Meeting his own daughter's big round eyes for a moment, a look called anticipation permeated those dark eyes. Lin Ji squatted down and gently ruffled Lin Weiwei's hair. Everyone is born of a mother. Everyone has a mother. Weiwei is no exception. So, Weiwei, don't worry. Daddy will find you a mommy. Let's pull the hook. Okay? Lin Ji's handsome face revealed a faint smile, stretching out a little finger in front of Lin Weiwei. When Lin Weiwei heard this, she didn't even think about it and followed Lin Ji's example of stretching out her short fingers. Good. After pulling the hook, Poopy can't lie to Vivi anymore, that's for sure. Lin Ji rubbed Lin Weiwei's brain. Then, Lin Ji added, after breakfast, you can practice the piano. If you don't practice, your hands will get raw. Weiwei knows we'll practice after breakfast. After the little girl answered, she flew to the table and started eating. The little one was eating and thinking about playing Listen to Your Mother for her mommy when Poopy gets her a mommy. Hey, 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 seeing his own little lowly smile so happily, Lin Ji felt happiness from the bottom of his heart. As Lori's father, of course she has to take care of her own daughter in every way. While Lin Ru and Lin Weiwei were eating breakfast, some people were already satiated with anger. It was only less than a few dozen kilometers away from the countryside location where Lin Ru lived. Inside the car. Speed up. Speed up. That asshole actually tried to find other little girls. How could I let that guy have his way? Bai Ruoi, who had just finished watching Lin Weiwei's live broadcast, was in an unhappy mood. She, with a lot of fire, must let that teacher guy vent his fire for himself. Thinking about what Lin Weiwei had said inside the live broadcast a few minutes ago, she was very upset. Fuck. Actually trying to get a little girl? What's he got besides a face? I'm sure no one but myself could see him. But, that asshole, actually trying to find the little girl. If it was for that 4-year-old little girl, then Bai Ruoi wouldn't be so angry. But based on her understanding of Lin Ji was a person who never promised people delicate egoists easily. But now he actually promised his daughter that he would find her a mom. Isn't that just like getting a little wife for yourself in the name of being there for your daughter? Fair and square. Damn it. I can't believe I'm trying to go after other little girls. How come you didn't see that guy come at you when you were 18? Hey, if only I had been a little tougher that night. Maybe, their children are 5 years old. At this moment, Bai Ruoi secretly swore in her heart that the moment she saw Lin Ji, she would not only confess, there was also the love debt of letting Lin Ji delay himself for so many years, returning it all. That was fast. I don't know how much time has passed. The convoy stopped. Secretary Lu held up his glasses and said, Mr. Bai. That man, what that man? That's your boss, okay, Mr. Bai. According to our backstage location, the boss and his daughter are at that location. Secretary Lu pointed to the map of Duonyang on his cell phone, and the location on the map was directly to the right of their convoy. Understanding this, the corner of Bai Ruoi's mouth curled up in a rare moment. Teacher, I'm coming. This time, I won't let you escape. Just as Bai Ruoi was preparing to steal home, some were still busy studying, some were on their way, and some had the inexplicable confidence that they would not lose. So, she was still staying in VED in the time between waking up and noon. There were almost 4 hours, minus the time for Lin Weiwei, the little girl, to wash up and eat breakfast. That left about 3 hours, which belonged to Vivian Lin, and that was the time she happily practiced playing the piano. Lin Ji, whose age was already 24, was lying on a rocking chair on the side, playing with his cell phone while enjoying the music that Lin Weiwei was playing out through her deft little hands, coming to his ears. At this time, there was still a half-hour difference from noon. Little Weiwei was still practicing the piano, and all Lin Ji could hear was the sound of the piano, and he didn't receive any signal from little Weiwei saying "Baba, I'm hungry," so he didn't turn on the copy that went into the kitchen either. It seemed not bad if it stayed like this. Lin Ji thought darkly, but reality always hits you in the face. His own daughter had given him the difficult task of finding her mom. Lin Ji lazily lay on the rocking chair, crossing his legs and staring at his cell phone with narrowed eyes. The phone showed an ID, "Child Princess." "It's really childish." Lin Ji spat. Last night did not look carefully. Today to re-look at a glance. Really difficult to pop. His family Weiwei are not so childish, but this childish ID woman is his dad arranged a blind date. And still he took the initiative to add the other side. Not to mention the other side also agreed. How to say also have to ask out to talk about it. Lin Ji didn't hold out hope for a blind date. In this countryside where a glance at the young green rice was everywhere, a woman of the right age was already a rarity. Let alone finding any high-quality women. Forget it. It's not like he's really getting married. Anyway, he's just going to let the other party play house with his daughter to make up for Lin Weiwei's lack of motherly love. Thinking to find out what kind of person the blind date is, he clicked on the other side of the circle of friends. And Lin Ji was dumbfounded. Is there a girl these days whose circle of friends is cleaner than his face? That's pretty rare. Lin Ji didn't know that Tong Coco was actually secretly using a small number when recommending herself in order not to expose her identity. Just as Lin Ji was thinking about what kind of strange woman the other party would be, drip, the MSI beep came, coincidentally a message from his fake girlfriend. Lin Weiwei's fake mom, Tong Princess, *, hello all, last night your request I have read. Is the fake wife well? I accept. Jiannan Wu Yan, since you accept, make an appointment and let's meet and talk. Child Princess, meet and talk? Sure. But can you set it for the evening? Right? That. I'm still on the train right now, so I might not get there until the evening. It's okay, I'm in no hurry. Thanks, Omega. Until the last message was sent, Lin Ji felt a bit magical and unreal. And the other party actually chatted with him unexpectedly. I had thought that the man had come for the money, but now there was always a feeling that the man seemed to be coming for. He's here. Poop, a soft voice, forcefully controlled, turned Lin Ji's head to a fixed position. He looked in the direction where the piano sound had disappeared, only to see a little girl with a punchy thunder hairstyle tied to her head, running happily towards him, pouncing with a sound. The little one's delicate soft body flung itself into Lin Ji's arms, raising an innocent smile and looking up at Lin Ji. Lin Ji smiled, his palm stroking Lin Weiwei's head, and asked, "Weiwei, what are you looking for daddy for?" Lin Weiwei raised her lotus root-like slender arm and pointed her small hand to the right, outside the transparent glass, in a direction. There are so many cars over there. Is mommy coming? Car? Lin Ji stood and looked in the direction that his little girl's short little hand was pointing. Indeed, a lot of cars. That dense scale. Probably there are 100 or so. His home in the countryside is very remote, and most of the hundreds of families living here are not big families, and even less people get married and marry. Where did all the cars come from? Is there a rebellious son in the village who's taking out small loans with the whole village? Or is there a guy like Uncle Ta in this village? The above reasons, how to think is not realistic, but if it is not what he thought, then a few hundred meters away in that direction, showing a dense convoy is how the situation? His black snake will enter the village? Can't be. That fleet was full of colorful luxury cars. He looked rather like some kind of celebrity bringing a crew to experience agriturismo. Thinking of this, Lin Ji no longer dwelled on it, and as he picked up Lin Weiwei, he gave her a kiss on the cheek. Weiwei, that's not your mommy, but Papa will be able to bring you back a mommy soon. We're not in a hurry, let's go eat first. Oh, Weiwei knows. Lin Weiwei nodded her head obediently, then casually wiped the water stains on her cheeks. Why rub it in? Do you dislike dad? Lin Ji pretended to be sad. No. Weiwei doesn't dislike daddy. It's just, daddy's saliva is stinky. Weiwei dislikes saliva. Isn't it the same? After carrying the soft and fragrant Lin Weiwei away from the window, Lin Ji entered the kitchen. At this time, Lin Weiwei and Lin Ru's family status switched. Lin Ru began to go to labor, while Lin Weiwei held up Lao Deng's cell phone and began to tinker with it. The moment the live broadcast was turned on, Lin Weiwei was the first to let out a light grunt of lowly dissatisfaction, and then hugged her meaty arms and puffed up her face without saying a word, staring at the screen without saying a word. What's wrong? Our little princess, why do you look a bit unhappy today? Seeing the first comment, Lin Weiwei's little pink mouth beamed. Today I just wiped my cheeks that were kissed by Daddy, but Daddy just said that I disliked him. I didn't dislike Daddy, and I've rekissed Daddy's face so many times, but Daddy just says I resent him. Can't get it to coax? Hey, I really don't dislike Dad. Lin Weiwei's little mouth was always pouting, and a look of utter aggravation appeared on her tender little face. Crap, Lao Dang has a little something actually cheating little Loli's kiss. The dog man is really something. He cheats on such a lovely daughter. Hurry up and send over such a lovely daughter. I'll spoil her. I can't stand it. I can't stand to see my daughter sad. No one can stop me. I'm going to stab that bastard right now. Wake up downstairs. A few peanuts drink like this. Remember you do not have a daughter Girl, listen to Uncle Dan's advice. Your father actually did not blame you mean. Your father loves you. He just wants you to kiss him more. Girl, you do not need to be aggrieved. Don't say anything. I'm going to steal the daughter from Deng's house. Who's coming? +1, +1, +10086. After being comforted, Lin Weiwei's little temper was cured, and her aggrieved little face reverted to a bright childish smile. He, thank you brother and sister. I know now that Daddy is just a child who can't grow up, and needs to be coaxed more. I'll give in to Daddy from now on brothers and sisters. After helping me today, then I'll tell you a piece of news. A lot of colorful cars came outside my house, and my dad said it was bandits coming into the village and told me not to look, but my teacher said bandits are no good. Bai Ruoi, who was watching Xiao Weiwei's live broadcast in the car, froze for a moment, feeling that something was a bit off somewhere. That's when the water boys got lively. Crap, bandits? Isn't there no such thing these days? If there is, it's either adapted or exterminated. There's no telling. Maybe there's someone who's not afraid to die? Girl, can you show us the car? I recognize the car and can tell at a glance what class of bandit it is. After Bai Ruoi sent the message, she was still worried that there were too many comments in the live broadcast room, and that little Weiwei hadn't seen her comments. But this matter is completely Bai Ruoi overthinking? As the boss of Fan You Live, her comments have been bolded and have extremely cool special effects, and it's hard not to see it when it can hang in the center of the broadcast for 10 seconds. Nah. Brothers and sisters, take a look. Aren't there a lot of cars and trucks over there? Lin Weiwei turned the camera and said the camera was only focused on the window for less than half a minute before the broadcast blew up. Against all odds. So many luxury cars. I don't know. Dirtbag that I am. I only know BMWs, Mercedes, and yes, Ferraris. This is called bandits in the village? What do you call us bike riders? Hooligans attacking a widow's village at night? Girl, listen to your sister. Your father can't. He doesn't even know a luxury car. Live with your sister. She'll support you, okay? No good. Dad's the best to me. Not going to live with anyone else. A tender childish voice that Lin Weiwei suddenly uttered pulled Bai Ruoi on the other side of the screen back to reality. Teacher, teacher. You actually called me a bandit entering the village? Bai Ruoi sneered. Bandit is it? Then she will be a bandit today and plunder a beautiful man with a baby in this village to bring back as a cottage husband. Seeing the comments from the netizens in the live broadcast room, Lin Weiwei's little brain felt a little buzzed as if it had been stung by a bee. Didn't the guy over there turn out to be a bandit? Lin Weiwei asked, pointing in the direction of Bai Ruoi's convoy. A waterbender replied, I'm sure it's not. Girl, your poop has lied to you again. So don't take that kind of bad dad. Give me a position. I'll come to your door to support you. Lin Weiwei beamed and shook her head. Humph, you're a bad person. Daddy is good to me. Daddy, he just said it wrong. He's not lying to me. I don't want to leave Daddy, but if sis likes me so much, why don't you be my mom? That way we can be together. You got yourself into this mess instead of teasing a loli? The little girl is so smart. She must have learned from Lao Dang. Strongly suggest to Lao Dang. Send your daughter here. Let me raise her properly. ******. Hiss, I realized that there are really a lot of loli controllers in this live room. I'm beginning to understand why some people say they're afraid of yellow hairs. Who wants their cute and cuddly daughters to be abducted by yellow hairs from nowhere? Writing ghost fires? In the future, there's no need to be afraid. I'm different. I'm a daughter controller. So for the safety of my little girl, I strongly suggest that all loli controllers be pulled out of the death penalty. You're all no good. Pull out the death penalty through and through. While the comments section was buzzing, Vivian looked a little amused and raised the corners of her mouth in a smile, and that's when she realized that the caravan ahead of her, getting closer and closer to her house, seemed to be heading towards her house with a purpose. Could it be Mom? Lin Weiwei's head was tilted towards the window, looking out, completely ignoring the lively comment section. This time, a netizen noticed the straight little eyes of little Vivian in the live broadcast room, and immediately looked out the window as well. Not by a long shot. Something's wrong. Can't you see that the convoy is getting closer to the anchor's house? It can't really be bandits, and the target is the anchor's house. I have a feeling you're overthinking this. Who's a bandit who comes to rob with nearly 100 luxury cars? Is this a robbery or a Jezebel? Blind guess as some variety show is taking place here. I bet that Ferrari, Maserati, the people in it are stars. While the netizens were blindly pondering, the little girl Lin Weiwei inclined her head and muttered, "Heh, brothers and sisters. You say will there be my mom over there? Is she the one who came looking for me?" Lin Weiwei's eyes flashed with an imperceptible longing, and a healing smile filled her tender face. "Ozzel, girl, don't be discouraged. Your mom will find you. Maybe not, but don't worry. If you don't have a mom, I'll be your stepmom. Okay. Not only is there a lolicon in this live room, there's also someone who craves the body of someone's little girl's father." While netizens were comforting Lin Weiwei, Bai Ruoi, who was in the car at this time, hooked her red lips and tapped her slender fingers on her cell phone packed, \amazed face, / you'll see your mom soon. Trust your sister. After sending the comment, Bai Ruoi noticed that the vehicle had stopped. "Mr. Bai, vehicles can't get in on the road in front of us, so we'll have to get out of the car and walk over," Secretary Lu said. "Good." Bai Ruoi wasn't pretentious and opened the car door nimbly, her pure white high heels stepping on the muddy land without hesitation. Snap! Slamming the door behind him, his eyes were unwavering as he looked ahead at the little townhouse. And in that direction there was a little one looking out through the glass to get by. The corners of Bai Ruoi's mouth hooked, and she waved at Lin Weiwei, who was fuming upstairs, as she thought to herself, "What a cute little guy, just a pity." She wasn't that girl's real mom herself, but that girl seemed to really want a mother to come along, since she's the teacher's daughter. It's not like she can't be that girl's stepmother. Bai Ruoi began to get out of the car toward stepping on the muddy ground, and with each step down, her pure white high heels were splashed with some mud, but she didn't care at all. Bai Ruoi only had Lin Ji in her eyes, ignoring how her clothes were soiled. She just walked in the direction of Lin Ji's house, and there was 100 or so black-clad bodyguards behind her. A stance that, if one were to see it, isn't that what debt collection is all about? Lin Weiwei stood by the window and looked down. At the very front of the group of nearly 200 people, there was a long curly-haired imperial lady in a white uniform. "What a beautiful sister. It would be nice to be my mom," Lin Weiwei mumbled as she laid her fingers on the glass window. "Crap. Except for the pretty girl at the front. The back is all in black. I suddenly feel that Lori's dad was right. Isn't this a damn bandit's entry into the village? Girl, go ask your dad if he's done something illegal and people are coming to your door. It's not like the loan sharks are looking for us, is it? So outrageous? Can't be. The anchor is so handsome and has such a cute daughter. Why would he want to mess with those people? Who knows the anchor it? Girl, hurry to ask your father. He is not messing with the wrong people. Escape vital. Run away. Dog's life is important. Such a cute little loli can't fall into the wrong hands. Don't turn off the live broadcast. If there's danger, I'll call the police for you." The comments section was quickly screened, almost entirely words urging Lin Weiwei to hurry up and run away with her dad. Lin Weiwei didn't understand. Her POA. He's busy playing with her every day. Where would he get into trouble with the bad guys? She doesn't believe it, and that big sister in white downstairs looks really pretty. How can it be a bad person? She does not believe it. In the end, Lin Weiwei cocked her head to read the comments, but still nodded. "For the sake of Poopa, I know what to do, Poopy. The bandits you were talking about are at our door. Poop, should we run?" Lin Ji inside the kitchen was confused when he heard Lin Weiwei's cry. "What bandits?" Lin Ji quickly cleaned up the mess in the back kitchen and walked out, only to see a little loli running towards him with a smile on her face. There was no anxious, nervous look on his face at all. "What's wrong, Viv? What happened?" "Daddy, there are a lot of people downstairs from us, and there's a super pretty big sister in there too. But some people say they're here to collect debts. Does our family owe them money? Debt collector?" Lin Ji thought darkly as he glanced at Lin Weiwei's pair of clear eyes. Debt collector? Almost all of his money over the years had been given by Lin Yao. Where did he owe someone money? Wait, it couldn't be that Lin Yao had gone bankrupt, could it? Otherwise, how could anyone come to him? Lin Ji squatted down and rubbed Lin Weiwei's head, soothingly saying, "It's fine, Weiwei. Let's eat first." Good daddy went out to look. Lin Weiwei nodded and watched Lin Ji leave. Lin Ji had just taken a few steps and came to the window to hear a female voice ringing out, "Mr. Lin, I told you, you won't get away with this." Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Ji's face instantly lost all color. "It's over. It's the guy who's worse than a debt collector, the woman who once tried to forcibly sleep with him." Lin Ji went downstairs, facing up to lost youth. Lin Weiwei wiped her face of the saliva that was smeared on her face by Lin Ji, cupped her cell phone in her small hands, and gazed blankly at her own poops gradually diminishing back again. The scene of Lin Ji walking away was also seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, while Lin Weiwei was fuming. Someone posted a pop-up frowny face finished. Barbecue. That woman's roar downstairs obviously has a lot of resentment. Anchor, this is dangerous. Girl, go save your poop. Go gross. If there's danger downstairs, do you think a little girl can help much? So Vivi, you'd better be good and go back to eat and wait for your family's Lao Deng to come back. Poop didn't ask me to help though. Just told me to go eat and wait for him to come back. A soft and fluffy Lin Weiwei beamed back as she read the comments. But I don't want to go to dinner. I want to see Daddy. I'm afraid he's going to get beat up by the bad guys. Good girl. Worthy of being my favorite little loli. Your dad is facing 200 people alone right now. And he needs you right now. It's not impossible to go and help. But Weiwei, you can only just watch from the side. And if you are in danger, your brothers and sisters will then help you call the police. Good girl. I can't believe you're facing your fears for your dad. I'm crying. I mean, can't we take such a nice little girl in our arms? It's certainly fine for a little girl to go over and see your father. But once you encounter any problems, turn your head and run away. Okay? That's it. That's it. Don't hurt yourself. The netizens in the live broadcast room were completely treating Lin Weiwei as their own daughter at this point. After giving Lin Weiwei a million instructions, the little girl smiled and answered, "Don't worry. Brothers and sisters, Vivi has a good brain. Don't worry about it." Lin Weiwei gave the guys in the comments section a piece of her mind, cupped her cell phone in her small hands, and stood on her tiptoes to sneak downstairs. With every step Lin Weiwei took, the audience in the live broadcast room became more and more nervous for such a cute and dorky girl. The guys love her and don't want anything to happen to her. On the other hand, Khen Media Incorporated Yang Qingqing, who was the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, was lying on the desktop, holding her cell phone with both hands, her round eyes under her glasses staring straight at the screen of her cell phone. Mouthfuls. Such a cute little girl. How did she get into such a mess? She must be okay. She prayed for Lin Weiwei, even though it was only yesterday, during her break at work, that she recognized such a sweet and understanding little girl. But as a single woman who was already 35 years old, a little girl like Lin Weiwei who knew what she was doing could be described as, well, poking her in the heart, especially when she heard Lin Weiwei say that she wanted a mom. Her motherly love directly flooded the disaster. If it weren't for the fact that I'm too old and have poor skin under the intense work of constant late nights. Otherwise, when Lin Weiwei said that she wanted a mom, even if she quit her job, she wanted to just ride over there and be a mom to Lin Weiwei. After years of loneliness, she had now placed all her beautiful fantasies about her daughter on this little girl, Lin Weiwei.so. She very much didn't want a cute girl like that to get hurt. After thinking about it, she decided to use her specialty. Hey girl, point the phone at your father. If the other party does anything bad, you can record it all as evidence. With the evidence, those bad guys can't escape even if they want to. Seemingly seeing this pop up, Lin Weiwei nodded her head with a light smile. Aha, thank you sister. I know. With that said, the screen of the live broadcast began to oscillate slightly. Lin Weiwei hid behind the big rosewood chair and aimed her cell phone lens at Lin Ji, who was standing in the doorway. She looked like a little reporter outside the doorway. Lin Ji gazed at Bai Ruoi, who was squinting at him, and pointed behind Bai Ruoi. Ms. Bai, I haven't seen you in 6 years. Your first time looking for me is such a big gesture. I wonder if you were looking for me for something important. As Lin Ji's words fell, Lin Weiwei, the people behind Bai Ruoi, and the viewers of the live broadcast couldn't help but stare at Bai Ruoi. Anticipating this gorgeous imperial sister's next move, the live broadcast commented, "What a world of bad manners. Such a beautiful woman is actually a bad woman. Girl, your poop is so handsome. I'm afraid you're going to be toyed with by this woman. Old me has read a lot of women. I admit it. She's really pretty. To be honest, the last time I saw such a fairy-like figure that can only be viewed from afar was Lin Yao, who is known as the beauty of the millennium. Hey, 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 I'll be damned. I almost got charmed. Thanks for the reminder. Fellow Taoist, am I the only one who thought that woman looked a little indescribably familiar? Just as the livestream was buzzing, Bai Ruoi moved, but her icy face had no expression. All in snow white, she looked like a high and proud white cat. Her long and straight legs gracefully stepped and came to Lin Ji's side. Once the two were facing each other, and once again the two camps were in a state of tension. The audience in the live broadcast room and the people behind Bai Ruoi had a rare unanimity of emotion. But that's not what the little girl thought. Lin Weiwei thought, such a good-looking sister does not look like a bad person. And she seems to like poop very much. If only I could make her my mom.as. The woman's own perfume wafted in. Lin Ji subconsciously leaned back. But Bai Ruoi had no intention of giving Lin Ji the chance to tactically lean back, arms raised to hug Lin Ji, head snuggled on Lin Ji's shoulder, head tilted, slightly tilted side, face right on Lin Ji's chin, seems to be in contact with Lin Ji. Bai Ruoi's ice-cold face transformed into a gentle smile. He, you call me Miss Bai? Teacher, You used to call me EE, now you're actually calling someone Ms. Bai. Teacher is really overdoing it. The honey-sweet breath exhaled from the young girl's mouth, as well as the fiery mass of heat in front of his chest, caused Lin Ji to pause, and when he raised his eyes, he realized that the group of black-clothed hulks behind Bai Ruoi were looking at him with the eyes of a monster. Secretary Lu, it's true that our usual ice-cold president will turn into a little woman as long as she's in front of this man. It's worthy of being the CP. She's been knocking on the door for 6 years, and now it's finally going to be a success. The bodyguards were not like Secretary Lu, who had seen this kind of delicate appearance of Bai Ruoi, and they were all dumbfounded at once when Mr. Bai said he was going to meet the future boss before. I thought the future boss was a gigolo. As a result, this face hit is really painful. Wait, do you have a feeling that this delicate look of our general manager Bai is super beautiful? It has the feeling of a white moonlight. Wow, fun. You don't say. You really don't say. You guys are a bunch of clowns. Mr. Bai and his future boss are being sweet. What are you guys arguing about? Some people kowtow to CP. Some people seem to see their lost youth. And some people rage against clowns. The noise made Lin Ji frown. These guys, chattering, they'll disturb Weiwei's meal. Noticing Lin Ji's expression, Bai Ruoi twisted her head, revealing her original iceberg beauty face. Shut up. A voice fell. Perhaps because Bai Ruoi's majesty was too strong, the people present didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Of course, Lin Ji was the same. Lin Ji was a bit uncomfortable and pushed Bai Ruoi's shoulder. But Bai Ruoi didn't know when she had already interlocked her fingers and deadlocked his neck. Seeing as I can't get rid of the bad woman's claws now, it's time to stop pretending, Lin Ji said. Don't be like this. Your parents will be sad if they know. After all, no mom or dad would like to see their well-bred white daughter abducted by yellow hair. Bai Ruoi's smooth face was stuck together with Lin Ji. I didn't think that the teacher still remembered them all, but then my parents, a few years ago, passed away. Now the entire company of the Bai family are my. Of course, if you want to, can also be your. Bai Ruoi exhaled at Lin Ji's nearest side. Ji, too close for this distance. The aura of a wonderful young girl enveloped Lin Ji. And this aura was not an ordinary impact for Lin Ji, who had been abstaining from sex for many years. Since Bai Ruoi's body was plastered in Lin Ji's arms, he didn't even know where his eyes should glance. Down it was the world's ditch, and up his mouth was about to have a mouth-to-mouth with Bai Ruoi. Lin Ji thought about it. He had to hurry up and put an end to this awfulness. Otherwise his daughter would worry. Lin Ji resisted the woman's mouth that wanted to go further, while coming over, and said, you as a girl, you have to have self-respect. Let those things between us in the past be in the past. If you like me, it's just because of my work, not to mention that I've always treated you as a little sister. Teacher, are you rejecting me now? Bai Ruoi stopped her movements, her face and tone turning cold in an instant. Yes. On what grounds? I was in the same bed with you that night. Why do you still reject me? What did I do wrong? Teacher, I've been waiting for you for 6 years and I'm 22 years old. I don't want to wait any longer. Bai Ruoi's attitude was resolute, and as a last resort Lin Yu decided to show his bottom card. In fact, I already have a daughter. Lin Shi thought that by saying this, the stubborn young girl in front of him would know what to do, but unfortunately, he had underestimated Bai Ruoi's persistence. Hey, so do you have a wife? Although I don't have a wife, I already have a baby, so now that you have it, I can be your wife and I can be your daughter's stepmother. I knock. Why doesn't this woman follow the rules? Everyone in the room, including his friends in the broadcast room, was dumbfounded by these words, but there was only one little guy who was happy. Mom, This pretty sister, says she wants to be my mom? This is great. She finally has a mom. At this moment, the little loli was staring at Bai Ruoi, who was hugging her dad tightly in the distance, and now she was happy. She, Lin Weiwei, will finally have a mom too. This mom seems to be good looking too. So will her siblings be good looking too? As Lin Weiwei thought this, the corners of her pink mouth couldn't help but rise. This mommy looks like she likes daddy a lot. Now if daddy nods, then she'll have a mommy. And with a mommy she'll have a sibling. With a sibling, she'll have someone to play with. Yes, dad. Say yes to this pretty girl. Lin Weiwei clenched her fists and cheered for her dad. Doorway location facing Bai Ruoi's tightening. Lin Ji directly bent over. The distance was just right. Neither so abrupt as to make Bai Ruoi blush with shame, nor so distant as to make her think she was incompetent. Lin Ji continued with his refusal remarks, trying to make Bai Ruoi know what to do. I already have a child. Why are you pushing me so hard? You'd better go. This is good for you and me. You're a good person. You deserve a better man. Bai Ruoi hugged Lin Ji and refused to let go of him, shouting, Teacher, 6 years ago, you were the one who suddenly inserted yourself into my life. Bai Ruoi cupped Lin Ji's face, and when the two sides were only a centimeter apart, she suddenly shouted, Hey, what do you mean by suddenly inserting yourself into your life? At that time, he was just a psychological tutor who was requested to enlighten an autistic girl. Although he was a psychological counselor, he had other duties as well at that time. Part of his job as a nanny to take care of Bai Ruoi's daily life, his obligation to teach Bai Ruoi's fallen homework, as well as accompanying the "You're the one who revitalized my interest in this disappointing life. When my parents humiliated me in every way, it was you who got me through the darkest 2 years of my life. 6 years ago, if you hadn't come to me, maybe my life would have stayed the summer I turned 16 forever. You're the one who made my pale life colorful." But why? Bai Ruoi's voice got smaller and smaller as her eyes began to turn red. "When my life is filled with your shadow everywhere and the cracks, big and small, are filled with you, why did you instead choose to leave me on the night of my bar mitzvah? I thought we could stay that way forever, but, you said you went out to buy balloons and never came back. You actually left me home alone." As she spoke, Bai Ruoi's eyes became a little moist, and she buried her face under Lin Ji's shoulder, her voice choking. "I trusted you so much, but you failed me, and in all these years you haven't come to me. Is it possible that if I don't reach out to you, you'll never come to me? What's even worse is that you secretly have a daughter behind my back." Bai Ruoi shouted this with a crying voice. Lin Ruring, completely stupid, raised his palm at a loss for words, stalled in the air, delayed, not dare to fall to touch the former student in front of the tears like rain. Lin Ji looked at the bodyguard, who was also dumbfounded on the opposite side of the room, and signaled with his eyes, Hey, you guys don't watch the show. Come over here and help me get rid of your sticky boss's wife." Question: autistic student transforms into a clingy royalty after 6 years. How the hell do you break it? Somebody, he's on the line for help. It's urgent. Found completely unable to break free, lying on his own body of Bai Ruoi, Lin Ji decided to take a step back. He gently patted Bai Ruoi's soft shoulder. Cry. Vent it out. Before that thing is really I'm not right. You say, what do you want? As long as I can do, I will make up for it to you. As soon as these words came out, the corner of Bai Ruoi's mouth, who had been buried in Lin Ji's arms, hooked up, and her beautiful eyes looked straight at Lin Ji. "Teacher, you have a daughter now, right? Then it's not too much to make up for one of my daughters, right?" Lin Ji stared incredulously at the smiling Bai Ruoi. "I treat you like a sister and you want to be my daughter's stepmother." Bai Ruoi's light sentence directly made Lin Weiwei happy, her little face smiling like a flower. However, the audience in the live broadcast room, as well as the bodyguards that Bai Ruoi brought with her, had long since been frozen by Yama Butterfly. What the hell is going on here? Why can't I read it anymore? Didn't you say there were black forces blocking the door? How the hell did this go from a gangster movie to a dog blood romance? This is not a bandit. This is clearly a rich white woman looking for a door. Which asshole said the other side is a debt collector? Hurry up and get out. I thought I was going to be the messenger of justice, but I ended up being a clown, watching the anchor spreading dog food. Brother, don't be anxious, others are not wrong. This is really a debt collector. Only the debt of love. This can't be a script, can it? Letting the girl throw her head out to gain our sympathy, and then making a whole scene of this bloodshed in front of us, for the sake of traffic and eyeballs. Big stupid spring. I don't even want to say you, who scripts the whole 100 luxury cars, just to spread a wave of dog food to you. Stupid or not? In my capacity as Poseidon of the East Sea, this is definitely a debt of love owed by old Den when he was young, and now the other party is coming after us. That pretty girl said she wants to be the girl's stepmother. What kind of top relationship brain is this? Why can't I meet her? Because you have no money and no face. No. Am I the only one who thinks that woman looks familiar? Some people in the live broadcast room speculated that the scene in front of them was a script designed by Lin Ji, but others thought that it was a debt Lin Ji owed for the affair. In short, each person's speculation is not uniform, and each person's opinion is on one side or the other. Young Qingqing, who was watching the live broadcast at this time, had long since seen everything. The coffee she used to refresh herself in her hand trembled slightly, staring unbelievably at the picture in her cell phone. From the moment Bai Ruoi appeared, she was already confused when Bai Ruoi, without the slightest regard for face, jumped into Lin Ji's arms and made a little girl gesture. Yang Qingqing doubted her own eyes. If she was looking at the wrong person, although she had a one-sided meeting at the banquet, it was impossible for her to be mistaken, and after double-checking, she concluded that the person in front of her was Bai Ruoi. It's really Bai, Mr. Bai. Why would it be her? I had thought it was some kind of dark force that was chasing after Lori's family to threaten them. As a result, it's that richest man in the country, a top 10 presence on the world's rich list. Is it really like what was said on the live broadcast just now? Yang Qingqing mumbled after taking a sip of coffee to refresh herself. It's unbelievable that you would go to that remote countryside for a divorced man with a baby. I didn't realize that General Manager Bai, who is known as the world's most icy female president, is actually a love brain in private. Just as she was lost in thought, a voice interrupted her. A young man, holding a manuscript, went in. Editor-in-chief, You asked me yesterday to write an article about Lin Yao's new play. But I feel like it won't fire up. It's hard for an actress to have a hot streak without a scandal. But she hasn't had any scandals for so many years since she made her debut. And I feel like I can't handle the task that you've given to me without you. Yang Qingqing raised her eyes and said, "Can't get it right?" The young guy tensed. Right. If you can't get it right, then don't get it right. Yang Qingqing slammed the table and handed her cell phone to him. "Write this." The young guy, looking at it for a while, frowned and said, "Hiss, what you mean? Editor-in-chief, is that Lin Yao is actually a lily? No wonder she hasn't had a scandal in so many years. Good. I will live up to it's your ass lily. Look closely at this woman." Yang Qingqing pointed at the cell phone screen, and within the screen image was none other than a stunning royalty against a handsome man, spilling her guts and attacking him. Well, why does this woman look a little familiar? Wait. Editor-in-chief, this beauty can't be Bai Ruoyi, who became the first female richest person in our country's history just 4 years ago. 4 years ago. Within the video, Bai Ruoyi had just come of age and inherited a billion-dollar family fortune, directly becoming the richest man in the country. However, on the official website, only her name was revealed. Never a photo was exposed, and the reason why he recognized it was that some time ago, he accompanied the editor-in-chief to the banquet and met Bai Ruoyi for a glance. Not bad. Looks like that party didn't take you there for nothing. So you know how to write? The young guy looked at the live feed, and the pop-ups underneath it, and instantly I get it. I get it. Ice-colored richest woman, keeping a gigolo on the outside. Shocked. The cold exterior female president actually falls in love with a divorced uncle with a baby. The nation's richest woman is revealed for the first time. The imperial beauty of her is actually a top relationship brain? The young guy got on top and continued. And the words did not come out. Received a blow from the editor-in-chief. Yang Qingqing snatched back the cell phone and slapped his head. Get lost. Think for yourself. Don't disturb my work. Okay, editor-in-chief. Taking back the cell phone, Yang Qingqing leaned back on the chair in a lying position. He smiling and looking at the cell phone, thinking in his mind, I didn't expect to watch a live stream and get this top-notch big melon. How with Bai Ruoyi as her trump card? How come it's her turn in tomorrow's headlines? At this time downstairs, Lin Ji didn't know that there were many people staring at him and eating his and Bai Ruoyi's big melon. Lin Ji felt Bai Ruoyi's burning gaze, as well as the slippery little hands roaming around his chest. He grabbed the woman's unsteady hand and said, "That wouldn't be fair to you." Bai Ruoyi laughed. "Love is inherently unfair. Although it is unfair, but I know myself very well. I just like you. That night 4 years ago, I fell in love with you, teacher. Sensei had liked me too, right? Or else that night, you wouldn't have run away. So many years have passed. I'm not lacking anything anymore, but the only thing missing from my side is you. Let me support you in the future, okay? I'll be your daughter-in-law. I'll give you children. I'll be a stepmother to your daughter. We can live here in the countryside all the time. You fish and fish. I'll be beside you, helping you to look after the children. Teacher, we'll be together forever, okay?" Bai Ruoyi's eyes were firm, and her attitude was unusually resolute. Not a bit of falsehood could be seen. Those words messed with Lin Ji's head. He's only been a tutor for a few years and he's charmed this girl into becoming a love brain? Hey, brother is just a legend. There's really no need to obsess over him. I can't help it. Too much charm can be a pain in the ass. The question came up. What should he do? Denial? Or acceptance? Being Bai Ruoyi's gigolo and being adopted by her? If it was an average person, they might not have to hesitate to directly accept the request for adoption from the stunning-looking richest woman, but Lin Ru was no ordinary person. With a few $100 million in his hand, he spends his days eating and drinking with his daughter, conducting parenting programs, and living a happy little life. But he's not missing anything now either, except that his daughter is still missing a mom, and so on. Lin Ji suddenly froze, remembering Bai Ruoyi's words earlier. What did Bai Ruoyi say before? This woman wants to be his daughter's stepmother? Now that I think about it, it wasn't out of the question. He had absolutely no reason to refuse. After all, the woman in front of him was a rich white woman with a face, a body, and a lot of money in billions of dollars. Bai Ruoyi was so close to him and took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Plus, having spent several years with Bai Ruoyi, it would be false and hypocritical to say that she was not moving. He was indeed heartened. Lin Ji thought very seriously for a moment. To be honest, I want to agree to you now, but this matter still needs my daughter's nod of approval. I hope you can understand. After all, in his heart, his daughter always comes first. He was just moving right now, but he didn't like Bai Ruoyi enough to let his own daughter condescend to spending time with strangers. Aha, I understand very well, said Bai Ruoyi kindly. I'll try to get your daughter to recognize me. Saying that, she leaned her chin on Lin Ji's shoulder and rubbed the tip of her nose on top of the clothes that filled Lin Ji's scent. It's the scent of a long-lost teacher after 4 years. It's once again possible to spend time with him freely. Now we just have to take care of the teacher's daughter, right? Bai Ruoi was just thinking about it when she saw a little girl appear in her line of sight. Lin Weiwei was hiding behind the chair, but the white and tender palm that was still holding the cell phone was exposed, and the little guy was secretly filming them. Oh no! We've been discovered. Locking eyes with Bai Ruoi, Lin Weiwei hurriedly put away her cell phone, her little expression a little overwhelmed, her head drooping like a puppy dog. Bai Ruoi smiled. Hey, he's so cute. However, looking at this little guy's flustered appearance, could it be that he was also on the air just now? From the experience of the previous live broadcast, this girl does not seem to want the teacher to find it. Then, couldn't she use that to bring herself closer to this little girl? Teacher, that's your daughter, isn't it? Bai Ruoi whispered in Lin Ji's ear. Then her delicate body left Lin Ji's arms and pointed at Lin Weiwei, who was standing dumbfounded at the door. At those words, Lin Ji froze and hurriedly turned his head to look. Seeing Lin Weiwei's fleshy little face lowered, it seemed that she didn't dare to look at their side. I'm sure this image of cuddling is still not suitable for my daughter to see. Ahem, that is indeed my daughter. It's so cute looking, perfectly inherited sensei's genes. Bai Ruoi laughed, then suddenly skimmed her mouth again, her eyebrows lowered. Che, even though I know that teacher has a daughter, I'm still so jealous. Teacher, I can't believe you had such a cute daughter with another woman. It's really excessive. That's why people want a cute daughter too. Bai Ruoi tugged at Lin Ji's clothes, her burning eyes full of anticipation staring at Lin Ji. Lin Ji patted the back of Bai Ruoi's hand and said softly, hey, don't mess around. My daughter is still watching, not to mention the fact that we're not even close to being a thing right now, and as I said, while I don't have a problem with you, and I would like to accept you, we'll have to see if my daughter can accept you if it works out. Aha! I know. Teacher. Bai Ruoi nodded and walked towards Lin Weiwei. Lin Weiwei didn't move either, her big dull eyes just staring at her. Coming to Lin Weiwei's side, she squatted down and touched Lin Weiwei's head. Little one, in the future, will I be your mommy? Mom, asterisk. Well, she's been wanting a mom for a long time. Lin Weiwei was excited. Little mouth cannot help but move. Not yet responded to the words of Bai Ruoi. Lin Ji walked over, rubbing Lin Weiwei's little brain, and then to the side of a large and a small. Introduce each other. This is my daughter Lin Weiwei. This is your sister Bai, is a fresh graduate college student. So, Lin Weiwei waved her little hand. Hello, sister Bai. Bai Ruoi smiled and responded. Weiwei, you too. Well, this big and small seem to like each other very much. Do not see any gap. Very harmonious. Lin Ji looked at the scene of this big and small waving at each other for a few moments, and suddenly thought of something. Right, Weiwei, when did you come downstairs? Have you already eaten enough? Lin Weiwei lowered her head, her mouth pouting. I'm sorry, Papa. Weiwei was following Daddy downstairs because she was worried about Papa. I didn't eat my lunch. Lin Ji stroked the little kid's head and comforted. You're worried about Daddy. Daddy is happy. You don't need to apologize, but if you haven't eaten lunch yet, let's go eat together now. Daddy and your sister Bai haven't eaten either. Is this an invitation from the teacher? Bai Ruoi was excited. Really? Is it really possible? Of course. Let's eat together. Lin Ji smiled. His daughter wanted a mom anyway, and now that it was delivered to her door, why wouldn't he want it? After all that was needed now was for Bai Ruoi and Weiwei to get closer and closer, and the two of them would be able to accept each other, right? Sister Bai, let's go eat together. My POA cooks deliciously good duck. Good duck. Lin Weiwei took Bai Ruoi's hand and couldn't wait to drag her upstairs. It seemed to have taken Bai Ruoi as her mother. The three really looked like a couple with a baby and disappeared into the doorway. The moment the 200 people standing in front of the Lin family room looked at me and I looked at you. Mr. Bai has accomplished his goal and successfully gone with that kid. So what do we do now? Going back? Shut up. What, that kid? That's our boss. Even though he's divorced with a baby, Mr. Bai just likes him. He's our future boss. Secretary Lu. Mr. Bai has been taken away by the boss. What should we do now? Secretary Lu thought for a moment and said, find a place to stay. I remember that there is a Nongjia Lu in this neighborhood. Go there and stay temporarily and wait for Mr. Bai's next move. Yes. Then Secretary Lu, with 200 men, left the building and drove afresh to find lodgings. Secretary Lu sat in the car, inexplicably annoyed at the countless calls and text messages on his cell phone. In the past, these jobs were all done by Mr. Bai, personally. And now that she has gone after a man, then these jobs, which shall not be done by her. Hey, General Manager Bai chases after his husband for his own pleasure, but he completely disregards the deaths and lives of us underlings. Gaga spreads dog food, but what about them henchmen? But every single one of them is a single dog. Thinking about it, her sad face changed to a smile, but then again, she was quite happy to see the CP she had been knocking around for years get back together. Let's find a place to stay before we deal with the piles of paperwork. Now she just wants to touch the fish and swing for the fences. Secretary Lu smiled and opened the short video software. Just going in with the intention of watching the first video, his face froze, only to see the caption on the video: frowny face major sci-fi movie. A 4-year-old baby looking for her mom online? Who expects her family old in love debt to find the door? The rich white woman said bluntly, a stepmother is also a mom. I can take care of your whole family. Yet. What's going on here? The company had a rule that the president's information could not be exposed, so it couldn't have been one of their people who took the picture secretly. Who the hell is it? Secretary Lu stiffened his face and looked at the video, which had a unique perspective, a live streaming perspective, and a small child's voice. After watching for a minute, the approximate content of the video is frowny face: a beautiful woman from nowhere, with a group of people, came to the door. Then, the cold royal sister drills into the handsome man's arms and begs for a second chance, despite the man's repeated explanations that he had a daughter and it was inappropriate. But cold royalty, who doesn't care, bluntly states that a stepmother is also a mom, and can even support a man's entire family. After watching the video, Secretary Lu's forehead broke out into a cold sweat. Hey, things have gotten big. It's only been a short hour and the likes are 1 million. The hot list is also about this. Who was the originator of the video shot? There's no doubt about that. Naturally, Secretary Lu put down his cell phone and sighed. Hey, the boss's little brat is a bit capable. Stepdaughter exposes stepmom. That's quite a dutiful daughter. Secretary Lu didn't finish watching the video and directly retweeted it, sharing it with Bai Rui, since Mr. Bai wanted to be that girl's stepmother. This was a family matter that was out of her hands. Love it or hate it. After lunch was over, it was time for a lunch break. Lin Chua held the soft and fluffy Lin Weiwei, intending to walk into the room, but just before he came to the doorway, the little girl in her arms, Lin Weiwei, spoke to Lin Ji. "Poa, can Sister Bai take a nap with us?" At these words, Lin Ji froze for a moment and looked at Bai Ruai behind him, only to see the woman lose her previous cold posture. She was a bit flustered, but her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Ji revealed an expectant gaze again. And those beering eyes seemed to be saying to Lin Zhi, "Is that okay? Can we really sleep together?" "Not now. Sister White is a girl. She'll be shy if we're together. So, no napping with us. Oh, just let Sister White go sleep next door." "Oh, Vivi understands." The little girl nodded, her face sleepy as she snuggled into Lin Ji's arms. Lin Ji smiled and rubbed the girl's little head, then pushed the door in. The door to the room was about to close when he suddenly turned his head, looking toward the frozen Bai Rui. "Your room is the second room on the right. The door is unlocked, so you can go right in." "Okay, teacher." Lin Ji nodded and led little Vivi into the room. After Lin Ji was back, completely disappeared, Bai Rui stared blankly at the doorway of the room. Little girl who gets in the way. If that little guy hadn't said that, he himself would have sneaked and groped his way into the teacher's room long ago. How else was she going to feel her way in here when Vivian mentioned it? "Hey, come to the next room." Bai Rui pulled out her cell phone and realized that her secretary had sent her a video half an hour ago. She was puzzled. Usually this secretary of hers was very timid, but today she was so bold that she took the initiative to share an entertainment video with her? Interesting, and it's a video with 1 million likes. Aha, Secretary Yu is quite capable. Next, Bai Rui curiously clicked on the video. The main character within the video finally reveals his true colors. Seeing that familiar face, Bai Rui was dumbfounded, and then, the sound coming from the voice within the video made her cheeks redden even more. "That night 4 years ago, you said you were going out to buy little balloons and you never came back. Why don't you stay with me? I've got money and looks. What's so bad about me? I have a daughter, and that's not fair to you. Love isn't supposed to be fair. Teacher, I just know I like you. I can support you. Let me be a stepmother to your child." So humiliating. Her confession was actually made public. Bai Rui held up her cell phone and twisted into a maggot on the bed. She had managed to be outgoing for once and actually traded it in for a lifetime of introversion. So jealous. The teacher actually had a child with another woman. I wanted to. Listening to the sounds that kept coming from within the video, Bai Rui suddenly realized how horrible social death was. I don't know how long it took to wriggle, but Bai Rui understood the full story of what happened, and why Secretary Lu had sent the video to herself. After all, the shooter of the video was clearly Lin Weiwei. "Weiwei, you are truly a great filial daughter." Bai Rui put down her cell phone, sighed darkly, and began to think, hey, what to do? If she went to accuse Lin Weiwei of her behavior now, then she might have a problem with herself. But it has to be handled properly. How could she do it in a way that would make Lin Weiwei not afraid of her and at the same time make that little one like herself? Bai Rui didn't really care how others talked about herself. After all, when she was exposed, those women who were staring at her teacher would also know what to do, right? It was just crucial that she was worried about people gossiping badly about Lin Ji and Lin Weiwei. After all, there are poorly qualified people who like to open accounts and expose others. After thinking about it, Bai Rui clicked on the comment section, thinking to see what netizens thought about this matter. Bull warrior never takes off his mask. Rich white beauty chasing divorced uncle with baby? Bull. For body should give you the #1 sci-fi position of the year. / a minotaur, I'm a hyena and I love to watch. Licking dog shall not die. Begging for a follow-up. Did that pretty girl chase that handsome guy or not? Aww. Sigma man, insert an I and take a message to the original owner for me. Women only affect the speed at which we Sigma men draw our swords. Baby bus, families who understand again encountered a big speechless event. This is obviously a script. Actually people believe? Watermelon head, that's it. It's a laugh. What kind of rich white woman would chase a man backwards? What happened in the video is just a fantasy of the boiling goats. The first floor is Makoto. If it's fake, it's fun to watch. And if it's real, then I admire her courage in charging for love. Fairy, vomit, this script is so fake. Not to mention the man in this video is not as handsome as my pigeon. Do not eat cilantro, a group of fools. Read a script to see is so happy. This woman so obvious net red face cannot see it? First emperor, do you believe in love? Or do you believe I'm the first emperor? If you believe in me, hit me for money. Most of the reviews on the internet think it's fake. It's scripted. And there are both good and bad reviews, although Bai Ruoi had already prepared herself mentally. When she saw the unpleasant comments, it still made her heart a bit upset. These guys, how dare they look down on the teacher? Che, what a bunch of jumped up clowns. How can you possibly know how good a teacher he is? Bai Ruoi muttered indignantly, all of you wait for me. All those who say bad things about her teacher, all of them will be blocked and dealt with. Bai Ruoi made a call. Secretary Lu. I remember that shivering shadow was our company, right? Well then, block all the accounts that said insulting remarks in today's video about me and my teacher. After the call hung up, Bai Ruoi put away her cell phone and was just about to fall asleep. Soft footsteps were heard. Could it be that the teacher couldn't control it and was planning to go after her? Bai Ruoi excitedly got out of bed and opened the door. Catching the old, hello, Sister White, Lin Weiwei smiled and waved her hand in greeting to Bai Ruoi. Directly interrupting her spell casting, Bai Ruoi made what she thought was a motherly smile. So it's Weiwei. I thought it was your poop, little Weiwei. Why did you come to sister's place? Why don't you go to bed? I want to sleep with my sister. Everyone else's little potty mouths sleep with their moms for naps. I don't have a mom. So, hearing this, the corner of Bai Ruoi's mouth hooked up. This cute little guy is very short of motherly love. Very much like her when she was a child. Very much like her, but the only difference was that Bai Ruoi had never experienced the love of her parents since she was a child. While Lin Weiwei had been accompanied by a good father like Lin Zhu since she was a child, Lin Weiwei shyly lowered her head. And before she could finish her sentence, Bai Ruoi hugged Lin Weiwei and laughed. Then let's take a nap together. After lying on the bed with Lin Weiwei, Bai Ruoi was about to close her eyes when Lin Weiwei tugged on the corner of her shirt. Sister Bai, I want to ask you something. What is it? How the hell did you get here? Bai Ruoi froze, the corner of her mouth twitching for a moment. This girl wouldn't be plotting something, right? Looking into Lin Weiwei's clear eyes, he exhaled deeply and said, well, your father and your mother lay in bed, spent the night, and then, you came. Bai Ruoi ignored a lot of detailed things that were inappropriate for children. After all, kids, there are a few things you can't know for a while. Oh, Weiwei seems to understand. Lin Weiwei nodded her little head. It's something I am not in a hurry to understand. Vivi, when you grow up, you'll naturally understand. Rubbing Lin Weiwei's head, she said, alright, let's take a nap first. Good, the little girl responded sweetly, closing her eyes with a smile. According to Sister White, as long as daddy and mommy spend the night in bed, there will be a little baby? Aha, she gets it. As long as we let Sister White and daddy sleep and sleep together, then tomorrow Sister White will have a little baby. Does that make her a sibling? With a younger sibling, then he or she could call Sister White Mother, with honor. By the side, Bai Ruoi still didn't know what Lin Weiwei was up to. She turned her face sideways and looked at the man-child Lin Weiwei, and for a moment she couldn't hold back and gently sipped at Lin Weiwei's face. After her mouth left her tender cheek, she muttered in her mind, if only such a cute child had been born to her and her teacher. Unfortunately, no. The other side, inside a media company, with the rapid spread of short videos, there is a news of a 24K purely handsome, cool-looking man in Mang Village who was being approached by a love debt spreading across the country, while most people were questioning the authenticity. Yang Qingqing smiled. Oh, not to be outdone, the most trafficked Shake Shadow short video just catches the heat. However, the biggest heat is still in her hands. As long as the real identity of Mr. White will be exposed tomorrow, then the traffic, the heat, the headlines are beckoning her. From then on, going to the top of life and begging a gigolo will no longer be a dream. On the other hand, inside a certain theater group, Lin Yao had just finished shooting a set of scenes and was lying down to rest. Suddenly a murmur came to his ears. Hey, did you brush into that video? I heard that there was a 4-year-old girl child live broadcasting to find her mom, and as a result, on the same day, The girl child's father owed a love debt with 100 luxury cars came to the door, and said that he wanted to be the girl child's stepmother, and that rich white beauty is as pretty as Sister Yao Yao. So envious. I swiped it but I feel so fake At first glance it is a script. How can there be a rich white woman chasing an unmarried man with a baby? What? 4-year-old munchkin live streaming to find his mom? A rich white girl comes to your door to be a stepmother? Lin Yao sensitively captured the keywords, lying no longer in peace. He turned his head to the speaker and asked, Lily, what is this video you are talking about? Sister Yao Yao? It's the hottest video of Shake Shadow right now If you want to watch it, I'll forward it to you Receiving the video share, Lin Yao didn't dare to delay for half a second and decisively opened it up to check it out the moment she just clicked on it. Lin Yao frowned down in dissatisfaction, the man in the picture being hugged by a stunning beauty. Who else could it be but Lin Ji, who had gotten away with her for a night? This guy. I can't believe I'm chirping with someone else. Lin Yao didn't know why she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart when she saw this kind of image. An imperceptible, uncomfortable sensation came from the heart where it was like a stone pressing down on it. Soon after, Lin Yao skimmed her mouth. Cut. It's none of her business who that asshole is with. She doesn't care. She cares as long as their daughter. Yes, it's only the daughter. Just as her little prideful mood kicked in, a voice came out of the video. Teacher, I only like you. Let me keep you. I'll be your daughter's mom. Lin Yao was shocked. My goodness. I thought it was a marketing number talking nonsense. But it's actually true as they said. This stupid white sweet actually really wants to adopt Linji, and wants to be her daughter's stepmother. TSK. What to do? Do you really want to see your daughter call someone else's mom? Lin Yao was anxious, her heart pounding. Her daughter had never seen her side If she waited until her contract was over and she went to see Vivi again, would that girl still recognize her? After all, someone already wants to be her mom, not at this time. Lin Yao. She suddenly felt confused about the future. Now she doesn't know, isn't sure what to do. Just as she was confused, the video came out with Vivi, is it okay if I'm your mom from now on? When these words came out, Lin Yao instantly tensed up to the point where her breathing slowed down and her heart felt like it was being raised to her throat. At this point, the picture within the video was already dark. Apparently little Vivian had hidden her cell phone in her arms. After waiting for a while, Lin Weiwei didn't respond, and at that exact moment, the video ended. The end. Over? Vivi, did you answer that woman or not? Lin Yao knew that her daughter had always wished to have a mother with her, and that girl would be very happy if she had a mother. But Lin Yao also had the fear that her position would be taken over, and that Lin Weiwei would never recognize her again. Thinking about it, Lin Yao put down her cell phone and secretly pumped up her heart. The contract expires in a little over 200 days, once it was due. Whether Lin Weiwei recognized her or not, she had to go and see Lin Weiwei. After all, Lin Weiwei was a piece of meat that fell from her belly. While Lin Yao was thinking about it, suddenly Ruyu walked over. Yo, did you brush up on today's video? Lin Yao nodded. Sister Yu, I've already seen it. Hey, I know you really want to see Weiwei right now, but a contract is a contract, and we can't afford to pay out that much in breakage fees if we break it. I understand. Lin Yao nodded her head, looking a bit forlorn. Seeing this, and Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't act on impulse. After all, the contract stipulates that Lin Yao can't date anyone else during the contract period. If someone else found out that they went to meet Lin Weiwei or Lin Ji, even if the trip was hidden, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be photographed by the paparazzi. Once it's caught on camera, it's bound to cause a stir. It was only a pity that Lin Yao, who was the real mom, was unable to accompany her own child as he grew up. Don't be too sad. I've gotten you a variety show about experiencing life in the countryside. Just think of it as a vacation and relax. Exactly where to go. You wait for the program to arrange. Lin Yao answered softly, and then her phone dripped as she received a friend request from a contact related to the program. Sure enough, agreed. Soon, another message came from the other side. Lin Yao indifferently glanced at the message sent by the other party and unconsciously stared with wide eyes. Hello Yao. Our program is called Yearning for the Countryside, and the location to go to hasn't been specified yet, but there are already a few options. Koan Village, Mang Village. Without waiting for the message to finish, Lin Yao sent out a message. Choose Mang Village. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shi slept until he woke up naturally, with a hazy drowsiness, and instinctively his arm gently moved closer to one side. As a result, pounced. Where's his daughter? Lin Ji's eyes snapped open and saw that he was empty. Where did that girl go? Looking toward the bed, on the hanger, Lin Weiwei's jacket was gone. The tiny shoes were also missing from the ground, so it was obvious that the girl had sneaked out for a wave. But Vivi usually doesn't run around. Could it be that guy by Ruoi, who came over and carried his daughter away? After thinking about it, Lin Ji walked out the door, intending to go to Bai Ruoi's room to find out what was going on. Soon, arriving at the door, Lin Ji hesitated for a moment, and after thinking it over, decided to knock on the door. Knock, a finger landed lightly on it, and as a result, the door opened. How big is this guy's heart? He didn't even lock the door. Isn't he afraid he'll play sneak attack? No. Bai Ruoi wouldn't worry about such a thing if he did play sneak attack. Maybe Bai Ruoi she fought too hard to get there. Or maybe she left the door unlocked on purpose. Soon, the door slowly opened, displaying all the things inside in front of Lin Ji. Sure enough, it's here. Lin Ji looked in front of him, embracing a large and small, actually inexplicably felt a bit harmonious. Lin Ji walked up and surveyed, suddenly realizing that in his own little niece's hand, she was holding Bai Ruoi's special object. I'll rub it in. My little ancestor. You can't touch that thing. Eyes glanced to Bai Ruoi. This guy was sleeping very well. Mouth v squirming. Seems to be saying something, that he should be talking in his sleep. And Lin Ji didn't care too much about it lowering his body. He pinched Lin Weiwei's white and tender wrist, intending to give the little girl's palm a different landing spot. The movement was so light that nothing changed on Lin Weiwei's white, sleeping face, but, at that moment, a soft, fluffy voice with a pampering flavor came. Old, teacher, there, it won't work, Lin Ji, F***ck. This guy's brain is really not clean. All you think about all day is that. Had he agreed to this guy's request a little too hastily? While Lin Ji was secretly thinking, the little guy underneath him, seemingly noticing something, Lin Weiwei, whose head was leaning on Bai Ruoi's chest, her ebony eyes, revealed themselves. Poop, are you here to sleep with Sister White too? Is this sleep what he thinks it is? No, I don't think so. What would a 4-year-old know? Lin Ji scraped Lin Weiwei's small nose. Dad, of course I came to look for you. Weiwei you how to sleep halfway and then left it. Is it with Sister Bai? Began to dislike Dad? After saying that, Lin Ji drooped his face and pretended to be sad and heartbroken. Lin Weiwei was anxious. No, my favorite is Daddy. Daddy, don't be sad. Lin Weiwei stood up and opened her short arms and hugged Lin Ji's waist, feeling the creamy milky flavor. Lin Ji smiled wryly. Girl, you're too young to fight with your daddy. Took a look at my own daughter. Very tender indeed. Haha then, Lin Ji took it into his arms and sipped at the fleshy cheeks. Vivian, Daddy's not sad. Daddy has no problem with you wanting to sleep with Sister White, but only if you talk to Daddy about it, or Daddy won't wake up without seeing you. It's going to be sad. Vivi knows when you look for Sister White to sleep with later. Drag Daddy along. That way, Sister White won't just have a little baby, and Daddy won't be sad and upset. She, Lin Weiwei, was a little genius. Sipping a few mouthfuls of Lin Weiwei's cheeks, Lin Ji hugged the little girl, intending to go out for a stroll. Having slept for the whole afternoon, it wouldn't be good for his body if he didn't move around. As she was about to walk out, Lin Weiwei tugged on Lin Ji's shirt. POA, don't we need to wake up Sister Bai? Vivi, keep your voice down. Your Sister Bai is usually very busy with her work already. Let her have a good rest. As the richest member of the family and a workaholic, Bai Ruoi, such a peaceful time to sleep does not come often. Just let her get some rest. Let's go out and play. Good Poopy, where are we going to play today? To go fishing or to catch mudskippers or to catch little frogs? Let's go fishing, and I'll make you fish to eat at night. Lin Ji thought about it and answered, yeah, I can eat fish tonight. The little girl's shouting was a bit loud and seemed to have disturbed Bai Ruoi, who was sleeping in the room behind her. Click. The door to the room suddenly opened, and Bai Ruoi walked out with a messy head of hair and hazy eyes. Bai Ruoi, whose cheeks were a bit flushed, walked slowly to Lin Ji's side, and her tender palm fell on Lin Ji's chest. Teacher, you want to go fishing? Then take me with you if she could. Lin Ji would love to reject the guy in front of her who was interrupting their father-daughter interaction, but Lin Weiwei's expectant little eyes and the little hand that clutched his collar were all saying to him, promise her. Promise her. Dad, let Sister Bai go. Hey, it can't be helped. Who made him a good father? Okay, you can follow, but it's up to you to get the fishing gear inside the third room on the left downstairs. Yeah, so what? You're not bringing anything. Teacher? I brought this guy. Lin Ji's finger poked Lin Weiwei's fleshy cheeks, just as Lin Jia, Bai Ruoi, and Lin Weiwei, which looked like a family of 3, were fishing. The other side, Tong Koko, who was on his way to Mang Village at this time, had already gotten off the train. Finally, Tong Koko raised her arms and stretched her body, which was a little stiff from lying down all day gazing. Not far from the familiar village, his heart cried out, Brother Ka, wait for me. I'm here to be your baby mama. Hey, last night, Brother Resignation had agreed to meet with himself, so I'm sure Lin Resignation was looking forward to this blind date in the evening. Tong Koko walked towards her long-lost hometown with a beautiful fantasy, carrying her suitcase. Right, on the countryside road. After walking for a while, Tong Koko remembered something as if she directly pulled out her cell phone. Sleeping on the train for so long, Rip must have sent her a message. Hey, I'm so sorry I fell asleep on the train. Luckily, I remembered this important thing myself. If I don't reply to Brother Cho's message, he will definitely think that he doesn't like this blind date. Tong Coco, after some self-brainwashing, clicked on the microstar. She can be human smile. Swept away. Why is there nothing? No, that's not true. She didn't believe it. It must be the internet. That's why she didn't get a message from Quit. Yes, that must be it. There's no way that Cotter is ignoring her. How could she not be taken seriously when she had agreed to be Ridge's fake wife and his daughter's fake mom? Kid Coco, conclude that it's a network problem. Reboot. Check the network. Oh, I'm surprised the network is okay. Oh, Cotter really didn't send me a message. She was a bit of a defense breaker at the age of 20, thinking that she was incredibly important in Lin Ji's heart, but it turned out to be all wishful thinking on her part. After crying for a while, Tong Coco was going to brush up on her videos to try to make herself feel better. Shake Shadow tapped on it and a familiar image appeared. Well, this woman. Why are you hugging my husband? It's a fake husband, but it's also sure to become real later. After watching the video roughly, she couldn't tense up, actually hugging her resigned brother. By what right? This guy from nowhere. That's outrageous. Wait a minute. Could the fact that Cotter isn't messaging her mean that Cotter has the woman from the video? That's why she's not messaging her. Thinking of this, Tong Coco squatted down a little bit inferiorly, her head buried in her knees, breaking off a random flower picked on the side of the road. He muttered, "He likes me. He doesn't like me. He likes me. He doesn't like me." Brush a limousine passed her by, but the young girl didn't react at all, looking down and breaking the pedals. Gee, another love brain. Secretary Lou inside the car couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw this. This scene is exactly the same as her president 4 years ago, all squatting on the side of the road, saying something unintelligible. Hey, I don't know which scummy man cheated people's innocent little girl's heart. Secretary Lou, fighting for Tong Coco on the side of the road. The angler's leisure time brushes passed out. A few people who appeared to be a family were walking at a slow pace in the setting sun. Lin Ji carried a tank of water containing the fruits of an afternoon's laying down. A few small fish by Rui and Lin Weiwei then took some gadgets and walked at the front. Suddenly, the little girl in front of her slowed down her steps and came close to Lin Ji's side, raising her little head with a smile. Poop. Lin Ji looked at this little girl with a smile in her eyes. What's wrong, Weiwei? Lin Weiwei paused, glanced at Bai Ruoi who was walking in the forefront, and smiled. That, Dad. When can I have a younger sibling? Lin Ji didn't notice Lin Weiwei's eyes and returned without thinking. What Dad said. Oh, it's not up to one person to decide such things. Gotta ask your mama. Mom, well, what Dad means is, let her ask Sister Beck. After all, now Sister White wants to be her mom. I know. Thanks Dad. Lin Weiwei, who got the answer, ran forward cheerfully to keep up with Bai Ruoi's pace. The corners of his mouth lifted when his old father's Lin Ji saw this. It was rare for Weiwei to be so active, so it seemed like the right choice to let Bai Ruoi stay. But how did he feel like he was overlooking something? What the hell is it? Just as the three of them, Lin Ji, were walking slowly in the direction of their home, they were walking the other side. It was just after 6 o'clock, and Senior Lin Su had just finished a day of internship work. She dragged her dog-tired body back to the rented room and realized that the love brain she shared was not at home. So she didn't pretend. She just took off her jacket and burrowed into the room and then just laid down. Lin Su's confused eyes, staring at the ceiling, threw back his head and howled. I'm going crazy. Who invented internships anyway? Even if the salary is less, the work is not a tiny bit more than the official one. Really treat them interns like dogs, don't you think? Lin Su spat, blinked, and suddenly thought of something. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Have bullshit internships. Dogs don't do it. If she hadn't wanted to get the certificate early so she could go and see Ka, she would have quit long ago. Tink. Her phone dinged twice, and when she received the message, she held it and looked down. Crap. The message on her cell phone gave her a direct open screen blast. Su Qianqian, Su, did you brush up on today's Shaking Shadow? Your brother's love debt came to the door. Su Qianqian, now they all seem to live together. What the hell are you doing? If you don't act, you're going to get your home stolen. Imagine going home and realizing you have not only an extra niece, but an extra sister-in-law. TSK, 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 I want to cry for you. These 3 short sentences directly caused all the tiredness in Lin Su's body to dissipate with a poof. The little arse sat up catapult-like, cupping his cell phone. His fingers began to tap on the screen. Lin Su, tell me in detail, what all happened? I've been working all day today. I didn't have time to look at my cell phone at all. After Lin Su sent this message, Su Qianqian directly forwarded a 10-minute long video to Lin Su. What the hell is this? It can't be a video of Lin Ji rolling around with someone else. She, don't want to see it, after a moment's hesitation. The finger clicked, you finished, the video begins to play automatically. A rich white woman with a great body and beauty starts appearing in the video straight away. And jabbering away starts a flurry of talk. The entire time the video was playing, Lin Su stared with wide eyes and perked up his ears. Watching it attentively. It seemed as if he was afraid of missing some detail. Soon, Lin Su understood everything. Brother caught her. I can't believe he's so close to someone else's girl besides me? And trying to be Vivi's stepmother, want to get to the top? Or get on that spot where she belongs? She, Lin Su, would never allow it. Thinking of this, Lin Su's eyes became determined and dialed a phone number. Mom. I want to go home to see Brother Ka and Uncle Lin and the others. But the school side doesn't allow it. So you can help me arrange it, okay? That's it, nothing else. You and Dad take care of your health. Hang up. Lin Su sat next to her and took out her cell phone. Gazing at the pictures of herself and Lin Ji when they were young, white moist fingers gently touched the photo of the clean-cut teenager. Why did you do that with someone else when you said you were going to marry me? After staring at the photo for a while, Lin Su's mind couldn't help but recall that the video that Su Chanxian had sent over just now. That woman, how come I've never heard Ka mention her before? Maybe Resignation doesn't like the guy. It's just that she's pestering Resignation. No, I have to hurry up and book a train ticket home. Lin Su opened the ticket booking software and muttered. If it dragged on any longer, she might not be able to be the bride of Brother Cho, but only the bridesmaid. Around 8:40 p.m. dinner ended early, and Lin Ji took a shower and lay on the bed, waiting for the two guys who were taking a bath in the shower room, lying lazily on the bed. He waited for a while and saw that Lin Weiwei and Bai Ruoi were late in coming out. Lin Ji yawned in boredom. So boring. He used to be the one to help Lin Weiwei take a bath, but now that there was an extra Bai Ruoi in the house, Weiwei, that girl, no longer needed his help. Hey, his lovely daughter. I didn't realize that she was also a person who forgets her old daddy's land when she has a young lady. Gee, there's a feeling of abandonment. He's so miserable, as a full-time baby daddy. All he did every day was to take care of Lin Weiwei, but now his daughter actually didn't stick to him? That's worse than killing him, although he knew that sooner or later this day would come. But his daughter was only 4 years old. A bit too soon. Lin Ji wasn't ready for his daughter not to accompany him. After sighing, Lin Ji leaned his back against the bed and crossed his legs, holding his cell phone ready to waste some time. Open Shake Shadow and swipe up Shake Shadow in boredom. Since he was a baby daddy, the videos that swiped out of Lin Ji's phone were almost exclusively parenting stuff. After swiping through a few videos about kids pestering their parents to play around, Lin Ji kind of missed the leisurely days of playing with little Weiwei. Hey, I kind of understand those parents. Why they hate yellow hair. Lin Ji sighed longingly. An outsider, who had tricked his own heart and soul away so easily, anyone would be upset, right? But the difference was that it wasn't Lin Weiwei that Bai Ruoi wanted to trick away, but Lin Ji himself. Just as Lin Ji was thinking about life, Microstar sent a message. Date. Hi, I said I'd meet you tonight. Where are you? Holy shit, how did I forget about that? Obviously, he had promised the other party, but he was the one who stood someone else up. He can't be blamed for this. But Bai Ruoi, an unintelligent student, who brought hundreds of people to block his doorstep, who wouldn't be anxious to see it? What's more, it says it wants to be Vivi's stepmother. For a while, his attention was on grinding the duo of Lin Weiwei and Bai Ruoi, completely ignored. Cheap blind date. Lin Ji thought to himself as he looked towards the entrance of the room. Weiwei and Bai Ruoi can't get out for a while, so let's talk to the cheap blind date while we're at it. It's not good to say it on the cell phone. After all, he's the one who missed the appointment. It's better to talk to her face to face offline. Making up his mind, Lin Ji put his cell phone away and walked out the door, came outside the shower, raised his hand to the door. Knock, knock, knock. The palms didn't fall, and a disembodied voice came from inside. Sensei, are you up to something? Poop, do you want to wash it together too? I've already washed it. No need to wash it. The corner of Lin Ji's mouth twitched. He didn't want to and didn't dare. There was an adult woman inside. Wouldn't he be a hooligan if he went in? After a pause, Lin Ji continued. Ruoi, I'm going out for something. I'll be back later. You stay home with Weiwei. Okay, teacher? I'll be waiting for you to come back. Lin Ji nodded and lowered his voice. Also, Weiwei, remember to listen to Sister Bai. Oh, if Daddy comes back a little late, you remember to go to bed early. You don't have to wait for Daddy. A tender childish voice came from inside the door. Aha, Vivi knows. Then came the sound of a splash. Hearing this sound, Lin Ji's heart itched. He also wanted to play with his daughter. Unfortunately, right now he has something to do. After everything was taken care of, Lin Ji got dressed and started to leave according to the place he had agreed with his date. Inside the shower, Vivi, don't touch it. You'll have it later too. No need to touch it. Really? Grow up and have it? Lin Weiwei looked down at Ipei Chuan, and then at the dong that she couldn't hold in both hands. I don't think Sister White would lie to a child. Would she? But why do you have nothing? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Thinking about her plan for the night, Lin Weiwei's sad little face revealed a smile. Sister Bai Lin Weiwei's naked little body, sitting on Bai Ruoi's lap, looked at her with a smile. What's wrong, Vivi? Bai Ruoi asked. I've been thinking about this morning's question for a long time. Oh, I like Sister White. I want Sister White to be my mom. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoi's expression spiraled out of control, and as soon as she hugged little Vivi into her arms, she repeatedly agreed. Okay, but I don't want my dad to have a hard time because of me. I heard from my friends in kindergarten that their moms and dads always fight. It's annoying, because their moms and dads are not into each other and are just together through blind dates. Hearing this, Bai Ruoi blinked and looked at the little one in her arms. So, what do you think, Weiwei? So yeah, I want Sister White to be nicer to Puppy, preferably so that Puppy likes Sister White. So wouldn't that be nice? Hey, Sister Bai, I know that too, but he just doesn't like me much. Bai Ruoi also couldn't figure out why. Obviously she had everything. She didn't lack anything. He can't like himself because of this teacher-student relationship? It shouldn't be. Didn't the internet say it was a plus? Bai Ruoi collapsed her small face in disbelief. Sister White, don't be discouraged. I even heard from my potty friends that some of their parents didn't like each other, but after they had them, they started to accept each other. Well, call it what it is, day by day. It's only after a long day that you get attached. Pust. Bai Ruoi's eyes widened in disbelief that these were the words of a 4-year-old brat. Seeing Lin Weiwei's serious and childish little face, she held back her laughter and asked, So, why don't Sister White and I switch rooms at night, and Sister White go sleep in my father's room, okay? His teacher. This is your daughter's invitation, saying that she wants to fall in love over time. She can't refuse, can she? Yes, Bai Ruoi decisively agreed, her beautiful face smiling even more happily than Lin Weiwei's. Hey, later she'll get naked and wait on the bed for her teacher to come back. Just after 9:00 p.m. Lin Ru arrived at one of the restaurants in the farmhouse as he had agreed with his blind date. The store was brightly lit and full of travelers. After entering the store, Lin Ji realized that many people's gazes, if anything, were shining on him. It's a little weird. Lin Ji looked down at himself and didn't find any clothes with any dirt. Why are they all glancing at themselves? However, the crowd's gaze was only brief. Lingering on him for a moment, Lin Ji didn't care much about it. Just take it as he was too handsome and attracted other people's attention. Hey, there's no way, handsome as readers, go out and inevitably be watched by people. The troubles of the handsome man is no more than this. Lin Ji sat down in his reserved seat, held up his cell phone, and began to call his blind date to come over. In the meantime, just not far from Lin Ji's seat, Bai Ruoi's secretary had just finished her work and was about to eat. Who would have guessed that going out to forage for food would lead to meeting the future boss? The moment he saw Lin Ji, the rice in his mouth nearly ejected. Holy shit, boss, she's too incompetent to let such a handsome future boss out alone? TSK, the boss's Taoism is really bad. Yet if it had been her, it would have been a night to eat and touch it clean to the point of getting off the floor and getting weak in the legs. How could you let your future boss out wandering around at night? Unfortunately, it was the boss's man, not her. Seeing Lin Ji under the light, he was holding his cell phone, crackling and typing something. Secretary Lu's heart tightened as some sort of bad thought crossed his mind. How can you not come to a restaurant at night and not have a good meal at home to eat? After all, she had heard her boss praising big handsome Lin's cooking skills many times. So, it's too hard to eat. You can't eat a little. You come to a restaurant and get denied. So, the boss's man, coming to a place like this on a big night and not ordering food. There's only one more dog-eared possibility that only exists inside a TV show, and that's a secret date. Crap, boss. She's not getting green, is she? No way, it can't be that exciting. Secretary Lu couldn't keep his food down when he thought of this possibility. Anxious, he chewed quickly on the rice in his mouth, directly pulling out his cell phone. He wanted to send a message to Bai Ruoi, and just typed in 3 urgent. Delete it again in a heartbeat. What if it's a mistake? Wouldn't that ruin the relationship between the boss and her man? Let's observe the wave first. And just as Secretary Lu stared in Lin Ji's direction, there was a muttering from the table next to him. Hey, did you see that handsome guy? Doesn't he look familiar? Woman, see, it's exactly the same as the one shaky shadow swiped today. Woman, it's really handsome. Man, it's not bad. There is my Jiangnan Wu Yanzu. 8 points similar. Hearing this, Secretary Lu curiously glanced in the direction where the man was speaking, before hastily withdrawing his gaze. This is not Robin Wu. It's clearly a Gangnam goblin, or a blazing goblin. After a pause, there were mutterings from another table next door. Isn't that the handsome guy we swiped today? Why is he alone? Where did his daughter and the rich white girl go? You still don't believe me when I told you it's a script. If he's really being kept by a rich woman, How can he be let out alone? Or maybe it's just that people trust him. No, you're in love with your brain, aren't you? Secretary Lu tilted her head to the side and shook it. These guys. Why don't they say anything nice? Her CEO trusts his future boss. So what's wrong with letting him out for a night on the town? Why not? I thought it was a script. Whose script is to get nearly 100 luxury cars just for the fun of it? You think this is a short movie? Secretary Lu shook his head and tilted it aside. None of them seemed to know the true identity of their own president. Though, which seemed like good news. Mr. White does not like to expose his identity to the outside world. The company's internal staff. There are explicit rules that prohibit the exposure of Mr. White's identity. So over the years it's barely thrown its weight around except for the requisite parties it's attended. Hearing that the murmurs of the people next to him were not about Bai Ruoi's identity, Secretary Lu undoubtedly breathed a sigh of relief, and just then, she realized that the chatter around her had stopped. With a jolt, he raised his head and looked around, noticing that everyone around them was staring in one direction. Their eyes went wide. What happened? She murmured suspiciously. Suddenly, as her eyes skimmed over Lin Ji, she realized that there was a particularly striking-looking woman sitting across from him. From Lin Ji's expression, he seemed surprised as well, but the woman was all smiles. Staring at Lin Ji with a smile, the aggression that was carried in those beautiful eyes was simply the same as that of his own president. Who is that woman? Why does she look so familiar? Secretary Lu thought for a moment and took out his cell phone once more. Who cares who the fuck it is? The priority right now is to send intel to the boss. Open your phone and type directly into the text, Secretary Lu, boss. You've had your home stolen. No, just this. The boss can't feel the pressure. After thinking about it, the cell phone camera was aimed at Lin Ji, who was currently getting laid by Tong Coco. Kaching took a picture and did send it. Secretary Lu, picture JPEG. It didn't take more than a few seconds. The phone churned and got a reply. Mr. White, keep an eye on that guy. Don't let her mess around. Secretary Lu, okay, boss. Promise to finish the task. Secretary Lu put his cell phone away. His gaze fixed dead on the four-eyed Lin Ji duo. Going back for a raise depends on this wave. Next to it, Lin Ruochan looked at Tong Coco with a helpless face, spread his hands and said, the thing is such a thing. Bai Ruoi is a student I taught 6 years ago when I was a tutor, and now she is looking for the door, wanting to be my daughter's stepmother, and my daughter also wants a mother. It's kind of a two-way run. So, after saying this, Tong Coco didn't give Lin Ji a chance to finish. Carrying the delicate body with a strange fragrance, snapping close to Lin Ji's face, he said, so, you're going to go back on your word about what you promised me? Pretty much. But it can't be helped. Lin Ji paused for a moment and nodded. Tong Coco's face drooped down like a love-lost dog. Her eyes were red. Why is this like this? Brother Resignation, you promised me that you would let me play the role of your daughter-in-law and be your daughter's mother. What gives you the right to backtrack? You were like that before, and now you're like that again. Obviously she was here first, and she was not happy about it. Tong Coco's hissing was a bit loud, and the people in the neighborhood looked dumbfounded. What kind of luck is this? Only this morning a rich white girl took the initiative to stick up to him, and now a new one is coming in the middle of the night? Are they watching some recent sci-fi movie? At this time, Lin Ji saw Qingmei Tong Coco's eyes wanting to moist, her shell teeth lightly biting her tender lips, revealing a look of shyness. Lin Ji also sighed helplessly. How come the blind date introduced by dad is Tong Coco? Even if it is a other person he is okay to talk. But, as an ex-girlfriend and a childhood friend, what else could he do? Rhetoric. Can I ask you something then? Tong Coco suddenly opened her mouth, interrupting Lin Ji's thoughts. Lin Ji struck while the iron was hot and immediately catered. You said, did you promise to stay with that guy? Not yet. I don't know if Vivi can accept her. I want to see how Vivi gets along with her before I make a decision. At these words, Kid Coco nodded darkly. Sure enough, it was exactly as she thought. Lin Ji's weakness was on his daughter. As long as she took down his daughter, then it would be the same as taking down Lin Ji. That woman hasn't even taken Vivi yet, has she? Then, it's her turn. Kago hissed the damn familiar T into sweet girl voice. Lin Ji paused, stabilizing his heart that had been messed up for a millisecond. What for? Your dad asked me to stay at your place for the night, by the way. Let me take a look at your Weiwei. Dad actually ratted him out? At first I thought it was a coincidence that I met up with Tong Coco, but now it all makes sense. Tong Coco and his family is a family friend. Since childhood is a piece of play. Before in Tong Coco dating is by both parents set up, now it's trying to get them back together? Lin Ji was still pondering when a ball of softness attacked him. The nose then filled with a disturbing and exotic aroma. Take a deep breath. You can't be fooled by a demon girl, Lin Ji comforted himself. When the petulant voice called out again, Brother Chio, do you agree? Tong Coco added, feeling the heat next to his cheek. Lin Ji froze for a moment, gently coughed a little. As the village is known as a great filial son, how can you go against the wishes of your parents? Not just to go home to see Weiwei. What's not to like about that? Lin Ru said. Of course I can. What's there not to agree to? Seeing Tong Coco leaving the restaurant on Lin Ji's arm, Secretary Lu, who was on the side, stared at her cell phone entangled. The woman was just holding her arm, not touching her hand, not even moving her mouth. Thought it's not messing around, is it? She's accomplished the task that Mr. White gave her, right? Thought about it and sent a message back. Secretary Lu, Mr. Bai. Mission accomplished. Now they're gone. Mr. White, okay, go back and have finance pay you triple your salary. Thank you, Mr. White. The Lin family. At this time, Lin Weiwei had long since switched beds with Bai Ruoi to sleep. The little girl in Bai Ruoi's bed had long since fallen asleep. Bai Ruoi, on the other hand, was all smiles as she hid her cell phone in the cabinet and took out the small, ultra-thin balloon she had treasured for so long. Well, the arsenal is adequate, she nodded in satisfaction after seeing the boxes of contraptions in her hands, then burrowed into Lin Ji's comforter, waiting for the prey to take the bait. Inside the Lin family, the next room, Lin Weiwei's small body tossed and turned on the bed, and in the end, her light eyebrows were slightly furrowed like a figure 8. The little girl with the heavy heart woke up. I also don't know if Sister Bai and Papa will give me a younger sibling tomorrow. Lin Weiwei looked at the dark room, her small mouth beeping as she muttered. She remembers Poop or Sister White saying that as long as Daddy and Mommy sleep together, the younger siblings will come out. The thought that you will have a brother or a sister. How come Lin Weiwei can't sleep? Daddy hasn't come back yet. It's so slow. I want to see if Daddy and Sister Bai are sleeping together. Lin Weiwei tilted her head and looked at the dark ceiling, her little mouth beaming as she let out a sigh of emotion. Not if they're sleeping together now. Doesn't that mean she's going to have a sibling? Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei smiled with anticipation, then rolled over and climbed out of bed. Go out and see if Dad's back yet. Get dressed, shoes, and walk out of the room. Lin Weiwei, inside the living room illuminated by the moonlight, slowly walked to the balcony and looked down, finding the downstairs empty. Not even a ghost, let alone her Poop. Whoops, Poop is not back yet. She just wants a brother, a sister. Stinky Dad, why don't you come back and go make a sibling with Sister White? Abominable. Vivian was angry, and the consequences were dire. Leaning against the fence, Lin Weiwei unconsciously yawned and muttered, if I don't come back, I won't give Poopy a kiss for a day. Piss him off. Don't know anymore either. Yawned a couple times. Suddenly, a bright light appeared downstairs. Obviously her dad had come home. At once, Lin Weiwei stared downstairs with joy, and her two white calves unconsciously began to jump with joy. The eyes were dead set on the flickering bright light in the pitch blackness. Hey. Dad's back. He's going to sleep with Sister White and get her a sibling. The bright light downstairs. When she came to the downstairs door, Lin Weiwei realized that something was wrong. Why did Poopy bring his big sister back? That's so weird. Doesn't Dad like Sister White? She actually liked Sister Bai. She was pretty and had an old body, but I can't force Poop to like it if he doesn't. You can't be happy that way even though Sister White loves Poopy. Now Poopy is bringing home a big sister. That's her new mom, right? And so on. Not the new mom, the second mom. Sister White is the oldest. Lin Weiwei suddenly thought of the TV series she had watched before, in which powerful people had many siblings and many moms. What a big mommy. Second mommy. Little mommy. Vivi realized that since the big sister downstairs had come to her house, that meant they all wanted to be her mom. If you're here, you're here. So let's stay with her Poop and sleep together. The little girl didn't realize at this point how dangerous her thoughts were. Lin Ji also didn't know what marvelous thoughts were in his great filial daughter's little mind. If Lin Weiwei's thoughts were known by her own mother, I wonder if she would create a perfect childhood memory for her. Reward her directly with a firecracker stir fry. Lin Weiwei ducked and hid next to the stairs, ready to sneak a peek at what the big sister that her own Olden had brought back looked like. Downstairs, the lights turned on and everything around them was completely exposed in the bright light. Tong Coco, who was standing beside Lin Ji, had frozen, surrounded by some expensive wooden furniture. It looks very dated. Is Brother Cho's family so rich? At night, you can't tell what the house looks like from the outside, but the interior was clear to see, especially the rows of brand new little girl's favorite toys that were arranged in a limited edition SpongeBob SquarePants doll. The 1m5 doll, placed in the middle of the living room, was extremely dazzling, plus some small, inconspicuous toys she couldn't name, but it is expensive enough to find out from its bright, delicate appearance. This could also show that Lin Ji favored Lin Weiwei, especially seeing the piles of powdered milk around the neighborhood. Kid Coco, more than ever, was sure of this. She thought in her heart, bad women don't know how to cherish brother resignation, actually abandoning their husbands and children. Such a good resigned brother. The bad woman can't grasp it, so she'll grasp it. Since Brother Cho had invited her to sit at his home, she definitely had to firmly grasp the opportunity. It's okay to curry favor with Resignation's daughter, and really, it's okay to take advantage of the opportunity to take Resignation tonight. Thinking about tonight's action, Kid Coco's cheeks began to redden and an unexplained temperature began to rise. Seeing that Tong Coco's eyes were a bit confused, she immediately suggested, it's nighttime now. They should all be asleep. So if you're sleepy you can go up and rest inside room 3. Yeah, what about Ridgebrook? I'm a little sweaty from the walk. I'm going to take a shower. By the way, do you want one? Taking a bath with Brother Chio? Yeah. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that. She'd be treated as a frivolous woman. Besides, with Cotter going to take a shower, wouldn't that just provide her with an opportunity? It's not spicy, I'm going to go to bed first. Seeing Tong Coco's sharp pace up the stairs, Lin Ji was puzzled. Is it so urgent to take a nap? Looks really sleepy. Deflect your head. Strip. Get in the shower. And take a bath upstairs. Tong Coco came to the second floor. Out of sight came the room number 3 that Lin Ji had mentioned earlier. Hey, how could she be stupid enough to actually go to room 3? Of course she went to the room where Lin Ji was sleeping. It's a rare opportunity that fools don't cherish. But where are the rooms for resignation? The few rooms in front of him were marked with nothing but a number, the rest, almost exactly the same. Pressed to see any difference, Tong Coco stood in the doorway pondering. When suddenly, a soft, fluffy voice came from her back. Sister. Ouch. Shit. Tong Coco was startled by the ghost-like voice and took a few steps forward. Immediately looking back, all she saw was a little guy with a cape and white pajamas looking up at her with a smile on his face. Kids Coco. Ghosts? No. If she guessed correctly, it should be Brother Chio's daughter. Lin Weiwei. You're Vivi? Aha. Lin Weiwei nodded. Happy. Why don't you go to bed so late? Your father will be angry if he sees you. No way. Daddy has never been mad at Vivi, but he might not be happy if Daddy sees it. So sis, don't tell Puppy. Tong Coco squatted down, stroked the brain of the little cutie in front of her, and laughed. As long as you tell your sister where your dad's room is, she won't tell your dad. At those words, Lin Weiwei smiled. She lifted her arm, held out a short, small, fleshy hand, and whispered, my dad's room is this one. After saying one sentence, Lin Weiwei entered another room, and as she closed the door, she made a point of instructing, sister, move a little less. Vivi is going to sleep. She can't sleep if it's too noisy. Hearing this, Tong Coco's cheeks reddened, and she said in her heart, is this girl connoting something? But how can you not see the other way around on that childish little face? Forget it. The important things are important. After Lin Weiwei closed the door, Tong Coco also entered the room gently. Coming? Bai Ruoi, who was inside the room, heard the footsteps that were getting closer and closer and her heart was beating fast. She knew that tonight would be the showdown. But she knew better than that. She had to wait until Lin Ji let his guard down before dueling. So she made a point of moving her body to the far corner. The bed was as big as 2.5 meters. Perfectly big enough for her to hide and wait for Lin Ji to let her guard down. Tada! The footsteps stopped and the sound of a quilt tugging came soon. Bai Ruoi sensed that someone was lying down. Great. Now we just have to wait for the teacher to fall asleep. Only when the teacher was most relaxed could he or she subdue her. What Bai Ruoi didn't know was that the person lying next to her was not Lin Ji. Instead, it was Lin Yu's childhood friend. Tong Coco. Strange. Why is it so warm inside the quilt? I can't believe I still have body heat. It should be that girl Lin Weiwei. Fong sleeping over here. Thinking of this, Tong Coco stopped thinking about it and focused on waiting for Lin Ji to come in. Her strategy was different from Bai Ruoi's, and she planned to wait for Lin Jui to go in, and she got going. When the action starts, it's a matter of consuming energy. So squint for a while now, or you won't be able to do anything without energy. Then Kid Coco closed her eyes. On this night, in this room, there were 2 guys with 2 hearts of gold. They all had one goal in mind, and that was Lin Ji. In the next room, Lin Weiwei's mouth was slightly hooked with a smile and she slept well. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Will the 2 sisters bring her 2 brothers or sisters? I'm looking forward to it.at this time. Lao Deng did not know that he had been sold by Lin Weiwei, the great filial daughter. After taking a shower, Lin Ji had only one word. Cool. After blow-drying his hair, he yawned. A little sleepy. Go to bed with your daughter. It should be hard for her to sleep alone. Click came the sound of the door opening. At that moment, the 2 people in the room were shocked. Kid Coco, is it finally here? Bai Ruoi, crap. If the one who opened the door was a teacher, then, who's that next to you? Lin Weiwei? The next morning, the warm sunlight was already on the table, spilling a golden cloth. There were 4 people sitting on the dining table. Lin Ji and Lin Weiwei, a father-daughter pair, were sitting on one side, quietly eating their steaming breakfast, and 2 of the big beauties, sitting at the table opposite Lin Ji, were slightly embarrassed on their reddened faces. Last night, the duo's night raid ended in failure. Abominable. Blame it on this woman next to me. Tong Coco and Bai Ruoi tacitly turned their heads toward each other and cast hostile glances. By the way, do you 2 know each other? It's kind of amazing that you actually slept together by accident. But that's the bed Viv and I sleep in. You didn't get it wet last night, did you? Lin Ji then smiled at the 2 guys who had been plastered on the bed last night, the 2 big beauties on the opposite side of the room. Their pretty faces reddened, and they shook their heads repeatedly. stating that nothing happened last night. They're not lilies. Seeing this, Lin Ji just laughed and lifted up a small spoonful of food, continuing to feed it into Lin Weiwei's small mouth. Last night's incident. It was strange to say the least. Tong Koko went to the wrong room. He could still accept it. But how did Bai Ruoi also go to the wrong room? It's a bit of a junkie. Not like the kind of stupid behavior this savvy president would do. No need to go to the wrong room next time. Though, hearing that, what seemed like a gentle reminder, in the eyes of Bai Ruoi and Tong Koko, was a dangerous and extremely dangerous death knell. Tong Koko's lowered head, slightly raised, carefully raised her eyes to glance at Lin Ji. Her mouth moved a few times. That Ji? I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Lin Ji nodded and continued to feed Lin Weiwei. The little girl opened her mouth and accepted her old father's feeding, her round eyes staring at Tong Koko and Bai Ruoi while turning, seeing two of her stepmothers to be in front of her. Neither of them had a big belly. The little girl sighed and shook her head. That expression seemed to say, you were given a chance, but you're not good at it. Humph. Petri dish. At this time, Bai Ruoi, who had been silent, slapped the table. I didn't go to the wrong room. I was waiting for you, teacher. Sure enough, his guess was right. Tong Koko had gone to the wrong room, and this adversary had done it on purpose. It's for the mission she left unfinished 4 years ago. When I say Vivi agrees, I agree. After Lin Ji finished speaking, he took a pure white paper towel and gently wiped the oil stains next to the corners of Lin Weiwei's mouth. Bai Ruoi and Tong Koko looked at Lin Weiwei and received two burning gazes. Lin Weiwei suddenly raised her hand. If Dad likes it, I like it. No. What are you two doing here? Stuck in a bug? Lin Ji nodded. Worthy of being his daughter. Just like him. Bai Ruoi gritted her teeth, those onion-white 5 fingers bending into claws as she stared at Lin Ji dead in the face. Seeing that fierce and beautiful face, Lin Ji thought that if it wasn't for the fact that Tong Koko and Lin Weiwei were there now, this rebel definitely wants to just put himself on the spot. It's still Koko, except the person is a bit stupid and flat. But now Vivi doesn't have to drink milk anymore. So in every way Koko is kinda good. It would be nice if Vivi would accept her. Rhetoric. I'm full. Teacher. I'm full too. Bai Ruoi and Tong Koko spoke at the same time, getting up and walking outside the living room together. It seemed to want to go and confer about something. Aha. Lin Ji nodded her head, not caring, intending to continue feeding on her own daughter, and at that moment, Lin Weiwei next to him smiled at him. Daddy, I'm full too. Ha? You're full so soon today? As she was wondering, she saw Lin Weiwei smiling and running in the direction of Tong Koko and Bai Ruoi eyed. Is this little guy trying to get them to play? It's okay. Vivi is very proactive. Trying to find mom is a good motivation. Lin Ji was cleaning up the dishes while sizing up Lin Weiwei, who was talking to Bai Ruoi and Tong Koko about something. It was rare for the house to be so lively, and it was no wonder that Vivi was very this forthcoming. With so many extra people in the house, we'll have to cook more for lunch to make it work. What's the date today? Glanced down at his cell phone. 20. Well, it's time to go out and restock the granary, fridge. Again, setting his cell phone aside, Lin Ji moved to the metal safe where the cash was kept, intending to pull out a wad of red bills and go shopping. Inside the living room, Lin Weiwei is talking to the two moms. Sisters, that's how it is. Oh, as much as I'd like to call you mom, I still have to make dad like you, right? Tong Koko and Bai Ruoi looked at each other and nodded. Right. Lin Weiwei's little head also nodded, her tender childish face directly revealing a smile. So yeah, I'm going to make dad like the sisters. So what's it going to be? It's very simple. What dad likes. Just go for it, isn't it? When these words came out, Tong Koko and Bai Ruoi's beautiful eyes widened. Right. Fair enough. But, your dad. It's you. The little brat. Who likes it? Seeing both of them silent and in a state of despondency, suddenly, two small white tender hands, resting on the shoulders of the two moms-to-be. I know what daddy likes. So what does he like? The two asked, although they all knew something about Lin Ji and had been alone with him for a long time. That was several years ago. The things that Lin Ji likes may have changed by now. So the people who know Lin Ji best at the moment, undoubtedly it was the little one in front of her. Lin Ru's daughter. Lin Weiwei. Daddy likes me to laugh and have fun and play with me. Pretty girl silence. This, what should I do? Playing with Rhetoric's daughter will get you rhetoric? Fake, right? When Tong Koko was a bit torn and couldn't believe that it was such a simple thing for Lin Ji to like, Bai Ruoi bent over and smiled. So what does Vivi like? Love mommy. Then sister is your mom now. Call me mom in private from now on. I'll play with you. Okay? Good duck. Good duck. Mommy White is so nice. Seeing Bai Ruoi's unchanged smiling face, Tong Koko froze. Crap. This woman, so scary. Tong Koko was not willing to show weakness, and even said, Weiwei can also call me mom. Oh, sister also play with you. Okay? Good duck. Mommy Koko is so nice. Lin Weiwei smiled from ear to ear, her little hands snapping and happily clapping her tender little palms. Hey, Vivi has a mom, too, and two of them. At this moment, Tong Koku and Bai Ruai reached a rare agreement on their goal, which was to please the little lowly. You can call it in private but not in front of your father for now Tong Coco slightly blushed her cheeks and scraped Lin Weiwei's agitated nose. Lin Weiwei, 3 beamed her little mouth and asked in an ungrateful manner, why? Because we have to get your poop to like us. Otherwise, if he hears what you're saying and thinks we forced it, it'll turn him off instead. Well, that's right, Bai Ruai didn't retort, instead nodding her head to cater to the situation. Okay, Vivi knows. The next period of time, the duo, egged on by Vivi and Lim, began playing full-time moms. The two looked at each other. First, roll up your sleeves and clean up. Just then, Lin Ji had already packed up his things and was ready to go out. He said to the 3 people in the living room, I'm going out for a bit. You guys keep an eye on Vivi for me at home. Don't worry, leave it to me, brother Ka. I'll take care of Vivi like my own daughter. Me too. I'm here for you. Vivi will be my daughter from now on. Lin Zhou, Weiwei is your daughter? Then he's your husband? What this is. Lin Ji didn't quite understand why these 2 chicks were inexplicably lit up. Anyway, it was time to go out and buy groceries now, otherwise the rest of the family won't be able to support the stomachs of these 3 guys. I'm leaving. I'll be back around noon. And in the meantime, Vivi can count on you. Vivi, daddy's gone. Won't you give daddy a kiss? Hey. Of course I'll give it to you. Little Weiwei ran her ass off to Lin Ji, pounced into her own old Den's arms, and then packed her little mouth, and then, her small hand touched the cell phone in Lin Ji's pocket. Hey, you can show off to your other brothers and sisters, and show off, she has 2 moms. Lin Ji left without taking half a cloud with him, looking back at her daughter, who was smiling and waving. Lin Ji was inexplicably moved. Girl, you're so good. Dad, a little reluctant to leave. Why don't you take Vivi out with you? Never mind. She preferred to play with Coco and Yui now. After walking a few steps, Lin Ji violently lowered his head. Strange. I remembered that I brought my cell phone? Is it possible that after giving birth to Vivi, he has such a bad memory? I don't think so. He wasn't the one who gave birth. It was the actress. I don't know. How is Lin Yao now? When will she come to find Weiwei? That little girl misses her mom. On the other side, Lin Weiwei opened the live broadcast. Hello brothers and sisters, I've got a mom and 2 of them with a smile on her face. Lin Weiwei stretched out 2 fingers to the camera as if showing off and wiggled them. 2 moms? I can't believe I can't read such a niche word. Girl, wasn't it just a rich white girl who came to your door yesterday? How come she's still your mom? And, what do you mean 2? Where did the other one come from? What does your other mommy look like? Girl, let me see. At this moment, and Zoya's face was very grave after losing this message. Today she read the newspaper and found out what kind of love debt Lin Ji came to her door yesterday. Damn, Lin Ji was bullish. Actually messing with the richest woman. This was kind of bad. Her Lin Yao was going to be green. And Lin Weiwei also said, not 1, but 2. Fuck, 2 more cuckolds. Isn't that greener than Sprite? Looking at the few pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Lin Weiwei muttered, it's already 6:30. Is everyone still not up? I'm so lazy, but never mind. It's the only way to see the pop-ups. Lin Weiwei's small mouth hooked up in reply to the last pop-up. Hey, I'll show you this. After saying that, Lin Weiwei lifted her cell phone and ran in the direction of Tong Coco. Mama Coco? Tong Coco, who was cleaning the floor, froze for a moment at the sound of her mother. The brothers and sisters on the air said they wanted to see you. The live feed? By the way, this girl often sneaks live broadcasts. As a well-known anchor and one who has resigned, she is not at all afraid of public pressure. Bending down closer, Lin Weiwei's camera. Hello everyone, I'm Tong Coco, and now I'm also this girl's mom. At these words, Bai Ruai was nonplussed because of social terrorism. She did not want to show her face, but this guy, Tong Coco, was actually so social bull that he directly exposed himself. Bai Ruai was a bit anxious. This time, the audience in the live broadcast room. The moment Tong Coco revealed her face, the whole group exploded. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all clear as crap. 6:40 minutes in the morning, Lin Su, who had just gotten off the train, received a message from Lin Ji's old man early in the morning. Resignation isn't home right now. Out shopping? That's good. Then she could go back quietly and give Ka a big surprise. As I was thinking about it, I noticed a message pop up in the message pop-up window in my cell phone. The anchor you are following is now live. Aha, did you go out to buy something and broadcast it live? Not quite like him, yeah. Lin Su was slightly puzzled, but still excitedly clicked on Lin Ji's live broadcast, regardless of why Rhetoric is live. I'm so happy to hear Rhetoric's voice again now. Carrot hashtag. The finger dropped and the live feed popped up, but it wasn't the sound and picture she was expecting that came from her cell phone screen. Hi everyone, I'm Tong Coco, and now I'm also this little guy's mom Coco-san. Why is Sister Coco at Brother Cho's house, and claiming to be Vivi's mom? How did she? The stepmom-to-be. Not know that. Why does Sister Coco know Brother Chio? Lin Su's mind was filled with doubts as he narrowed his eyes and stared at Tong Coco within the image. She herself had been boarding at Lin Ji's house since she was 10 years old. How did she not know that Lin Ji and Tong Coco were acquainted with each other? Could it be that Tong Coco knew Brother Chio earlier than she did? Lin Su thought back to her experience of living in Lin Ji's house. She had lived in Lin Ji's house from around 10 years old to 16, and it was only after she went to college that she started to leave the Lin family. In the years she had eaten, lived, and slept with Lin Rue. She knew all the people who were close to Rue, but in her own mind, she just didn't have any information about Kid Coco. That means once upon a time, Resignation was hiding something from himself. Or maybe, before he even lived in Ridgebrook's house, Ridgebrook had once met Tong Coco, only for them to separate again when he lived in the house. Or, perhaps, the child Coco, whom Resignation had met after she had left Resignation's house. But, regardless of how Resignation and Tong Kiki met, she can't claim to be Vivi's mom. Abominable. And don't think about whether the kids will accept it or not. And just then, Lin Su realized something, that is, the child Coco within the frame is actually doing chores at Brother Quit's house. Good guy. Really take herself as the mistress of the Lin family, right? Really think Lin Su was jealous of growing up? It was when Lin Su expressed his dissatisfaction with Tong Coco's behavior. There is also a person revealed by the corner of the screen. That woman from yesterday and Tong Coco are both staying at Quit's house? These two guys, they wouldn't have already done something to Quit, would they? No, it won't. It definitely won't. But at the thought of that possibility, Lin Su's petite body couldn't help but tremble. And within her heart rose a kind of belonging to her own things being ruthlessly stolen. Helpless anger. At that moment, a childish voice came from the video. Not yet. Oh, Vivi can't just call her sister's mommy until daddy agrees. Still not? Then, she still has a chance. Kid Coco's voice rang out within the video. That's true too. But my sister will play the role of mom well enough for your dad to approve. Go Coco-san. Tong Coco within the live stream smiled and nodded her head, rubbing Lin Weiwei's brain. Thank you, Weiwei. Sister will try to be your mom. At this time, an imperial sister voice that was different from Tong Coco's sweet sister voice came over. Vivi, do you like cars? Love it. Vivi loves the pink carriages the most. Okay, a pink car from my sister. Hearing this, Lin Su couldn't help but frown down. They were already planning to confuse the little girl with substances? That's despicable. And at that moment, Lin Su also noticed the screen full of pop-ups in the live broadcast. Sister Tong. Ah, my goddess of gaming. How did you fall? Who the hell is the person who just spoke? Actually stealing a man from Sister Tong? It's too outrageous. Am I living in some kind of sci-fi movie? Opposite surrender it. How can you rob over the Tong sister it? Money and face can also accompany the child to play the game. How to think cannot lose. Didn't you guys watch yesterday's broadcast? The one who spoke just now was a rich white woman. And the latest paper says that information about the rich white woman will be released at noon. Public? Could it be a very rich lord? Tong's sister. However, Penguin live traffic of the most anchors, a day to earn a few million, and then rich, can have Tong's sister rich? Sci-fi, right? Is this really not a script? Don't forget that Sister Tong is an anchor. Seeing this, Lin Su couldn't help but lower his head and sigh. Hey, I just want to be with Brother Chio and be his child's stepmother. How come there are all still such strong competitors? Lin Su couldn't help but think back to the past. She just wanted to be with Lin Jia. Why was it so hard? I didn't go back to college much for a couple of years. Just wanted to study hard and then make it through to graduation. Ready to confess, but it was learned that Lin Ji had a 4-year-old daughter. With her daughter even, she has 2 thieving rich competitors. Why is he still pestering him when he has a daughter? Even if he has a resigned brother, you're all using material goods to impress your brother's daughter, aren't you? Humph. She'll just go to Brother Chio then. Anyway, she already knew that Brother Chio had gone out to buy food, so she could have a chance encounter with Brother Chio, and then some stories would happen. Thinking of this, Lin Su pushed his suitcase and left at the train station at fire speed, casually took a taxi and went straight to the vegetable market near the village. Meanwhile on the other side, around 7 in the morning, it was a rare period of leisure, and Lin Yao, who had finished all her work, curled up her delicate body like a catgirl and slept on the bed. Her beautiful sleeping face was exposed to the golden sunlight, and the warmth of the sun made her sleep more intensely and soundly. Kaching, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and a jade hand gently pushed open Lin Yao's boudoir. The person who walked in was none other than Lin Yao's manager and Zouyu. Noticing Lin Yao, who was sleeping in a strange position on the bed, and Ruyu just shook her head slightly to show her understanding. After all, these days we're either filming or recording a variety show. It is really exhausting. However, she had to wake up Lin Yao. After all, something big happened today. She didn't just get her home stolen, she even got her mom's name taken from her, and Ruyu shook Lin Yao's body. Yao Yao, Don't sleep. Wake up, it's urgent. Lin Yao's petite body moved slightly, and her eyes opened slightly after she let out a moan. She rubbed her eyes and chanted softly, what's the matter, Sister Rain? That variety show has already started filming? Without saying much, and Ruyu directly lifted the quilt that Lin Yao had wedged between her thighs. Shoot the hell out of it. Now. Get your ass up. Don't. I want to sleep. If you don't get up, your daughter may never recognize you again. Seemingly triggering the keyword. Lin Yao, who had planned to stay in bed for the whole day, jumped up like a catapult. Lin Yao grabbed in Ruyu's shoulders and shook them. What happened to my Weiwei? See for yourself what your great filial daughter is doing. And Ruyu handed her cell phone, which was already open to the live broadcast, to Lin Yao. Lin Yao took it and immediately held it in her arms and took a look. There was a rush. These two women actually want to be Vivi's stepmother? And stayed in that guy's house. Weiwei, don't believe them. They are all bad women who want to cheat your dad's body. Seeing the hysterical Lin Yao, who was shouting into her cell phone without any image of a big star, the corner of Ruyu's mouth twitched and gently patted Lin Yao's shoulder. Is that the point? Are you paying attention to who the woman on the live feed is? Being reminded by Ryu, Lin Yao eventually shifted her gaze to the face of the woman in the picture. Tong Coco? Yes. It's that esports female netizen with the highest traffic. You even had a collaboration with her a year ago. And Zoyu nodded her head. I remember her. She was beautiful and a delight to children. The person who wanted to replace her identity was actually Tong Coco. This is bad. The pressure is a bit high. Tong Coco is far more competitive than the unknown rich white girl. And Vivi is likely to fall for Tong Coco. Seeing Lin Yao's expression gradually become serious, and Ruyu nodded her head in relief. Soon, her purpose was served. As Lin Yao's good best friend and manager, how could she not stand by and watch Lin Weiwei call someone else's mother? At 4 years old, a small child's self-awareness is still very weak, and once guided down by others, they can form habits that are hard to change. What a shit, tens of billions of dollars to ruin a contract. Where is the importance of your own daughter? At this moment, Lin Yao, who had been silent, began to move. Sister Rain, contact the program team and tell them that I'm rested and ready to start taping the program. Hearing this, and Ruyu instantly understood what Lin Yao wanted to do. The address chosen for the recently contracted farmhouse program happens to be next to the village where Lin Yu and Lin Weiwei live. Lin Yao is trying to use public office for private gain. She had both feet and both hands in favor of it. Okay, I'll contact them. After Sister Yu left, Lin Yao took out the long-hidden pregnancy test, looked down, her jade hand tenderly caressing the yellowed paper. Vivi, your mom's here. The other side, inside a media building, Yang Qingqing was gazing at the manuscript that his men had sent. After watching it with great satisfaction, he took another look at the live stream that Vivian opened today. A frown was raised. Crap, Kid Coco? Seeing this traffic anchor, Yang Qingqing couldn't help but wonder about Lin Ji's identity. Who the hell was that man to have two such weighty love debts come to his door? This is big news. We need to have someone look into him. However, the most important thing at the moment was to expose Bai Ruoi's identity. Are you ready? Yang Qingqing asked her disciple. Boss, aren't we violating the contract by doing this? Breaking the rules is gross. Bai Ruoi hasn't been our boss for a long time, even if we expose her. So what? Besides, Bai Ruoi is already a public figure. It's just that they don't allow it to be publicized within their company. It's not like they're saying others can't. Okay boss, I get it. Then the men entered the script into the computer. And soon, a bombshell news story shone through. It was soon reposted by other self-publishers. Sci-fi hashtag wanting to be a stepmom to a 4-year-old lowly. She's actually this kind of person. Reality hashtag the little anchor's love debt came to his door. I didn't expect such a rich white girl. Social emotional hashtag what? So the bar for being a stepmother is so high. A big sci-fi movie? A baby with 2 stepmothers? Is this a moral degeneration or a distortion of reality? Lin Ji, who was shopping at the food market at the moment, didn't know what kind of finger-pointing he was going to face on the internet inside the food market. Strange, why are they all looking at him? Even if he did look super handsome, it wasn't like he was looking at him like that all the time. As usual, Lin Ji, who normally strolled around the food market, noticed a different gaze as soon as he entered the market. The gaze of others used to be one of admiration, and now, that gaze was strange, always looking him up and down. The feeling is like a school student returning home from vacation, being stared at by the death stare of the Amazons at the entrance of the village. That sense of awkwardness is genuinely extremely uncomfortable. It's better to avoid these big moms and dads. After thinking about it, Lin Ji decided to go around the other side of the food market in order to avoid being stared at by death. Since he had lived here for many years, the street routes had long been familiar to his mind, and in no time at all, he had arrived at the other end of the market. Who the world is finally clear. Notice the absence of the surrounding, those Moncler jackets outlet gazes. On the contrary, there are more young people admiring eyes. On their faces were smiles that Lin Ji was familiar with well. That's the expression to look at a handsome man, just as Lin Ji was nodding in secret satisfaction. A young girl walked up and approached Lin Ji with a big smile. I'm sorry, I have a daughter, so I don't add microstar. Lin Ji raised one hand and crossed it over his chest to show his refusal, but the young girl had absolutely no intention of retreating in the knowledge that she still maintained her smile. Hello, I often watch your live broadcast, can I take a picture with you? It turned out to be a fan requesting a photo. I didn't think that he, a small anchor, could be asked for a photo, which was a rarity, this kind of thing, or the first time. Lin Ji did not think much to welcome the voice. Yeah, then, Lin Ji and the wonderful girl stood side by side. He was about to take a group photo when Lin Ji remembered something. That's not true. He never showed his face live, only his voice. How did she recognize herself? Lin Ji tilted his head to the side and looked at the young girl beside him, only to see that her cheeks were red, like a student immersed in love. Never mind. I'm sure it's that old den of Pops again, exposing himself, not once or twice anyway. After all, that old man, in order to find himself a daughter-in-law, was able to introduce the little green plum Ton Coco to himself. It's not impossible to reveal that you're a little bit of an anchor to other people. I'm sure, besides, it's not that hard to take a picture with a teenage girl. The camera's over there. It's not good to take pictures with you looking at me like that. Oh, sorry. Lin Ji inclined his head to look at the young girl's hand that was trembling because she had held up her cell phone for a long time, and just in the moment when Lin Ji froze, a familiar delicate silhouette appeared within his line of sight. Lin Su, who was pushing a suitcase, was standing in the middle of the street, smiling and waving at him. Holy shit. Lin Su? Isn't she a senior intern? Why is she back? You're not going to get fired, are you? Brother Lin Ji. Lin Ji softly catered to him, and suddenly, Lin Su dropped her luggage and ran towards him without a second thought. What the hell? Want to hug him again like you did when you were a kid? After living with Lin Su for so many years, he still doesn't understand Lin Su. This posture, this running speed. Isn't it just fucking about him? Next, Lin Su had already arrived in front of Lin Ji's body, and with a plop, she jumped into Lin Ji's arms. And the Roadrunner girl? Long ago, Lin Su's hostile gaze scared him away from Lin Ji. The Roadrunner girl saw this and had to leave in disgrace. How old are you to stop hugging me like that? People will laugh if they see you. Laugh all you want. I don't care about them. Lin Su had a disinterested attitude, and after glaring at the kitten that Fong wanted to steal, his head was buried into Lin Ji's long-lost chest. Take a deep breath and savor Lin Ji's scent. Oh, but it's still a familiar flavor. It hasn't changed. Not at all. The bad ladies didn't get their way. Lin Ji's hands gently fell on Lin Su's back and patted it. What did you come back for? It can't be to be expelled, right? How could a good student with good character and a schoolgirl who was the top major year after year be expelled? So, this option is excluded. His face rested in his arms, feeling the warmth of his chest with the distinctive scent of a young girl drilling into his nostrils. Lin Ji slightly paused. Heart secretly, this girl has grown so big. Is not a child that, like in the thunderstorm day, sneak into his nest of the little crying bag. Lin Su raised her innocent face with the unique temperament of a college student and smiled at him. Of course it's for brother Lin Ji. For me? He's not sick, for one thing, and he's not in foreign debt. For him? What for him? Lin Ji gazed at the heartless and innocent face of the girl in his arms and thought about it. Suddenly a horrible thought popped into his mind. Wait, since Ton Coco had become his blind date, his old man wouldn't introduce Lin Su to him as a date as well. Crap, it can't be that outrageous, can it? Lin Ji looked down at Lin Su's innocent cheeks and stared at them dead on, but Lin Su, who was in his arms, tilted his head to the side, not allowing Lin Ji to stare. Lin Ji was puzzled by this. He did not do anything. This girl blushed a bubble teapot. Brother Lin Ru, Uncle Lin is asking me to come and help you look after the children. Watching the kids. Sure enough, his old den had already sold him out a long time ago. Afterward, Lin Ji gently held Lin Su's delicate body upright and said, "There's no need to trouble you with this. My family, there are 2 nannies." He wasn't wrong. Bai Ruoi and Ton Coco were akin to babysitters at this point. No trouble. What is our relationship? How can it be trouble? I will go to your home tonight. By the way, to get to know the little girl. There's really no need. Lin Ji continued to refuse, holding Lin Su's shoulders to keep him at a safe distance from himself. Hey, one rebel and one ex-girlfriend was enough for him. If there was another sticky little chimera like Lin Su in the house. So was his laid-back parenting program still in business? So, want to bother him? Not even the door. Who would have thought that Lin Su, who had just been separated from him by a few centimeters, would suddenly pounce on him? Her cheek close to his chest, and her mouth continuously exhaling scorching breath. His arms were tightly hooked around Lin Ji's waist. Wait, Susu, this is not good in public. Let go. Realizing that someone was taking pictures of him, he hurriedly intended to wake up Lin Su's sanity for the sake of his reputation. I don't want it. I don't want to leave brother Lin Ji. Brother Lin Ji, please don't kick me out. Su will be good. Lin Ji's face instantly turned bad. He retracted what he had just said. Lin Su hadn't grown up at all except for her figure. The brain is still the same as before. Like an undeveloped child who just likes to be clingy and mess around. Su be good. Be obedient. Loosen up, okay? Lin Ji stroked Lin Su's head and persuaded. Good. Lin Su nodded. But his arm didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. This girl raised her head and looked straight at Lin Ji, saying, "But Ringo, promise me you won't kick me out." Hearing this, Lin Ji just smiled faintly. "AI, lost to you. I'm not kicking you out." In the end, Lin Su is also the girl he raised. So what can he do? Just spoil it.at this time. The image of Lin Ji and Lin Su embracing together had long been captured by the melon-eating crowd and posted online, and while Lin Ru knew nothing about it, Lin Su extended an okay gesture to the wonderful young girl taking pictures behind her as she left. Oh, combat success. She's really my favorite. In the meantime, a couple of new titles have appeared for Shivering Shadows, Soft Rice, Female Richest by Ruoi, Big Anchor Tong Coco, 4-year-old girl looking for her mom? Is it a moral degradation or a social distortion for a milkman to molest a female college student in public? As well as the video taken at the food market by a couple of people arranged by Lin Su, the latest sci-fi movie hashtag "It's not that soft food is unaffordable. It's that female college students are more cost-effective." Script. All script. In the front, there is a rich white beauty with 100 luxury cars blocking the door of her house. And in the back, there is a big anchor, Tong Coco, as a stepmother. It's all a script. Inside the big house of the Lin family, here were two women who wanted to become Lin Weiwei's stepmother, and were using their own specialized ways to please Lin Weiwei. The little lowly, rich women choose to smash gold. The gaming girl chooses to play the game with Lori. What they don't realize is that their incident has already blown up on the internet. Meanwhile, Secretary Lu, who spent the night in the hotel, she was woken up by a phone call. "I'm not working today. Why are you calling me?" Because she was woken up on her day off, she had a less than friendly attitude and shouted at the caller. Secretary Lu. The boss's identity was exposed on Shake Shadow. Do we need the PR side to step in and sanction Shake Shadow? What did you just say? I don't know if it's by Ruai's identity exposure, or sanctioning this matter of Shaky Shadow. After the other party finished these words, Secretary Lu's hazy eyes suddenly opened wide. The other party seemed to guess Secretary Lu's reaction, so he directly said, "The boss's identity was exposed on the Shake Shadow platform. Do you need us to deal with it?" Secretary Lu didn't answer, but took out his cell phone and tapped on Shake Shadow to take a look. Sure enough, the first video was about by Ruai's identity. Surprisingly not scripted. The love debt of a 4-year-old baby daddy to a rich white woman turns out to be her. Tisk. It's amazing how quickly Mr. White's identity was revealed, although she had expected it when Mr. Bai set out to find Lin Ji. She didn't expect that in just one day's time, Mr. Bai's identity had already been exposed by the largest traffic platform. Looks like it's an insider or an acquaintance on the case. Secretary Lu paused and said, "Keep the PR side out of the picture for a while." "Okay." The other man responded. The phone hung up, and Secretary Lu stared at Bai Ruoi's work number in a tangled mess. Being known by the public as Mr. Bai's identity is actually considered a small matter. After all, as the richest man, his real name and looks have long been no secret in the circle. It's just that the former Bai didn't like to be told she was a vase because of her looks. After all, female entrepreneurs are not looked upon favorably a lot of the time, but now Bai has become the richest man, so the public know the identity of the looks. This thing is just will bring a small ripple to the public opinion. Be discussed. So what? Can change the status of the richest woman of the white total? Not at all. However, there's one not so good thing about the exposure of Mr. White's identity, that is, it's not easy to explain to Mr. Bai's grandparents. After all, her president was actually planning to be a stepmother to a little lowly for a man. If this matter were to spread out, it would still extremely affect the image of the Bai family, but Mr. Bai and her family had always been at odds, so it was better to ask Mr. Bai for advice. Thinking of this, Secretary Lu gripped her cell phone, stared at the screen and took a deep breath, sending a message over to Bai Ruoi's Secretary Lu. "Mr. Bai, your identity has been exposed." The message is sent over. Then there was no more. "It shouldn't be, boss. She's doing exercise even in the middle of the morning?" Secretary Lu waited for a few minutes, did not wait for news, decisively dialed the phone over. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." No answer. The sound that reached her ears made her look down and sigh. Couldn't really be doing morning exercises. Hey, she was a little envious, since the president is busy. It's good not to bother her. With that in mind, she tossed her cell phone away and continued to lay flat in sleep, and just then, the cell phone rang. Jingle bells. Aha! It's Mr. White's phone. "Looks like it's busy work," she muttered in a small voice, a serious look on her face as she took the phone and put it straight through. "Mr. Bai, something big happened today." "Big deal?" The two old guys in the house are hungover? The corner of Secretary Lu's mouth twitched. How much does Mr. Bai hate those two old men at home? That's not true, Secretary Lu replied. That's a shame. General Manager by Secretary Lu was made to speak in a whole lot of words by Ruoi's regretful tone. At that moment, Bai Ruoi's voice continued to come through. Since those two old guys aren't hanging around, nothing is too important. So let's deal with my big event first. The great thing about Mr. White. Could it be that he was just so busy that he ran out of little balloons? This was a serious matter, and she wasn't sure if it was what she thought it was. Pursuing the question, Mr. Bai, please speak. If you had to pick a pink car, what would you pick? Probably pick the pink Maserati. Secretary Lu paused and returned. When Bai Ruoi on the other end of the phone heard this, she said thoughtfully, then drive a pink Maserati over here. And by the way, get more little pink balloons. Got it? Little, what was it? Mr. Bai also to not treat her as an outsider. This is also said too bluntly. Boudoir discourse should not be said a little more subtle? Secretary Lu's people froze for a split second, but quickly realized, get a car. Mr. White is obviously planning to change the venue of the duel. Thinking of this, she immediately responded, understand. I get it all. Mr. Bai, I'll do something. Just put down 120 hearts. Good. After the word dropped, the phone hung up completely. Secretary Lu looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window inside. The weather is good. It's really quite suitable for that. However, she didn't expect that General Manager Bai, who usually had an ice cube face all day long, was actually such an affectionate person. TSK, it was her who had underestimated Mr. Bai just as she was planning to go and prepare for what Bai Ruoi had explained to her. The cell phone rang again. Secretary Lu, it has been rumored on Shivering Shadows that Wei Wei is the illegitimate daughter of General Manager Bai. Such extremely outrageous news. Do we need to make a move? What? Has all this goodness trickled out already? However, it's a fact that Mr. Bai did have an affair with Lin Ji. So it's not too outrageous, right? Besides, becoming Lin Weiwei's stepmother was originally something that Mr. Bai was happy about. So why be nervous? No need. Xiao Hia, you're still too young. In the future this kind of thing just ignore it. Why? You remember, this kind of thing is nothing more than a pre-dawn storm for us, Mr. Bai. And since a glorious rainbow is bound to come, what's the harm in letting the storm come a little more violently? Listen to me. Let the publicist expand public opinion. How can just having an illegitimate daughter be enough? Rumors, bah! Send out an article saying that General Manager Bai has been secretly married to Mr. Lin and has a child. Understand? I seem to get it. Right. You ask someone to get a pink Maserati over here. Remember to dress up some pink balloons outside the body. Inside, also put some pink wrapped small balloons. Understand? Understood. After the explanation, the phone hung up and Secretary Lu nodded his head in great satisfaction with his decision. In this way, Mr. Bai will definitely give her a promotion and a raise, and from then on Xiao Lu, will go to the top of her life. But then again, boss, can her man's body and bones handle it? I can't believe I have to use so many small balloons. Forget it, since it was the boss's request. Then she just had to obey. And the other things had nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, the Lin family died in the hour that Lin Zhuo was gone. Lin Weiwei didn't miss her dad at all. Instead she had a great time with the two prospective stepmothers that she had identified in her mind. Tong Coco was still diligently cleaning up the garbage produced by little Vivi's snacks, and aside Lin Weiwei smacked his lips. The small body gently jumped White Ruoi arms to pounce. Was White Ruoi catch? Raised the tender face said with a smile. Sister White, I want to drink. Grandma. What grandma? Tong Coco stopped her movements, lowered her head, and directly saw the broom held in her palm, and raised her eyes again to look at Lin Weiwei, who had been pounced into by Ruoi's soft bag. The mood was lost. Crap. Got outclassed. She's actually a grandmotherless woman. Oh, no. How can I be Vivian's mommy? This scene was recorded by the cell phone of Lin Ji, whom Tong Coco had put aside to record the good life with live streaming. The water friends were even more anxious than Kid Coco, with infinite pop-ups. Sister Tong, cover your eyes and ears. This is a sci-fi movie. We don't want to hear or see it. Don't get down on yourself. Sister Tong, look on the bright side. You actually have other advantages. For example, saving money on fabric for the family. Yes, look on the bright side. What if Lori likes the big one, but the baby's father doesn't? Oh, Master Green Knot. The gaming goddess ended up losing, although she lost on top of her body. This is a complete abuse. Cut. It's cute even if it's small. What do you know? Hey. Are you guys living on the air? You didn't brush today's shaking shadow? The Sister White that Lori is talking about is the richest woman in our country. Mr. White. What? What the hell? The richest woman in the world? Didn't you say it was a script? How did it become the richest woman? Rumor mongering is against the law, his dude go out to sea. Brothers continue to comfort sister Tong. Comfort Nima. Does the old lady need comforting? Does the old lady need to feel inferior with this stunning body? Confidence is not enough. Glancing at this sliding pop-up, Tong Coco directly despised it underneath her indifferent face, but it was quickly followed by the rest of the party's pop-ups, which drew their attention. She looked at Bai Ruoi. This woman was the president? How does brother Lin Ji know this kind of woman? Regardless, she was now Alexandria. Just as Tong Coco had just slowed down with her figure comparison, the imperial sister Bai Ruoi on the side opened her mouth. No, you've only just finished your snack. Can your little tummy still drink grandma? Wei Wei can drink it. Sister Bai, I just want to drink grandma, please. Lin Wei Wei sheepishly lowered her head to look at her bulging little tummy, and her 10 tiny fingers grabbed Bai Ruoi's neckline and shook it. It's no use pouting. And you can't drink if you're pouting. You can't drink it until later. Vivi can't eat too much if she's greedy. As soon as the girl said she wanted a snack, she realized that the bags of snacks had never even appeared in the trash can in the house. That just meant that Lin Ji wouldn't just let Lin Wei Wei eat snacks, and it was already groundbreaking for her to let this girl have a snack. And now this girl's little tummy was bulging to the point of becoming a little soft bag. And you want to get milk shoved down your little tummy? Don't even think about it. Bai Ruoi had already substituted herself into the role of a voluptuous mother for little Wei Wei. Then of course she had to educate her strictly. Sister White looks so fierce, much more so than when dad is angry. What should I do? She hadn't had a grandma in a while and really wanted one. Lin Wei Wei jumped off of Bai Ruoi in a mouthful of temptation. Wei Wei, where are you going? I'll go find Coco's mom. Saying that, Lin Wei Wei ran her butt off to Tong Coco's side. Bai Ruoi's face was ugly. Calling her sister, calling Tong Coco's mom? Is that differentiation? This girl, she's hard to deal with. At this time, Tong Coco was still swiping her phone, trying to confirm if what the pop-up said was true, but it turned out that the Shake Shadow was full of news about Bai Ruoi's identity. Marketing number must be a marketing number. Just some pictures, some copywriting, and you want to trick her, a contemporary college student? It was a nice thought, but she didn't believe it without direct evidence. Tong Coco got back a little bit of self-confidence, although it was self-assured self-confidence, but at least it was self-confidence. Just then, she felt a flash of a figure in front of her, looking down. A little loli tugged at her pant leg and looked up at her with a little beak. Coco's mom. Mom? Kid Coco was a little confused. The whole mom thing made her drift a little. Originally, I felt that I had already lost numbness, but this sentence, mom, let Tong Coco support up again. Tong Coco glanced at Bai Ruoi, who didn't look too good, and the corner of her mouth sketched out a nice arc as she squatted down to take Lin Wei Wei into her arms. Is Vivi trying to do something? Aha! Vivi wants to drink grandma. Grandma, she didn't. Pust. Seeing Tong Coco's expression instantly freeze, Bai Ruoi laughed out unkindly from the sidelines. After noticing the unkind gaze cast by Tong Coco, she resumed her indifferent demeanor, pointing her finger at the box of milk on the desktop. This girl just ate a snack and wants to drink milk again, but her stomach is almost too big to hold it, so how can she keep eating? Mama Coco, my little tummy just looks bulging. I can eat. Your sister White is right. You can't eat it. It's going to be noon later. You have to eat lunch. You can't keep snacking. Oh, I know la. TSK. I did not expect Sister Tong play a mother is quite like a thing. On the kitchen under the hall is also very able to take care of small children. I'm a little envious of the little Lori's father. Don't say. I also envy. But unfortunately the law stipulates that bigamy is illegal. So Lori's father can only choose Sister Tong, or this female president. What female president? But renamed just, and those copywriting glance marketing number. The dog do not believe. A heated discussion began to take place in the child unit, almost all of which wanted child Coco to be promoted from stepmother to mother-to-be, sooner rather than later. Bai Ruoi disdainfully skimmed her mouth. Well, Mama Coco, Sister White? You're the mom, she's the sister. Is this big and small on purpose? Wait, didn't you want a car before? Your car is already at the door. Where's the cart you were talking about? Sister White. Lin Wei Wei pounced on Bai Ruoi, jumping and dancing with excitement. In kindergarten she loved to play with toy excavators and toy cars, but the kindergartners said that was for boys, and girls would be teased if they played with it. So in order not to be teased by Pupa, she was too embarrassed to tell Pupa that she liked cars and trucks. Now she was finally going to have her own car. Call a mommy to hear it. Bai Ruoi rubbed Lin Wei Wei's little brain and smiled. Mommy. The little girl didn't hesitate and smiled. Since you called me mom, who is she? Bai Ruoi's jade finger pointed to Tong Coco, who was smiling lightly on the side, and the little girl likewise did not hesitate and laughed. That's Sister Tong. The smile disappeared from Tong Coco's face. The water boys in the live room were happy. Children's words. Children's words, children's sister. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. The child is still small. If you want to beat it to death, just beat it to death. The word greaseball is the first time I've experienced it from a loli. It's mom when it's good, and sister when it's not. This little loli is more realistic than I am. What do you know? This is called improvisation. The good girl will definitely be a great filial daughter in the future. Yo, I did not expect a girl who understands the law, knows that you cannot call two people mom. Called two people, can be called to send their own old den in. Ha, Wei Wei, you called me sister didn't you? Tong Coco came to Lin Weiwei's side, half squatted, and pinched Lin Weiwei's fleshy face with both hands raised. Right, I'm sorry. Looking at Lin Weiwei's pitiful appearance, Tong Coco loosened her hand and sighed. At this point, the water user laughed even more, mimicking Lin Weiwei's tone of voice and continuously sending out conspiratorial pop-ups. Sorry, Tong's sister. In fact, Lori is on purpose. I'm sorry, Sister Tong. Mother White is giving too much. I'm sorry, Sister Tong. But Mama White gave me a toy car. What little girl could resist that kind of temptation? I'm sorry, Sister Tong. I didn't have a choice in the past, but now I want to choose Sister Bai as my mother. Time is like an arrow, and it's already 10:20 or so in the morning. It had been over 2 hours since he left home, which was slightly too long for Lin Ji. One must know that apart from the time when Lin Weiwei was in kindergarten, he had never been separated from Weiwei for such a long period of time. Hey, the more he missed that cute little daughter of his own, especially when he thought of that little guy acting like a cute little kitten every now and then, pouncing into his arms to be cute and adorable, the more Lin Ji wanted to go home. Regrettably, he left his cell phone at home when he went out, so that at this moment his thoughts about his daughter came like a tidal wave. But he could not make a video call to Lin Weiwei to relieve the pain of longing. I have to hurry up and finish shopping so that I can meet his lovely daughter earlier. Brother Lin Ji, why are you distracted? At this time, a sweet sound like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, like a wisp of light smoke, drifted into his ears. Lin Ji looked aside as violently as if he had been electrocuted. Only the young girl with a single ponytail tied at the back of her head was as fresh as a budding white lotus. Her white and milky side, as silky as goat's milk, was only about 5 centimeters away from him. This close distance, as if he only needed to breathe normally, he could smell that unique milky scent wafting from the young girl's body, causing the sleeping beast in Lin Ji's inner heart to throb. After a question mark, Lin Su became violently aware that the man she was holding by the arm was looking herself up and down with a strange gaze. Instantly, her neck and face became red as if they were ripe apples, and shyness surged like a tide. She hastily tilted her face to the side and muttered softly, Lin Shi brother, there are still a lot of people here. Suddenly, Lin Shi lifted his hand, gently holding Lin Su's shoulders like a gentle breeze. The corners of his mouth rose, smiling like the warm spring sun, and said, brother, please do one thing, that, even though it's crowded here, I can do whatever brother Lin Ji wants me to do. Well, as long as brother Chiu asks, whatever it takes. The touch of the soft shoulder spread throughout the young girl's body like an electric shock, causing her delicate body to tremble. Her shy eyes, like a frightened deer, lifted slightly and met Lin Ji's gaze. In this instant, time seemed to freeze, and the world was left with only their gazes at each other. Really? Anything? Lin Ji was a bit excited. Aha, anything. The young girl nodded her head uncontrollably like a chicken pecking at rice, as if she was afraid that she would miss some treasure if she wasn't careful. At those words, Lin Ji reached out to Lin Su with one hand, straight into her pocket. Then after Lin Ji did some fumbling in his pockets, Lin Su blushed and kept muttering in her heart, no, this kind of thing still have to go to a hotel. While Lin Su was red-faced, Lin Ji had already ended the fight, and he held Lin Su's cell phone and laughed. So let me borrow your cell phone. I'll make a call to my daughter. Oh, getting Lin Su's answer, Lin Ji turned around and started to enter his phone number. In the moment he turned around, Lin Ji didn't notice a trace of loss sweeping across the young girl's innocent face. Soon after, the phone number is entered and you click dial. He noticed the note above the cell phone number, the best brother in the world. Lin Ji froze, not realizing that he actually had such a high status in Lin Su's heart, but it's understandable. After all, when Lin Su came to his house 10 years ago, it was the low point of Lin Su's parents' business, and Lin Su, who had left her parents, naturally became a girl with low self-esteem. In those years, Lin Su ate and slept with him, and he coaxed and tricked Lin Su into laughing at night because she wanted her mother. Even this little girl's homework was tutored by him. Therefore, Lin Su spoke so highly of him, and Lin Ji understood. Hello? Auntie? You're looking for poop, but unfortunately today is not an and looking for my poop something. If you can first tell Sister White. As soon as Lin Weiwei on the opposite side saw the word Lin Su in the note, she was like a smart little elf, quickly understanding how to address Lin Su through the knowledge she had learned in kindergarten. Her little mouth seemed to have turned into a machine gun, blabbering non-stop, but it was quickly stopped by Lin Ji. It's me, Your dad. After saying this, recalling the tender voice on the phone just now, Lin Ji's somber mood of not seeing his daughter for a long time was also relieved somewhat. It's Dad. Lin Weiwei cried out in surprise, but there was a hint of panic mixed in her tone. Not oh no. Dad found out he stole his cell phone. Yuck. He picked it up? Right girl, I am your father. Lin Ji answered with a smile. Look at this girl's excited appearance. It seems that she also misses herself, worthy of being the good daughter that he raised. Since Weiwei wants him, then he also has to go back quickly. Viv? Your puppy called? Aha. Sister White, it's Daddy's call. Oh, do you want to listen? Let me give you my cell phone. Yeah. Hearing the voice on the phone, Lin Ji's face changed and he directly called a halt. Wait Weiwei. Your father, I'm looking for you. Lin Ji spoke quickly, but the opposite side moved even faster. And Bai Ruoi had already gripped her cell phone. I don't know why. When the opposite Bai Ruoi received the cell phone, like a stone statue with no response, time seems to be frozen at this moment. The atmosphere has become unusually awkward. Lin Ji continued after a pause. Ruoi, give Vivi her cell phone. I'll talk to Vivi. Before I talk to Vivi, teacher, can you tell me where you are right now in person and why you're using sister-in-law's cell phone? Auntie? You're the sister-in-law. It's not like she's related to Resignation. So who is she calling a sister-in-law? Lin Su pouted, her small mouth as pink as a cherry on the side. That dainty look made people want to dislike her. She was secretly angry. Her face was like an inflated balloon instantly puffing up. Her round eyes were like two jewels, and she stared at the cell phone in Lin Ji's hand with a deadly stare. Oh, this I went out to buy groceries and happened to meet Su, and I left my cell phone at home, so I had to use hers. Lin Ji didn't notice Lin Su's expression and answered directly. I see. I thought, give Vivi your cell phone first so I can talk to her. There was silence across the room for a moment, and soon Lin Ji heard the slight movement of footsteps moving and cell phones being forwarded from his cell phone. Then a crispy and sweet child's voice came through. What did you want to see me about? Puppy? Daddy wants to ask if you're having fun at home with Sister White and the girls. Happy. I love Sister White. If only Sister Bai was my mom. The little girl expressed her thoughts bluntly. The little girl's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting hard on Lin Su and Lin Ji's hearts, making their moods instantly heavy. Lin Su's face instantly darkened like dark clouds, and he stared tightly at Lin Ji, as if he wanted to see his inner thoughts through his eyes. Lin Weiwei likes that guy. So, what about Brother Chio? What was he thinking? Lin Ji pondered. He couldn't figure out why his daughter didn't like Ton Coco but Bai Ruoi instead. Judging from the figure, well, how can I put it? Well, Cymbeline versus Skyfall. Skyfall wins hands down, but in terms of personality and hands-on skills, Ton Coco is even better. After all, when he was Bai Ruoi's teacher, that guy was a big lady with food and clothes, while Ton Coco was a real girl from the countryside. What's more, Ton Coco's identity was an esports game anchorwoman, a person with excellent interaction skills. And it was simply not too easy to make a small child happy. Thinking of Ton Coco's identity, suddenly Lin Ji thought of a point. Since Ton Coco has a professional advantage, then Bai Ruoi is not the same. Although she didn't know what kind of status Bai Ruoi was now in existence in her family. But as a life coach who had taught Bai Ruoi for 6 years, Lin Ji knew very well that Bai Ruoi's professional advantage was being super rich. So, Vivi is obsessed with substances. I guess, analyzing this, Lin Ji began to say in a serious tone. Weiwei. If what your sister Bai sends you is very expensive, then we can't ask for it indiscriminately. Daddy, what's so valuable? Lin Weiwei's tender voice came lightly. The little girl, for what is a valuable object? There is not a clear perception. Lin Ji paused and returned. It's ornaments like gems, chains, bracelets. Anyway, it's the kind of thing that looks shiny as an expensive item. Oh so then Dad, Sister White did not send expensive things. Oh, Sister White only said that she would give me a toy car. A toy car? Bai Ruoi actually didn't send anything very expensive? Unbelievable. It seems that guy, so many years past, is not just focusing on the growth of the body to go. Not that only big spending money without a number of Mississippi then. Lin resigned and told Lin Weiwei to boldly accept it. After all, what's the harm in accepting a trinket like a toy car? Then the conversation between father and daughter ended with Lin Ji's last few words of exhortation. Be good. Oh, Weiwei is very good. By the way, Pupa, Sister Bai just said for Daddy not to bully Aunt Susu. Bully for the hell of it. That rebel still hasn't grown up, can't use words at all. So cell phone back. Lin Ji held Lin Su's hand. Then as he shoved the cell phone into her palm, and when he tried to pull his hand back, Lin Su backhanded him and grabbed his wrist, and his entire petite body gradually moved closer to him. Lin Ji felt Su, whose body was leaning on him like a blazing flame, exuding endless passion and warmth, as if she wanted to melt him. Su's body was like a feverish little sun, constantly transmitting heat energy, making Lin Ji's skin slightly hot as well. Her breath was like a gentle breeze, lightly brushing over Lin Ji's neck, bringing a hint of itchiness. Susu's hair brushed his cheeks like flowing clouds, gentle and loving. As if it was speaking of endless tenderness, Linji asked, Susu, are you physically unwell? Susu's face was so red that she could have boiled an egg, and her footsteps were so light that she even tilted her body to his side. So she might be suffering from some serious illness. Rhetoric. I'm fine. I just wanted to ask you something. What is it? When did you have a daughter? And who is the baby's mother? And why have I never heard you talk about it? Also, who is the woman on the other side of the phone? Is it the baby's mom? Lin Ru had a speechless face and rewarded Lin Su with a finger that she had been afraid of since she was a child. Dang. Lin Ji retracted the snapping finger on Lin Su's head and said, this is an adult's matter. Where do children get so much gossip? Go study hard and don't think nonsense. Che, I'm not a little kid. I'm 20 years old, almost graduated from college. Lin Su rubbed his brain and drummed his face, saying unconvincingly, why didn't you tell me? You used to tell me everything, but since you went to college you've had very little contact with me. And now your daughter is 4 and I didn't even know until recently. The young girl's face bore a tragic sadness, and though her voice was soft, the aggrieved tone was so clear. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that you were still in the college entrance exams at the time, so I didn't tell you for fear of affecting your studies. Lin Ji answered truthfully, he did think so, but there was another important reason was that he and Lin Yao had once made an agreement that excluding blood relatives, they couldn't take the initiative to tell other people about Lin Weiwei's existence. Once informed, then he loses the billions in alimony. It's not that he doesn't have the money, it's just that a fool doesn't want money for nothing. Rhetoric. Lin Su, who had been lowering her head, slowly raised her face with a smiling face after hearing Lin Ji's sophistry. Seeing the young girl looking at him with red eyes, Lin Ji froze for a moment, before he could reply in any way. He only saw Lin Su jumping into Lin Ji's arms, wrapping her arms around Lin Ji's neck, and said, you're so good to me, always looking out for me. This girl, in addition to the body, has grown. The person is still the same as before, the girl who loves to cry, but it's strange to say, how come those guys have different personalities when they were also raised by him? By Ruoyi was. So was Tong Coco, and it was even more needless to say that her own daughter was a fun-loving brat. Touch to touch. Eyes how also peeing it. We are now outside. If people laughed at you how to marry out, then you marry me. But I have a daughter. That's not good. As long as I marry you, it's buy one get one free. Then I can't make a fortune. Lin Su wiped away the tears in her eyes and laughed. Well, buy one, get one free, right? Hoping he's the one giving it away, Lin Ji's heart paused, lowered his head and glanced at the young girl whose cheeks were flushed with peach color. The young girl's cheeks were so flushed that she didn't know whether it was due to a joke or whether she was shy because she had said something from the bottom of her heart. I heard from Uncle Lin that Weiwei's mom ran away, and Brother Resignation has been single for a few years because he took care of Weiwei, right? Since Weiwei wants her mom and you don't have a date. Brother Resignation, do you really not consider me? Looking at Lin Su's big blinking eyes, he didn't know if she was telling the truth or joking. Lin Ji's expression was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. Was this girl serious or joking? If it was serious, he was still a bit down. Su was just 16 years older than his daughter, and he himself was a good 4 years older than Lin Su. The age difference, coupled with knowing each other since childhood, makes it inexplicably awkward to be together. Besides, what if Lin Su was just joking? Wouldn't he be a clown if he agreed? And at that moment, a word came. I'm just kidding. Oh, don't be nervous. Rhetoric. Oh, I see. That scared me. I thought I was going to get mixed doubles from my dad and your parents. Lin Ji's joking tone calmed the party's panicked heart. Then, continue walking in the direction of the market. Lin Su, who was standing on Lin Ru's left-hand side, his face revealed an imperceptible sense of loss. Just now he was still too anxious and almost scared Ru away. It's better to take it slow. If it's too fast, Rhetoric will be scared. Only by boiling the frog in warm water. Rhetoric, the little frog, will gradually sink into the tenderness and not be able to extricate himself. What's on your mind? With a grin on your face, tell me and let me have some fun. Aha, Brother Resignation. I want to be your child's stepmother, laughed Lin Su. Lin Ji froze and stepped back. The next second a giggling voice of a young girl came. Scared again. I lied to you, to outsiders. Lin Ji and Lin Su, who looked so much like brother and sister, continued to run around for the sake of shopping. Meanwhile, on the other side, while Bai Ruoi went out to meet the toy car, Tong Coco cupped Lin Weiwei's slippery meat packet face with both hands and asked with a smile, Weiwei, you have to truthfully answer, my sister. Just now when my sister went to the toilet, your father called over to say something to sister Bai. Well, Lin Weiwei stuck a fleshy finger into her mouth, the crystal saliva exclusive to little Lolitas continuously flowing out of the side of her mouth. She stared dead on at the lollipop held in Tong Coco's hand. her eyes no longer even turning. So hungry for strawberry-flavored lollipops, but Sister White said that you can't eat anymore. And if you eat Sister Ton's lollipop, you'll be mean to Sister White. In the end, Lin Weiwei turned around without hesitation, and as if she had made some sort of determination, she directly said, I don't like lollipops. Oh really? Tong Coco narrowed her eyes and smiled, holding up the open-wrapped shiny lollipop and waving it in front of Lin Weiwei's small face. Lin Weiwei lowered her head, her little nose twitched, one didn't hold back, her pink tongue stuck out and licked the lollipop, then, took it away with one hand, eating into her mouth. Her little pink mouth squirmed vaguely. Baba just said spicy in his thoughts. He's going shopping with Auntie. Let me be good at home and accompany Sister. By Tong Coco nodded in satisfaction at Lin Weiwei's reaction, but fell back into deep thought when she saw the pop-up sent from her cell phone on the side. The cell phone live broadcast. She has not been turned off. On the one hand is to prevent Lin Weiwei accident. On the other hand is to prevent by Ruai take advantage of their own absence. Secretly start to the pop-ups that kept sliding by on her phone just showed that she was right. That guy by Ruoi had really stolen away. Convinced. Is Sister Tong already doing whatever she can to seduce Lori to cheat her for information in order to be Lori's mom? TSK. I'm the one who underestimated Sister Tong's drive to be a little lowly stepmother. If you don't understand, ask, who is the man who can make Sister Tong's heart flutter? Who actually makes two great beauties want to be his daughter's mother? Sister Tong, give up. I think you're already finished. Just now that big white beauty was even jealous of her sister-in-law. I feel that you can't compete with Sister Tong. Facing the endless pop-ups, Tong Coco skimmed her mouth in disdain. Give up? I, Tong Coco, have never had the word give up in my dictionary. Not to say that she is a rich white woman, but I, Tong Coco, is not bad either. Even if the rumors circulating on the internet about Bai Ruoi, the illegitimate daughter of the richest woman of our time, turned out to be her, were not true. But they were not true. The richest woman who struggled for 4 years already has a 4-year-old baby girl with her adopted gigolo. It's all true. Then she, Tong Coco, would not give up. Tong Coco lowered her head and looked at, licking the lollipop, Lin Weiwei. This face of the little lowly had a 7-point resemblance to Lin Ji, and an impulsive feeling of wanting to hold Lin Weiwei in her arms and rub her was inexplicably born inside of her. Just as her palm was about to touch that fleshy face, Lori raised her head and laughed. Sister Tong, I can't tell Daddy about me eating lollipops. Daddy won't let me eat candy. He says it will grow cavities. After being pleasured by the sweet treats, Lin Weiwei's favorability towards Tong Coco in her heart could be said to have skyrocketed. Tong Coco struck the iron while it was hot. Well, of course you can. I want to be your mama. But Weiwei, you have to help Sister Tong a little bit, or else you won't be able to eat the other snacks once Sister is kicked out. Aha! Other snacks. Is there a better snack in this world than a strawberry-flavored lollipop? No, I can't. I have to get Sister Child to stay and make Daddy like her. The thought that after Tong Coco stayed, then later on, Tong Coco would surely give her an endless supply of delicious snacks. Ho ho ho, she, Lin Weiwei, is really a great smart, not only has a good mom, but also endless delicious food. Okay, Vivi will help Sister Child become Mama Coco. Yeah, let's make a hook and hang ourselves for 100 years. Goodbye Ruai, who had gone out and used her cell phone to call her men to drive to Lin's house. Didn't know that she had been backstabbed by the little lowly. Why are you guys so slow? It's been 3 hours and you're still not here? Report boss. We're stuck in a traffic jam here. We just asked someone to poke around. It seems like there's a big star coming over here to do a variety show. There's a lot of people surrounding it right now. We can't drive our car out at all. Big star? What big star comes to a small local variety show like this? It must be some kind of traffic star. Fuck. That's annoying. Paying attention to the cell phone time almost to 12 o'clock. Ruai was a little anxious. This point in time means that Lin Ju will soon go home to cook, but the gift she had prepared for Lin Weiwei was late. And once she waited for Lin Ru to come back, then if she gave the gift to Lin Weiwei, even if Lin Weiwei accepted it, just with Lin Ji's stingy character, he wouldn't accept it. This is the first gift to please my stepdaughter-to-be and increase her favorability. How did it go wrong? Just as Bai Ruoi was thinking about waiting for the evening to sneak a car over, her cell phone rang. A familiar word appeared on the screen. Old Immortal. Seeing this word, Bai Ruoi fell into deep thought. It was her grandfather's phone call. But instead of joy on her face, Bai Ruai looked disgusted. That old man came back to rush her back to try to set her up with her cousin? What an old fart. Never minded herself until she was 18, and she hadn't even met those two a few times, but when she broke the company into the top 100 in the world and became the richest man in the country, that person used her grandfather's name to tell her to go back and get married and have children, saying that a girl can't grasp a huge company, so she might as well surrender her shares in the company and go back to her cousin to have a child. Preserving the Bai family's pure bloodline. 2 old farts with a sick brain who don't know that inbreeding is a no-no? What's more, when her mom and dad died, her dad's business friend arranged it, and until her mom and dad became ashes. She never saw that old thing come out and show her side. Therefore, Bai Ruwati didn't have any good feelings towards the so-called Bai family, and even loathed it to the extreme. But considering that those two old guys, legally, are divided into her account book, that means she has the obligation to support, or not to those two old men. Ignore. If you're not dead, get to the point. Bai Ruwati picked up the phone and said nonchalantly, as if she wouldn't care even if the person on the other side of the line was infuriated to the point of having a sudden heart attack. I heard that you're keeping a gigolo on the side. Oh, well, there is such a thing. So you have a problem with that, huh? Bai Ruwati just paused for a moment, quickly reacting to who the other party was talking about, and readily agreed. Nonsense. That white boy really disciplined you too loosely. This kind of thing like adoption isn't something you do on your own. We don't care. But there's definitely going to be a whole lot of bad public opinion in the community. And I heard you have a 4-year-old daughter with that boy. Is that true? Wait, 4-year-old daughter? Who made up the rumor? It's just so right for her. Well, it's true. How about it? Do you want me to bring her to meet you? After all, maybe you two will hang up sometime, so no need to set me up with that whoever. I'm already taken. It's a quasi-stepdaughter. But there's not much wrong with that. As long as she tried harder. She was sure that she herself would give birth to a little baby with her teacher in a year's time. Fine, we won't set it up, but you'll have to hand over your shares, or else it'll affect the company's stock market just by virtue of the image you have out there right now. Hell, old undead guy. Have you ever seen any businessman who implicated his entire company to close down because of his private life? Silly thing, you can really be a thief. For the sake of the old lady's little shares, face or not even don't want. You a 90-something years old antique play how much flowers? Really think that I don't know? Don't ever fucking call me again unless you're dead. After a moment of venting, the phone hung up on him. She lowered her head and looked at the photo of Lin Ji and herself on her phone, and her onion-white fingers couldn't help but tenderly rub on Lin Ji's cheeks while muttering to herself, "Teacher, outsiders saying that I have an illegitimate daughter with you. All have been certified by the public. Reputation and so on. I, although not important, but also can't marry outright. So you have to marry me to be able to. Sister White, I'm hungry. When are we going to eat?" Suddenly, the little girl standing on the balcony shouted downwards. Hearing this, Bai Ruwati twisted her head back to reveal a smile. "Sister will cook for you right away. Don't be in a hurry." Hey, if only Lin Weiwei was really her and Ka's daughter. Unfortunately, it's not biological. She's just the stepmother. Never mind. Vivi didn't have a mom either, and it seemed nice for her to be Vivi's first mom. Well, it's nice to not only be with a teacher, but also pick up a daughter for nothing. Bai Ruwei, who was walking back, suddenly froze with a smile on her face. Wait a minute, she doesn't seem to know how to cook. This route of pleasing little Vivian by grasping the child's stomach finished. Inside the town at this time, inside a crew convoy, Lin Yao and her manager, and Zhou sat in the exclusive car. Yao, did you see that video? And Zhou asked. Well, of course I looked. You reminded me this morning. Lin Yao propped up her face, facing the window, and replied with a bemused expression. Not the video from this morning, but this new one. Look. And Ruyu's tone was anxious. The cell phone that was playing the video, directly disliked in front of Lin Yao. Lin Yao hadn't seen what was playing yet, but her eyes were instantly drawn to the counterintuitive headline. That rich white girl who chased Lin Ji yesterday is the richest woman? She has adopted Lin Ji, and her illegitimate daughter is still my family Weiwei? What's all this? Lin Yao frowned, her face as ugly as eating a can of herring at this point. It doesn't matter if the rumor is about Lin Ji, but the rumor that her daughter is someone else's. Isn't that a clear intention to steal her daughter? This would be excessive. Right. And I wonder which marketing number is spreading rumors. I've investigated Lin Ji's information long ago. Either living a bit of a third-tier life at the university or going to a part-time job. How could he possibly know that kind of big shot? This marketing number. It's just not outrageous. Do you want me to ask someone to delete these videos? And Zhu asked. Lin Yao pondered for a while, shook her head and said, no need. I'm Weiwei's own mother. This point can't be changed. Even if other people make rumors, it can't be changed. It's only a problem if you step in and intervene and the paparazzi find out. At that moment, the convoy paused to move and countless noises came pouring in. Wow, Lin Yao. It's Lin Yao. Mom, I've made a name for myself. I've seen a big Lin. Hearing these words, Lin Yao looked out of the car window and seeing the dense twisted head asked, Sister Rain, did you tell the fans about our whereabouts? No, and Zhu shook her head after saying this, and Ruyu jerked her head up, her body coming closer to Lin Yao. Someone exposed our whereabouts? Lin Yao expressionlessly tilted her head aside, staring at the crowded crowd outside the window, and faintly said, it shouldn't be the program team. but those few newcomers who exposed it. She and a few of the show's guests had gotten into the same microstar group before they arrived, so they were aware of each other's participation in the show, since the news that he had already come here had been exposed. That guy, Lin Ji, should also know that he had come, right? And how will he react? Will he tell Vivi that her mom is here? Just as Lin Yao was brainstorming to herself, a familiar figure came into the middle of her eye and the outermost part of the crowd. There was a man and a woman walking side by side. The young girl's innocent face was full of youthful smiles, just as if she was in a period of passionate love, while the handsome man was also smiling and talking with the young girl with a smile on his face. In short, they looked like a pair of sweet couples. However, Lin Yao inside the car frowned. 5 white, slender fingers, tightly hooked. Her heart felt like it was sinking to the bottom. Dog man! How dare he leave Vivi alone at home and let the other girls take Vivi while he himself is out on a date with a college girl. Seeing Lin Yao with an ice-cold face, a displeased face staring dead at a direction outside the car window. An Zoyu looked that way, and she was shocked. Although he had long known that this program group, engaged in the variety show of experiencing farm life, was near Lin Ji's home, and was mentally prepared to meet Lin Ji. However, once she saw Lin Ji for a moment, and Ruyu was still surprised at Lin Ji's unbelievable face value that killed everyone in the entertainment industry. If Lin Yao and Lin Ji didn't have that ridiculous night, maybe she might have brought Lin Ji into the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, Lin Yao and Lin Ji had already had a sinful relationship. Sister Rain, did I really do the right thing by giving Vivi to him? Why do you say that? He, obviously, is a man with a daughter, but he doesn't take care of Wei Wei. All day long he just knows to go messing with flowers and grasses. Now it's already noon. I don't know if Wei Wei, she has eaten her lunch properly. And Ruyu approached Lin Yao, hugged Lin Yao's petite body, gently patted her back and comforted. Alright, men are all the same. They are all philanderers. There's no need to be sad for that kind of person. As for Wei Wei, you should also know after watching the live broadcast, he has 2 women at home. He can take care of Wei Wei. Don't worry, I am angry. Why doesn't he go to Vivi when he can be there for her? I can't be there for Vivi because of my work, but I pay for all their living expenses. But he actually, Lin Yao pointed her finger at Lin Ji and Lin Su, who seemed like a couple, talking and laughing outside the crowd, and her heart was furious. I can't believe I went to pick up girls. How can I trust Vivi to such a person? Exasperated, Lin Yao was so angry that she shed tears. And Ruyu patted Lin Yao, whose face was buried in her arms as she cried bitterly, and sighed helplessly. His face was inclined to the window. Seeing Lin Ji's direction, he retracted his gaze and said, participating in this program is for you to see Wei Wei. Soon you will be able to see your daughter openly. However, I can remind you that you can't identify with Wei Wei for the time being. Once you do, the company's contract is considered to be violated. Do you understand? I know, sister. You. Lin Yao nodded her head with a bit of a choked sob. The outermost part of the crowd. Brother, quit. There are so many people here. It seems like the drop we called can't get through. With so many people blocking us, it seems like we can't go back. Lin Su pretended to be sad at Lin Ji, but a hint of a sense of excitement showed in his eyes. Lin Ji nodded and said indignantly, I don't know where the star came from. Actually choosing to do a variety show here. It's making it so that I can't go back to see Vivi. That girl must miss her daddy. It's okay, Wei Wei is not taken care of by someone. Think about yourself first. Brother Ka, we don't seem to have eaten yet. Why don't we go to the restaurant over there for lunch first? What restaurant? Lin Shi paused for a moment, and before he could hear clearly what the restaurant Lin Su was talking about, his wrist was grabbed by the palm of a delicate hand, and then dragged him along. Come to the diner. Is this the diner you were talking about? Well, yeah, the food in this house is delicious. There's roast duck, roast chicken, steamed abalone with goji berries, and braised pork, and it's Sunday. There's a discount. Lin Su's pink mouth opened and closed to talk about many dishes, but Lin Ji was a bit distracted, staring at the billboard with a few love heart patterns above his head. That's not the discount you're talking about, is it? Yeah, it's Sunday, and it's 30% off for all couples. How do you get a discount? It's not going to be with proof of couplehood or anything, is it? It's not clear. Oh, won't you know if you go inside? Lin Su smiled and took Lin Ji's hand, tugging him inside. The moment he stepped into this room, Lin Ji's back went cold, and there was always a sense of foreboding. At the same time, right behind Lin Ji, inside a pitch-black sedan, a pair of beautiful eyes were staring at Lin Ji and Lin Su's backs in death. Noontime, the little loli stood on her tiptoes, her droll, round face, slightly raised, her dark eyes blinking and blinking, glancing a few times toward the dishes on the table. Sister White, why is your cooking black? It's completely different from what Daddy usually makes. Is it chocolate flavored? Lin Weiwei drooled at the corner of her mouth, her eyes staring daggers at the table, the dishes of blackened paste. Haha, chocolate? Girl, Your white sister cooking is not chocolate. I look like a defense. Tong Coco held her stomach and mocked mercilessly. But in the next second, she was met with an over-the-shoulder drop by Ruoi, who had the 8th stage of Taekwondo. Give it to me. Shut up. I'm going. I'm alive? Tong Coco's back was solidly leaning against the sofa, and there was little pain in Tong Coco's back, but the little man watching from the sidelines was scared out of his wits. Good fierce white sister. If she can't eat Sister Bai's food, then Sister Bai, she won't hit Weiwei, right? Lin Weiwei's small feet squirmed, unconsciously stepping back. Sister Bai, I'm not hungry yet. Can I not eat? No, come over here and eat. It's not good for your health to be hungry, understand? Hearing Bai Ruoi's commanding tone, Lin Weiwei was a little flustered in her heart, slightly raising her eyes and clashing with Bai Ruoi's hawk-like sharp gaze. Being stared at like this, the little girl finally succumbed to Bai Ruoi's pressure. So fierce, Sister White, Vivi knows it la. I'll get Sister Tong to come over and eat. The little girl crossed over Bai Ruoi and bumbled over to the sofa, helping Tong Coco up, her meatbag face instantly turning into an aggrieved look, her little hand grabbing Tong Coco's chest clothes, shaking it while softly praying, Sister Tong, save me, Weiwei doesn't want to eat the poop, come over and eat. I've managed to cook the food with great difficulty. If you don't eat it, it'll get cold. Bai Ruoi's shout caused Lin Weiwei's small body to jolt, unconsciously shrinking a bit as her fleshy face became even more heartbreaking. Sister child, Weiwei is fine. Sister me also made dishes. We do not eat the dishes made by Sister White on it. Not eating the defense. Gee, do these two guys really think she can't hear them? Saying, to her face, that her cooking was a defense was a little too much. Bai Ruoi hesitated for a moment and used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of black and slimy mutually sticky potato and brought it close to her mouth, her tongue gently nudging it. Instantly, the face changed dramatically. Then with a jerk of his head he glanced back to find child Coco heading to the sink with little Vivi to clean her little hands. Bai Ruoi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the table's blackened dishes, thinking, next time, she'll have to make something that's edible before she does. Woof, a big yellow dog that cheerfully circled around Bai Ruoi. You want some? Woof woof. Rhubarb wagged his tail and rubbed his face against her calf. That's all for you. Soon all the dishes, filled with black goo, were dumped into the dog bowl. Blah blah blah. Rhubarb ate happily. Bai Ruoi's sullen face revealed a smile. Who said it couldn't be eaten? This rhubarb is eating very well. Is Sister White already feeding rhubarb dog food? Lin Weiwei asked curiously when she saw the approaching big yellow who was wagging his tail and bearing his food. Without waiting for Bai Ruoi to reply, Lin Weiwei, who had walked over and realized the true nature of the dog bowl, couldn't help but pout her little mouth and said a little unhappily, Sister Bai, Daddy said that although Big Yellow likes to eat poop, we can't feed it the kind of stuff it eats. We have to feed it dog food. Poor rhubarb. I can't believe he's eating poop and having so much fun. Poor dog. Tong Coco forced the corners of her AK-like mouth and pretended to feel sorry for her, realizing that Tong Coco was being conspiratorial. Bai Ruoi walked to the dining table with a stern face and said nothing, picking up her bowl and glancing at the plates of gaudy dishes on the table. I don't believe that you can make the same dish better than mine. Bai Ruoi caught some dishes in front of the large and small group in front of her and brought them into her mouth, eyes wide and barred. He glanced faintly at Kid Coco. What do you want? I'm warning you, I'm not afraid of you. It's just that Brother Cotter won't like a violent woman. You mustn't mess around. Tong Coco moved Lin Weiwei in front of herself and hid herself behind the little loli and screamed. Bai Ruoi blankly glanced at Tong Coco and approached them with her bowl. Ahawk, you can't come over here. Vivi, protect me. Tong Coco shrunk up and crouched behind Lin Weiwei. Shivering, little Vivi twisted her head to look back, her childish face filled with speechlessness. Sister Tong, you're letting her, a 4-year-old, protect you? Shouldn't you be the one protecting me? Vivi, ignore that guy. Let's eat first. Bai Ruoi took the bowl of food and sent it to Lin Weiwei's mouth. Sister White made this. It's so delicious. Of course. Little Vivian had a face of intoxication. Her delicate little body even twisted happily. And that little butt touched Tong Coco's face. The originally timid Tong Coco came to her senses, probed, and looked at the dishes Bai Ruoi kept feeding to Lin Weiwei. Didn't my mom make this? To actually use her results to trick Lori? If this man is really an entrepreneur, he must be a shameless capitalist. Don't look. I'm not some violent woman. Come along to dinner. Oh, so the requirement for the discount is proof of being a couple? Lin, she asked. Yeah, it's pretty simple, isn't it? The diner owner nodded. Lin Su, who was on the side, didn't say anything and looked at Lin Ji with a smile. Expecting his reply, Lin Ru was silent. Although the restaurant owner said it was simple, but how come he didn't feel it was simple, proving a couple? Holding hands is completely impossible to prove, right? Unless, kissing one in public. That would prove it. Go kiss Lin Su. Lin Ji twisted his head and looked at Lin Su. Those delicate lips appeared plainly under his chin, and Lin Ji thought that if he bent down slightly, he would be able to press his lips together with the delicate lips. The charming body odor of the young girl wafted in and drilled into her nostrils. At this point, he shook his head. No way, once you touch that inaccessible soft thing, it's not as simple as a discount. Instead, it's a fracture. He's young, has a daughter to raise, and isn't very keen on going into orthopedics. Su, I suddenly want to go to the other one. Let's switch. Lin Ji made some sort of determination and tried to wriggle out of it. That moment, his wrist was held by a pair of slender jade hands, and there was no need to doubt that it was Lin Su. Lin Su exerted her strength and brought Lin Ji to her side. Brother Ji, it's just proving the identity of a couple. It's very simple law. Oh, it's simple? What simple method do you have? Lin Ji froze and asked curiously. Of course. After the young girl finished, she smiled without saying a word and approached Lin Ji step by step as the shopkeeper witnessed. As he got closer, the young girl's pungent fragrance was even more intriguing to him. Simple law. What else could be simple to prove but kissing? Besides, it wasn't like he and Lin Su were a real couple, so there was no need to turn into a broken bone for the sake of a mere trifle. This time, Lin Su's lips came close to Lin Ji's ear and whispered, "Just leave your hand to me, brother Ji." Just like that? Lin Ji froze, and by the time he reacted, his own wrist was already being held tightly by Lin Su. Then, as he witnessed, the hands he was holding jerked closer to Lin Su's arms. Looking at his salty hand, actually getting closer and closer, Lin Ji panicked. Crap, this can't be allowed. Wait, Lin Ji shouted. Why have you stopped, my dear guest? Are you not a couple? The shopkeeper questioned, looking up and down at Lin Ji and Lin Su's expressions. Of course. Lin Su promptly blocked Lin Ji's words before adding, it's just that my boyfriend doesn't like it touching me in front of other people, right? To you, yes. Lin Ji despised it in his heart, but his mouth was in the right place and he nodded his head. Right, so are you guys going in or not? The customers in the back are waiting, the shopkeeper said. Lin Ji couldn't speak. He kind of didn't know what to do. Kiss? How is it possible to kiss? But go, and now it's being tugged tightly by Lin Su, as if trying to get his hand to complete the unfinished mission. Damn it, what's he gonna do? And just at this time, Lin Su didn't know when, but suddenly tiptoed closer to him. A crisp ringing sound came, and Lin Ji's eyes went wide. Old man's first kiss. Nope. Hearing the commotion, Lin Su opened her eyes in satisfaction. Well, it's kind of proven now. Can we go in? It's okay. But the person your boyfriend is kissing, it's not you. The shopkeeper on the side pointed to Lin Ji's square position. The person standing on that position was Lin Yao, who had been hiding inside the car to watch. Lin Yao, who was wearing sunglasses, wiped the drool by the corner of her mouth in disgust, and glared at Lin Ji. Fortunately it was only the corner of her mouth, otherwise, she would have to knife Lin Ji. The dog man who left his daughter at home and ran out to flirt with girls by himself. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yao turned to the store owner and pulled out a wad of money. Your store, I'll take it. That kind of rule can be waived, right? When? Of course. The shopkeeper looked at the rather important money in surprise, and then glanced at Lin Yao, who was wearing sunglasses and had an extraordinary temperament. Needless to say, the rules are waived. He doesn't even care if he wants to pee in the store. Without waiting for Lin Yao's figure to disappear, Lin Su was already frowning in dissatisfaction, holding a handkerchief to wipe the water stains on Lin Ji's lips. Who is she? How can she be like that? How can? Lin Su was a bit aggravated. Obviously it should be himself, the person who kissed resignation. Brother, how did he change? Bad woman. Rich people are great, right? After venting her emotions, Lin Su looked at Lin Ji. Who is she that she's messing with her relatives? Brother, resignation. You really don't know her? I don't recognize. In this situation, even if there was no agreement with Lin Yao, he would have pretended that he didn't recognize it. After all, who would have thought that their first encounter after 4 years would collide in this situation? Lin Ji waved his hand indifferently. Forget it. Anyway, I didn't kiss it. I just touched the corner of my mouth. Let's go in and eat first. Lin Su skinned his unwilling little mouth and followed Lin Ji. Right after Lin Jue and Lin Su entered the restaurant outside of the town amongst the crowds, Secretary Lu and a group of company personnel were originally thinking of delivering a car to Bai Roy, but who knew it would be blocked? What's happening now is that it can't move a bit. Can't go forward. Can't go back. It's annoying. Boss, it's really not that I'm inking. It's a real traffic jam. I heard that a star came here to shoot a variety show, and the road in this small town of Nanjiala is narrow. For a while, our car couldn't move at all. Lu's secretary helplessly reported to Bai Roy. Are blocked to the mealtime. People are starving. Still blocking. Hey, well, I understand. So go ahead and go about your business. I'm going to take a nap with Vivi and call me later in the evening. Okay boss. Getting Bai Roy's reply, Secretary Lou breathed a sigh of relief and opened the staff chat group again and said into his cell phone, "Break. Let's eat." Get out of the car. Secretary Lou poked around and found a sign placed at the entrance of a restaurant with a few twisted words. Frowny face. Today this store is wrapped up by a rich woman. I'm in the mood for aviation. All meals are free for 2 hours. Yo, bagged. Growing up, it was the first time she had met someone even more arrogant than Mr. White. After all, Mr. White hasn't even chartered a restaurant yet, just packed through the hotel. Since it's free, let's eat in here. Secret Lou waved her hand and told the group to follow her lead. Once inside, I found a lot of people inside. Cripes. There are quite a few white whoring parties out there. Who in the world is it that can make a store owner make the store meals limited? After looking around the store for a few moments, I realized that there were no more seats and would only head upstairs. Come to the second floor. Secretary Lou then heard a string of women's conversations. Why did you kiss my brother? Brother? Sure, it's not a love, brother? And I was just passing by. And God knows you would have suddenly come up to me. And if you had kissed earlier, I wouldn't have run into him. I think you just see that my family pigeon is handsome and kissed it on purpose. And flinging money in his face. Do you really think you can con my homing pigeon out of all that stinking money of yours? Little girl. I didn't think so. Don't talk nonsense. You better be. Secretary Lou's entire body froze. I listed a white but kind of exciting, this kind of dog blood plot. How is it a bit similar to her family president chasing the dog man with baby? They are all trying to buy people's hearts with money. But what can be bought with money is not genuine. Just as Secretary Lou continued to try to eavesdrop, that's when she was tapped on the shoulder. Secretary Lou, what are you doing standing here? Not going? Ahem. Go. Secret Lou awkwardly collected her gaze and walked forward. When almost to pass by the opposite table of the conversation, she still could not help but look to that side. Though she would like to see what kind of yukai could be able to gabble and quarrel like an ama bargaining in a food market for a man, passing by the opposite table. The full body appearance of both Lin Su and Lin Yao was reflected in her eyes. Secretary Lou opened his mouth and I gripped. Excellent. This young girl dressed in innocence was the one who had just said that her brother had almost been adopted, and the woman next to her, wearing sunglasses, a gorgeous dress, temperament, is the rich woman who intends to wrap up the other's brother, right? If she was right, the woman was also most likely the one who had bagged the store. After all, that delicate and smooth skin, exposed delicate features, plus a woman with the same temperament as her family's president. Who would believe if she wasn't rich? Just then, a footstep came from behind her. Hello, can you move over? Thanks. As soon as this voice came out, Lou Secret knew who the speaker was before he even twisted around. The boss's man. Why is he here? Is that weird? Wait. Lou Secret recalled the conversation between the two women just now, and a bold idea popped up in her mind. The boss, her man, cheated on her, and it's still a foot in the door. Just as she was thinking about it, Lin Ji had already crossed over her and walked straight towards Lin Su's opposite table and sat down, and the moment Lin Ji sat down, Lin Yao, who was 2 seats away from them, also intentionally or unintentionally looked in the direction of Lin Ji and Lin Su, and there was still a hostility, if any, in those eyes. Seeing this scene, Secretary Lou's guess was affirmed. She didn't hesitate. Directly to the boss. Report Lin Ru. The Lin family. This was a great time for a nap. And Lin Weiwei didn't close her eyes. On the left hand of the little guy was Bai Rui, who had the world in her chest, and on the right hand was Tong Coco, the princess of peace. At this moment, Lin Weiwei was caught in the middle of these two. She couldn't even roll over now. This made it difficult for Lin Weiwei, who had been sleeping in a bad position since she was a child. Can't sleep. Lin Weiwei's tilted little head mumbled as she looked at the ceiling. Kind of miss Dad. Daddy would have held her to sleep if he was there. Not like this. Leaving her out to dry. Oops. It's a problem for her to even turn over now. Who on the left and right are the sisters of the great beauties, and the scent of their bodies makes the little lowly Lin Weiwei feel good. But unfortunately, it smells even better. She wasn't sleepy now. After all, her right and left hands were held by Bai Rui and Tong Coco. After thinking for a long time, Lin Weiwei was struck by an idea. Can't sleep? Then no sleep. Lori has a little temper, too. So, the patient Lin Weiwei pulled her little arm out of Tong Coco's arms, and since Tong Coco was an airfield, little Weiwei's movements were very sharp. But Lin Weiwei, who was caught in by Ruoi's gap, was a bit afraid to move. One could only move carefully. It would be bad if he moved too much and woke up Sister Bai. Sister Tong wasn't honest when she slept, and she even got her butt kicked by Sister Bai. She, Weiwei, had never even been beaten up by her father. How could she be beaten up by Sister Bai? She's a good, obedient child, and she doesn't want to be spanked. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei began to slowly squirm her little body. Hey Shu! Hey Shu! With a slight bow, Lin Weiwei managed to pull her arm out of Bai Rui's. It's so boring. Daddy's not home. Her 2 sisters also slept like big yellow dogs, and one can't sleep. Hey, there. Vivi extends a fleshy finger. Call Dad. Call Dad at this time. He'll be happy. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei stood up from the bed, quickly, stepping out of bed and heading straight for the cell phone sitting next to the bed. Aha, the password. It's my birthday, Lin Weiwei muttered with her small mouth. It wasn't clear why her short, succulent fingers were so nimble and bristly. The phone was unlocked and a bright light emerged. Success. Start calling Dad. When she opened her address book, Lin Weiwei suddenly thought of something. A light frown went down. Crap, forgetting that Dad went out without his cell phone, which he has in his own hand. How do I call Puppy? Lin Weiwei's head lowered along with her eyebrows, her eyes rolling rapidly. By the way, you can call your aunt. Dad had used his aunt's cell phone before and called her, and now she can do the same thing. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei began to look through her address book and quickly found familiar phone numbers and notes. Aha, Lin Weiwei praised herself for her resourcefulness, and just then, also placed aside by Ruoyi's cell phone lit up. Secretary Lu, boss, you've been stolen from home, and it's too, with JPG. Since the phone wasn't unlocked, Lin Weiwei could only see the text and didn't know what the picture was. Stolen from home? What does this mean? Lin Weiwei, who was caught in the gaze, instantly forgot her original purpose, and filled with curiosity, she stared at Bai Ruoyi's cell phone and couldn't stop gawking at it, constantly using the lifelong learning in a big brain. In the age group of 4, turn on the brainstorming. Stealing home, stealing home, stealing home, stealing home. What exactly is a house stealer? A burglar? No. Sister Bai has bodyguards at home. She knew this yesterday when she saw so many people outside the door. So it can't be a burglar in Sister Bai's house. So what is it? Thinking for a moment, Lin Weiwei cup is almost burning. She gave up thinking. 3, beamed, stared at her phone, and mumbled. Puppy said, unity is strength. When you come across a question you don't know, ask him. Why don't you ask the vast and almighty number of brothers and sisters on the air? Lori has always had a strong sense of execution and tends to do what she thinks. Yes. The live feed was opened due to rumors on the internet and the malicious editing and forwarding of some unscrupulous marketing numbers. Lin Ru's account has long been known to a wide range of people. Soon, the number of live streamers, from single digits, turned into 4 digits, and finally stabilized at 10,000 plus. Hi brothers and sisters, good afternoon. It's Lori. It's Lori. Mom, I saw Lori again. Little girl, how's the battle going at your house? And who's that pretty girl who's become your mom? Girl, is your father home? If not, I'm going to steal you away from you. I'm here to see Sister Tone, not you shameless lelicons. I'm here to see Sister Tone, not you shameless lowly controllers. Then again, is the video circulating on the internet real? Is that rich white beauty the mom of this little lowly? Of course it's a fake. No one would believe a marketing campaign. Lots of pop-ups. Again, Lin Weiwei's little brain couldn't absorb so much information at all. So she chose not to answer and simply stated her question. She picked up Bai Ruoyi's cell phone and asked the camera, brothers and sisters, I'd like to ask, what does it mean to have your home stolen? At once, the information that Secretary Lu had sent to Bai Ruoyi about her stolen home was brought to light under the trend of Lin Weiwei's curiosity. Mr. Bai, your man, surrounded by 2 women. You've had your home stolen. Do you need me to have a bodyguard take him back? At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room exploded. Crap, old Dang is awesome. Letting his ex-girlfriend take care of the baby, and going out to the flowers by himself. Awesome. Really awesome. What is a management guru? This is a management guru. Girl, I want to worship your dad as my teacher. Hurry up and let him publish a book. I want to get better so badly. Don't think about it upstairs. Without a face like the readers, you won't be able to find a woman even if the theory is rich. Restaurant, 2nd floor. The downstairs was noisy and travelers came and went. The soundproofing of the restaurant wasn't exactly ideal either. And upstairs you could faintly hear the conversations of the people downstairs. Have you heard? Lin Yao is coming here to record a program. Is it that Lin Yao who is claimed to have the reputation of being a 1,000-year-old beauty? Yeah, who else could it be but her? Isn't she only doing movies and not variety shows? How come she's here? We don't know. Maybe she's here to chase her husband like that rich white girl on Shake Shadow who has a baby daddy. Hearing the conversation, Lin Ji's mouth lurched and he almost spewed out his rice. Luckily he had already swallowed what was in his mouth. His hand, which was holding the dish, stalled over the dining table, glancing with his afterglow at Lin Yao at the side table, who was calm in her appearance and elegant in her demeanor, completely unaffected by the gossip downstairs. Brother rhetoric. The person they're talking about downstairs. It can't be you. Lin Su suddenly popped out a sentence. Lin Ji's face instantly froze, and the expression on the originally composed Lin Yao's stunningly beautiful face also moved. Crap. Is this Lin Su's natural radar physique? To actually suspect the seedling to his head just based on a few sentences from others? I can't. It's more or less outrageous. Lin Ji raised his eyes and found Lin Su looking at himself with smiling, narrowed eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief. It should be in jest. Lin Ji said, this kind of words don't talk nonsense. Su Su. You know me. although I look handsome a little bit, but for so many years has been a little transparent, either a little bit of the school's third line, or go to work as a part-time job. How can there be a girl like me? What's more, it's one of those big stars. After saying this, Lin Ji glanced with an imperceptible gaze at Lin Yao, who was not far away from the table. Seeing that she seemed to be satisfied, her frozen movements resumed, and Lin Ji let out a sigh of relief. Lin Su's big, round eyes, Deering stared at Lin Ji and snickered. Something's not right. Riku, I'm not talking about the big star Ye. I'm talking about that rich white woman. When I came back, Uncle Lin told me everything. The gate of your house was blocked yesterday by that rich woman with people. But now, you're talking about you and that big star, Murphy. You're related to her? Lin Su stretched out his finger and poked Lin Ji's face, staring at Lin Ji thievishly, as if he wanted to see through Lin Ji's heart. Come on. I'm just a normal person. How can I be related to a big star like that? I'm just a kobold. How can I be looked at by the holy maiden? Unless she's brain dead. Lin Su drummed her clear face. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Lin Ji. How can you be that kind of disgusting thing? Brother Ji, you are obviously so handsome, but you say that you are a kobold. No matter how self-effacing you are, don't degrade yourself like this. Also, the relationship I'm talking about is whether or not you're a fan of hers. But from what you just said, I don't think so. So it is. Lin Ji's heart was relieved. He thought he was suspected, but on second thought, he was just scaring himself. After hiding his relationship for 4 years, how could he be suspected just because of some rumors? Ah, Riku, come and try this. Ha, what's this? Pig whip. Ah, downstairs commercial said, eat after the waist does not hurt, no more back sore. Night work can be energized, but I'm in good health. Eat more, there's no harm in it. Eat. Lin Su smiled, sending the pig whip to Lin Ji's mouth. Lin Ji was a bit puzzled, but the other party was Lin Su, and it wasn't like she would harm herself. So she opened her mouth and swallowed it. It wasn't long before Lin Ji felt an inexplicable heat coming from his stomach. Huh? Eating the real thing? That commercial didn't lie. And now he really did feel stronger in his back and waist. How does it feel? Lin Su asked, cupping her face. Yummy. Lin Ji nodded, hiding his situation, and kept pinching the food and bringing it to his mouth. This time, Lin Su, who had been smilingly watching Lin Ji continuously eating her special pig whip, suddenly, his face changed and he said to Lin Ji, Brother Ji, I'm going to make a call. I'll be back later. Aha, okay. Lin Ji didn't care, crunching his head and nodding his head. He was interested in this table of delicacies, not looking for anything else. Consider it eaten to make a strong body. When Lin Su got up and left, his figure completely dissipated. A crisp footstep gradually approached him. His afterglow also spotted a glimpse of a figure, and just as he was about to raise his eyes, the figure in front of him sat down in Lin Su's square position. Lin Ji looked over in confusion, only to see that a person with a superb temperament and wearing sunglasses sat in Lin Su's square. Lin Yao hugged the bear and sat across from Lin Ji in an 8-legged position. This woman, what the hell was going on? Had actively ignored her during her own meals. Now come over here and hang out with your chest. What do you mean? Hello miss, we don't seem to know each other, do we? Lin Ji looked around and saw that although there were very few people upstairs, there were still a few tables of people. And those tables were all wearing suits and uniforms. It was very much like the bodyguards that the woman in front of him had brought with her. After all, the men were glancing, if anything, towards him. Well, don't recognize it. Lin Yao said softly. Yo, you're a friend of the bed, and you're acting like it, true to form. She is a movie queen. Lin Ji also followed Lin Yao's theatrical path and continued. If you're here for the words of my companion downstairs earlier, then I apologize to you for her words. She spoke a bit too harshly, so don't mind. I certainly won't feel angry over a little girl. Lin Yao said blandly. Not for her. That's for their daughter? From the time he sat down to the time he said this, Rinsu had been gone not even a minute, but thought he would be back soon, for the sake of his daughter's words. Then he had to hurry up and make it clear. Or if Lin Su came back, then everything would be cool. I did it for you. Lin Yao's beautiful eyes under her sunglasses widened and stared at Lin Ji dead in the face. This dog man, not only not at home to properly accompany Lin Weiwei, but also out to dabble in the flowers, and even sister and brother called, can be really sentimental. The most outrageous thing is that just now, she was beating around the bush and calling her brainwashed. Unable to see Lin Yao's eyes under the sunglasses, Lin Ji only saw Lin Yao's red lips, tightly closed, cheeks tensed. He stepped back alertly. Me? I'm a seller of art but not a seller of my body. Miss, please respect yourself. These words seemed to have irritated Lin Yao, and she didn't care if there was anyone else upstairs. She directly stood up with her jade hand outstretched. 5 onion white fingers hooked, and her ridiculous knight. Lin Ji's collar. The two were so close that their breaths collided with each other in one piece. Lin Ji's nose twitched, only to feel a nice scent that kept pouncing over. And he didn't know if the scent was body odor or the smell of shampoo. Miss? Who are you calling a lady? And I just touch your collar and you sell yourself? Why didn't you say so when you touched me the other day? Calm down. Shh, there are people here watching. Linji pointed at Lu Secret and the others who were all in black and wearing sunglasses. Lin Yao glanced in Secret Lu's direction. And at once, Secret Lu and the others tacitly withdrew their gazes. On the other side, Lin Weiwei dialed Lin Su's phone. And at this point, little Weiwei thought it was her poop on the other side. She cupped her cell phone in her small hands and beamed her soft, fluffy mouth. Poopy, I miss you. Can you come back soon? At this time, standing at the junction of the first and second floors, Lin Su was silent. She thought that it was those women who took the resignation brother phone call. But it turned out to be Weiwei, this little lowly, without much thought. Lin Su opened his mouth before she could make a sound. At this time, Lin Weiwei added, I want to sleep and sleep. But the two of them, Sister Tong and Sister Bai, have taken up all of Daddy's beds, so I have no place to sleep, and I go to sleep in the other beds, but there is no one to keep me company. Poop. When are you coming back? I miss you. Poor little girl, Lin Su lamented, criticizing Tong Kuko and Bai Roa in his heart. If you can't even take care of a small child, what are you going to steal from yourself? Had just as she was about to open her mouth to comfort Lin Weiwei, but the little girl's mouth was like a machine gun. Once it was turned on, she couldn't stop. Poop, I'm telling you. Oh. Just now I saw a message from someone in Sister Bai's cell phone. It says that Sister Bai was stolen by a bad woman. What's a bad woman? What's a bad woman? And what does it mean by stealing her home? A bad woman? How did she become a bad woman? No, that's not the point. Someone with the name White is watching her every move. Thinking of this, Lin Su planned to turn around and find out who was peeping. At this time, little Weiwei added, oh, just now, Sister Bai's cell phone. It lit up again. It says that the bad guy started to raid the house. Should they stop it? But Sister White is sleeping. Can't return the message. I'll go back then. So Poop, what am I going to say to them? Hearing what little Vivi said, Lin Su frowned slightly, puzzled that the information that Vivian was talking about should be in real time. So how could anyone possibly lay hands on resignation when he himself wasn't even around? Lin Weiwei's words kept coming, but Lin Su was in deep thought at the moment and ignored her, thinking for a moment. He suddenly heard a male voice. Calm down. Vaken. It was Lin Ji's voice. From the tone of his voice, resignation was now panicked and nervous. Something is wrong. Thinking of this, Lin Su's cell phone didn't even hang up, put the phone in his pocket, and violently ran towards the second floor. One upstairs. She was shocked. Only see. Lin Ji pressed Lin Yao underneath her body. Lin Yao wanted to struggle and shout, but suddenly she was pinched by Lin Ji's chin with one hand. Then Lin Ji's face kept moving closer to Lin Yao's blushing face. And his tone of voice contemptuously said to Lin Yao, I didn't move you just now because I respect you, but you're just trying to mess with me. Don't forget that I was able to press you underneath me last time, and I can do it just as well now. Lin Yao, who was pressed underneath, felt Lin Ji's dissimilarity. She also panicked. Get off me. Get off. Get off. What if I say no? Without waiting for Lin Yao to reply, a voice came. Don't. Get up. Rhetoric. What are you doing? The Lin family of Vivian held her cell phone in her small hand and pressed it to her small ear. The cell phone made a pop sound that Lin Weiwei couldn't understand. The little girl's pretty eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. What a strange sound. What in the world is Puppy doing? Little Vivian could only brainstorm images from some of the sounds she heard. Instead, imgsrc equals http://p3 reading sign.novelpickr/c7600cc060c39c6-40db6a5fc014c8tplvnoop.web. LK3S equals 8D9630991 and X expires equals 18142635503 and X signature equals FQJK905A3AKCDRT5 pos KH and XFU%3DH. Poopy, it's not doing something bad, is it? Little Vivian was shocked and covered her little mouth. She could already imagine what horrible things her own old Dan was doing at the moment. She remembers the first time she went to kindergarten, there was a little boy with dyed yellow hair who grabbed the lollipop that Poop had given her to eat. She was sad. And Poop had said no fighting, so she ran straight to old Den to tell him off. The result was that old Den, who had admonished her to be a good boy, picked up little yellow hair and kept slapping her ass. The only reason why she remembered it so well was because at that time, little Vivi was still the first to see Lin Ji angry. Lin Ji's voice of angry cries was still echoing in her ears at this point. You don't learn at a young age. You learn from others who dye their hair yellow. Fark. Old me. I hate yellow hair the most. Give me death. The movement across the street sounded exactly like the sound of Poop hitting yellow hair back in the day. And Poop is angry now. It must be the bad ant across the street who upset Poop. So much for slapping your aunt's ass. Since the live room was also left open, the water friends in the live room could only hear some sounds, but just some ghost movements made them a little excited. Wait, this motion, is this passable? My ears are contaminated. Girl cannot open the video phone. Of course I do not mean anything else. I just curious about what happened over there. Our brothers and sisters. That's not getting it, my poop. He's executing justice on bad auntie right now. Lin Weiwei's small hands crossed her waist, her small face showing a smug expression. What a tolerable little girl. Come and send an address. Uncle go and touch your head. Oh, damn Lollicon. What a trick. Nish and I. Knife, the live feeds are a mixed bag. But there are good people. Just as Lin Weiwei was feeling incredibly proud of her dad. And just then, the voice from across the room came over the cell phone. Why are you writing her? Rip. Why are you writing her? Ahem. Actually, she was just bad-mouthing you. That's why I stepped in. Fucking bullshit. Get your salty hands off my ass now. Shut up. Bleep again and I'll fuck you. Lin Weiwei was silent. Her round face, dull and droll. Why does it feel like daddy is not enforcing justice, but bullying? Weiwei, your dad is so cool. When he comes back, make sure he publishes a book. +1, +2, +10086. Restaurant Blue Secret and the others who witnessed everything frantically sent messages to Bai Rui's secretary Lu. Mr. White, your man's gone crazy, writing someone in public, and he said that if he could ride last time, he can ride this time too. Discipline him quickly, or he'll go against the grain. However, the message sent out, directly stone sinks into the sea, no half movement. What the hell is the boss up to? All were stolen home still so calm. Well, even if it is sleeping should not shield her, right? What Secretary Lu didn't know? The Lin family's little Loli had long ago turned her cell phone to silent mode in order for her two big sisters to sleep for a long time. Under Lin Su's tugging, Lin Ji's body completely moved away from Lin Yao's body. Moving away, Lin Yao put on her sunglasses, held up, crooked mask, skimmed her mouth and her heart hissed. Her ass was on fire and she was a little unsteady on her feet now. If it wasn't for her daughter, she would have screamed molestation. I'm not going to let this insolent fellow ride that long. However, if that was done, just by virtue of her identity, Lin Ji and Wei Wei's identity would definitely be exposed. Bah! Just a little white boy who's been adopted by women everywhere. What's the point of pretending? When my contract expires, I'll take custody of Lin Weiwei. Lin Yao thought that she had already seen through Lin Ji. After all, in the past few days, Lin Ji had been surrounded by love debts. That was a lot, with so many people surrounding him. Where is the energy to take care of their daughter? Lin Yao's disdainful expression, noticed by Lin Su, instantly came to life. She walked over to Lin Yao and squatted down. His face came close to Lin Yao and said, "Say, you and him, what's your relationship? Don't see it? He's the abuser and I'm the abused." Thinking about what had just happened, Lin Yao was ashamed and angry. She had never been spanked in her entire life. It's a first for this dog man. Realizing that Lin Yao was glaring at himself, Lin Ji directly chose to ignore it. And as he grabbed the hand of Lin Su, who was once again asking questions, said, Su, the meal is over. We should go too." Lin Ji grabbed Lin Su's arm, yanked him up, and walked outside. Lin Su didn't refuse, moving along with Lin Ji's tugging, but her innocent face, favoring Lin Yao. Her eyes stared at Lin Yao without moving. When he reached the corner of the stairwell, he shifted his gaze to the side of Lin's face. The mind wondered, her rhetoric is acting a little strange. This was completely different from the ever calm rhetoric. Not only did he hit out at the woman, but he interrupted her when he was planning to ask the woman a question. It's weird, the relationship between Resignation and that woman doesn't seem to be that simple. Walking downstairs, Lin Ji released Lin Su's wrist and opened his mouth. Su, the shopping is done and the meal is full. Let's go back. Going back? What can I do back there? With so many people in the house and her every move being monitored, how else could she lay her hands on Resignation? So, determined not to go back. To go, of course you have to go to a hotel. It takes a man and a woman to make a story happen. Moreover, Brother Resignation had just eaten her dish mixed with comparable veterinary drugs. I believe that the beastly nature of Brother Chio will explode at night, right? Walking to the entrance of the restaurant, Lin Su saw the crowd of people and said, "Yeah, so many people. We called the car, cannot get out at all. Resignation brother, why don't we go shopping first? Wait for the crowd to disperse and then go home? Well, it'll have to do. So many people, all attracted by the one upstairs, right? It's causing him to not be able to go back now. So it looks like he spanked her lightly after all. I wonder what Wei Wei is doing now." Lin Ji muttered to himself, and in Lin Su's pocket, the cell phone that was in the middle of a call, completely recorded Lin Ji's words. "Poop, I'm Vivi. Did you win the fight with Auntie Bad just now?" Wei Wei, actually that." Lin Ru kind of wanted to tell Lin Wei Wei the truth. "Actually that's not a bad aunt. That's your little brat's own mom." However, it was stipulated in the contract that they couldn't show their relationship with Lin Yao. Thus, Lin Ji shifted his words. "Of course I won the fight. That bad aunt, I beat her up. Poop is so mushy." Hearing Lin Weiwei laugh, Lin Ji's heart was a little embarrassed. Girl, the bad woman you laugh at is your own mother, yeah. Should we smile so arrogantly? Let's go. It's okay to walk and talk on the phone at the same time. Brother, let's go shopping now outside the restaurant. Lin Ji and Lin Su gradually blended into the crowd, and behind them, there were a few men in black, who also walked down and covertly followed Lin Ji and Lin Su.as by Ruoi's secretary. Secretary Lu felt obligated to supervise his own boss's man, preventing him from engaging in the behavior of the lower head controlling the larger head. So, she sent a few people to follow Lin Ji closely, while she herself was delivering the car to Bai Ruoi. She wasn't sure what Bai Ruoi was doing right now. She had sent so many messages to her boss, but the other party just returned 3, crap. You've had your home stolen and you're acting so calm, that means that Chief White is likely to be at an extreme right now. And once his emotions are destabilized, he may commit extreme acts. Damn, one by one. They don't let people save their lives. And she's only paid a few $100,000 a month. So what's she fighting for? Meanwhile, inside the second floor of the diner, where's that kid? Has he left already? And Zoyu, who had arrived late, looked around and did not find the man's shadow, and asked in confusion, well, ran away. He ran away after bullying me. Just like 4 years ago. Lin Yao softly leaned back in her seat, as if she was finished being bullied by the hooligans. The whole person was stagnant, her lips trembled, and she tightly tugged on her fingers. That scummy guy, why only bully her? And with those guys, it was that good? Why? And Ruyu didn't know what to say when she looked at Lin Yao's appearance. A few minutes at Go.an. Zoyu had just finished organizing her vehicle and luggage when she saw the livestream she was following light up. Thought it was that guy Lin Ji, opening a live show of love. Click in and take a look. Found out it was that little girl Lin Weiwei again. Solely, she teased up little Vivian in the live broadcast, but little Vivian in the live broadcast wanted to poop and call Lin Ji. Completely ignoring her pop-ups, imgsrc equals http://p3 reading sign.novelpic.com/nabelpicar/ai/d2e92d7571 af41b4d5dfd0af9471c3 ctplv OK3s equals 8d9630991 and x expires equals 181426350 and x signature equals 5a03d and jo 45% 2 bo slzbx4 mscpxbug% 3d lolyyds. Just as her interest in teasing the little lowly dissipated, the voices of Lin Yao and Lin Ji came from the live broadcast, combined with Lin Weiwei's childish greeting, and Ruyu Run was dumbfounded. That guy Lin Yao said he went to have a meal. How come he went to meet that guy in private? Being photographed by the paparazzi is a big deal. So without much thought, he spread his legs and ran towards the restaurant where Lin Yao had lunch. Before he even entered the restaurant, he saw Lin Ji with a female college student, walking out, and Lin Ji, how can I put it? Flushed and disheveled. Could it be that those two surnamed Lin? They've done it again? She didn't get to stop a fight 4 years ago, and she didn't get to stop it today. Although the result is the same, the process is different. The former is in a hotel, the latter is in a restaurant? Gee, play a little open. After seeing a few glances, Lin Ji's back. She put her gaze away and prepared to go upstairs to walk Lin Yao. Suddenly, several men and women, all dressed in black, came down from the upper floors and went straight in the direction Lin Ji had gone. Chasing after them, thought for a few seconds. An Zoyu understood everything. These are the same people who reported to Bai Ruoi in the live broadcast room that she had been robbed of her home, and, for what it's worth, Lin Ji took the college girl and dug into the crowd. Was this realizing that someone was following him and trying to get rid of them? After watching for a while, until Lin Ji and the man in black and the others, all completely dissipated, only then did she go upstairs. Looking for Lin Yao. 1 upstairs, only Lin Yao, who was sitting paralyzed in her seat, was seen, hair disheveled, skin flushed a piece, shell teeth biting the red lips. The whole person is dying, as if a bride in the wedding night, after being bullied for a long time, and then abandoned by the groomer. imgsrc equals http://p9 reading sign.novelpic.com/nabelpicar/as/380bc0b1a7599b99a4b1c6ddcd43aadtplvnoop.png. OK3s equals 8d9630991 and x expires equals 181426350 and x signature equals S3%2b%2f68%2b2f6d8%2b.jpcYVMBFLMNP%2f3u0%3d my family. Yo. Time to go back to the present. An Zoyu told Lin Yao her guesses about the scene she saw downstairs. Sister Rain, are you saying that dog man pinned me down on purpose? On purpose? It should be like this. If he acts very close to you, then doesn't it confirm that you have a relationship with him? So if he is not polite to you, then in other people's eyes you are just a woman looking for a fight. So no one will suspect his relationship with you? Hearing Ruyu defend what Lin Ji had done, Lin Yao was in a bit of a bad mood, but come to think of it, I did rush myself just now. Lin Ji had just started to keep her at a distance, but after being scolded by Lin Ji, she couldn't bear it at all. To come and curse her to her face. Thanks to that dog man for thinking of it. Although Lin Yao was furious in her heart, she thought that Lin Ji was humiliating her by pressing herself on top of her for the sake of herself and Wei Wei. When she thought of Wei Wei, the anger in her stomach subsided a bit. Lin Yao took a deep breath, the waves on her chest, moving with her breath. At that moment, a phone rang. It's a call from the program, and Ruyu and Lin Yao looked at each other and connected. Hello, Director Meng. Well, my yo-yo has already packed her bags. Oh, you mean the other guests are here too? Okay, we'll be right there. After Ruyu hung up her cell phone, Lin Yao, who had finished arranging her messy hair on the side, looked at the agent and asked, what did they say? Let's get you, the big shot, over there in a hurry. The whole crew is here, just waiting for you. When you arrive, it's time to pick out a place to live. Any place you want, wherever you want, anyway. And Ruyu didn't say the last few words out loud, but Lin Yao already knew the answer inside. Well, let's go over there. Lin Yao nodded, her eyes firm as she headed downstairs looking at Lin Yao's back. And Ruyu shook her head and sighed. This girl has been waiting for this day for a long time. It wasn't bright and shiny, but at least it was a chance to meet her daughter. The Lin family. Time 15:25:43 p.m. Vivian is sleepy. The small hand could no longer grasp the cell phone either, and with a clunk, it swept over the back of the rhubarb and finally fell to the ground. And the little lowly Vivian Lin, she, on the other hand, is lying on the couch, huffing and puffing. The live stream within the phone was not pressed to close by Roy, who had originally paused and slept on the big bed, had already awakened from her sleep. Why are you sore all over? Bai Ruai blinked her drowsy eyes and said in her heart, yes, at that girl Vivi, who's not being honest in her sleep again. The last time she slept with Lin Weiwei, the little girl's strange sleeping position was still engraved in her brain. She glanced down, squinting and momentarily glaring. Where did her daughter to be? Lin Weiwei go? What about a little Lolita that big? Done. Vivi lost it. Hello. A breathing sound came from the silence. Bai Ruai then noticed that by hugging her thighs, the tip of Tong Coco's nose almost touched the path her great aunt must have taken to get out of the house. TSK. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Bai Ruoi, regardless of the strangely sleeping Tong Coco, moved it away from her lap like she was carrying a little piglet. Pfft, kid Coco, front back heavy, pressed against the bed. This doesn't even wake you up? Bai Ruoi was shocked. If you hit the ground, it shouldn't hurt. And if it hurts, you should wake up. Oh, forget it. This GUI.no boobs are thinking of this. Bai Ruoi's mood inexplicably changed for the better, and no longer counting Tong Coco's sleeping position, immediately getting out of bed, he intended to go find Lin Weiwei. Bai Ruoi calmed down and pondered. The downstairs door was unlocked. Just by virtue of that little girl's size, she wouldn't be able to touch the door handle in any case, and the balcony fence, it's high. That little girl can't get out either. If there's a real danger, it's the danger of getting stuck in the toilet. But IMO, it's impossible. So, there's only one possibility now. Lin Weiwei, that little loli, must still be inside the house. Snap. Bai Ruoi opened the door. As if on cue, he saw that the little loli was lying on all fours, openly in the soft sofa. Why are you sleeping here? Hey, this girl, she's a bit like she used to be previously. She was forced out of her room by her teacher for being an autistic girl. She was told to walk outside, but she didn't want to go anywhere but to sleep. But she couldn't get into her room, so then she had to lie down on the couch and sleep. But I remember, when I was half asleep, the teacher carried me into the room. Thinking of the memories from 6 years ago, Bai Ruoi's ice-cold face unexpectedly surfaced a faint smile. Little one, it's not comfortable to sleep outside. Let's go sleep in the room, Bai Ruoi said to herself while holding Lin Weiwei's delicate body into her arms. When he walked, his steps were light. Afraid of waking up the sleeping little girl soon, she and Lin Weiwei disappeared within the room together. What Bai Ruoi didn't know was that this scene was seen by the water friends in the live broadcast room. Let go of that little loli. Let me do it. The gap is simply not too pronounced. I can't see that Missy has a gentle side too. This time I stand for the white unit. Who's for it and who's against it? Boy, wake up. Your mom's sauce identity gone again. I really don't understand what you guys are thinking. Why do you have to choose? Doesn't it smell good to have all of them? After Bai Ruoi accompanied Lin Weiwei inside another room, Lu's Secret and the others who were watching the live broadcast were also dumbfounded. Boss, why don't you check your cell phone? If you don't look, your bottoms will be stolen. Secretary Lu was annoyed that she had asked someone to secretly follow a pair of men and women and actually lost them, trying to report it to the boss, I guess. But she's not even looking at her cell phone or answering it. After watching Vivian's live broadcast, I realized that this big filial daughter, in order to let her big sister at home sleep well, the little girl also behaved herself by putting her cell phone on silent. so that her own boss would be able to sleep leisurely while her home was being stolen. Grandma drop. Sometimes, really do not be so understanding. Girl. Lu's secret split into two teams, with one team following Lin Ji and Lin Su, but Lin Ji and Lin Su squeezed into the middle of the crowd and directly lost them. The other team, the one she was in. The road was not crowded and the road was clear, but, when we came to the halfway point, we were stopped by some program, saying something like, "Programs are in progress, and travelers are prohibited from entering." Convinced, the car was delivered, but couldn't get in. You can only use your background to get the other side to open up, but you have to ask your boss for permission to use your background. But they, Mr. Bai, were still teasing the children, and had no time to pay attention to them. If you don't look at your cell phone again, Mr. Bai, not to mention that man's bottom, even his hair has been stripped clean. Secretary Lu couldn't help but mumble as he thought of Lin Ji and Lin Su.At this time. Bai Ruoi, completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem, was very actively playing the role of an old mother, coaxing the half-asleep, half-awake, confused little Weiwei. I am the next room, Tong Coco, still sleeping like a pig.asa gaming anchor, staying up all night live. The routine has long fallen. Once this nap is over, she can sleep in until breakfast the next day. The other side, after buying everything, Lin Ji intended to go home, but alas, the amount of followers of a certain big name is just horrible. The blockage prevented him from moving a bit. Brother resignation. It seems like it's getting dark. Hearing the young girl's soft, sweet voice, Lin Ji nodded and looked at the uncountable heads under the dark light, sighing, "What's with all the people?" Of course, Lin Yao is a big star. It's normal for fans to be crazy. Lin Su's tone was relaxed. Such a crowded environment not only didn't make her feel depressed, but on the contrary, it also made her feel a wave of darkness. It's not normal at all. And with this serious culture of rice circles, it brings some tourism revenue to the city, but it also breeds a lot of garbage. Garbage? No, I don't think so. I saw the ground all clean. I didn't say trash on the ground. I said people. People? Lin Su tilted his head in confusion, looking at Lin Ji's side face. People? It's true. Everyone else is trash compared to brother rhetoric. Lin Su's eyes, which were gazing at Lin Ji, were gradually tinted with a layer of blood color called aggression. An imperceptible distortion surfaced on the innocent face. Hey, it's been so long. It's about time the special bullwhip kicked in, right? Lin Su stared at Lin Ji's side face, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, happy like a child who had gotten the most precious treasure. And at this moment, Lin Ji could not notice the danger hidden under Lin Su's innocent face. He faced the crowd, looking at the crowds of people who are squeezing me and pushing you. That and people holding up signs with the names of various celebrities and art. Lin Ji feels pathetic. This group of guys, for the so-called traffic star, actually fell into the capital nourished leak? Sheesh. Just as Lin Ji was lamenting, suddenly, Lin Su's phone rang. Jingle bells. Lin Ji was attracted and turned his head to look. Su, you have a phone call. Seeing Lin Su looking at herself, thinking she didn't hear, Lin Ji patted her soft shoulder and reminded her. Oh, let's see nah. It's Uncle Lin's phone call. Lin Su lifted his cell phone and waved it in front of Lin Ji before bringing it closer to his ear in front of Lin Ji. Lin Ji didn't know what exactly was said on the other end of the phone, but he clearly saw the smile on Lin Su's innocent face, gradually disappearing. Did something happen? Lin Ji asked. Uncle Lin said that someone in the village is doing a program and can't go back for a while. So tonight, we'll have to stay outside. I was, going to meet Vivi. Unfortunately, Lin Ji was also shocked, but when he thought that there were two women at home, taking care of Weiwei, he was relieved again. Then stay out here. It's fine. I'll keep you company. The time came to night. 18:34. Lin Weiwei woke up rubbing her eyes. The little one looked around, only to see that the room was empty and there was no sign of her dad. Lori was in a low mood. Her little mouth pouted slightly and her face bulged like a meat bun. IMGSRC equals http://p3 reading sign.novelpic.com/novelpicker/87bc2d33c631d92fa3 if9801078 tplv noop.jpg. OK3s equals 8d963091 and x expires equals 18142635503 and x signature equals phkbng 5 mus%2 bri ephyroq0 or mue%3d. My daughter. Poopy, not back yet? At that moment, a cooing sound came from underneath him. It seems like I'm hungry. Lin Weiwei mumbled as her small hand rubbed her small belly. I want to eat the braised pork ribs made by Poop. I want to eat spicy crawfish. I want to eat. Hunger made this little kid, and his mind drifted back to the delicious food that Lin Ji had once made. The pink lips were shiny from the spilled saliva that made them pink and small. Unfortunately, her old den was not at home, and the delicious food was lost to the little girl. After all, the two older sisters in the family are not very hands-on. When you cook a meal, you can cook it into porridge, and when you stir-fry a dish, you can paste it into a black paste. Thinking about the previous lunchtime meal, Lori bowed her head inside as Sister White can only make the poop that rhubarb eats, and Sister Tong can only make veggie stir-fry. Hee vegetarian for every meal? Well, starve the little cutie pie out of her. Under the trend of hunger, Lin Weiwei decided to go out and forage for food before thinking about her dad. Just after opening the door to the room, he saw Bai Ruoyi and Tong Coco sitting on the sofa. Why are Sister White and Sister Tong sitting on the sofa? She didn't think much of it, but walked over and asked, Sister Tong, when can we have dinner and rice? A tender child's voice floated in, and Tong Coco twisted her head to look over. All of a sudden Tong Coco's face with 2 lines of tears hanging from it was exposed to Lin Weiwei's eyes, and the little loli was shocked. How did Sister Tong? Crying? Yes, it's Weiwei who's hungry. You first play with your sister Bai. Sister this is going to make you food. Tong Coco wiped her tear stains while walking towards the kitchen with her head down. It wasn't until after Tong Coco walked into the kitchen that the dumbfounded little loli reacted, taking small steps to Bai Ruoyi's side, shaking Bai Ruoyi's exposed white thighs, and asking, Sister Bai, what's wrong with Sister Tong? Her that your kid's sister? She's in love, brain criminal. Bai Ruoyi glanced disdainfully in the direction of the kitchen. Little Vivi froze, blinking her eyes wide, and asked, what's a love brain? Bai Ruoyi didn't answer little Weiwei right away. Her arm went down, and as she took the small and lovely Lin Weiwei into her arms, she stroked the little one's brain. Weiwei, love brain is that whenever you don't see your favorite person for too long, that person with love brain turns into a little crybaby. And just now your puppy called and said he's not coming back tonight. So your kid sister, the love brain, cried. The little girl nodded her head as if she understood. Oh yes, that's right, then Weiwei is also a love brain law, because Weiwei will become a little crybaby even if she hasn't seen her poop for too long. Hearing these childish words, Bai Ruoyi couldn't help but be stunned, secretly thinking in her heart, this little girl is so well behaved. Who in the world gave birth to her and her teacher? After thinking for a moment, Bai Ruoyi secretly shook her head again. The smiling little girl really can't figure out the situation. If it's just that you can't see your dad, that guy Tong Coco is not so sad that he wants to cry, but the teacher isn't out there alone. He's got a woman with him, and with that, Rinsu's little sister-in-law. But she had come all the way here, and she hadn't even peeled the skin off her teacher's fruit yet. But someone else might have started tasting the flesh by now? It's not hard for anyone to pop. Just as Bai Ruoyi was pondering, little Vivi's tender childish voice came through. Sister White, can you kiss me? Bai Ruoyi froze and looked at Lin Weiwei. She nodded her head in agreement even though she didn't understand what the little girl was trying to do. But she met those bright eyes. Yeah, Bai Ruoyi smiled as she approached little Vivian, like a little bird, and gently nudged the cute girl's cheeks. Well, why do you want a kiss? Because the kindergartners said that their moms like to kiss their face cheeks. So I wanted to experience it for a while. Lin Weiwei laughed. Her bright smile quickly faded, and her little mouth moved in a beep. Even though Puppy likes to kiss me on my face, but Puppy doesn't know where he's been, and he hasn't even come home yet. The little loli's face lowered and glanced at Bai Ruoyi's Yukai, then suddenly raised her head and looked at her mom-to-be. By the way, Sister Bai, where did my poop go? Why can't he come back? Hearing this, Bai Ruoyi slightly lowered her head. Teacher, where else could he have gone? Of course he was out on a wave with Lin Su. Bai Ruoyi's mind recalled that her cell phone had received a message from Secretary Lu earlier, and her mood suddenly became bad as well. She's at home helping the teacher with the baby, but he's out on the prowl. After thinking about it, she responded to Lin Weiwei. Your father said that there were many people in cars outside. There was a car accident, and the passage back was blocked, so he couldn't come back for a while. Lin Weiwei didn't think much about it and just nodded. Weiwei knows. Then the head was in Bai Ruoyi's chest, buried, wanting to experience the feeling of having a mom. Weiwei, wait, your dad isn't even yet. Bai Ruoyi completely did not expect the little loli to make this kind of thing, and did not stop it for a while, and all of a sudden the cheapness was taken up by the little one. Soon, the little guy lifted his head up. Sister Bai, your tastes weird. Why doesn't it taste like milk? Maybe your sister me. I'm sweating today, Bai Ruoyi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh well then sister, go take a bath. Vivi wants to see if the kindergarten kids say that mommy has a nice grandma smell is true or not. Lin Weiwei was so happy that she stomped her feet and smiled as she raised her face, revealing her white teeth to Bai Ruoyi. Unable to argue with this cute little guy, Bai Ruoyi could only dote on Lin Weiwei's brain. Okay, sister is going to take a bath. Do you want to join sister? Lin Weiwei shook her head and waved her small white hand at Bai Ruoyi, smiling. I want to make a call to dad later, so I won't go wash it. Sister, go wash it first. Good. After Bai Ruoyi left, the dorky little girl ran her butt off to her cell phone that was left on the couch. Holding up his cell phone, he said, who moved the phone? How come it failed to unlock 108 times? Sister Child and Sister White are both very nice. Both want to be her mom. And both love Poop so. They were both suspected of touching their cell phones. And she'd heard Poop say that the browser and private albums of a cell phone should never be looked at because there is Poop's unpleasant past, perhaps documenting the unsavory past of Dad and Sister Tong or Dad and Sister Bai and theirs. Lin Weiwei's little finger moved quickly after a few seconds. The cell phone, which had been dead for a long time, opened its eyes. Next, target a phone number directly. Lindsay, I wonder if Poopy and Auntie are having fun pinching. Lin Weiwei thought as she pressed the dialing button. The other side, inside a certain hotel. Lin Su and Lin Ji opened the same room. Of course only at Lin Su's strong request. The beauty of it is that it's for Vivi's sake. To save some money for her daughter's upbringing, and because she was tired from shopping, she simply got into the shower. At this moment, Lin Ji was standing at the edge of the room, looking down, seeing a lighted area. He shook his head darkly. An hour ago, traffic was backed up where it crosses the bridge below and there was a small crash. The people were fine, but the few cars that were involved in the accident were blocked by the already spacious bridge. The crew downstairs right now, they're still processing the crash scene. Weiwei, it's not that Dad doesn't want you, but your dad and I simply can't go back. Lin Ji shook his head helplessly, wanting to go home and meet his cute and adorable daughter. He couldn't even though he wasn't at home. There was still someone who would take care of Lin Weiwei. It was just that if he wasn't at home, that girl would definitely be unhappy, right? How about calling home? Forget about calling over before and saying that you can't go back for the time being. Coco, that girl was supposed to respond very well, but Susu just spoke out and said hello to her, and that girl actually hung up directly. As for that, hey, it's not like I'm some pervert who would prey on little girls, so why get so angry that I hang up the phone? When he dated Tong Kuku during his college days before, Tong Kuku was a jealous girl. Obviously they were childhood friends and should know each other very well, but she couldn't believe that the part-time job he was doing was proper tutoring. Always thought that Lin Ru betrayed something. Hey, a little confused, let's find a chance to explain to Coco. Right, there's also that girl by Rui. They seem to have an inexplicable urge towards themselves, but it doesn't matter. As long as Weiwei likes it, he can accept it. After all, there had been some contact earlier in the year, and he knew that they were both very nice girls. It was just that he was now a father, and really not a good match for the innocent little girls. Just as Lin Ji was reminiscing about the past, a shout rang out from the shower room. Kago, the voice coming from the direction of the shower room was sharp, but it had a soft, crunchy, bone marrow drilling sweetness that made Lin Ji momentarily sway. What's wrong? My phone is ringing. It's probably Viv calling you, but I'm washing my hair and it's inconvenient. Come in, Riku, and answer your cell phone. Oh, good grin. Lin Ji answered cheerfully, then walked toward the shower. Just as his palm was about to rest on the doorknob, he paused. Not true. Su is still in the shower. It's not naked. How can he get in? Kago, Lin Su called out again. Lin Ji took a deep breath and thought to himself, forget it, just go in. As long as your eyes don't float around. Isn't it good? Is this something difficult? Isn't it easy not to float around on a naked, wet, innocent girl? Bastard. It's over. Click. Lin Ji skillfully opened the doorknob and stepped inside, and just at this time, Lin Yao's team had already finished the opening introduction of Aspiring Python Village Life, but due to a traffic accident, we can't go to Mang Village until tomorrow. So, Lin Yao's team headed to the long-booked hotel. Sister Rain. I looked at the flow of the program, and the first one is to choose a residence right, then set me up. As for what to arrange, Lin Yao and Enryu both knew it by heart, and the two of them looked at each other in silent agreement. Don't worry about it, I've already asked people to inquire about it, so don't be anxious about it, and have a good night's rest. Aha! Lin Yao and her agent chatted while walking into the hotel. Soon a few people arrived at the 4th floor location, where their room number was located. Sister Rain, what number is our room? You're at 420. I'm at 422. Lin Yao nodded and carried her luggage to the rooms, surveying them one by one, looking for her own room, and in the wake of that were the assistant and the cameraman, who was planning to officially record the program before follow the artist to record some daily clips which will not be put in the main movie but get inside the bloopers. Just as Lin Yao passed by room 418 and tilted her head to survey the room number, suddenly, a scream was heard. Ah, wait, don't, I'm still in the shower. I can't see right now, Alay? It's a woman's voice. Lin Yao was violently startled and took half a step back, helping Lin Yao with her luggage. And she couldn't help but spit out. Youngsters nowadays, do they all like to come to hotels to find excitement, and play so flowery? Hiss, that sounds kinda moody. When Lin Yao heard this, her cheeks involuntarily reddened and her thoughts drifted to 4 years ago. That year, she and Lin Ji got drunk together and had no choice but to enter the hotel. Unfortunately, she looked at the handsome Lin Ji and didn't hold on for a while. Then, gave birth to Vivian Lind. Collecting her thoughts, Lin Yao turned to leave before she could take a few steps, suddenly stopping and pondering the movement just now. Something was wrong. The woman's voice just now sounded familiar. She seemed to have heard it somewhere just when he couldn't think of anything. A man's voice came out of the party's room again. Su, calm down. I didn't do it on purpose just now. I closed my eyes so I accidentally touched it. I'll just touch a cell phone and go. It's okay. I don't blame Resignation. I know Resignation is a decent man. Gee, it's that dog man Lin Ji. Fuck. Big Night is not at home with Su, and actually will be the little girl. Cheated to this kind of hotel to come? At this moment, Lin Yao's mood dropped to freezing point. The goodwill that had been accumulated towards Lin Ji in the restaurant was gone. Fuck you. Scumbag. Lying to someone else's little girl again. Are you? Open the door for the old lady. Don't try to wreak havoc on other little girls. Even though it was her initiative 4 years ago, Lin Ji lifted his pants and left too. It's okay to wreak havoc on her. You're already a baby daddy. Can you stop wreaking havoc on other little girls? Lin Yao thought about her own experience, and for a moment she was furious. Her jade hand continuously slapping the door. Sister Yo-Yo, a soft, fluffy voice came, and Lin Yao twisted her head to look and realized that Inueshi, who was standing at the dead center of the camera, was looking flustered and pointing her finger at the, equally shocked, photographer. At once, Lin Yao understood everything. The scene just now had been recorded. Lin Yao took a deep breath and revealed a smile, a little excited. Sorry. After saying that, she twisted her head and left. Lin Yao, who had carried the photographer on her back, secretly thought that when the photographer left, then she would fold back, hit him back. Meanwhile, downstairs at the hotel. A self-published media worker, like a lone dancer, is holding his cell phone aloft, as if holding a torch, and making a grand broadcast to a large crowd. Good evening everyone. I'm Wang Sledgehammer, and now that I'm in the town outside of Mang Village, I'm sure you've all heard the latest news about our Yaomei from Microwave. Little Potato, or Fighting Shadows. That's right, she's coming here to shoot a variety show. It's also said to be a very grounded down-home program. The program unfolded inside the Mang Village, and now I will enter the Mang Village. Let's just ask those of you who now live in Mang Village if you're looking forward to it. Chickens don't move. As a self-published blogger with millions of followers, he is like a passionate performer, shouting at the top of his lungs, showing off his charisma and trying to arouse the audience's hungry interest. However, it was obvious that the live audience did not buy him and did not cater to him in the slightest. Manhwa Hammer. Anchor, stop talking nonsense. I want to see Yaomei ah. I don't want to see you. You big pig's hooves. That's right. You're at least a millionaire anchor. Don't you know what the brethren want to see? Aha. How come I didn't see Sister Yao in the live broadcast? TSK. Another dog anchor that rubs off on me, wasting my sister's time picking up chicks. Everyone, let's not talk about Yaomei for now. Let me ask something first. Anchor, did you have a car accident back there? The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking, but in the end, they were all sucked away by the wisps of black smoke rising from the direction of Wang Sledgehammer's solidly crowded crowd. What the hell? Wang Sledgehammer was stunned and hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see people running back wildly like birds of prey, while one by one, firefighters, nurses, and other personnel in professional clothing, but like an arrow out of the string darted toward the direction of the black smoke. Hey sis, what happened up ahead? Wang Sledgehammer pulled a young sister who was running backward and asked after her. The person whose arm was held back was by Ruoi's secretary. Secretary Lu looked back and realized there was a camera glancing his head to the side, waving his hand back and forth. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I don't understand the fluttering words. A local speech from nowhere drifted in, making Wang the Hammer Hole won't be able to do it. Glancing at the pop-up, he realized that the group was telling him to go up and check it out. Brother Hammer, why don't you just go up and take a look? Oh my god, a fire truck just went by. There can't really be a car accident over there. Wait, it's not Yo-Yo, is it? Shut your mouth. Hammer, hurry over and get it together so that the brothers can feel at ease. Am I the only one who feels that this girl looks a bit familiar? Upstairs, you're afraid that you don't feel familiar with any good-looking girl, right? Just when Wang Sledgehammer was thinking about whether to go over. This time, one by one, the retrograde rushed forward again. Firefighters, nurses carrying elevated frames, and police officers maintaining discipline. Seeing this, Wang Sledgehammer fell silent. Let him through? There's a car accident over there. In case the car explodes, TSK, his dog's life is a life too. And just then, a reward of 1,000,000 jitter coins for nothing. Holy shit. This person who hadn't been following him actually rewarded him for such a quick jitterbug. Seems like someone who was extremely concerned about Lin Yao, he said. Since the viewers of the live broadcast want to see it, then I, the Northeast Hammer King, Am obligated to do so even if there is danger ahead. 666. Are you so righteous, old Wang? Is this still the same you who once secretly filmed a widow cheating on her husband? Old Wang, you don't look like you anymore. Who in the world has gotten inside of you? Don't cry and mourn. Old Wang is still alive. Birds die for food. Old kings die for shaking coins. Good. Who's this white guy? So rich? Old Wang is still the same old Wang. No shaking coins. Do you see him rushing up? Capital is the #1 driver. Just a little while after Wang's sledgehammer walked forward the scene of the crash. Exposed to the camera, when Wang's sledgehammer saw it, the man was confused. What kind of limo crash scene is this? He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Leaning north, 3 pink Maseratis actually crashed into one another. Also do not know who the owner is, but the owner must be Los Hemp. According to my observation, this was hit by the body of these 3 cars. There is also a unique inscription seems to be the name, should still be a limited edition to come. When Wang's sledgehammer shouted these words, some sharp-eyed guys in the audience of the live broadcast room noticed the unique place at the scene of the car accident. Holy shit, a limited edition pink Maserati? Why would a car of this caliber show up in a small place like this? Stupid. Yao Mei's itinerary was exposed long ago, and the scene of the crash happened to be the bridge to Mang Village. That's obviously the way Yo-Yo must go. So it's not obvious that Fu wanted to surprise Yo-Yo. Well, you have a lot of words, so I'll listen to you, etc. I don't feel like giving Yao Mei I don't know. You guys brushed to the recent hotness of the first munchkin looking for their mother's video. Today that little loli also said that her prospective mother to give to send a pink car. Hissing, I'm so scared. Upstairs drink too much. You send your daughter toy car, is to send the finished car and still this limited edition Maserati. For that netizen's judgment, the crowd was teasing. After all, who would give a child a gift to send a Maserati? Isn't this as absurd and ridiculous as a fairy tale? It is simply a slip of the tongue. What an anticlimactic family this is. Just as Wang's sledgehammer was explaining with a mouthful of words and passion, a sister was standing quietly behind him, silently watching him. Secretary Lu. She pulled out her cell phone and silently called Bai Ruoi. Dropping came the direct connection. Mr. Bai, our car has been exposed, and there are things you need on it. Look, do you need our people to deal with it? Secretary Lu's words had just finished, when he heard the sound of drip 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 falling water coming from the other end of the cell phone, and no reply came from the president of the house. The boss is taking a shower? Taking a bath alone? Gee, poor thing. At the future boss of that dog man also do not know with that college girl where to go. Hey, feel the boss is now like a scum man, abandoned his wife and children, can only be at home with children, living widow. Miserable. Really miserable. Well, I saw it just now when I was swiping through the videos. By Ruoi's imperial sister-like voice and the sound of falling water intermingled with each other, blending into one piece as it slowly came out of the cell phone. Don't pay any attention to this. If the car breaks down, it breaks down. Just get it again, boss. But there's something you need on it. There might be a special balloon in there for you. Wow. She wouldn't dare say such a thing in public, then change them all. That's it. I'm going to continue to take a bath. By the way, there's one more thing. My teacher should be in the hotel right now. Just now I heard Vivi shouting outside saying, did Dad fall into the water? Why is there the sound of water? I guess teacher, he's at the hotel now. Go and look for him. Okay, Mr. White. Secretary Lu answered and the phone hung up there. Then glancing at the scene of the crash, Secretary Lu quickly put his gaze away again and typed a number into his cell phone. Old Chang, call your people, all of them, to the nearby hotel motel. Don't fucking bullshit. Ms. White said she wants to catch the adulterer. Catch an adulterer. Do you understand human language? Get your ass over here. Meanwhile on the other side, 4th floor of the hotel, Sue, sorry. I really didn't mean it just now. Lin Ji stood outside the doorway and bowed in deep apology to Lin Su, who was cleaning her jade body inside the blurry mirror. Hey, he didn't look at something he shouldn't have looked at, but he should be damned if he touched something he shouldn't have touched. Lin Ji was thinking, completely unnoticed. The cell phone, held in his hand, was accidentally touched to the connect button by him. The other side of the Lin family of Vivian lay on the table, staring blankly at her cell phone. Poop, are you in the shower? Or are you wild swimming? Why is there the sound of splashing? Poop, Vivi misses you. Poopy receive, please answer. Lin Weiwei's soft, fluffy childish voice exhaled. But unfortunately, her family's old den's ears were filled with the sound of Lin Su's splashing in the shower and were completely immersed in it. Humph. Bad poop. I can't believe you're ignoring Vivi. Lin Weiwei screamed into the phone for about half a minute, but there just wasn't the slightest response from Lao Dang on the opposite side of the phone. Only a steady stream of water and the sound of apologizing. Hearing her dad's apologetic voice, Vivian guessed that maybe Poop had done something wrong and couldn't answer her right now. The great filial daughter, Lin Weiwei, knows very well how to sympathize with her poop. So she opened the live broadcast with the intention of asking the almighty brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, what exactly did her family Laodang do wrong to apologize to her aunt pinch nimble little white fingers? With some seasoned maneuvering, the familiar interface appeared in front of Lin Weiwei. Before she could say anything, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to soar. Barrage after barrage flew by. Yatu yatu. Your two big sisters. Who's your mom now? Weiwei also don't know. Which sister Puppa likes? I can't force Puppa to marry the sister I like. Girl. I super like your white sister. To have a figure. To have a face value. To have money. And now the network also leaked out that you are her illegitimate daughter. Is this the marketing number that Poop always talks about? That's blowing a bull bigger than my little black cow's belly. First of all, I'm a loyal child stock that no power can impress, and if I'm asked to support that rich white girl, I'll have to add money. Whispering to you. Actually Weiwei is also a child stock. Lin Weiwei looked at the pop-up screen while replying to her water friend's questions, when suddenly she thought of something. No. How is it that you guys ask me brothers and sisters? It should be me asking you, right? Lin Weiwei, 3 beamed, crossed her arms, a look of exasperation, but resistant to standing on the street. The next second will be stolen by female college students, people rubbing their faces, and if they have it, they may even feed grandma to Weiwei. Lori's angry. Lori, control. All of you, shut your mouths, and listen to what Lori has to say. Yes, Lolita officer. Weak question. I'm not a lolicon. I'm a daughter new. Can I talk? How about you give me a face and shut up for the sake of me being a lolicon? Good drop. The pop-up screen cleared up, and Lin Weiwei also recovered from her puffed-up appearance, revealing a cute and adorable look. Brothers and sisters, I want to ask my Poop, what is he doing now? Why is he ignoring me? I miss Poop, but he ignores me when I call out to him. Is something wrong with Poopy him? Or is the bath water so loud he can't hear me? Lin Weiwei lying on the sofa, behind the 2 small feet, swinging back and forth. This dorky little loli, tender little face close in front of the camera, the slightly pouting pink mouth, as well as fleshy neat packet face. Anyone who looks not confused? Fellow Taoists, the cement that the old man has sealed for 38 years has loosened. What should I do? Fellow Taoists, don't panic. My heart was budding long ago. If it wasn't against the law to steal a child, I would go to Mang Village and find this little girl. Is there a team? I'm afraid of going to jail. What kind of perverts are upstairs? Can you answer the little guy's question honestly? Girl, put the phone sound on speakerphone so you can hear the details. Hands-free? Details? Okay. Weiwei knows. Thank you, sister. Bye-bye, Jing Jing. This name is very similar to my sister Bio. Lin Weiwei smiled without giving it much thought and opened the speakerphone as requested by Whitey. The sound on the phone became loud. The sound of water snapping and popping was clear, and there were voices of men and women conversing amidst the water snapping and popping. Hotel. Brother, resignation. I know you didn't do it on purpose just now. I believe you are a decent man, even though you touched me that. But I believe you. The young girl's voice was sweet, causing Lin Ji to be slightly shaken, feeling that what was inside this single thin glass was not an innocent young girl, but a piece of cotton candy that melted in his mouth. Ahem. Just so you know, I'm going to call Vivi back first, so take a nice shower. I just saw you with a bit of foam underneath you. Fuck. After saying this, Lin Ji regretted it. Damn it, why did he just blurt it out? Now, there was no way that Lin Su would misunderstand something. I opened my eyes when I accidentally touched you. Not on purpose. It's okay, it's not like I mind. We bathed together as kids anyway. Lin Ru opened his mouth, but he didn't say something. After a few seconds of pause, he said, that was when I was a child. Now is not the past. I already have a— Lin Su knew what Lin Ji was going to say and directly interrupted with a voice. Rhetoric. Why don't you talk to Vivi first? She should miss you. Aha. Lin Ji withdrew his gaze from the blurry glass and looked down at the cell phone he held in his hand. Crap. Is it a call? Then, wouldn't Vivi have, heard everything? Nope. Don't think I heard anything juvenile either, except, those two guys might misunderstand something. After all, they went into the shower and touched the wrong thing. Vivi? Lin Ji asked tentatively. The voice fell, and a child's voice came. Poop. You're finally paying attention to me. Ahem. Vivi, are your Sister White and the girls around? Sister White? Not in. Poopy doesn't want Sister White and the others to know about his sneaky water play with Auntie, right? Humph. Vivi will keep it a secret, but only if Poopy brings me something good to eat when he gets back. You're such a sweet little daddy's girl. I'll be sure to bring you something nice to eat when you get home. Good. The conversation between the little girl and her family's olden soon ended with the topic of a little secret between the two of them. Don't worry, Poop. Weiwei, my mouth, it's very strict. I won't tell anyone. Good girl. You're such a sweetheart to daddy. The phone hung up. Lin Ru breathed a sigh of relief. How Lin Weiwei's character was. As an old father he knew better than anyone else. Her mouth wouldn't let her break the rules and reveal her secrets even if she used 100 strawberry-flavored lollipops, 1,000 different styles of toy cars, and 10,000 non-repeated sweet words yet well. With this little bit of trust in his daughter, Lin Ji was still bottomless. Snapped. The door to the shower room opened. A scent with an ethereal aroma came over the room. And in the midst of the water mist stood a wonderful young girl. The young girl's skin was filled with light droplets of water from the moist heat of the water vapor, and the surface of her skin was lightly reddened, looking like a ripe peach that one couldn't help but want to bite down on. Why does Brother Resignation keep looking at me like that? Is there something on my face that I haven't cleaned? Lin Su didn't wait for Lin Ji to answer. Wrapped in a bath towel, she walked to the mirror with two thin legs that could play for a year, and looked at herself back and forth. The young girl in front of her, wrapped body, like a grapefruit that has peeled off its fruit coat to reveal its tender flesh, looks very tempting, which makes him, who has been abstaining from sex for many years, start to have an adverse reaction. There's nothing on your face, it's just that I haven't seen you for many years, and I only realize now that you've, well, grown so big. Lin Ru deeply thought that there were many meanings of this sentence. As the saying goes, the benevolent sees the wise, so he would not expand on it. Did I just realize now that I've grown up? Lin Su turned around and cocked his head to look at her dumbfounded. Hurry up and get dressed, or you'll easily catch a cold. Lin Ji didn't quite dare to keep looking at Lin Su for fear that he would do something wrong. After all, he who had abstained from sex for many years was now facing such a situation, which really made people ding true. My clothes are in my luggage, but it's downstairs in the check-in area, so help me get my clothes. I'll wash and blow dry my hair first. Okay. Just as Lin Ji was about to leave the room door, Lin Su spoke. By the way, Resignation, who was the woman who tapped on the door outside earlier? Resignation, do you know her? Lin Ru didn't meet Lin Su's eyes but waved his hand. I don't recognize her. I think she's here to find her cheating husband, but she's looking for the wrong person. Oh, so that's how it is. The Lin family by Ruoi also happened to come out from within the shower room, walking out, but at this moment, there was no motherly tenderness on her face. Vivian, that girl, actually hiding herself with her dad, unforgivable. Although the teacher was suspected of leading Weiwei, that girl was a little too active. It didn't feel like she was the one being asked at all. Just as Bai Ruoi was dressing and thinking about how to deal with little Vivi and her family's olden Vivian is facing off against the pop-ups of the general public. I promised Puppy I couldn't tell our little secret. Brothers and sisters, I beg don't tell my little secret about me and Puppa. Vivi has to be a good boy who keeps his word. Looking at Lin Weiwei's aggrieved appearance, the vast number of bitchy water friends came to their senses. What a heartbreaking little cutie, ah. But alas, since Lori is not my family's, I will destroy it. I'm going to tell your secret. Jia, upstairs is really a birth. Sister Me is different. If Weiwei doesn't want her and Poop's secret to be known by your sister, then recognize Sister Me as your mother. Okay? Neither one of the two upstairs should be mocked. Neither one is good. Hey, you guys, what AC quality, ah? Do not tease her, okay? My home Weiwei, she is about to cry, ah. What's your house? That's my house. I'll be fair. It's the anchor's daughter. Some of the water friends were very bitchy, constantly teasing the little lowly, and some of them were also very heartbroken for little Weiwei, and their motherly love exploded as they comforted the little girl. By Ruoi, who had put on her clothes on the side and exuded the aura of a queen, had already come behind Lin Weiwei silently, but this little girl's attention was on the pop-ups, and she was afraid that these waterbenders who were messing with her and teasing her would really spill the beans about her secret with her own poop. Puppy said no shaking out his little secret, and she's a child of her word, so that's why she's not shaking it out. Just as Vivian was huffing and puffing at the pop-up teasing. A pop-up floated by. Don't get angry. Girl, okay, you're cute when you're angry, but your sister White is right behind you. Humph. I, Lin Weiwei, am already 4 years old. Oh, not a 3-year-old. Don't you dare try to trick me. I won't tell the little secret between me and POA. Lin Weiwei glanced at the pop-up screen, her short arms hugging her chest before she tilted her meatbag face to the side. Heads were just spinning, and this time, a voice came. Vivi, what little secret? Can you tell your sister? It's Sister White. After a few days of getting along, Lin Weiwei was already able to recognize people by their voices. Slightly lowering her head, her small mouth pouting. That, can I not say it? Of course. Lin Weiwei's eyes instantly lit up, but then darkened in the next second, only to see Bai Ruoi come over at an unknown time, her jade hand cupping the little lowly's fleshy face. It's okay if you don't say anything, but you have to finish the meal that your sister and I made. Oh, isn't Sister Tong doing it? I could go for a duck right now too. Seeing Bai Ruoi's gentle smile, Lin Weiwei felt doubly bad in her heart. This must be the devil's smile. POA. I'm sorry, Wei Wei doesn't want to eat the POA made by Sister Bai, Lin Wei Wei muttered softly, seemingly justifying her betrayal of Lao Dang. The corner of Bai Ruoi's mouth twitched. How come she had to insult her cooking before mutiny? Doesn't rhubarb love it? It should. It's not that hard to eat, Sister White. No, Mother White. I'll say anything. She'll do whatever she wants as long as she doesn't eat poop. Seeing Lori like this, the viewers in the live room were furious. Girl, why did you betray your father? It's just to eat the poop, right? Then eat it. You can't betray our handsome old man. She's 4 years old, and you're forcing her to eat ollies? Tough to eat is a bit tough, but at least it's not so bad that it'll kill you, right? But little Vivi is still a brat, so it's true that she can't eat it. Yes, eating it would be child abuse, and if I did eat it, I'd report it as Wei Wei's mom-to-be. Upstairs, where did you come from, Mom? The other side, Lin Ji knew nothing about his betrayal by his own little girl. He happened to be coming downstairs at that moment to the baggage check-in. A voice was heard. It's been 6 hotels and this is the only one left in the neighborhood. Could the boss's man really be here? Who knows? Keep looking into it or none of us will have a good time once the boss is green. Also, it can't be helped. Who asked us to be laborers? Keep checking. Go ahead and check tonight's hotel registry for our boss's man. Good. Hearing these conversations, Lin Ji sighed. Men nowadays, they carry the bowl and look at the pot. TSK, not many good things. Unlike me who was a noble single baby daddy. Lin Ru skimmed his lips and dug into the baggage check dash and in the meantime, Lin Yao was lying on her bed looking at her cell phone. The live broadcast that her 4-year-old daughter had started seeing by Roy, who was wantonly rubbing Lin Wei Wei's fleshy face inside the picture. She was both jealous and envious. Who the hell is this woman to do this to my lovely daughter? She hasn't even rubbed Vivi's little cheeks yet. Moreover, the cooking is really bad. That guy Lin Ji's ability to find a woman is not good. He made a bunch of ollies for. How can that stuff be eaten by Wei Wei? The thought of Lin Ji, Lin Yao's mood got even worse. Lin Ji, this dog man, he has someone at home, but he still comes out to accompany a female college student to a room. Born one. How on earth did my own self back then feel comfortable handing over Wei Wei to such a man? Shit. When the contract is up, say whatever it takes to snatch Vivi up. Just as she was about to continue to watch her tolerable daughters through the livestream, suddenly, the sound of a door opening was heard. Ha! Lin Yao froze, quickly coming to the door and looking out through the cat's eye. Why did Lin Ji leave? Could it be, is it hard to believe that you don't want to make the same mistake she did when she didn't buy the little balloon? So he went down to buy balloons? Never mind. It was time for her to save the ignorant college girl. Anyway, and that girl still seems to be her own fan. So she has to get her out of Lin Ji's clutches by all means. Thinking of this, Lin Yao put on her sunglasses, opened the door and went out, approaching the room where Lin Ji was, and just at this time, Bai Ruoyi's people were approaching in the hallway. One of the tall and thin men said, I just spent $10,000 and took care of the list. Room number 418. There's a man whose name is exactly the same as the boss man's name, and he's got a woman with him, and the most important thing is that woman's last name is Lin. Tall guy? Crap. Play so flowery. Family melee. This is. Not afraid to enter the orthopedics? Not fat and not short. Wearing sunglasses. Robust man. Tube him. Remember our purpose? We are here to catch adultery. See the boss man. The first small beat a meal. So that he is honest. Encountered that female well. With money to persuade it to leave. After all, we are civilized people. Okay? That's it. 418. Inside the room, Lin Su sat in front of the mirror. Jade hand holding the hairdryer. Letting the warm wind blow her wet hair while gazing at her own figure within the mirror. Oh, yeah, one has been waiting for this day for a long time. Unsurprisingly, she was going to get what she wanted from Lin Jigua tonight. Maybe we can even take this opportunity to become little Vivi's mom. But on second thought, Lin Su sighed again. But if you only get brother Lin Ji but ignore that little girl Lin Wei Wei's mind, it can't be enough to become brother Lin Ji's daughter-in-law, right? After all, she didn't just want her relationship with Lin Ji to develop further. She also wanted to gain Lin Wei Wei's approval so that she could become the one beside Lin Ji. However, the current self has not yet met with Lin Wei Wei to gain her favor. TSK, what should I do now? After all, 2 people had already met Lin Wei Wei when she had come to see her brother, and had explained their desire to become that girl's mother. That Lin Wei Wei, that girl, didn't show any feelings of dislike towards that by surnamed, or sister tone. It's kind of hard to do. Forget it, even if they took Vivi's heart. I can take quit tonight. After all, when she was at the restaurant, she had ordered a lot of pork whips for Lin Ruogo, and when she wrapped her arms around Lin Ruogo, she still felt Ruogo's hot body, and in the shower room, brother Lin Ji still touched her. Then it means that Chio likes himself, right? Hey, Hey, looks like she's really going to break her fast tonight however. Now that brother Cho is still downstairs, should I call my future daughter, Lin Weiwei, first? After thinking about it, Lin Su's hair was already dry, so she didn't continue to wait blindly, found a familiar phone number and called back, drip 2 times. The cell phone instantly connects. A childish voice came through. Is it Poop No Wo Vivi? I'm your mom huh? The little Vivian on the opposite side heard Lin Su's voice, and the little loli was confused. This is obviously the aunt's voice. How can it be her mother? Well, unless, Poop and Auntie, with an ulterior motive. Humph, Auntie, Weiwei knows it's you. Oh Weiwei, very smart. You can see that I'm small and try to trick me. The little girl's tender childish voice sounded a little smug, and Lin Su could already imagine what a wonderful expression was on that budding face. I can't believe that this little girl has recognized it. But then, she didn't lie. She is not Lin Ji's sister, much less Lin Weiwei's aunt, not to mention that she does want to be Lin Weiwei's mother. So what's wrong with that? So, Lin Su smiled and said, Weiwei, who says that an aunt can't be your mom's? Well, Vivi doesn't know. The CPU in Lori's brain seemed to burn out, and the little girl spoke hesitantly. She had never thought about it before. Is the aunt capable of being her mom too? I don't know. When Puppy comes back, she'll chase after Dang and ask why her aunt became her mom, and just as Lin Su was planning to continue teasing the little girl and boosting each other's favorability, suddenly, a knock came from outside the doorway of the room. Dum. Is Lin Ji here? At that moment, Lin Su was very nervous and spoke into the cell phone. Weiwei, later on your sister, is going to become your mother. Oh huh? Why did Auntie become a sister and have to become Vivi's mom? Just as Lin Su was thinking about how he was going to respond to Lin Su from across the room, the knocking on the door became a few points louder. Weiwei, let's not chat for now. Oh, sister, I have something urgent, Lin Su quickly said, snapping her cell phone on the desktop. Her body wrapped in a bath towel approached the direction of the room door. Coming. Lin Su's face was full of smiles while her bare feet snapped and tapped the ground. Soon the fine smooth palms landed on the doorknob. Snapping, the door opens. Brother, why you? Seeing that in front of her was the woman with sunglasses that she had encountered in the restaurant earlier, Lin Su's face instantly froze. Lin Yao didn't notice Lin Su's expression, but instead stared at Lin Su's towel-wrapped figure and said indignantly, you and him did everything. Damn, that birth. I can't believe I actually came to do that to an innocent girl. And still, what a birth with no insurance to prepare for it. Lin Su frowned, puzzled by the actions of the sunglasses woman in front of him. Why was this guy scowling down at himself? If it was brother Lin Ji treating himself like this, then she wouldn't mind. But you, a woman, why are you doing this? After thinking about it, Lin Su grabbed Lin Yao's hand. I'm sorry, I'm not Lily. Please let go. Lily? No. I'm here to rescue your maiden. That man is no good. And as far as I know, the man who brought you to the hotel is a guy who lifts up his pants and doesn't admit it. Besides, he's long been a man with a daughter. Here, put on sister's coat and come with her. Sister will get you out of here. No, this woman, is she sick? Lin Yao draped her straight-down jacket over Lin Su's bare shoulders, then tried to lead Lin Su away. But nay, her strength was no match for Lin Su's. The situation was at a standstill for a while. At this point in time, 3 men were whispering with their backs to the wall at the entrance of the building. It's actually 2 women? They're having so much fun? I didn't bring enough money with me. I might not be able to persuade them to leave. What should we do? I don't know. But anyway, the boss's head is in the green grass now. Why don't we start plan B? Beat up all of them and turn them over to the boss? That's not very nice, is it? Just when they were thinking about using force. A male voice came. Yo, where are the 3 of you catching adultery? Do you want me to help? Lin Shi asked with a smile. Having once been a tutor, he was naturally cynical about such things. Downstairs in the hotel, due to the crowd being too large, Secretary Lu had no choice but to shout into his cell phone with all his might. Mr. White, General Manager by. Urgent message. Urgent news. Our guy sent word that they found that one's name on the hotel check-in list. Yes, there's another girl's name on the list, and they did get a room. What? You want us to tie him back up? Mr. White, it's not that I don't want to tie it up, but now that there's been a car accident, the officials are still dealing with the road, so I can't go to your place until tomorrow. Yes, I'll have him tied up tight and sent to your bed. Secretary Lu's attention was fully focused on reporting with Bai Rui, and she completely failed to notice that someone beside her was sizing her up less than 2 meters away from Secretary Lu. Wang Sledgehammer Man froze. I'm tired. A large cheating scene was encountered by him? His kind of interesting. Isn't this proper traffic? TSK. I'm going to go along for the ride. He had been ready to go off the air, but now he re-pulled out his cell phone and spoke into it. Hello, Everybody, it's 8:25 p.m. I believe the audience in the live broadcast room heard what just happened, right? That's right, old Wang. I'm going to spy on the scene of the rape arrest. I've only heard of this kind of thing on TV dramas. I've never seen it before. So what? For tonight's impromptu encore, I'm going to lead you all to the scene of the rape arrest. Everyone rest assured. What about the camera? I'll give it more on the female lead. And I, the old king, am curious about what kind of woman can make a man cheat on his wife. That's when the pop-ups floated by. I know I'm following the right anchor who knows me. Wouldn't this be an invasion of privacy? Old Wang, be careful. I'm afraid you'll get yourself in trouble. Did you guys hear? Just now that uniformed beauty mouth said something about Mr. Bai. It can't be the rich white beauty who ran up to Mang village yesterday to block the door of Manhwa's house, can it? You don't say. You don't say. I just exited from little Lori's livestream, and I think what you're analyzing is a load of repartee. Lori's dad lives with her sister. How could she be in that kind of relationship? I remember that Lori already has two in her family, right? It's kind of exciting that her dad is still playing like this. Actually, people, also, it's not okay. After finishing his words, Wang the Hammer didn't stare at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, but instead twisted his head to follow Secretary Lu's pace. On the other side, the fourth floor of the hotel. Big brother, I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to stare at me like this. I'm here to help, not to deliver. Lin Ji was made to tremble by the up and down look of the 30,000 strong men in front of him. His self-consciousness telling him that this was not simple. Catching rape in black. Number 1, that looks familiar. Is he the boss's gigolo? Number 2, the dress code is right. The appearance is right. The temperament is right. It's him. Number 3, do we do it now? As the saying goes, killing people is not as easy as nodding their heads. These three people in front of Lin Ji looked at each other silently, and then nodded their heads to eye in the next second. Under Lin Ji's shocked gaze, three big men pulled out twine from somewhere and walked towards him. Hey man, aren't you guys catching adultery? Why are you coming towards me? Even though I'm as handsome as the readers group of Robin Hoods, don't get so excited. Lose yourself thinking they're just as cheese and they turn out to be a gay guy? Seeing Lin Ji's constant retreat and defensive posture, one of the burly men said, we are indeed catching an adulterer. But it's you who's catching the adulterer. Me? Wrong person. I'm a single dog. Who catches an adulteress? Innocent single dog? Hearing this, the three of them silently glanced at each other, and that look in their eyes revealed an imperceptible pity. Auntie, when it comes down to it, there's no need for sophistry. We all know that you've had an affair with our boss right here. Lin Ji froze and asked, boss? Which one are you talking about? His Bai Ruoi? Lin Yao? Tong Koko? Or that Yakuza lady from Tokyo? Or then again, never mind. There had been so many bosses who had socialized that he'd kind of lost track with every word of Lin Ji's words. The three people across from him, their faces became more and more gloomy. At this point, the skinny guy couldn't stand it anymore and roared, I can't believe you had a chicken leg with someone other than the boss too. Brothers, do it. Wait, did you misunderstand something? Misunderstanding? What do you care if the two women in front of your room pulling and tugging in plain sight is a misunderstanding? Green my boss. And still say what misunderstanding? Think I'm blind? Take it easy. Calm down. Calm down. Wait, what two women? And who's your boss? The few men who had not been so emotional were instantly broken by Lin Ji's question. Dare I say that after all this, you kids still don't know who their boss is? Tie you up first. Tomorrow you'll know who our boss is. Brothers, do it. Tie him up and send him to the boss's bed. Aha, what the hell was that last one? Looking at the person in front of him, getting closer and closer to him, Lin Ji murmured in his mind, after practicing martial arts for more than 20 years, is he finally going to break his fast now? Gee, I thought it would come in handy for the rest of my life. Thus, Lin Ji instantly adjusted his posture, and in an instant's effort, that standing posture could create an invisible sense of oppression just by looking at it. Unfortunately, the three burly men in front of them had already long been immersed in the emotions of catching an adulterer and beating up a scumbag, completely ignoring the changes in Lin Ji. The next moment, he was on 418, in front of room number. Wait, did you hear any strange sounds? Lin Yao asked with a sudden start. Nope. You let go of me or I'm going to be rude. Lin Su skimmed his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had already seen through Lin Yao. Scheming Lily, trying to get her to let her guard down, right? She wasn't going to fall for that. She had waited nearly 10 years for this night. All of them. It's grown from an airplane feel to this extreme low to the ground now. Say nothing to give up. Shoo, don't talk. It's really loud. Lin Yao suspected that Lin Su was too noisy and directly raised her hand to block her mouth, her fingers against the back of her hand, softly reminding her. Lin Su was just about to struggle when she heard a man's voice in her ears, and if she listened carefully, there were several voices, and most of them sounded like screams. Wait, I think she heard Rhetoric's voice? No wonder resignation hasn't come back after being gone for so long. So something has happened. In the heat of the moment, Lin Su took a bite on Lin Yao's palm, followed by Lin Yao's sentence. Hiss, it hurts. She broke free of her restraints. Her white delicate fingers, tightly draped in Lin Yao's jacket that was wide to the root of her thighs, like a little maiden who had just been bullied by a female hooligan. Stepping on her bare and tender feet, red-eyed, she ran towards Lin Ji. Rhetoric, I'm coming. Don't anything happen to you. Vivi is still waiting for you at home. On the other side, the direction of the Lin family by Ruai because she wanted to prove to Lori that she cooked, not a defense. So, it was off to learn how to cook from Coco Tong in a humble way, and Lin Weiwei, who had finished rubbing her little face by Ruai, was holding her cell phone and complaining to her water friends. Oh, when the hell is poop going to come back? Weiwei is being bullied by Sister Bai. Her face is pinched red hot. It's too much. How dare you pinch this little lowly's face? That's it. If it were me, I wouldn't use my hands. I'd use my mouth. Don't tease her. Didn't you guys notice any movement coming from the other side of the phone just now? I heard it. It's a woman's voice. I heard that too. But how come there's still the sound of men fighting? Holy shit. It's my handsome anchor screaming. Did something happen to him and that girl? Little Weiwei, don't cry. Your dad seems to have been beaten up. The people in the live room heard the movement coming from the cell phone. There was a cacophony of women and men, although they didn't hear what was said on the other side, but it was obviously very chaotic. Something must have happened. At that moment, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room all turned into frowny face Weiwei. Speed. Save father. Seeing the pop-ups, Lin Weiwei's red little face became dumbfounded. What? Her family, Olden, is in danger. No, gotta go save dad. So, she ran her ass over to Bai Ruoi and tugged at her pant leg. Sister Bai, daddy seems to have been beaten up. I know. Weiwei, you go out and play first. Bai Ruoi responded without a care in the world, continuing to stir the eggs on her plate. Your dad will be fine. Maybe it's your puppy who's beating up the bad guys and pinching them. Of course this was the words to comfort little Weiwei. After all, the person who went to kidnap the teacher was the one she called to go. But the commotion over there was quite big. This little guy actually found out. Well, go home and give them hundreds of thousands of dollars in bonuses. Well, that's right, OPOA is so powerful. How could he be bullied? It's Weiwei who was in a hurry. Lin Weiwei blinked her buring eyes, seemed to have thought of something, smiled, and continued to return to the sofa to plop down and chat with her water friends. Tong Coco on the side didn't react at all when she heard Lin Weiwei's words and continued to busy herself laughing to death. What kind of person is Lin Ji? Doesn't she know clearly? The force value is off the charts, guys. Superb physique. She also didn't know. That woman who gave birth to a baby with Lin Ji. Exactly how did she withstand Lin Ji? Even though it was a guy who dumped his husband, but the knowledge of that area. She still wanted to ask for advice and counseling. At this point on the other side of the fence, Wang Sledgehammer's live broadcast. He was on the 4th floor, the junction of the 3rd floor. Suddenly, the sound of a fierce fight, and the screams of men, traveled between the buildings. Male voice, ouch, pain, I'm wrong, don't hit. Female voice, stop it, stop fighting. If you do, someone will die. Damn, such a big commotion. The number of people sounds a lot. It can't be some kind of party, right? Wang Sledgehammer thought for a while, the corner of his mouth hooked. This kind of good thing that can be on the hot search. Finally his turn, right? Old Wang, while walking, did you hear the commotion? This means that the capture of the adulterer has already happened. Old Wang, I've come just in time. Brothers, pay attention, dude is going to rush up and be the righteous one. Pay attention to the video. This time dude is going to be on the hot seat. Punch. I want to see the girls. Watch out for the girls. Dog thief. How can I live without them? Can you be serious? This is a serious live broadcast. I'll be damned. Serious? Who's going to read something serious? The pop-ups in the booth seemed to be pretty consistent. They were all here to see the girls and wonder what kind of party was going on upstairs. But this time, an inconspicuous pop-up floated past. Something's not right. The screens upstairs are very uniform. And if I'm not mistaken, the person who beat them up is the same person. But in just under a second, the message was swallowed up by a running stream of pop-ups, inside the other room numbers within the 4th floor. Anzoyu, just after taking a shower, heard the screams outside, and with curiosity and an inexplicable sense of justice, merely wearing an underwear and a jacket, rushed out, just went out to have a look. Why is Lin Yao out there? And a very nervous, anxious look. The bright light emanating from Enruyu opening the door was noticed by Lin Yao, who turned her head and shouted to Enruyu, quick, sister, you. Come here quickly. Save the people. Lin Ji Ego I'm going. He's been beaten up? And Ruyu froze for a moment, and before Lin Yao could finish her sentence, she had already dashed over. That's Vivian's dad, Lin Yao's bedmate, coming around the corner of the stairs. She got a whole lot of thighs at the scene in front of her. The three big men were beaten to the ground, while in contrast, Lin Ji was leaning against a side wall, leisurely smoking a cigarette. It's a civilized society now. If you have something to say it properly. I'm not a roughneck. After these words, the robust big man lying on the ground, besides silently wailing, was still despising Lin Ji in his heart. No roughhousing? So they're on the ground by themselves? At this time, Lin Su came close to Lin Ji's arms to look up and down at Lin Ji's body. Rhetorical brother. You're not hurt, are you? Of course not. Where not to look? Notice Lin Su approaching the weak spot. And all of a sudden Lin Ji pushes it away by a body length. Just after pushing Lin Su away, he saw Lin Yao pull out her cell phone. What are you doing? Call an ambulance. They're almost half dead from your beating. If you don't call someone, if they sue you for sending you in, then Vi, without waiting for Lin Yao to finish her sentence. And Ruyu even stopped it, blocking Lin Yao's mouth with one hand and whispering in Lin Yao's ear. Shoo, shut up. If it's exposed, we can't afford to lose $50 billion. Lin Ji was puzzled, but didn't think much of it, said something to the hallway. Come out. I've seen you. Wang Sledgehammer, who was hiding in the corner, had a shocked look on his face, and instantly drew back the cell phone he was secretly filming, and in his heart, he was lying. This handsome and capable guy actually found himself. Oh by God, it's going to be cold. Is this the kind of handsome guy who's having a party? And is the woman next to him his playmate? So handsome, and I wonder if he can take it. His party joins the men upstairs. If you really want to join in, take a trip to Carbon Nation. Something is not right. Isn't this handsome guy Xiao Wei her family Lao Dang? Crap. I remember him. He's the blind date that Sister Tong talked about when she left her job. Is this the white boy that the marketing number said the richest woman in the country is keeping? Wait. I found the blind spot. The girl next to her with short hair revealing her long white legs. Does she look like Yao Mei's manager? Really? If it's true, then all I can say is that your circle is a mess. What to do? What to do? Is he going out or not? Thinking about the ferocious scene of Lin Ji taking on 3 people in one go with 2 sisters before, he was so scared that his legs were trembling. Truly worthy of being the man that general manager Bai likes. Great insight and a great person. A female voice came out from the location of the elevator. Then, Secretary Lu walked up from downstairs and slowly stood in front of Lin Ji, bowing slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I hope I haven't disturbed your evening's rest. Seeing this person, Wang Sledgehammer breathed a sigh of relief. So it wasn't him who was talking about him. Then he can run away in disgrace. Seeing that the visitor was Secretary Lu, Lin Ji said indifferently, Ms. Lu, after not seeing you 6 years ago, I'm very relieved that you finally stopped delivering takeaways. By the way, hurry up and leave with your people. Secretary Lu glanced at the 2 scantily clad women next to Lin Ji, one with a sunglasses mask, and didn't say anything more than a professional fake smile. Yes, sir. The 3 big men staggered up and followed Secretary Lu into the elevator on the 4th floor. Less than half a minute had passed in the whole process, at which point Wang Sledgehammer, certain that he was safe, took a deep breath, held his trembling thighs, and turned around to walk back. He turned to the camera and whispered, Guys, man, I'm alive. I hope you all saw the footage just now. The man was really fierce, but I didn't wimp out and filmed the whole thing. This video will be a hit tomorrow. Oh, what video? Fire what? Just as Wang Sledgehammer finished his sentence, his shoulder felt the slap of a strong hand. Oh, come on. He's cool. He dropped to his knees and held the camera up. Brother, I was wrong. Please take it. Otherwise, brother, I'm not at ease now. Okay, brother. Then, Wang Sledgehammer, who was without a camera as well as having his live record deleted, went downstairs unharmed. Lin Ji threw a piece of clothing to Lin Su. Quickly change into it, don't catch a cold. And Su, you don't even know to wear a shoe when you come out? I was worried about you. Pa Lin Ji and Lin Su's room was closed. Lin Yao's eyes stared straight at 418, room number. What are you looking at? What people want to do is none of your business. And Ruyu dragged Lin Yao, whose eyes carried a murderous aura, back to the house. He obviously has a daughter. How can he mess around like this? Lin Yao said unconvincingly. That's none of your business either. Go back to bed. Pa, their room closed. At that moment, there was a soft slamming of the door from the other room as well. Director Lu, I got some very interesting footage tonight. I'll pass it on to you. You'll see if you need to put it inside the wadding. The Lin family. The process of the evening get-together was not very good. Bai Ruoi has been in an extremely unpleasant state. Eating dinner, that face has been icy cold. icy breath to the point that when sleeping at night, Lin Weiwei wanted to experience a handful of Bai Ruoi's chest. The mom touch, but when she saw Bai Ruoi's ice-cold eyes, the little loli was so scared that her tiny legs trembled slightly, and her little mouth muttered Weiwei. The fierce eyes made the little girl completely afraid to approach Bai Ruoi. So all you can do is fart around and snuggle into the flat arms of Kid Coco. Lin Weiwei, hee Coco-san and Poop are the same, yay. They are all flat drops. Tong Coco silently looked at Lin Weiwei and smiled, hee such a cute little loli. Will a punch oink and scream for a long time? Although the fist in his hand had hardened, when he saw Lin Weiwei's fleshy face, he was again motherly and his heart softened. The heart says, it's just childish talk. Besides, how can you save fabric for the Lin family if your boobs aren't flat? So, Tong Coco cuddled up to little Vivi and fell asleep peacefully. Soon the next day came. Lori, who was used to going to bed early, woke up without anyone having to call her, and the first thing I did when I woke up was to go jump out of bed, get my cell phone, and find Lin Su's note with precision. Poop should sleep with aunt. Yuck. Sister Susu sleeps together, right? So, if you just call Susu-chan, it's about the same as calling her family's old and soon. Little fleshy hands, clicking on the dialing button. Hotel 418, jingle bell sounded in Lin Ji's ears. Last night, did something happen? Lin Ji muttered. Right now he only felt dizzy. It seemed like he had a not so good experience last night, but his memory was blurry, and he wasn't sure exactly what he had done. Last night we did. Lin Ji twisted his head to look beside him, but Lin Su's figure was nowhere to be seen. However, the crumpled traces on the bedsheet, as well as the unique body fragrance of a young girl, all indicated that Lin Su was indeed lying here last night. Glancing around, Lin Ji realized that the trash can was full. Crap, why is it a little white paper ball? Murphy, don't you? No way. Absolutely not. If he really did it, then there's no way he'd be a pillar of strength right now. Just as Lin Ji was pondering, at that moment, ringing the default ringing of the cell phone continued. Lin Ji covered his somewhat heavy head with his left hand and twisted his head to see the cell phone Lin Su had left behind. He let out a deep breath. Where did Susu go? How come he went out without his cell phone? After thinking for a while, he raised his eyes and glanced at the cell phone that kept ringing. It's his cell phone number. But his cell phone has a password. And the password is his daughter's birthday. So the one person who had access to his cell phone was, unsurprisingly, his 4-year-old daughter, Vivian. Weiwei, that girl, calling me this early in the morning because she misses me. She's really a clingy girl. Thinking of his own daughter's lively and lovely appearance, the corners of Lin Ji's mouth involuntarily rose, but then quickly became flat. Weiwei is so innocent and cute. I'm really worried that she'll be abducted by a yellow hair from nowhere. However, Lin Ji was still very clear about Lin Weiwei's aesthetics. That kind of yellow-haired ghostly fire teenager was not even 1,000th as handsome as himself. How could his own daughter possibly fancy that kind of stuff? But, as the saying goes, women go bad without money. It's still something that needs to be taken seriously. Just in case, when Vivian needs money and needs to go play, just give her tens of millions of dollars. Think about it for a while. Lin Ji picked up the phone, put Lin Su's cell phone to his ear, and said, hello, is it Weiwei? Poop, it's Vivi. Hearing this soft and fluffy child's voice, Lin Ji revealed a pleased smile. Not bad. Not bad. So true to his daughter. Just by the sound of her voice you can tell how cute that little girl is. Why is Vivi calling daddy so early? Are you missing him? Of course I want it very, very much. But Poopy, haven't you forgotten what day it is? What day? Why would my daughter suddenly ask that? Lin Ji was thinking rapidly in his brain. Not Vivi's birthday? No, the birthday of the rhubarb Vivi keeps? Neither, his mom and dad's birthday? Not really. What exactly is the big day? After thinking about it for about 10 seconds or so, Lin Ru, as an old denizen, didn't think of what the days in little Vivi's mouth were. Sorry Weiwei, Dad forgot. Lin Ji didn't have much of an old fatherly demeanor and directly apologized. Hey, Poopy is so old and forgetful. Since Poopy forgot, Vivi will tell you. Linru, he's only 26. How is he old? This girl, she's so small. But why does she talk like this? It's Monday. It's kindergarten school day. Poop crap. He's sleep deluded. He's just forgotten about it. Seeing that old den on the opposite side of the room ignored him, little Vivi added, it's 6 o'clock now, and classes will start at 7 o'clock. So Poopy, I want to go to school quickly to meet Nyonya and the girls. Well, Lin Ji paused. Sending little Weiwei to school was indeed a problem, but now he was in a hotel bed, completely naked, and had no idea what had happened last night. Plus the hotel is about dozens of kilometers away from home, a moment and a half. The pressure is simply not back. Lin Ji thought about it and made up his mind. Weiwei, Daddy can't go back right now, so can you let your sister Bai or sister Tong send you to school first? Well, not good. Why? Don't you like them? Or did they bully you yesterday? Lin Ji was suddenly a bit anxious, remembering that he had quietly left Bai Ruoyi and Tong Coco. Perhaps they were now hostile to him, approaching himself to get back at him? Bullying Vivi when he's not at home. Thinking of this, Lin Ji suddenly felt that his heart was really big, actually letting little Wei Wei be alone, staying at home with a woman he had been associated with. Soon, a child's voice slowly drifted in, causing Lao Deng's direct fire to rise. Sister Bai bullied Wei Wei. Dot's voice was tender and resigned, as if her eyes were going to pee in the next second. Wei Wei, don't be afraid. First talk to Daddy. How did she bully you? Lin Ji said seriously. Wei Wei is the apple of his eye. If you dare to bully his daughter, then don't blame him for not remembering his old feelings. Sister White rubs someone's fleshy cheeks. My face is still hot and spicy when I eat my meal. Lin Ji subconsciously responded. Good, then I'll rub her flesh as well. Suddenly, his voice stopped and he couldn't help but frown down. Vivi, is that how she bullied you? Yeah, not only that, but last night Sister White was so mean and wouldn't let me sleep with her for a nap. She said that Poop was sleeping with someone else, so she wouldn't let me sleep with her for a nap. Poop, did you sleep with Sister Susu last night? Lin Ji looked around and didn't find anything suspicious, except of course for the white paper ball inside the trash can, and finally moved his gaze away from the trash can on one side and replied, I don't have it. And just as Lin Ji and Xiao Weiwei were talking, outside the door, Lin Su was sitting on the sofa, waiting for the backstage staff to finish cleaning Lin Ji's clothes. Hey, I should have known better than to fill brother quit with so much white wine. Originally, she was thinking of using the power of alcohol to make Lin Juga take the initiative, so that she could half-heartedly cater to it. Unfortunately, Ringo got drunk and threw up all over himself, still sleeping like a pig and all limp. It doesn't work at all. Still, it's not like there's nothing to be gained. First, rhetoric doesn't ostracize her. Secondly, resignation is easy to get drunk, easy to head. Drink a little is very fierce. Should not drink too much. Third, no matter what she asks for, resignation always agrees. It seems, still treating her like the little girl she used to be who needed to be taken care of. She could totally use that to her advantage. Keep testing, keep baiting, and then get him. At this time, Bai Ruoyi also woke up. No. It wasn't so much waking up as it was pressing on to sleep. Originally, the teacher was still very happy when he asked himself to help him with the baby, which showed that the teacher trusted him very much. However, the teacher was accompanying other innocent girls to a room in the name of going out shopping, and beat up the guy she sent there. 2. Teacher, there is a limit to my patience. A trillionaire himself, he lacks nothing but a beloved one. Not yet. He bantered her love for him, over and over again, based on his love for him. 6 years ago, she was the one who wasn't tough enough to let the teacher slip, and this time, no matter what, she wouldn't let him slip again. Bai Ruoyi pulled out her cell phone and made a call. Is the car ready? Opposite, Mr. Bai. The pink Maserati that you want to give to Lori is ready, and the props that you asked for to target Mr. Lin are also placed in the car. But I have to remind you that those kinds of props are, well, powerful. Even with Mr. Lin's superhuman-like physique, he probably wouldn't last more than a few seconds. Can't last more than a few seconds? That's good. That's what I want. Well, Mr. Bai, as a final reminder, please use it with caution. After all, this thing hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages itself 800 times. Nah, I understand. Go about your business. Okay, Mr. White. After the phone hung up, Bai Ruoyi's icy cold face unexpectedly revealed a smile. Only the smile looked so dangerous. Toast, not to eat. Teacher, you're asking for it. When the tools she uses arrive, she'll have the teacher subordinate her. Hint, it's not potent drugs, it's super sensual clothes. Just as Bai Ruoyi was caught up in herself brainstorming, while the corners of her mouth hooked up in an involuntary smile, from the living room came a muttering sound. Walking into the room, he opened a crack and looked out. So it's Vivian. Seeing this tolerable little loli, Bai Ruoyi revealed a motherly smile and gradually approached her. This is the teacher's daughter. Then the future is also her daughter. And according to her investigation, the teacher's weakness lies in this little girl. More to please this girl is conducive to a happy family. When he came behind Lin Weiwei, he was just about to greet her, when Weiwei opened her mouth. Poop, it was Sister White who bullied me and pinched my face. Huh? This girl is only 4 years old, and she's actually learning to sue her parents? Bai Ruoyi's face froze and her smile dissipated as she silently listened to what Lin Weiwei said. That Poopy, did you sleep with Sister Susu? When these words came out, Bai Ruoyi couldn't stand it and tensed up. My heart was beating like it was having a party. You really slept? Fake it. Obviously she was here first. She's living in the teacher's house and has struck up a relationship with Vivian. She worked so hard, and in the end, you told her that you slept together. I tramadol, huh? How come it's a bit of a cold pinch? Lin Weiwei felt a cold chill on her back, as if there was a female ghost on her back. but her poop had said that there were no ghosts in this world, and that she had to believe in science. I don't think so. So her little head, quizzically, cocked. I didn't. Lin Ji's words in the cell phone instantly made by Roy, who was as if her heart was dead. Regain her vitality. No, teacher, he said. No, it's really, tie pants hot. Oh, so there isn't? Then I know, but Sister White is sometimes mean. Daddy, and I don't dare ask Sister White to send me to kindergarten. By Roy stood as Lin Weiwei heard this and her face became kind of foul. She's just a little busty, but not mean, right? By Roy took a look. Her own well-born body, secretly nodded. Forget about it for the sake of the teacher, as well as when his daughter's stepmother. To be a peacemaker. At this point, Vivian noticed the time and didn't chat much, so she just said bye-bye to Olden. I'll see you tonight, Poopy. Come pick me up. Then the phone hung up. Aha, going to kindergarten again. Lin Weiwei smiled to herself. But soon, the smile froze. But then how do we get Sister White up? Lin Weiwei, who was afraid of being pinched in the face for waking by Roy up, puckered her cheeks and thought wistfully, how about in Sister White's face? Farting? He. As long as she didn't touch Sister Bai, then Sister Bai wouldn't beat her up, right? She's such a big smart ass. Just as Lin Weiwei was thinking. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei felt her feet leave the ground and her whole body was rising. What happened? How did I fly? Weiwei, what did you just want to do to your sister? Honestly explain. Oh, a gentle, sweet, imperial voice called out beside the little girl's tender cheeks. The little girl froze, and after a second's pause, she instantly realized who the owner was whose voice was coming from behind her. Lin Weiwei's mouth instantly beamed as she lowered her head. Sister Bai, Weiwei is wrong. Wrong. Then Vivi made what mistake? Weiwei shouldn't have badmouthed Sister Bai behind her back, and even thought about farting on Sister Bai. Lin Weiwei lowered her little head, not daring to face Bai Ruoi's gaze directly. Oh, I see. Bai Ruoi smiled and nodded her head, then added, but a small child who makes a mistake is the one who has to be punished. Can Sister Bai not be punished? Weiwei really knows she's wrong. Lin Weiwei covered her face with both hands, afraid that she would get her little face rubbed again. Yeah, it's okay if you don't have to be punished. Really? Bai Ruoi smiled and nodded her head. Of course it's true. But then again, only a mother wouldn't use violence on her own child. So, from now on, when Weiwei is in front of outsiders, call her sister Mom, and I won't do anything after Weiwei does something wrong. When these words came out, Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up and she responded in succession. Good duck, Mom. So good. Bai Ruoi bent down and rubbed Lin Weiwei's head. Bai Ruoi, hey, it's so gentle. It's exhausting. Inside the hotel room, Lin Ji didn't find his clothes, and a wave of annoyance surged through him. Damn it. A professional milkman is I can't believe he can't keep his own daughter close. This is a disgrace to life. Hey, I should have known that I would have bought a private airplane. Lin Ji sighed. It would have been nice to have bought Vivi a plane on her 3rd birthday when she was begging for one. Just a few million isn't that expensive anyway. If I had bought it, it wouldn't be so bad now that I couldn't get back to see Vivi when I was stuck in traffic. But how come my clothes and Susu are gone? He couldn't even go out without his clothes. So how could he go back? The sister group called for a delivery? Seems possible. But the phone needs to be unlocked and he doesn't have the code. Why don't you call and have it sent over? Calling Bai Ruoi, that Okinawa rebel? Just after this thought popped up, Lin Ji dismissed the idea and used Lin Su's cell phone, saying to Bai Ruoi that she was now lying naked on the bed and needed rescuing? What's the difference between that and suicide? Forget it. It's better to call Tong Cuckoo. That girl is his ex-girlfriend. Her temperament and character are better. Not as stubborn as Bai Ruoi. Thinking of Tong Coco, Lin Ji remembered the reason why the two of them broke up and couldn't help but be a little saddened again. 6 years ago, he was desperately trying to work part-time so that he wouldn't go back to inherit Olden's family fortune and become a negative hoe. At that time, he was a tutor, an air conditioner repairman, an underground boxer, a decent bartender at a nightclub. Anyway, during the time he was with Tong Coco, he could barely squeeze in time for Tong Coco, and every time he went out with Tong Coco, even though he showered 3 times, that girl was as if she was possessed by a dog, and she could always sniff out other people's scent on him. He sophistry countless times. Tong Coco also believed time and time again, but he really too busy. No time to accompany her, so the end of the end is to break up. And a year after the breakup, he was told by Lin Yao that he had a daughter. Now that I think about it, I do feel sorry for her. So, if he had the chance, he would like to make it up to that girl then. Lin Ji used Lin Su's cell phone to make a call to Tong Coco. Next door, Lin Yao had awakened at the urging of her manager. Sister Rain, this early in the morning, are we planning to go somewhere now? Go meet the director and then officially start taping the program. By the way, the cameraman at the door is already here. So watch your attire. Good. Lin Yao nodded her head and dressed while recalling the program flow in her mind. The first thing was To go to the countryside to choose a place to live and communicate with the locals if she could live in their home for a month, once you solved the shelter. It's a matter of finding a place with lots of people and engaging them in a quest, as Lin Yao thought about it. Her clothes were already dressed, and her makeup was also dressed up with the help of her assistant. Okay, you can go out now, but I have to warn you, after you get out the door it's an official recording, and you're going to have to keep your little thoughts to yourself and not be associated with him. Understand? Hearing this, Lin Yao instantly understood what Enruyu was talking about. Nothing more than wanting her to stay away from Lin Chi. Otherwise the identity will be exposed, which is not good, but, gee, that dog man. Since you don't take care of Vivi, the daughter will be taken care of by her. Pick the residence, right? Then she'll just pick the Vivians. I know, I'll be careful. You don't have to remind me. Sister Rain, due to her inner thoughts of Lin Jiha not being at home with her baby and running out to meet her sister instead, she said this with more or less emotions inside. The assistant by the side was confused when she heard these emotionally charged words. What does Sister Yao Yao have in mind? And which him is this about? A man? That's not right. Since Sister Yao's debut, not to mention gossip, she hasn't even had a single male actor she's worked with. Old innocent. Where do men come from? What about women? Having followed Sister Yao for so many years, she suddenly felt that this made sense and nodded silently. Yueshi, get your bags. We're leaving. Okay, sis. And at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Sister Yao Yao, are you guys ready? The director has issued a temporary mission. Please receive it. At once, all three people in the room froze and looked at each other. Finally, Lin Yao walked forward and opened the door, revealing a head. Before he could speak, a card was delivered. This is a temporary assignment for each guest. Please sign for it. She looked down and surveyed the delicate little card in her hand. And all of a sudden her person was a little confused. Please take the first local person you meet today and by all means, make her /him your guide for a day trip to Mang Village. What the hell is this? 418, inside the room. Rhetoric. You mean, you can't get out of the hotel now that your clothes are gone, right? Well, you could say that. Where's the girl who accompanied you to the hotel? Where did she go? I'm not sure about that. She was gone when I woke up. Only a cell phone was left behind. So, could I trouble you to ask someone to send me a dress? Why don't you call her? Why did that sentence sound a bit sour? He seemed to smell stale vinegar. Lin Ru paused for a moment and said, she's just my student, while you're my ex-girlfriend. You're different. To put it bluntly, Bai Ruoi is a love brain, but it is a more paranoid type. Yesterday all told people to tie themselves back, and now looking for Bai Ruoi and looking for death is no difference. But the child Coco gentle most of the cases can forgive him. Therefore, Lin Ji was confident that Tong Coco promised himself, but the next second, Tong Coco's words made it hard for Lin Ji. I refuse. Why? Humph. You've been rooming with other women and now you're coming to say I'm different. Do you really think I'm the same little girl who was so easy to fool a few years ago? Lin Ji was silent. He did not expect Tong Coco to refuse, and the words he had prepared were all thrown out of his mind. I'm not going to ask for clothes to be sent to you anyway. I'm hanging up. I'm going to make Vivi breakfast. Crap. Wait. Drop. Cell phones are hung up on relentlessly by ex-girlfriends. Lin Ru was a bit bitter. F***ck. You were the one who brought up the breakup back then. How can you blame him? Now I don't know where Su is gone, so I'll think of another way to get out. Or else I'll have to starve to death first. Not to mention seeing Wei Lin Ji looked at the time. It was only about 6:10. Today's date is still 5:21. Okay. The guys should still be asleep. So maybe go to the pager outside the door and get the waiter up here. It's not far. Just a few meters. As for why most of the hotel was sleeping, this won't pass muster. So I won't go into detail. Just when planning to go out, wrapped in a sheet, to walk the birds. This time, Lin Su had already entered the elevator holding her brand new clothes. If Brother Resignation gets up and sees me being so virtuous, I wonder if he'll take me on the spot. Then she, Lin Su, became Lin Weiwei's stepmother from then on. Have a bunch of brats with your brother. Whoa. It's wonderful to think about, and such beauty was about to be shattered shortly after the elevator opened. Drip. The elevator opened and Lin Su froze. Only 3 women appeared in front of her. A man carrying a camera, and one of them with a demonic figure was the sunglasses woman from last night. At this moment, Lin Yao was holding a small card in one hand and knocking on the door of the room with the other. Dum. Hello, may I ask, do you require special services? Rinsu disdained. Cut. Damn clips. Thinking that by pretending to be a sweet girl, Brother Sai will accept this special service. It's just hilarious. But the next moment, pow! The door to the room slammed open. Lin Ji exclaimed, yes, I need service. At once, Lin Ji's body, wrapped in a bedsheet but still somewhat exposed, was displayed in front of everyone. Crap? What the hell? 3 women plus a photographer. Lin Ru said. TSK, is it that special service I was thinking of? Lin Yao's professional smile froze as she looked Lin Ji's body up and down, and she inwardly came up with one word: vulgar, vile, shameless, nasty. Why was he thinking of looking for him himself? Is it too late to switch? Lin Yao took a deep breath and said word for word. Sir, the service is certainly available. What services do you require? If this dog thief wants to get her pregnant again, then she will castrate him. Lin Yao thought viciously, her eyes narrowing slightly as she stared at Lin Zhi. She was excited to see Lin Ji. Sister, did you see that? This man looks so familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere, and I don't know if he has a girlfriend. And Zhou attached her ear and said, Shoo, don't look for presents. Let me remind you he has a daughter. Lin Ji, who was standing at the door of the room, looked around and thought for a moment. I need you, wait. Without waiting for Lin Ji to finish, or rather Lin Su was afraid that Lin Ji would really say something. He directly jumped out at the critical time, blocking in front of Lin Ji and staring at Lin Yao. He's my man, please ask the young lady to leave. Besides, he doesn't have the energy for your special services anymore. After some explanation, both Lin Su and Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Su, it turns out that brother Chiu has no clothes to wear, so he thought to ask for special service. Lin Ru, luckily, it wasn't mandatory to make a movie, or his reputation would have been ruined. However, Lin Yao also ended up initiating a group request to Lin Ji. As Lin Yao was walking out of the room, she got close to Lin Ji's ear and said in a voice that only he could hear, be a tour guide for my old lady or I'll karma your waist. Saying that, Lin Yao clenched her fist and knocked Lin Ji's waist area. Lin Ji hissed and ate the pain. This woman, she's got a vendetta, doesn't she? She helped her with her baby and kept her out of the limelight. And not only did she come to her door, she tried to cut her off. What are you doing? Don't touch my homing pigeon's loins, they belong to me. Damn it. What if Brother Cotter's thing breaks? They don't have a pedestrian thing going on yet. This damnable sunglasses woman, under the sunglasses must be an ugly pussy. Otherwise how could she keep pestering her family's resigned brother? Lin Ji looked around at the few people around him. A few women and the photographer were all looking at him. It's filming a show, right? TCH, don't really want to leave the country yet. It'll be hard if the others come after me. Bai Ruoyi has strength and background. He is not at all surprised that she can find herself. Tong Kiki is his childhood friend. They are in the same village. This thing of meeting a childhood friend on a blind date, although outrageous, is not impossible, but once you reveal your location, then the exes won't be coming after you in droves. He's in over his head enough as it is, and a couple more. Isn't that going to kill him? So Lin Ru attached his ear and asked, what's in it for me? Lin Yao smiled, then stretched out a finger. If you don't agree, you'll kill your waist. Lin Yao thought this in her mind, but in Lin Ji's view it was another answer. $1 million? $10 million? $100 million? Is $1 billion added to the cost of living? Or is it, what about having another baby? Lin Ji didn't ask, and Lin Yao didn't explicitly say anything. The two of them stared at each other like this, and Lin Su, who was standing beside Lin Ji, was a bit unable to stand this seemingly ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Su stepped forward and pushed the two of them apart, pointing his finger at Lin Yao. Almost got it. It's impolite to look any further. There are people videotaping it over there. Letting people see it won't be able to say that you guys are a couple. Think about it. Lin Yao smiled and held up her sunglasses. I'll wait for you downstairs. Lin Yao and a group of people walked into the elevator, and Zhou approached Lin Yao's side and shook her head at her. When Lin Yao saw this, she slightly lowered her head. She naturally knew what sister you meant by this, but she was at a disadvantage and could only choose to ignore it. Her current self couldn't get close to Lin Ji, because the netizens' ability to messily set up CPs and gossip was very strong. And the fact that she had never been this close to a man before would definitely make the netizens very suspicious, but it doesn't matter. In recent days, she saw little Weiwei play happily with other women. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart, happy for her daughter to have a mother, but also sad that she could not be with her daughter. In short, this time she said anything to have a close contact with her daughter. Even if it was close to Lin Ji, it didn't matter if it caused some public opinion, everything. For the sake of my daughter, you really promised her? Yes. It's just leading the way anyway, and it just so happens that we can also show the good character of our Mang village people. Lin Su lowered her head, looking a bit forlorn, and said softly in a soft tone, brother resignation. I may have to leave. In fact, the school so doesn't allow us to come out. It was me who sneaked out. Hey, I thought I could break my fast tonight and get pregnant, so the school couldn't do anything about her. But unfortunately, it's been a whole day and I still haven't taken down Ringo. What a bummer. Lin Ji touched Lin Su's head and laughed. It's alright, you study hard now. It won't be long before you graduate anyway. Viv and I can wait for you at home. Oh, Wolka is so nice. Lin Su suddenly jumped into Lin Ji's arms and turned into a tearful person. Lin Ji froze. The blow of separation was actually so great for her? As expected, Lin Ji is still a child who hasn't grown up. Lin Ji stroked Lin Su's fine hair like he was coaxing Wei Wei. It's okay. Your brother Ji, I will always be the hardest wall behind you. Lin Su seemed encouraged, wiped her tears and said, I will try to be your child's mother. Lin Ji subconsciously responded, good. The next second, the person froze. Well, meanwhile on the other side, Tong Coco had already made breakfast for Wei Wei. But the whole person was a bit depressed. She tugged at Rhubarb's dog hair. Forgive him, don't forgive him, forgive him, don't forgive him, forgive, Lin Wei Wei. From a young age, is an understanding cute little angel. Every time she sees Lin Ji Lao Deng sad, she will always go up to his face to give him a kiss, and now, eating her breakfast, she found her mom to be, for some reason, actually gripping Rhubarb's fur. Sister Coco, looking on the verge of tears, is this sad? This aggrieved expression. Is it the death of Xiao Chang in Tong's sister's house? Lin Wei Wei suddenly remembered the Star Chow movie she had watched with her dad. Regardless of why Sister Coco is sad, she has to make an appearance now, otherwise, Rhubarb's fur will be bare. After glancing at Rhubarb's lifeless expression, Lin Wei Wei put down her dishes, her short feet touched the ground, and ran towards Tong Coco with an airplane run that was exclusive to little Lolitas. Coco-san, cuddle. Tong Coco twisted her head to look over before she could react. The munchkin Lin Wei Wei had already burrowed into her arms and rubbed against the non-existent dirtbag. Sister Coco, don't be sad. Vivi help you wipe your tears. Otherwise when Puppy comes back later and sees sister's face flowery, he might not like sister. Sister still has to be my mom's. Lin Wei Wei's fleshy fingers on Tong Coco's face gently wiped. The tear tracks dissipated and disappeared, and a smile appeared on Tong Coco's face. Wei Wei is so good. If only I had given birth. Come on. Give your sister a kiss. After saying this, Lin Wei Wei meatbag face, leaving a lip print. Lin Wei Wei raised her hand and wanted to wipe away a little itchy face, but the child Coco was stopped. Vivi, let me ask you, what would you do if he found you another mom out there? After finishing those words, Tong Kuka stared at Lin Wei Wei's big eyes, expecting the little girl's answer. She had thought about it for a long time and couldn't come up with a solution, so she might as well listen to the opinion of Lin Ji's own daughter. Out there looking for Vivi to find a mom? Right. Tong Coco responded excitedly, and her heart stirred up a bit. Wei Wei, as a biological daughter, you're the only one who can criticize Lin Zhuge's extremely immoral behavior of watching the pot and eating from the bowl. Kid Coco looks forward to it, and Lin Wei Wei says no. At that moment, a clang, 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 clang sound came from outside the villa. What happened? Lin Wei Wei and Tong Coco were both dumbfounded, looking through the direction of the balcony, as several dark and large dongs fell from the sky. Since they were indoors, they had only a partial view of what was outside the window. Kid Coco asked, what the fuck is this? Vivi, do you know? Vivi doesn't know. Oh, you know what? Rhubarb? Woof. Rhubarb, who had been gripped by the dog's hair for so long, if he could talk, he would not be answering her questions, but breaking into song. They were a bit confused when Bai Ruai came up from downstairs. Vivi, have you finished breakfast? Mommy will take you to school. Oh, here we go, huh? Mom, what the hell? And Vivi, how do you respond so naturally? She hasn't even started trying and she's already lost? Tong Kuko instantly became anxious and pursued. Wei Wei, what did you just call her? Mom? Lin Wei Wei answered with a crooked smile. Does your father know that you recognize her as your mother? Puppy doesn't know, it's just a name anyway. As long as she calls her mom Sister White will be happy. So why doesn't she? If Sister Tong likes it, Wei Wei can also call Tong Coco Mom. That's all Vivi wants is a mommy. And Vivi doesn't mind who is a mommy. And Vivi doesn't mind if there are a few mommies. Hearing these words, Tong Coco's heart was relieved that Wei Wei recognized her. But she was stunned again. Not true. Vivi just said, don't mind having a few moms. Gee, she kind of realized that this little ninny was totally unconcerned about her family's old den being out there looking for her to find her little mom. Are you done talking? Done talking? Vivi, we should go to school. Come on. Lin Wei Wei walked to the sofa, picked up her small school bag, and before she could put it on her back, she ran her ass off to Bai Roy, and Tong Coco said, be careful on the road, and didn't say anything else. And picking up his cell phone, he took a deep breath. If Vivi doesn't mind, what do I mind? Kids aren't as careful as she is. Shay, it's just more sisters. What's the big deal? However, she had to take down Lin Juga as soon as possible so that Lin Juga wouldn't have the energy to mess around outside. Thinking about it, Tong Coco clicked on the phone number she dialed over earlier, and within a few seconds, the phone was picked up, and she said, Brother Resignation, I'm planning to go to your place. Can you send an address over? I don't know which hotel you're in. Lin Su, who had just gotten on the train on the other side, didn't look too good when she heard that familiar voice. Kids Coco, how is your white moonlight the same person as her? Lin Su couldn't help but think of the time when she was in the shared house. She scolded Tong Coco's words, not realizing that only a few days later, she was slapped in the face. He's not here. He went back. Lin Su clamped her voice and whined. Him? Where did he go? Tong Coco heard Lin Su's voice that was as sweet as a schoolgirl's. Her heart instantly sank. So it turned out that this was the one that Brother Resignation liked back in the day. Should she buy a maid's outfit? Or a sailor's student outfit for Lin Ji to refresh herself? Going back. Of course. As to where, I don't know. But when he left with a woman. Women, you're working so hard to find a mom for little Weiwei, but why didn't it come to her? Damn it. I see. Thanks. By the way, what's your name? Oops. My signal is bad. Hang up. After the phone hung up, Tong Coco stared at the familiar but unrecognizable cell phone number and was secretly hurt. Just then, the window clang 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 sound once again. Came to the balcony only to see that several pink Maseratis had been stacked downstairs at some point. WOC? Where did this come from? Did that white guy do it? Gee, is it possible that the internet rumor that she's the richest woman in the country is true? Just as he was wondering, the sound of clang, clang, clang in the sky was accompanied by a lively intolerable lowly voice. Whoa ha 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 Vivi flew Tong Coco, who was lying on the balcony, saw Lin Weiwei, who was tied up in the sky with a safety belt, swinging her little arms and laughing happily, and she was humanly stupid. Straight. Helicopters. Nima. Who goes to kindergarten in a helicopter? At this point, Tong Coco was extremely skeptical of Bai Rui's identity. Jingle Bell, the fabric of the shirt in front of her chest shook a little, and the cell phone hidden inside rang. Hello? Mom? What? This year's wedding. Next year's baby. Mom, be realistic, which is so fast, and he hasn't made a statement to me yet. Okay Mom, I'll try my best. I'll take care of his daughter first and then hum it this time. Tong Coco made up her mind that she intended to charge for love. Let's buy some sexy costumes first, then use her perfect body to perform beauty tricks. After all, as far as she knew, Lin Zhuge had been single for many years, meaning that he hadn't touched a woman in all those years. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Zhuo followed Lin Yao to the program's gathering point as a tour guide. The gathering place also happens to be a location within the village of Mang. There are several guests here, both male and female, and by the looks of their faces and bodies they feel like a traffic star with little power. Ah, Sister Yao Yao is here. Is this one beside her sister Yao Yao's boyfriend? The new generation actress Lu Shi, as good as a fairy, saw that Lin Yao was followed by a handsome man with a handsome look and unusual temperament as good as a contemporary reader. She couldn't help but ask Lin Yao curiously, I'm single, and I'm just her tour guide. Lin Ji took a step ahead of Lin Yao and responded to Lu Shi with a smile. Oh, single, that's really sorry La. I see you so handsome, that's why I'm, sorry, it's my misunderstanding. Lu Shi bent down and apologized. Her pretty face also slightly reddened, not knowing if it was because of the misunderstanding but because of other. It's fine. The image of the duo looking at each other and smiling was seen by the other guests present, and instantly a hint of a different meaning flashed in their eyes, as female singer Ryu Shirshir covered her mouth and snickered. It's already May, and it seems like someone's spring has just arrived. Oh, with these words, Lu Shi pursed her lips in shame and turned away from Lin Ji, returning to her original position, while Lin Ji was also embarrassed to know. It's none of his business. What's wrong with him being single? Then, Lin Ji was silent and returned to Lin Yao's side. The other guests, who had not yet found their guides, had breakfast and then set off soon. There were only 3 people left in the same spot, and at this time, Lin Yao also planned to go look for her daughter, wanting to see what kind of place Lin Weiwei lived in. Sister Yo-Yo, can I discuss something with you? Lu Shi, who had hesitated for a long time on the side, came to Lin Yao's side, revealing a somewhat blushing innocent face. What is it? Lin Yao looked at her, thinking darkly in her heart, this new generation of actors is in recent years. Acting is one of the most good, and she is from the debut of the existence of Zero Scandal. It was a nice girl, so she still had a good feeling about Lu Shi. That is, can I trade guides with you? Sister Yo-Yo? Oh, changed the guide the young girl in front of her, her cheeks slightly red, her head lowered, her eyes unconsciously glancing at Lin Ji, obviously an excellent girl. But at this moment, she looked very despicable. Well, she took back her previous words. This girl was blind and actually looked at Lin Ji. Sorry, that seems to be against the rules. I asked the director and she said it's okay to swap. It's not against the rules. So Yo-Yo-san, can't. Why? Why is that? Of course it's the old lady who's depending on him to get to her real daughter. How could I possibly give Lin resign to you? Bah, you love brain. Because he wouldn't approve. Would he? My Mr. Guide. Linya yanked Lin Ji to her side as she faced him with a smile that carried a threatening undertone. Ha! What's he got to do with it? However, for the sake of his daughter's living expenses, he endures. Lin Ji forced the reluctance in his heart and revealed a stiff smile. Ah yes, yes, yes. Meanwhile, the Mang village kindergarten, the village of Mang had always been a poor place, surrounded by either mountains or farmland, and there hadn't been any kindergartens here in the first place, but for the sake of my own good granddaughter Lin Hanan then embezzled money from his son's unknown ex-girlfriend from whom he was adopted and built a kindergarten. Name, Mangkon Kindergarten. Finally it's time to get to see that tolerable little girl again. Lin Hanan looked at the small children who kept pouring into the kindergarten, stroked his white flowery beard in a happy mood, and muttered. At first he didn't agree with Lin Ji raising Lin Weiwei. After all, his own son didn't have any good points other than being a little bit more handsome, a little bit more capable of working, and a little bit more well-liked, not to mention, in a rural area a single nanny would be an easy status for someone to point out. He didn't want his son to be talked nonsense about by the old women in the village, plus Lin Ji didn't have a serious job and he didn't have much money to support his daughter. However, he smiled when he saw that Lin Ji had brought back a truckload of cash. Good son, with a few moments of your old man's elegance back then, not to mention one daughter. Even if you want to raise dozens or hundreds, our Lin family can afford it. However, when he realized that the money was all from the child's mother, Lin Hanan came to his senses. Dare I say that my own son is following in his footsteps. It became a tool for rich women to experience life. Since then, he no longer demanded anything from Lin Ji, and he also began to learn to be a good grandpa and a good dad. Well, as a good grandfather, what's wrong with building a kindergarten of a few hundred square meters for his tolerable good granddaughter? Good morning, Headmaster Rin. Good morning Lu E. Her milk. Good morning to you. Do you want to sit at my place tonight? You know, my old partner died 40 years ago. No, I'm decent. One more time. That would really answer the fortune teller's words about dying in a woman's belly. And if he could he'd like to go with the younger one. At this time, a little boy carrying a small school bag ran over on his butt and greeted Lin Hanan. Good morning, Grandpa Lin. Why hasn't Weiwei come yet? Brat, who are you calling Grandpa? How come I didn't know I had you as a grandson? Hurry up and dye this yellow hair of yours back, and if I ever see your dad driving you to school on a ghost fire again, then don't come. Sorry, obviously Dad said that he was attracted to his mom back then because he rode the ghost fire and dyed his hair yellow, so why are other people so offended? Have times changed? Thinking, he turned to his dad and said, Dad, I want to dye the thing green. Then the little yellow hair was fixed on the spot, and his childhood reached its consummation at that moment. The time wobbles. There are no longer any parent children in front of the kindergarten. Where's that kid? Why hasn't he sent Vivi to school yet? The old man sighed. Where did his only granddaughter of that age go? Could it be that brat Lin Ji took his little granddaughter fishing again? Damn, that fish is taller than Vivi. Aren't you afraid that Vivi will be eaten by the fish? When he thought of the way Lin Ji had brought the several-year-old Weiwei earlier, running around and playing in the fields, he, the guy who was about to hang up, was almost so angry that he hiccuped. Instead of dressing her up beautifully, the girl was raised to be a little womanizer. Mischievous but really tolerably lively. Lin Hanan looked at the time on the latest Longwei cell phone. Xiaoru, why haven't you brought Weiwei yet? Cute little granddaughter. So nice to see. Just then, suddenly, a childish voice came. Wow, quick gray plane. Where? Wow, I saw it. It's really a gray plane. Yeah. Washing Yang Yang, you're great. AI. This group of little ones believe in such childish lies? Lin Hanan sighed, instantly feeling that his job of teaching the little brats had become a few points more arduous. Clang 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 clang. Aha, what the hell's going on? While he was wondering, a huge black shadow gradually approached him, and the closer the shadow got the louder the strange noises became. Finally, he saw the true face of the dark shadow. Crap, is this a war? Lin Hanan was so scared that he stepped back and leaned on the handrail, looking at the sky. At that moment, a small head peeked out and waved at him. Grandpa, Vivi comes to school hot. When did our family buy a helicopter? Why doesn't he know? Just as he was wondering, he saw the woman sitting next to Lin Weiwei, who was extremely beautiful. Is this Vivi's mom? That kid's love debt? Very likely. If not, then he couldn't guess who would be generous enough to give his granddaughter $100 million a year to live on. Meanwhile, Lin Ji and Lin Yao were on their way here on horseback. On the quiet countryside path of Mang village, Lin Ji and Lin Yao were like immortals walking leisurely, strolling lightly. Behind them, a cameraman carrying a video camera, like a loyal follower, followed closely behind. As an agent, and Ruyu did not accompany Lin Yao. She was like a military advisor who sat at the back, silently observing every move of Lin Yao and Lin Ji in the background. In order to prevent Lin Yao from exposing some bad information during the recording of the program, She held the walkie-talkie tightly and was always ready to remind Lin Yao, "Mr. Lin, can I ask you a question?" "You ask." Lin Ji didn't think much and responded, "You say you're a single dog, but I clearly remember you have a daughter. And I saw you walk into the couple's hotel with a very attractive girl. It's a simple question. My ex-wife used me up and dumped me. Now I'm the ex-husband's brother. And the girl I took to the hotel. Because she's my half-sister. How can I put it down when there are so many dogmen nowadays?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Lin Yao's face was as frosty as ice. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible sneer as her beautiful eyes flickered with an insightful light. However, underneath her seemingly calm exterior, there was an uncontrollable rage hidden, her white fingers tightly clenched into fists, as if she wanted to knead all her dissatisfaction and indignation into them. "Dogman, can you talk? What do you mean she dumped you?" "Obviously." He put his old lady to sleep and lifted his pants and left. Lin Yao's eyes flowed under her beautiful eyes as she stared at Lin Ji's back in thought, and at that moment, Lin Ji stopped in his tracks, turning his head. He looked at Lin Yao. "That, after walking for so long, you haven't said where you want to go." Hearing this, Lin Yao forced herself to hold back her dissatisfaction and put on a smile. "Why don't we go to your house? I'd love to see what kind of beauty embryo a daughter born to such a handsome you would be." The director backstage, and Zhou were all confused. "Director, huh? I didn't realize that Lin Yao was still a child lover." And Ru Yu panicked, away from the crowd, whispered towards the intercom, "Sister, don't mess around. That girl's daughter looks good or not? Don't you have some AC numbers yourself? Think carefully about the breach of contract fee. We can't afford to pay it." When Lin Yao heard this, her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly and she raised her hand to quietly turn off the intercom, moving closer to Lin Ji, who was frozen by the words she uttered. "But this program is about experiencing rural life by living with the locals. So it's better to show me around this village first. Find an ordinary family to stay with and then experience rural life for a month? What a boring program. Is anyone really going to read it? But what the hell? It had nothing to do with him. Now just take Lin Yao for a stroll, right? As for Wei Wei, what is this woman thinking? Now Vivi is still in kindergarten. Want to go to his home to see Vivi, then have to go to kindergarten or wait until the evening to go to his home. Besides, the woman wasn't afraid of exposing the relationship. He was. Once it's exposed, $100 million of living expenses are gone. So you can't take this one to the house. Well, just take her around a few times blind. Lin Ji looked at Lin Yao and said, "This is certainly no problem. Just follow me." After saying that, he turned his back on Lin Yao and walked straight away, eyes on the road ahead. The camera also panned around, focusing on the path that Lin Ji and Lin Yao were walking on. Mang Village is located in an extremely remote place. The program team learned from the information 4 years ago. The environment is endless rice, muddy dirt roads, short earthen buildings, a typical rural area. In Mang Village today, the rice paddies are still the same, but 2/3 of the roads have been turned into concrete roads, and the original small earthen houses have been turned into unique small houses in the countryside. Among them, the highest and biggest house was undoubtedly Lin Ji's house. Just as Lin Ji was thinking about where to take Lin Yao, suddenly, a delicate voice floated in from behind. "Ouch." "What?" Because he was worried that something had happened to the gold master who gave $100 million a year. Lin Ji's expression was a bit tense. Lian Lian came to the inexplicably crouching Lin Yao's side. "That I twisted my foot." Lin Yao showed embarrassment. Her expression slightly pained. "It looks like a lot of effort. No, how could this kind of doggerel from idol dramas happen in reality? You think he's the hero of a novel? The first part of the road is dirt, with more small rocks, and you really can't walk very well in those heels. It's the second half of the road, before it's concrete, and then of course it's another 800 meters after that. If you can't walk, just hang around for a while. I can wait for you." "Hey, cut the crap, will you? I can't walk with a sprained foot. Can't you come over and help me?" What a man. Seeing that Lin Ji didn't come over to help himself, but instead talked sarcastically from the side, he was instantly dissatisfied. At this moment, Lin Yao, just like a little girl immersed in love, playing a small temperament over her boyfriend's lack of understanding, was like the angered cat, cute and with a hint of capriciousness. Her slightly pouting mouth reveals her inner dissatisfaction, her lightly wrinkled brow seems to be telling her grievances. However, she did not realize that her series of actions had already revealed her maidenly feelings. Seeing Lin Yao is this way, Lin Ji is a bit unsure. After thinking for a while, he sighs and walks over to Lin Yao's side, stretching out a hand. Seeing this, Lin Yao's expression finally became a bit kinder. She raised a hand and landed within the palm of Lin Ji's hand, saying, "Be gentle. I'm still a little sore." "Meaning, you can't leave?" "I can walk. I'm just a little sore down there. You just have to move gently." Lin Ji lowered his eyes and glanced at the slightly red spot under Lin Yao's feet. TSK, worthy of being a star. It looked big and moist. However, this kind of special thing does not belong to him. Their daughter, Lin Weiwei, is just a drunken accident. To put it bluntly, if there is no Lin Weiwei this layer of relationship, they are not good to have a connection at all. Thinking about what happened 5 years ago, Lin Ji lamented that if he hadn't been trying to avoid Bai Ruoi, he wouldn't have been exiled to working as a bartender and wouldn't have been confusedly slept with by a woman. If it hurts, then don't go. Huh? What do you mean? Wait. Before Lin Yao could react, her feet had already left the ground and her head gently landed on Lin Ji's shoulder. The white and delicate fingers gently snuggled on Lin Ji's chest. The tip of her nose nudged Lin Ji's chest. The man's unique scent made Lin Yao's heartbeat accelerate up. Put me down. I can walk by myself. Lin Yao's head had just lifted up when it was pressed down again by Lin Ji. Don't move. What's the point of being so aggressive? I'm just not moving. Lin Yao went down honestly, but inside she was already in waves of good. Hard. He was still as unusually tough as ever. 5 fingers moved and fought again. These pecs are still the same to the touch as they were 5 years ago too. They haven't changed at all yet. That's when the other side, the tour guide who was looking at the various shots from the side, and in Zouyu, the people were dumbfounded. This high-flying goddess has finally blossomed from the iron tree? Sister Yu, there's something wrong with your family's Lin Yao's situation. And Ruyu's heart jerked and she took a deep breath. She had mixed feelings. That guy Lin Yao was playing dead. Now she could only rely on her to save the day. She pretended to be calm and said, actually, it's quite normal law. After all, no matter who is faced with a handsome man of this caliber will take the initiative. Well, that's right too. Why don't we cut this off? Gossiping isn't good for Lin Yao. Ha, I do feel this is an opportunity. Lin Yao hasn't had a scandal since her debut. Even the group CP is with a female, causing a lot of people to speculate that she's a Yuri now. But now she's showing a girlish shy expression after being hugged by that handsome guy. Haha, definitely a hit. Hearing the tour guide say this, and Ruyu couldn't say anything else, and could only silently pray that after the program aired, no one would pick apart Lin Ji and Lin Weiwei's information. Since Lin Yao had been keeping her body in shape, she was light and soft, and of course moist, and also insisted on the exercise of Lin Ji. Naturally walk fast, not a moment to the concrete road, but behind the master carrying the camera is tired enough. From Lin Ji they are almost 50 meters away. At this moment, Lin Yao got close to Lin Ji's ear and murmured softly, I'd like to meet Vivi. Lin Ji froze. Crikey, so bold to say it? Looking back, the person following behind him was still far behind. Lin Ji was relieved and said, fine, she's in the kindergarten now, but if you go to see her, you can't identify with her. You know the consequences. He also wanted to see his daughter very much. It had been almost a whole day since he had left Lin Weiwei, and at the moment his sense of longing for his daughter was very, very heavy when these words fell. Lin Yao in Lin Ji's arms. Her expression was gloomy. A faint sense of sadness impacted her tear ducts, and her eyes glistened with tears, but in the twinkling of an eye, they were hardened and stifled by her. I know. I'll just look at her and do nothing. I'll just look at. Lin Yao's tone is very light, some choking. Lin Ji understands Lin Yao's feelings. After all, at this time he has not seen his own durable like a little elf daughter for a long time, and just then, clang 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 clang, a loud noise rang out in the sky and a dark helicopter was seen flying through the sky. Aha, where's the plane from? That's fucking cool. Squinting his eyes, he looked towards the airplane, a smiling little loli that was waving her little arms happily, and Lin Ji froze. Egu crikey, how his daughter went to heaven. Could it be that Yakuza lady? Who knew about him? So kidnap Vivi? Ha, the program group is so rich, they got a helicopter to come over. Lin Yao, who was a bit nearsighted, mumbled, and suddenly her delicate body shook. At this moment, Lin Ji was hugging her and flying away. The speed was too fast, causing her delicate body to lurch a bit. Wait, it's too fast. Can you slow down a bit? No. Why? The person on the plane. It's Vivi. Ha? What? You mean Vivi? She's flying the plane? This woman, she's retarded, isn't she? How does a 4-year-old loli fly an airplane? You tell me. Hey, I hope she didn't pass that IQ on to Vivi, at the same time that Lin Ji and Lin Yao ran here. On the other side, the kindergarten, the plane had chosen a location and descended. After landing, Lin Weiwei rushed into Lin Hanan's arms like an iron-eating beast that had been confined for several years. Grandpa, Egu, my little ancestor. You this. Where did you get this? Did your dad buy it for you? Little Vivian's tiny head was gently rubbed by a strong yet incomparably gentle hand, just like a flower being blown by the spring breeze. Afterwards, she raised her head like a spirited deer and said to the solid as iron figure behind her, it's not Dad who bought it. It's, Lu. Should I say Sister White? Or should I call Mama White? Vivi doesn't know. Lin Weiwei was as if she was caught in a ball of tangled threads, her 98% brand new brain CPU running frantically like a high-speed machine, and right at this moment, Lin Hanan was surprised to find that the woman who had previously sat inside the helicopter and was as beautiful as a fairy had also lightly walked down. Her appearance seemed like a bright landscape, extremely attractive to the eyes. "Hello, old man." Bai Ruoi wore a smile on her face and bowed slightly to it. You? Hello." Lin Hanan didn't know why. Although the person in front of him was beautiful and looked very friendly, there was just an inexplicable awe inside. Therefore, he concluded that this woman was not simple. "Are you Vivi's mom?" Lin Hanan opened the door. "Of course, I'm Lin Weiwei's mother, but it's not what you think. I'm actually not her real mother, but her stepmother." Stepmom? How come he didn't know his son had found a daughter-in-law? Bai Ruoi always kept a smile on her face. This is her future father-in-law, so she has to be gentle so that she can leave a good impression. "Grandpa, is the stepmother also Weiwei's mom?" Lin Weiwei, this little brat, suddenly asked curiously. "Well, sort of." Lin Hanan looked at Bai Ruoi, who had a superb temperament, and praised Lin Ji in his heart. "Damn, that brat can really be really green than blue. It's so rare to be able to take down such an oppressive woman, and most importantly rich and presentable, polite and extremely respectful of him. Wait, if this sister is not Weiwei's real mother, then, that kid, Lin Ji, has messed with someone else? Crap, it's even more awesome than him. Not bad for his son. Old sir, I know you have a lot of doubts, but don't worry, I like the teacher very much." "Oh, the teacher I'm talking about is your son, Lin Ru. It's just that we don't have a license, but I do voluntarily want to be Vivi's mother, and of course Vivi likes me a lot, right Vivi?" Bai Ruoi squatted down and mildly rubbed Lin Weiwei's brain. "That's, Weiwei loves sister Bai the most. By the way, since sister Bai said she's my mom, when is sister Bai going to have a sibling with my dad? Can you tell Viv?" Little's words caused both Bai Ruoi and Lin Hanan, who were standing at the doorway, to freeze. Lin Hanan covered Lin Weiwei's small mouth and whispered close to her ear. "Shu Weiwei, hold your tongue. You can't ask about this kind of thing." "Ahem. This girl is like that. Childish talk. It's fine. I don't mind. In fact, I'm already planning to get pregnant with his child this year. I just don't know how he feels about it yet. If you can help me rush him. After all, after knowing that he has such a cute child like Weiwei, I'd love to have one too." Bai Ruoi's cheeks flushed, making a feeling that she had already been slagged off by Lin Ji. I don't think that guy Lin Ji has already done something bad?" At that moment, Lin Weiwei broke free from her grip and laughed. "Weiwei is going to have a brother. Yeah, Vivi is so smart, but we'll have to ask your dad." "Oh, Vivi understands. When I get back tonight, I'll push dad so he'll give me younger siblings." "Good duck. Then I'll leave this matter to you." "Oh humph, don't worry and leave it to me." "Oh, screw it. If you don't come back, your daughter will find you a wife." Then, Bai Ruoi received the message, waved her hand with little Weiwei, and then resolutely Lin Weiwei says bye-bye. On the airplane. A message came from her cell phone. "Mr. White, your cousin is looking for you. Let him die." He said even if he died, he would crawl over to see you. So you tell him that I'm pregnant and tell him to get lost? Understand? Mr. White is wise. That kind of talk is unacceptable even to normal people, right? Of course she was going back not to see the cousin she'd never seen once, but to run an errand. Sources say that yesterday, the woman who spent the night with the teacher was gone. There was a trip to the hospital before she left, to the gynecology department as well. TSK. She kind of wondered if that woman was having some kind of an affair with the teacher. Confronting a teacher in person? That wouldn't work. It might turn the teacher against her. So she'd just have to meet the college girl. The other side, Tong Koko, chose to forgive Lin Ji. Anyway, he is also single, and with whom to sleep is not sleep, and they cannot control humph when they get together. They'll have to get Lin Ji to control his lower head. But now she had to make a trip back home to take care of it when she heard that someone in her old house was filming a TV show and needed her house. On the other side, a few dozen meters away from the kindergarten, Lin Ji and Lin Yao both panted heavily. No way. Can't? I'm not up for it yet? How can you as a man say no? Damn. If you have the guts to come down and walk by yourself, don't I get tired of running around carrying you? Just as Lin Ji and Lin Yao were talking, they were startled to realize that the helicopter they were chasing was like an eagle with its wings lifted and had already taken off into the air. Looking up at the airplane in the sky with his head held high, he never saw the slightest trace of Lin Weiwei. Strange. Where did that girl Lin Weiwei go? Lin Ji looked far away, toward the direction where the helicopter had just landed and flew up, and a familiar building came into view like a huge object. Kindergarten. So, the plane that just flew his daughter to school. There were only 2 girls in the family, and I'm afraid that the only person who could use an airplane as a means of transportation at will was Bai Ruoi. Thinking of this, Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it wasn't that group of guys. If it was those women who came to the door, they wouldn't be as docile as Bai Ruoi. They would definitely think of every way to kidnap him and then do something extremely excessive. But while Lin Ji was secretly rejoicing, suddenly Lin Yao's voice rang in his ears. Go, why don't you go? Didn't you say something happened to Wei Wei? Why don't you go? Facing Lin Yao's somewhat anxious urging, Lin Ji responded. Wei Wei she's now. It's my mistake. She's currently attending kindergarten. In kindergarten? Then take me to her. I want to see her. That's fine. But according to the contract, you can't. I don't need you to tell me that. And I asked for the contract to be written. So why are you still more cautious than I am? Crap. Once his identity is revealed, where will he go to whore $100 million for nothing? How can I raise my daughter without money? Lin Ji was about to instruct Lin Yao a few more words, when he suddenly heard the sound of rapid breathing coming from behind him, as if a ferocious beast was approaching, or as if a storm was about to come. Lin, Mr. Lin, you finally stopped. I thought you wanted to abduct our big Lin. Looking at the photographer whose white undershirt was permeated by sweat on his chest, Lin Ji felt slightly embarrassed. Ha ha, how can that be? I'm maneuvering because he cared too much about Lin Weiwei. It caused him to completely ignore the fact that Lin Yao was filming a variety show, then apologize to it. But the thought was besides. But the words had not yet been said. The delicate body of Lin Yao in his arms was not honestly moving. Mr. Lin, you said your daughter is in kindergarten, right? So let's hurry up and go take a look. I love little Lolitas the most. Hey, this lying woman, like a little lolicon? It's obvious that he wants to meet his daughter, spitting it out. He didn't reject it, instead nodding his head in acceptance. This is certainly possible. But Big Brother camera, please don't film my daughter in the program. She's too small and not quite suitable to be exposed to the public. After all, there are so many yellow hairs these days, so I guess you know what it's like to be a father. Big Brother photography. Froze. The video I swiped the other day came to mind. A little Lolita secretly live streaming behind her own old den's back, looking for her mom, and the look of that old den, and the look of this handsome man in front of him, not to say it's a resemblance, can only say it's exactly the same. Only, this Big Brother in front of him didn't seem to realize that what his daughter had done yet. Big Brother photography laughed. Understood. Good. This answer satisfied Lin Ji, so he set off in the direction of the kindergarten. Meanwhile on the other side, little Vivi was standing on the little bench with her little arms crossed in triumph. She, Lin Weiwei, was a little excited to be worshipped for the first time in her long life. Across from Lin Weiwei was a row of small children of 3 and 4 years old who were already sitting in a row, revealing their big buring eyes, and were looking up at her. Xiao Chang, wow, Vivi-san, you actually have an airplane at your house. Xiao Ming, I've only seen airplanes on TV, and now it's the first time I've seen one. At this statement, the other small children nodded their heads in agreement. Xiaohong, Sister Weiwei, can I touch your family's airplane? Ah Ching, I want to touch it too. Let me touch it. Tiger, the pattern is small. I'm different. I want to fly in an airplane. Pony, I want to fly an airplane. Seeing that the crowd was talking, Lin Hannon didn't care about anything. It was already rare for this group of small children to gather so disciplined to discuss. As for making these kids do necessary tasks, homework, isn't that just rubbing off on the child's nature? But his kindergarten has always been the style. Sleep when you're tired of playing, eat when you wake up, play when you're full, and sleep again when you're tired of playing. Therefore, today, this group of small children did not make a blind noise, but gathered together to discuss. And that was already excellent. Just as a group of small children were discussing it, suddenly, outside the courtyard, a voice came. It's not a big deal to have an airplane at home. I have a backhoe at home. It's great for digging. The little yellow hair, who was blocked outside the kindergarten, saw the little girl he loved, so powerful, and his heart felt a little bad. His dad had said that when he met someone he liked, he had to show off what made him great so that the little girl would like him. He asked his dad how he chased his mom. His dad then said 9 words of truth. Ghostfire a turn on. Yellow hair a dump. Daughter-in-law to hand, but Ghostfire is his dad's, not his, and all he has is Digger's little toy. But almost no one within the courtyard responded to him. All of them circled around little Vivi, and the discussion was very intense. Of course, there are those who pay attention to the little yellow hairs. Kid, where's your dad? Didn't I say for you to dye your hair back? Why did you come back without it? Lin Hannon said to the yellow hair outside the door. My dad and mom went to set up a booth and didn't have time for me. Grandpa Dean, just let me in. Don't worry, when you get old, I'll marry Weiwei, and then I'll honor my filial piety. The little yellow hair's words. Before he finished, he suddenly felt something was wrong. How did his feet leave the ground? Hey kid, what did you just say about marrying? Lin Ji said with a kind face to the little yellow hair that he had picked up. Crap, it's Lin Weiwei's dad, Lin Laodang. At this moment, he had already thought of the painful memories of being slapped on the ass for grabbing Lin Weiwei's lollipop back then. Hello Uncle Lin? Hey, Uncle Lin, You brought a new aunt home again? Congratulations. Once these words came out, the photographer on the side revealed an eating expression, while Lin Yao, who stood behind Lin Ji, had a cold expression, completely resuming her high and mighty goddess appellation. Seeing this, Lin Ji continued, ahem, don't interrupt. What new aunt? I ask you a question. If it was Lin Hanan, then the little yellow hair would have dared to speak and flirt a bit, but facing Lin Ru, then he wouldn't dare to die. Even waved his hands. I didn't say anything just now. No is good. Lin Ji put it down and greeted his dad. Dad, where's Wei Wei? I came to check on her. Lin Hanan, who had been silent all this time, just glanced at Lin Yao, who was next to Lin Ji, and secretly shook his head, pointing his finger at the children who were gathered in a group within the doorway. Oops, another one. How many more are there really? Lin Ji and Lin Yao looked around and saw the lowly standing in the center of the mass of children, looking very dazzling. Of course, who else could this person be but Lin Weiwei? Lin Ji pushed open the door and accompanied Lin Yao inside, while the photography kept its promise not to walk in. But the camera was aimed at the entrance of the kindergarten. Just inside? Well, it's in there. Just watch from the sidelines and don't say a word. Leave them alone. Okay? I understand. I don't need you to remind me. The duo came outside the door of the room, and some of the little potty mouths noticed Lin Ji and Lin Yao, but they didn't make a sound when they saw the gesture of putting their hands against their lips. As the distance got closer, Lin Weiwei's fleshy little face became clearer and clearer. Lin Yao's mood became more and more complicated and excited. Vivi, her daughter, your old mom's right here, so eager to touch and kiss. Her fleshy face. It's so tolerable. It's worthy of the daughter she gave birth to. At that moment, a childish child's voice called out, Vivi-san, the person who sent you to school, is that your mom? The moment these words came out, both Lin Ji and Lin Yao were instantly shaken. Lin Ji, finish it. Girl can't say it is your own mother can be right here. If you say it, Lin Yao's heart will inevitably be very difficult. It doesn't matter if she is difficult, but he is still her guide. When the time comes, he will inevitably be tortured. Of course not, replied Lin Weiwei with a smile. Lin Ji and Lin Yao both breathed a sigh of relief all of a sudden. Lin Ji was relieved that Lin Weiwei hadn't said anything wrong, and Lin Weiwei was glad that she hadn't been replaced yet. Sister White is not my real mom, but she is my stepmom. Oh, when these words came out, Lin Yao's hanging heart died. Lin Ji now just want to rush in and cover his daughter's mouth. Damn. Girl, shut up. Stop it. Your mom. She doesn't look well right now. Hello? Stepmother? That stepmother can also give birth to younger siblings? A little girl asked curiously. He. That's for sure. Lin Weiwei replied proudly, her small hands crossing her waist, revealing an extremely proud expression. And I don't have just one stepmom. Oh, there are many more. And do you know what that means? What is it? A group of children, curious, asked, means that I'm going to have lots and lots and lots of younger siblings. One stepmother and one sibling. So many stepmothers, not many siblings. When this was said, the kid sister and the kid brother boiled over. Why didn't I think of that? Wow, so cool. I'm gonna go home and make my dad get a stepmom. Vivi-san, could it be that you're a genius? Vivi-san is a prodigy. Hey, you guys don't tell my dad. Oh, my dad said, you have to learn to keep a low profile as a human being. Hey, but her strength doesn't allow her to keep a low profile. At this time, Lin Weiwei didn't know that her own mom and dad were staring at him, and the camera outside the yard had captured their conversation. Lin Zhuo and Lin Yao walked out of the kindergarten. Finally, Lin Yao couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Mr. Lin, if I'm not wrong, the little girl who just said she wanted to find many stepmothers for her father is from your family, right? Aha. Lin Ji glanced at Lin Yao breathlessly. Lin Yao nodded and continued. So, are you really single? I'm curious. Your daughter said she has many stepmothers, but you, huh? Lin Ji froze and instantly reacted. The words just now, those are just childish words from a small child. Why take it seriously? So that's how it is. Lin Yao smiled and nodded her head as she continued. Let's continue walking. I want to take a look at the environment that little girl in your house resides in. Is that okay? Lin Ji was very clear about the purpose of Lin Yao's words. Her purpose was very simple. The whole process, from observing the kindergarten from the sidelines to going to his house, was to learn more about Lin Weiwei's living environment. Lin Yao was Lin Weiwei's mom, so there was naturally no reason for him to refuse. Of course, if you want to visit, I'm more than welcome. Lin Ru responded. Then he turned his head to the cameraman and asked, Big brother, the image of the little potty in the kindergarten, it didn't make it in, did it? Noticing Lin Ji's obviously skeptical gaze, he pointed at Lin Laodang who was watering the flowers. Of course not. I never went in from the beginning. How could I have filmed them? This grandpa at the door can prove it to me. Lin Hanan's movement of watering the flowers stalled. glancing dully at the three people in front of him before finally fixing his gaze on Lin Ji. Sighing and shaking his head slightly, that pair of cloudy eyes flashed a trace of age-old feelings. Hey, brother's sons either go outside to work, or become a family, successful career, and his families, it is very unusual. Looking for a sister one more than a rich. There are times when he suspected that Lin Ji outside to fight, not to work, and went to be an unknown manual labor. Hey, however, he had brought back a tolerable little granddaughter for himself, so Lin Ji's past was nothing to hang on to. And there was nothing more important than a little granddaughter. Seeing his dad's expression like this, Lin Ji was not going to be made whole right at this moment. Lin Yao tightly grabbed Lin Ji's arm and said, Mr. Lin, I don't have much time left for my mission. Where is your house? Hurry up and take me there. Alright, let go first. I'll take you there. Lin Ji was a little pained by the claw-like 5 fingers, and agreed repeatedly. Then, Lin Ji led Lin Yao in the direction of his house, and just after a few steps, he remembered something. It seems that there are 2 other sisters living in the house. Tong Coco and Bai Rui finished. Wouldn't his finding Lin Weiwei a stepmother be exposed? Why don't you leave? Lin Yao asked after him as she held onto Lin Ji's arm. I suddenly remembered something. Can I borrow your cell phone to make a call? Lin Yao didn't delay, and threw her own cell phone to Lin Ji, in a somewhat anxious mood. Hurry up and fight. Lin Ji picked up his cell phone, did some tinkering, and looked at Lin Yao. Where's the password? Lin Yao subconsciously said, female. The word child hadn't even come out yet, and instantly realizing what was going on, he smiled at the camera and said, it's a secret, not to be told to you guys. Then, she moved closer to Lin Ji and whispered in her ear, daughter's birthday. The password was actually the same as his, but that's normal. I guess. Lin Ji didn't think much about it and entered his phone number. Drip drip, the 2 in the family. Make sure you pick it up. Otherwise, he's looking for a sister, and the scumbag's hat is going to be on the line. Drip. The call was answered. Lin Ji's face showed joy. At this time a childish voice came from the other side. Hey, hello, I'm Weiwei. Dad, he's not in right now. If you want to look for Dad, call back in the evening. Lin Ji froze. Done. His own cell phone, actually in the hands of his own daughter, and how should I communicate with those 2 at home ahead of time? Who are you calling? Lin Yao asked curiously as her head came closer to Lin Ji. Call Vivi. I'll explain things to her. Oh, okay. Lin Yao smiled understandingly, lightly nodded her head, and then took the initiative to step away, as if a well-behaved deer. She knew that this was the whispered conversation between father and daughter, just like the breeze in the spring, gentle and private. Of course, she could not go and eavesdrop. After seeing Lin Yao walk away, Lin Ji decisively lifted his cell phone and put it close to his ear. Vivi, it's your dad. Poop. Lin Weiwei was shocked. Where did Dad get so many cell phones to call him? Last time it was Sister Susu's. Whose is it this time? New stepmom? Well, that seems to be the only answer. Lin Weiwei, after arriving at an answer in her heart, was happy inside. After all, one more mom, one more sibling. Lin Ji was calculating in his mind how to get Lin Weiwei to tip off her family so that Tong Coco and Bai Rui would leave home for the time being, and in this way, he would be able to avoid an unexpected encounter with Lin Yao, Shura and all that. He had long since stopped wanting to experience it. That moment, Lori's light-hearted laughter came from the other end of the line. Lin Ji asked him, Weiwei, what are you laughing at? Didn't laugh at anything. Hearing this, Lin Ji didn't think much about it and continued, Weiwei, you now call your sister Tong and sister Bai and tell them to go back first today. They don't need to stay at our house. Oh, Vivi knows. Yo, this girl actually rare. Did not ask why. Can. Daughter grew up. His dad. I am very pleased. Hanging up the phone, Lin Ji returned the cell phone to Lin Yao. I'm done explaining my business. Let's go now. Aha. Lin Yao nodded her head to cater. She was looking forward to seeing the environment where Lin Weiwei lived. Even though some of the room environments had been presented in certain images of Weiwei's live broadcast a few days ago, she still couldn't rest assured. After all, how could she entrust her daughter to Lin Ji without checking it out for herself? Besides, Lin Ru might want to find many stepmothers for Weiwei. How can a stepmother be nice to her own daughter? Once she found out that Lin Ji hadn't provided Lin Weiwei with a good and comfortable environment, then, say what you will, she had to snatch Lin Weiwei over afterwards. Lin Ji and Lin Yao walked slowly side by side, just like parallel lotus flowers, or like lovebirds with crossed necks. The photographer was a close second. The other side, inside the kindergarten. Let Sister Tong and Sister Bai go back for a while and not stay in our house? The little lowly holding the cell phone was as delicate as a bud waiting to bloom. She lowered her fleshy peach-like face and frowned slightly, seemingly pondering over the things that her own poop had explained on the phone just now. Like a strict teacher, why does Puppy want her to do this? Little Lori with big doubts. Well, what the hell for? Lin Yao's tender little hand, resting on her small chin, slightly squinted her eyes and entered into deep thought. To Sister Tong and Sister Bai, her stepmothers-to-be, had spoken long ago of their desire to be her mother. Now all that's missing is Dad's approval, but now Dad is actually making them all leave the house for a trip. That's weird. Doesn't Puppy like Sister Tong and Sister Bai? It wasn't that Lin Weiwei didn't understand, but she thought that Tong Coco and Bai Ruoi were both super nice, and everyone would like them, right? Could Puppy want to find me a new stepmom now? After a great deal of thought, Lori came up with a startling answer. Or a stepmother she'd never seen before. No way. She, Lin Weiwei, wouldn't accept a big sister she'd never seen before to be her mom and give her a little brother. Wait, this seems pretty good, but Sister Tong and Sister Bai were so nice. Not only did they cook her delicious food, but they also got her an airplane to sit on. And most importantly, they wanted to give Weiwei many younger siblings. Heck, where to find such a good stepmom? No way was she going to let a big sister she didn't know be her stepmother. After Lin Weiwei figured everything out, she cupped her hands around her cell phone and prepared to tip off Tong Coco and Bai Ruoi. What's the call for Sister White and Sister Child? White moist short little finger slid on the address book, and finally found, deep in the memory of the number. First of all, the little girl gave the number of her dearest white sister and dialed it. A system default telephone bell began to ring. On the other side, the helicopter Bai Ruoi was still lying on the airplane at this time because she had gotten up too early. It just went to sleep. Not more than a few minutes later, the sound of the phone ringing. Shit, what kind of man is calling again? Thinking it was her cousin's call, Bai Ruoi snapped her eyes open and impatiently picked up her cell phone, glancing down. She was happy. A teacher. I can't believe it's his phone. That's great. Has he finally figured out that he wants to build a villain with himself? What would be a good name for the baby? The man's name is Lin XX. And the woman's name is Lin XX. When she saw the familiar phone number, Bai Ruoi thought about the child's name, as well as the future direction of the child's upbringing and the purchase of several houses for the child. The crisp and pleasant ringing of the phone, like heavenly music, continued to ring. Bai Ruoi woke up as if from a dream, her gaze as if attracted by a magnet, staring at the cell phone number on the screen of her cell phone. Calm down. Be more reserved or the teacher will think she's a very gullible love brain. After Bai Ruoi brainwashed herself for a second or two, her jade hand gently fell. A phone call connected. Hey teacher, what do you want from me? Hall of trillions of huge cold president. At this moment, its voice no longer like the past, like cold, like a spring breeze, like a gurgling water, soft and warm, as if it can melt 1,000 years of cold ice. The opposite is the whiny voice. Crap. The pilot, on the sidelines, had his heart pounding like a stone. The whole thing isn't very good. Who the hell are the people across the street? I can't believe that Mr. Bai can make such a little womanly gesture to him. Terror. It's just horrible. So he began to prick up his ears and listen surreptitiously. He, Sister Bai. It's not Pupo. It's me, Weiwei La. The tender childish voice came out as lightly as a feather, as if it was a sharp sword, stabbing straight into Bai Ruoi's heart. Her face was like a chameleon, instantly becoming gloomy and terrifying. Oh, no. The teacher she had longed for did not come to her. The child's name she had just thought of, nurtured almost, the island house was gone. Hey, Sister White, are you still there? Hey, I'm here. Vivi, are you looking for me for something? Bai Ruoi asked breathlessly. Aha, something's up, and it's important. Oh, something important? What does that matter? Bai Ruoi was instantly energized. Something that could make Lin Weiwei feel important. It must be very important. If she helped her solve it, not only could she increase little Weiwei's goodwill, maybe the teacher would also be impressed with her. Just now, Pupa called me and told me to remind Sister Bai and Tong Coco that you guys should not stay home for a while. There are things to do at home. Something's come up? Is something wrong? I don't know. But I think it must be that Puppy took his new sister back, probably to find me a new stepmother. Crap. The child's uninhibited words were like a sharp sword, stabbing straight at the pilot on the side, and the nationalist was like a powder keg that had been ignited, instantly exploding. The person who made the boss change his tone and make a little girl gesture was a man, but the person across the street, the man's daughter, the man who at this point is still trying to find a stepmom for the little milkball? And what exactly is Mr. White's role in these complicated relationships? Hey, can't figure it out. I can only say, your circle really sends bar mess. As he was thinking, suddenly, a cold gaze came at him. Realizing that it was Bai Ruoi glaring at him, the pilot gulped, necked, and pretended not to hear anything as his gaze continued to look ahead. Bai Ruoi let out a breath, held up her cell phone, and said mildly, So, Weiwei, you're saying that your dad is bringing a woman home right now, and that he wants us to go outside to get out of the storm? It should be like this, Lin Weiwei said with a bit of uncertainty. Oh, I know. Hard work, Vivi. If there's any more information on it, remember to tell me first, okay? Good drop, Sister White. The little loli's heart had completely favored herself, and Bai Ruoi was so relieved that she hung up the phone. In this instant, Bai Ruoi completely lost the appearance of a young girl in love. At this moment, she was like a female god of war standing in the middle of the world of ice and snow, and wherever her gaze swept, it seemed as if it would turn into ice, turn around and go back. Okay, Mr. White, gotta get back to catching adultery. Hey. Dumb Lin Weiwei looked at the number that had ended the call, secretly pleased. Immediately after that, slide the address book and find Tong Coco's phone number. Lin Weiwei stared at the string of familiar numbers and inexplicably felt a little unhappy in her heart. Poop is also really good. Why don't you be good with the so good Sister Tong and Sister Bai when Sister Tong and Sister Bai are so good? Instead, you have to sneak home a big sister you've never met. Hey, she's only 4 years old, and she's already working her ass off for this family. Lin Weiwei put all her little thoughts away and proceeded to make the call. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kid Coco's house. Hello, is this your house? A young girl with a pure and cute look smiled at Tong Coco in greeting. Well, it's my house. You're filming a show, right? And the show is about staying at my house for a month? Tong Coco, close to the young girl, carefully measured the delicate features of the young girl, and glanced at the young girl behind the position of a few meters, the shoulders of the big brother with a camera. The more knowledgeable she instantly recognized who this person is. Lu Shi, a recent female artist. Started out as a singer but was asked by her manager to expand her path towards acting, but I haven't seen a single work come out for the majority of the year, and I didn't realize that she was here to shoot a variety show. Aha, that's right. I didn't realize you knew so much about it, sister. Lu Shi smiled as she looked at Tong Coco in front of her, who looked a bit familiar but couldn't recall, and was curious. This person looks so beautiful and has a much better demeanor than the average celebrity. It's not quite like this small place. Nai, however, thinking that Lin Ji was also from this village. It's not uncommon, then, to have such goddess-level beauty. Of course you can stay at my place, but you have to promise not to break anything inside or you'll pay 10 for every bad one. You can rest assured of this. All damage to the house during the taping of the program will be covered by the program. Hearing that, Tong Coco also has nothing to say. The reason why she came here is only because her dad and mom are not available. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered to come. After all, giving these guys a house to live in would not only provide a sizable income, but it would also raise the profile of the village a bit and make the public aware of the great name of Mang Village. Okay, I promise to come. Does that one need to sign the contract? Lu Shi wasn't sure about this either, and looked at her photography big brother in confusion. The older brother, carrying the camera, nodded his head up and down and moved his hips to signal that he had the contract in his pocket. Ha, it seems to be needed. I didn't realize that you thought about it more than I did. By the way, sister, I see you look familiar. What kind of work do you do? Lu Shi smiled and casually asked as she approached Tong Coco with the contract. Me? Tong Coco was a bit confused. Did this girl never go online? Surprisingly, she didn't recognize her, the most trafficked anchor woman in the entire network. Finding that Lu Shi had clarity in her eyes, with absolutely no sign of that kind of contamination by the entertainment to the death showbiz, she also understood everything, and then laughed. I'm a network worker, so it's normal for you to think that I look familiar. Oh, I see. So in a sense, we're still peers then, maybe. After a few moments of wrangling, the contract was almost a good chunk signed, with just a few signatures to write, and just then, Tong Coco felt the muted cell phone shaking in her pocket. I'll make a phone call first. Well, that's okay. Not bad for all that time. Tong Coco nodded, looked down and realized that it was Lin Ji's phone number, and instantly had the same expression as Bai Ruoi's performance in the previous chapter. Crap, is he getting back together and planning to marry me? Why else would he call me? Hey, can I help you? Tong Coco asked cautiously. Sister Tong, I'm Weiwei. My dad said that he's going to take big sister home, so you and Sister Bai should go out. Get out of the wind, and don't hold him up. What? Fake? This must be fake. Although this thought was in her heart, Tong Coco had already clutched her cell phone and ran in the direction of the Lin family without looking back. Bastard! Which dog woman dares to steal my home? Sis, what are you running for? I'm not a black-hearted contract. Lu Shi didn't know why Tong Coco took a phone call and ran away. To finish the job. Clutching the contract, he went after it. It's just a shame that it's suffering the big brother of photography. Your general manager Bai. How do you return? A young man with a clear face, shoulder-length black hair on the back of his head, and wearing a black dress, smiled and asked Secretary Lu, waiting for her answer. Boss, she said. She has a boyfriend. Please behave yourself. Secretary Lu nodded in response, thinking of her own boss before explaining things. She still chose to shift her words, not Bai Ruoi's words, copying them out. Oh, I see. Ryo Sakurajima nodded without surprise. Secretary Lu bent down and bowed, making a gesture of sending off the guest, saying, so, please also go back, Mr. Sakurajima. My boss, is not going to come to see you, since you've come all the way here. There's no rush to meet up before you leave. Ryo Sakurajima smiled. Go ahead and get out. I want to rest here. I'm afraid I can't. Mr. Bai doesn't like people touching her. Without waiting for her to finish, Sakurajima Ryo had already sat herself down on the seat of Bai Ruoi's desk, her ebony eyes swiveling around, surveying the office environment, as if she was looking for something. Crap. Mr. Sakurajima. Secretary Lu became agitated and walked over to Ryo Sakurajima, trying to yank the man to his feet. Seems to hear out Secretary Lu's meaning. Sakurajima Ryo's buttocks left the seat, touching the chair's hand, gently patted, faintly said, I didn't think that girl still has this kind of cleanliness fetish. It's simply the same as when I was a child. See the soft chairs, which leave some noticeable creases in them. Secretary Lu's face was gloomy. Her heart was terrible. What Ms. Bai hated the most was someone messing with her private belongings. This has fucked up the Secretary Lu's impression score of the good-looking nobleman like Sakurajima Ryo was greatly reduced. Excuse me, please, Secretary Lu. In order to prevent Bai Ruai come back to find this kind of tragedy, she also do not care to reply to Sakurajima Ryo. But to Sakurajima Ryo squeezed aside, bent down, handcuffed clean handkerchief to wipe off the soft cushion, protruding wrinkles, and also in the bosom of the pocket to pull out a wet paper towel, wiping off the hairs, and then also took out the perfume from the bag. With the white Ruai usually use the perfume, gently sprayed on it. Secretary Lu half squatting on the side of Sakurajima Ryo, sharp handling these trivial matters. Ryo Sakurajima, who was standing aside, stared at Secretary Lu's movements with cold eyes, until after being completely sure that Secretary Lu's attention was not on himself, Ryo Sakurajima raised her eyes and looked at the desktop, the stack of photo albums. A cold gaze that lingers for a moment. Finally, with a sixth sense, the slim, white, woman-like hand gripped the album in one hand. A cool face, slightly downcast, eyes gazing at the album in front of him. Not surprisingly, what's in here is what I want. Ryo Sakurajima thought inwardly. Fingers pinched a page. In the moment about to turn back, instinctively glanced downward. Half-crouching waist is busy below the Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu took out her camera at this time, and used the saved photos on it to compare it with the physical object she had just finished handling. Within reality, for a moment, there was no time for Ryo Sakurajima. Heroi, that girl is still as possessive as when she was a child. Ryo Sakurajima, seemingly remembering something, twitched the corners of her mouth and smiled. Turned the first page of the album. Sure enough, it's him. What came into view was the side face of a handsome man lying asleep on the sofa. Ryo Sakurajima, not blushing badly, forced herself to hold back her inner discomfort and continued to scroll down page 2. The man on the first page had changed his position, his hand propped up on his left cheek, face down, aimed at the open book, and closed for a moment to recuperate. Page 3. It's still the same man from the party, who was wearing an apron, standing in front of a pan in a stir-fry position, and has his back to the camera. All sneak peeks? With confusion, Ryo Sakurajima continued to scroll back. On the fourth page, the man who had been keeping his eyes closed, or pointing his back at the camera, opened his eyes and was facing the camera, but from his expression and posture, it was very serious, and he appeared to be fighting for the photographic tools that Bai Ruoi had in her hands. On page 5, the image is a little blurry, of a man standing with his back turned in a shower room. On page 6, the man is lying completely naked on a snow-white bed. Further back, the men are almost always naked. Sakurajima Ryo's face darkened down as she flipped through the album. It's finally taken care of. Did you just do something, Mr. Sakurajima? Why have you suddenly become so pale? Do I need to call a doctor for you? Secretary Lu watched, with a dark face. Ryo Sakurajima, greeted with concern. Ryo Sakurajima, expressionless, raised her hand in denial. No, I'm fine. Very fine. Never been better. Secretary Lu didn't believe that a person with such a dark face could be any better. So, she took out her cell phone from her pocket and entered the password while saying, I think you'd better go check your health. If you have an accident, Mr. Bai won't spare me. Ryo Sakurajima continued as she pressed Secretary Lu's hand. No, I have to leave for something right now, but if you remember to let me know if Ruai comes back. Okay, Mr. Sakurajima. The footsteps drifted away. The sound of the crisp door closing felled the room resumed its long overdue moment of tranquility. The only person in the room, Secretary Lu, looked at the closed doorway of the room and the corner of his mouth hooked. He bastard. How can the CP that I've been knocking on the door for years be so easily ruined by a sudden appearance of Skyfall? Oh, don't even think about it. Secretary Lu's fingers gently held up the glasses on the tip of his nose, revealing a smile. Next, he found his boss's number within his address book and entered it decisively. The phone was quickly answered and she said to Mr. Bai, what you have explained has been completed perfectly. On the other end of the line, very well, you can go over to finance and get your paycheck. Okay, Mr. White. On the other hand, inside the airplane, Bai Ruoyi put down her cell phone and leaned back on the seat with the back of her head, exhaling deeply. He turned his head to look out at a patch of lush green grass and inwardly said, now pissed off that cousin I've never seen a few times, then those two old geezers at home. In a fit of pique. You're not going to get pissed off, are you? Thinking about this, Bai Ruoyi had a headache. Just then the pilot said, Mr. Bai, we've arrived. Are we landing now? Bai Ruoyi put away her useless thoughts. Her eyes stared firmly at the small villa in front of her. Her mouth exhaled two words, land. Meanwhile on the other side, outside the door of Bai Ruoyi's office room, Ryo Sakurajima leaned her back against the wall, her head lowered, looking at the picture on her cell phone. If, at this moment, Secretary Lu was present, she would have been incredibly surprised, because the person pictured on Sakurajima Ryo's cell phone is no one else but Lin Weiwei's father, Bai Ruoyi's teacher, Lin Yao's one-night stand, Lin Su's half-brother, and Tong Koko's childhood friend. Ryo Sakurajima stared at the photo for a while before a grim smile appeared on her face. No wonder you were in a hurry to return to the country in the first place. So you've been having an affair with her in private for a long time. It's obvious that you broke into my life and knew my secrets. So how can you just come and go? Ryo Sakurajima raised her eyes slightly, narrowing them slightly, her eyes unusually determined as she gazed ahead. How could she leave you alone? Teacher. Don't even think about it. The scene returns to the village of Mang. Lin Zhuo and Lin Yao walked on the countryside path. And after walking for a long time, he had already seen his family's small villa. Well, it's only a few hundred square meters. It's really quite small. After all, this house has only been the size of Lin Weiwei since she was born. But what's that row of pink stuff downstairs? It looks like little pink balloons. It's so romantic. It should be made by Tong Koko. She's the only one who's a bit artistic. Bai Ruoyi? That guy? It's kind of hard to tell. In front of others, she's a high-strung guy. But in front of him, she's just a lovey-dovey brain-on-head teenager. Mr. Lin, is that your house over there? Noticing that Lin Ji had stopped and his eyes were also on the house not far away, Lin Yao curiously inquired to Lin Ji. Lin Ji didn't deny it and nodded. Well, the front is it? Receiving Lin Ji's affirmative reply, Lin Yao, like a woman who had been starving for a long time and finally got out of the widowed village, pulled Lin Ji's hand and wanted to run into the grove in general. Mr. Lin, then let's hurry up and go. Wait, before Lin Ji could reply, his wrist was grabbed by Lin Yao and ran straight ahead. It was a scene that the director and a group of program staff backstage had seen before. There are not many women who can resist the temptation of a handsome man, not to mention that Lin Ji also looks like a reader, which is undoubtedly a plus point. Is this woman that tough? How did my own self not know that 5 years ago? Feeling the strength of Lin Yao's grip on himself, Lin Ji was greatly shocked. This was in stark contrast to Lin Yao, who was all limp 5 years ago. It was clear that he had been the one pressing her down before, but now he was being tugged by this woman, which was, how can I say, a bit strange. Being pulled and running for a while, Lin Ji was inexplicably relieved again. Luckily, he had let his great filial daughter, Lin Weiwei, ventilate and let those two leave his house early. I suppose it should be, by now, empty. And just at this time, a fluffy voice that made people want to commit a crime came out. Mr. Lin, I didn't see that you're quite rich. Actually buying your daughter so many pink Maseratis? Not bad. I'm impressed. Ha. I've always been good to my daughters, and some people still say I'm a daughter slave, but I don't hate that saying. Wait, you. What were you saying? What pink Maserati? Lin Ji heard the praise and replied subconsciously, but halfway through his words, he realized something was wrong and jerked his head up to look at the row of pink contraptions downstairs in the villa. The party was in the distance, but I still thought it was the guys who bought the balloons. As it turned out, it was actually a car. It looks like it's still a limited edition top-of-the-line luxury car, obviously. This was from Bai Ruoyi. So here's the question, why hadn't Bai Ruoyi told herself? Or rather, why hadn't that little Vivian girl told herself? It's the row in front. Isn't it yours? Is it from someone else? Lin Yao cast a slightly skeptical gaze, as if she wanted to see through Lin Ji. Lin Ru was jolted and replied with a smile. That's of course mine. Without any hesitation. I'm the richest person in the village. Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be a low-key tycoon. Just this car. This house. Not to mention Mang village being the richest. Even the entire city would be hard to find someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Mr. Lin. The two talked and laughed as they continued to walk in the direction of the house, but the photographer, behind him, had long been dumbfounded. Nima, what's going on here? The director in the background. Nima, didn't you say that this village is full of peasants, and it's okay that there was a kindergarten before? But this, what is this? The staff member who was scolded, kept his head down and didn't dare to speak. Anzoyu, who was on the side, wanted to die. You brother, sister, I dare you to play love games within the program. Why is Lin Ji rich? Lin Yao, do you not know anything about it? ex-husband, brother and ex-wife. Having a laugh. Tell it like it is. The dogs are laughing, the sun is just right. Downstairs, in front of the pink Maserati, stood several people, and upstairs, in a location that Lin Ji and the others could not easily notice, again, several people stood by. Ruoi's beautiful eyes were slightly cold as she looked downward, roughly sweeping the downstairs. Is this what Viv said? The stepmother? It turns out that the teacher likes this kind of cool big sister. Seeing Lin Yao, who has an imperial sister figure, fairy temperament, and neighboring girl face beside Lin Ji, by Ruoi's heart can't help but tighten, sighing over herself. She didn't seem so bad, did she? She's got everything she needs. The fortune teller said she's got a good husband. The teacher should have picked her even if she was blind. After a moment's thought, the sounds of the discussion downstairs reached upstairs. Mr. Lin, may I ask what kind of work you do? A staff member, riding a small electric donkey, came to Lin Ji's side to question him. Lin Ji's eyes glanced slightly at Lin Yao. Seeing his expressionless face, he thought a little and responded, well, I used to be a home teacher, and now I'm a full-time baby daddy living at home at a snail's pace. Oh, full-time nanny. So where did all this stuff in your house come from? Is it just from being a tutor a few years ago? The staff member stared at Lin Ji with a curious expression on his face, as if he wanted to see something from his face. Backstage at the moment, the variety director. He was also curious as to what kind of tutor the man in front of him had been to have such exaggerated wealth. In terms of analyzing this person's identity and looks, he was more inclined to the idea that Lin Ji was being adopted. Or maybe the so-called tutors are just words to deal with them. Why do I feel that this man looks a bit familiar? The director suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Lin Ji's handsome face. He's the most popular man on Shakeology these days, a staff member whispered. Hearing this, the director pulled his cell phone out of his pocket, and opened it without ever tapping into Jitterbug. After 7 days, nice guy. As soon as he went in, it was Lin Ji's handsome side face, and within the screen was the very clip of little Wei Wei looking for her mom in the live broadcast. This little girl is quite cute. No wonder Mr. Lin doesn't want his daughter exposed. What he may not realize, though, is that his daughter has been exposing herself for a long time. Wait, do you guys think this little girl looks a little familiar? It feels like a person. Who exactly does it look like? Why can't I remember a bit? Looking at Lin Weiwei's tolerable, fleshy face, the director suddenly furrowed his brows, feeling that something was a little off somewhere. Hearing this, Zhou, who had been observing from the sidelines for a long time, inwardly called out cold. Malgire, good old showbiz stuff, good instincts. And Zhou was so nervous that she was breathing heavily, and even her bunny couldn't help but bounce up and down. What to do? What to do? He seems to be guessing. Gee, what to do? Zhou's brain was racing, frantically thinking of a good plan, and just then, suddenly, a voice came, breaking the director's musings. Director, you're not talking about this, are you? If so, then we might have similar interests. So, a man, holding a cell phone with a cute picture of Cory on it, approached the director. It's not that, maybe I'm overthinking it. After all the little girls in Kagome look alike. When these words came out, and Ruyu instantly breathed a sigh of relief, her jade hand gently patting her little white rabbit that could move, but the tension had just loosened for a moment when, in the next second, a word that made her chest sink came through. The director said, by the way, why don't you ask someone to contact the village chief of the one from 4 years ago? In the information we investigated before, there is no information about this person at all. I think it's necessary to ask him to check the information about this person. Check him out? There's no need for that, director. I think he's just a thug, or a handsome guy who's being kept by a woman. The director shook his head, staring unblinkingly at Lin Ji on the camera, and faintly said, no, I feel that this man is not that simple. Hiss. Investigating Lin rhetoric? It's over. It's over. This is a complete and utter disaster. What if the investigation into Lin Ji brought out the relationship between Lin Ji and Lin Yao? No. I have to talk to Lin Yao in a hurry. Let's hope that Lin Yao, long ago, got rid of everything that had anything to do with Lin Ji. Otherwise, once it was found out that Lin Yao and Lin Ji had something to do with each other, then the sky-high breach of contract fee was completely unaffordable. Things are urgent, and Zhou leaves the crowd. Citing her great aunt's arrival, frowning tightly, he frantically sent a message to Lin Yao. On the other hand, the Lin family. Lin Yao detected the cell phone in her jeans pocket. Squirming slightly, take out your pocket phone and look down. Zhou, Yao. Emergency. Lin Ji has overperformed and now the director is interested in Lin Ji and wants to investigate him. Lin Yao was confused, even asked why. Why suddenly want to investigate him? He just showed the house and car, right? That director is sick in the head, right? Lin Yao was also a bit anxious. If she investigated Lin Ji, then she would inevitably drag Lin Weiwei out. And then she would be curious about Lin Weiwei's life. Lin Weiwei's birth mother. Zhou, Yoyo, let me ask you, Did you throw away everything about him? Everything? Lin Yao raised her eyes, her beautiful eyes glancing in Lin Ji's direction. Very handsome. Wait. What was she thinking? Lin Yao exhaled a few breaths to detach herself from Lin Ji's male color. Finally, with firm eyes and no hesitation, he sent a message. I've thrown it all away. Moreover, the card number that sent the money to that guy is not mine, and even the room information I asked someone to delete, so I don't think I can be investigated any further. That's good. Ms. Lin, don't you want to go up and take a look? You go up and take a look now. Ha? Oh, okay. Lin Yao froze for a moment, twisting her head to look at Lin Ji. Noticing Lin Ji's strange expression as she looked at herself, she reacted again and casually replied, let's go then. By the way, you don't have any other women at home, do you? Following Lin Ji into the room, the floor covered in tiles was unusually clean, which made Lin Yao suspicious. She couldn't be more clear about where Lin Ji was yesterday. Not to mention, from her own daughter's live broadcast, there were indeed 2 women at Lin Ji's house, but Lin Ji said that he's single and has no woman at home. So isn't this a proper scumbag? However, one couldn't control Lin Ji's private life. Of course not. I've always lived with my daughter. There's naturally no one at home. Lin Ji responded without blushing. Don't look at him as being incredibly calm right now, but he had actually panicked a bunch. Lin Yao didn't believe Lin Ji. After all, after seeing Lin Weiwei's live broadcast, how could she believe Lin Ji? But now it is recording the program, and will not let Lin Ji embarrassed. If it causes heat flow, the almighty netizens can be anything can be raked out. So it is. Lin Yao nodded, eyes went back and forth across the large, neat living room, looking at it. It's nice and south-facing, airy and ventilated, and also faces the green wheat fields right outside the window. There is also a lot of furniture inside the home that looks expensive. So why does it look like you just can't afford it? This Lin Yao knows very well. You still have a piano at home? Hired a piano teacher for Vivi? No, it's just something I bought for fun. And of course my Vivi messes around on it sometimes. But lately she's taken a liking to a song, Listen to Your Mother. So in my free time I'll be supervising her as she goes to practice on the piano. Lin Yao nodded her head and came to the most edge of the downstairs with a serious face and continued to ask, what does Weiwei usually eat? Lin Ji's scalp tingled and he paused. Weiwei usually likes to eat meat. All kinds of meat. But small children can't eat too much of this kind of food. So, for the most part, it's still mostly vegetables and fruits. And meat is more moderate. Not bad. After saying this, Lin Yao walked around like a hostess, and when she saw an unfamiliar thing, she glared at Lin Ji. All the questions, however, centered around Lin Weiwei. This scene made by Roy, who was peeking down from upstairs, whole a bit displeased. This ninny, who was as soon as he entered the house, he was walking around and chasing his old wet self around, asking all sorts of strange questions, asking all the questions, and all about little Vivi. It made people who didn't know look at it and think that the woman downstairs was Lin Weiwei's mom. Seeing the aura displayed by Lin Yao, by Ruoi felt doubly bad. How does this person feel? A bit dangerous. Even the teacher is so respectful to it. This woman, not simple. By Ruoi narrowed her eyes slightly, her eyes turning as if she had thought of some brilliant idea. Snapping off his jacket, wearing only some form of close-fitting clothing, he then dove inside the shower, and soon the sound of dripping water began to softly rattle. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yao suddenly froze and raised her head to look around as if she was searching for something. What's wrong? Lin, she asked. I think I smell something strange. It's probably your nose. Lin Ru replied without hesitation. At that moment, the photographer, who had been silent, slightly raised his palm. That Mr. Lin, I actually smell it too. It seems like perfume. Right. It's the scent of a woman. Are you a dog? They've been gone for so long and you can smell them? Lin, she spat in his heart. Actually, Vivi likes to wear perfume. Kids can't spray perfume, don't you know? Lin Yao suddenly got anxious and glared at Lin Ji with unkind eyes. The sudden sentence caused Lin Ji to have a jolt, while the cameraman behind him was also startled by Lin Yao's sudden reaction. And the camera almost slipped to Lin Ji. Thought for a moment and said, I forgot to tell you that Vivi actually perfumed me. Hearing this, Lin Yao looked up and down with a puzzled look, as if she felt that this wasn't enough. Her jade hand stretched out, grabbing his collar and raising his head. He pressed the tip of his nose close to Lin Ji and sniffed carefully. Liar, it doesn't have that flavor at all. For sure. This woman is a dog. The upstairs is dripping with water. The people downstairs, however, didn't hear a thing. Lin Yao's finger pointing like an old mom kept reaching his ears. Lin Ji only felt like a cyborg, mechanically answering all of Lin Yao's answers according to special settings. Hey, so annoying. We agreed to keep a certain distance and not to have contact with each other. But what's the situation now? Lin Yao was like a teacher on a home visit, carefully researching everything big and small about his family and his daughter's life. He kind of wanted to call the police if he could, but the person in front of him was Weiwei's mom, so he couldn't do that. Well, there doesn't feel like there's much to see downstairs. Can we go upstairs? Lin Yao asked. Can he say no? As far as Lin Yao was concerned, he didn't seem to have any room for refusal. Lin Ji chose to be submissive. Yes, of course. Who could refuse you? Lin Yao tilted her head to look at Lin Ji. Why does it feel like this guy? He's a little shifty? On second thought, forget it. It's still the daughter that counts then. Lin Yao headed upstairs. Lin Ji, on the other hand, followed behind Lin Yao's ass, light on his feet. He came to the second floor in no time. Lin Zhuo followed Lin Yao closely, the soles of his feet stepping on the floor of the second floor. Suddenly, Lin Yao stopped and twisted her head, her eyes looking at Lin Ji a little strangely. Why are you looking at him like he's a pervert? He looks better than Panin. He can't be that bad by any stretch of the imagination. Suddenly, Lin Ji froze slightly, and with a flash of light, he understood something. Look closely. Lin Yao's slightly squinting eyes were only looking in his direction. So was there a possibility that the person Lin Yao was actually looking at was not him? Instead, look at the man behind you carrying the camera. Please call me Detective Mrs. Lin. And the photography big brother standing behind Lin Ji saw both Lin Ji and Lin Yao turn their heads and look over to their side, and for a moment on his head, question marks popped up. What the hell? Is there something behind him? So he also turned his head toward the back and didn't see anything strange. There's nothing. Then why are they all looking at themselves? And it was at this time that he realized that Lin Yao in front of him was using the death gaze on Lin Ji, but soon averting her gaze again, favoring a spot on the living room sofa. Lin Yao's eyes became strange to the naked eye. The eyes that glanced at Lin Ji were more or less complicated. Eyes that shyness, or disgust. Experienced photographer noticing this scene, he decisively followed Lin Yao's gaze and aimed it at the sofa. See the view of the couch. This moment, the photographer was dumbfounded. His eyes floated, constantly looking up and down on Lin Ji's body. Suddenly, tilting his head to the side, he looked at the ceiling, nodding his head one moment, shaking it the next, smiling without saying a word. When Lin Ji saw his photography big brother, with such a pretentious expression, it was hard to understand. No, why do you have such a strange look on your face, big brother? Lin Ji didn't vocalize his question, but instead twisted his head and looked along where the photographic elder brother had gazed before. Finally, Lin Ji's eyes landed on the plush-looking couch which had a couple of women's coats on it. Fuck! Who the fuck is trying to set me up? I can't believe I left a few pieces of clothing behind and didn't take them with me. Damn it. If I find out who did this, I'll see if I don't fuck her up. Lin Ji thought so inwardly, and it was at this time Lin Yao moved. She walked over to the sofa, looked down at the ownerless jackets and said, Mr. Lin, you said you're single, right? Yes. Then why do you have these women's jackets at home? Lin Yao asked. She should be 100% sure that it definitely belonged to those two guys. Lin Yao inwardly concluded. After all, other than those two, Lin Yao couldn't think of who else it could be. He knew everything, but the man in front of him was pretending to be crazy. It's not like she really doesn't know. She just wants an attitude. Is it so hard to have an attitude of openness to each other? After Lin Yao's words, Lin Ji's heart instantly tensed up. It's over. It's over. Scum status is really coming true. Before it was taking Lin Su into a hotel. Now it was seeing women's jackets in his house. What to do? What to do? How should he argue? Lin Ji, use your clever brain. He's single. Women's jacket. Perfumed, there it is. Actually, that's what Vivi bought me. Hey, as you know, girls love beauty from a young age, and Wei Wei has always wanted a mom. So when I took Wei Wei shopping, that girl would always pamper me, wanting the clothes her mom wore. And in order to coax that little girl, I had to buy them. When I have nothing to do, that girl will ask me to wear this kind of women's clothes. You know, I only have one daughter. What my daughter wants, when the father, naturally have to do it. Lin Ji spread his hands, lowered his head, and shook his head slightly, making an extremely helpless expression, muttering under his breath. Hey, there's really nothing I can do about that girl, who told Wei Wei's mom to dislike me and run away. So I'll just have to be a good father. What the hell are you talking about? Big brother camera. Lin Yao. All the people who saw this scene through the camera were dumbfounded. They were all talents who had watched Little Vivian's live broadcasts and knew very well that the owner of the clothes could be anyone, but it could never be Lin Ji. If it was Lin Ru, then the incident of Lin Weiwei live streaming to find her mom wouldn't have happened. After all, just by virtue of Lin Jue's looks, pretending to be Lin Weiwei's mom didn't seem impossible yet, but Lin Ji was obviously lying. Lin Yao's face darkened, inwardly repeating Lin Ru's words. Weiwei's mom ran away. She's the one who didn't run away. If it weren't for that damn black contract, she'd have been a competent mom a long time ago. However, she gives so much money to Lin Weiwei every year, as alimony, so in a sense, she's considered a good mom, right? After thinking for a moment, Lin Ya glared at Lin Ji and stopped talking. turning her head towards other places to continue observing the house where Lin Weiwei lived. Mr. Lin, I'm going to check out the rest of the place. Oh, okay. Lin Ji paused and replied, and immediately after that the photographer followed Lin Yao. Meanwhile, Lin Ji looked at the familiar-looking jacket on the sofa. His heart extremely complicated. The clothes actually had the lingering scent of a young girl on them, and he could smell it even when he was standing a meter away from there, which meant that the man hadn't been gone for long. Luckily, he called his own daughter and let those two go. Just some clothes. Hey, can't make him break his defense yet. Just as Lin Ji was thinking for a moment, a crisp sound of spilling water came out from a certain direction. Lin Ji was jolted, instantly looking in that direction. That way. It's the shower room. His scalp tingled and his heart raced. Why wash? There will be someone in the bathroom, and so on. I'm happy to be a good boy. Finished. If the sofa had a coat, then the owner of the coat was undoubtedly taking a bath in the shower room that made the water splash. Lin Ji looked in Lin Yao's direction, seeing that he had already entered his and Lin Weiwei's room. His taut nerves loosened a tiny bit. Good. While he was at it, he'd like to see just who was in the shower. Whether it was Tong Coco or Bai Rui, he was fearless. One of them is his childhood friend and ex-girlfriend. What's he afraid of? One is a female president and student who is in love with her brain, so he's scared shitless. Thus, Lin Ji felt his way towards the direction of the shower room while observing whether Lin Yao had come out or not, as well as whether or not the photography big brother standing at the door had noticed his movements. Once there is any accident, he immediately ran away. People can die, but not social death. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoyi inside the shower room was dripping wet like a red rose that has been moisturized by rain. It is so colorful that one can't help but want to lay hands on it. But a rose is also a rose. Roses are thorny. Coming? Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Bai Ruoyi couldn't help but lick her glossy lips. At this moment, she was like a poisonous snake that was always ready to launch an attack, thinking to take a bite at the weak point of her prey. Hey, HEY.PS, not feeling well. One chapter today, haha. Take a break. Please understand. Thanks, Omega, Kachao. The door to the room was opened. Lin Yao looked at the bedroom in front of her, which was filled with a small lowly atmosphere, and her mood was comforted like never before. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. A dash HUD. Is this her daughter's room? Pink cloth bear dolls, pink sheets, a few cartoon drawings on the wall, and a floor with a pattern of cartoon characters. On the left-hand side of the room, the tiny row of clothing was cute and pink. There was no doubt that this was Lin Weiwei's room. Just as Lin Yao's mouth was tinged with a smile, nodding her head in satisfaction at the room, suddenly thinking of something, he raised his hand and held the door handle. A girl's room. You can't take pictures of it. The words fell with a pop. A clueless camera brother blocked from the door. The big brother, carrying the camera, stares blankly at the door of the room for a moment of helplessness, and it was at this time movement came from downstairs. Miss Child, I know you're in a hurry, and I understand, so as long as you're on my contract here, sign it. Your business is my business, and I can help you out. Sister, you don't understand. You can't help sis. After shouting a sentence, Tong Coco didn't look back and continued to run, arriving in front of the familiar villa. Tong Coco froze. Where did you get the sports car? Thinking for a second, she came back to her senses. Grandma, this must be that fellow Bai Ruoyi, a tactic used to confuse Brother Resignation and Little Weiwei. Damn capitalists. She, Tong Ku, would not give up. She was convinced that Lin Ji was not the kind of man who would bend over for money. Thinking of this one, he rushed violently inside the house that did not know when the door was open, behind Kid Coco, Lu Shi and the accompanying photography. Breathing heavily. Ale? Is this me running away to another village? The director's team had said that the place they were coming from was a small village in the middle of nowhere, and excluding some inns that had been developed for agriturismo, it would be a completely agrarian village, but the luxury cars and mansions in front of them made them dumbfounded. Big brother, are you sure we're still in Mang village? Lu Shi asked. On the map, it shows it's still there, so it should be right. The camera brother stammered. The scene in front of him was too shocking, and he was a little unsure, and just at that moment, the sound of a supercar-like engine came from behind. The two were just about to turn around when a car, whose category was not visible, appeared in front of them. Excuse me, is this Lin Ji's home? Ryo Sakurajima got out of the car and asked politely in somewhat awkward Chinese. Lu Shi froze for a moment as she looked at the handsome man. This is someone from the Sakura country? No, he seems to be looking for Lin Ji? Sounds familiar. Wait a minute, it seems to be Sister Lin Yao's tour guide. Lu Shi's beautiful eyes snapped wide open, as if she had discovered some unimaginable secret. So this villa is the man's home? Lu Shi gulped, her eyes glancing over the house and the row of cars. That finally, a slight shake of the head and a dark sigh. Hey, it turns out that he is so rich, no wonder he will not accept his own goodwill. He is not able to see himself in addition to his own younger, better appearance and figure, better character, down to the kitchen, on the bed. It seems that there is no merit. Lu Shi fell into low self-esteem, forgetting to respond to Sakurajima Ryo, who suddenly appeared in front of her. Ryo Sakurajima, who didn't get an answer, had a smile on her face that didn't change, and she had already gotten the answer she wanted from the girl in front of her. The changed expression. His eyes stared straight at the open doorway of the room, and without more words, he took a large step forward. Ryo Sakurajima stepped into the room. A voice, let Lu Shi, who was caught in a state of inferiority, came back to her senses. Miss Lu, your time is still 10 minutes left. If you don't complete the task within 10 minutes, you will accept the punishment of the program team. Oh yeah, there's a mission coming up. Lu Shi woke up with a start, and without looking back, she continued to rush forward. If men were important, but now she had to finish what she started. This is a show that is about your career. Just as Lu Shi, Tong Koko, and Sakurajima Ryo walked into the house, the other side, inside the Mang Village kindergarten. So boring, Grandpa. Vivi wants to go out and play with Mommy. Lin Weiwei raised her short arm, her fleshy little finger, and pointed at the kindergarten gate. Lin Hanan, who was sending a message to some village widow, paused with his fingers. He looked into the eyes of the youngest, who showed determination enough to join the party. Vivi, which mom are you talking about? Is that the guy who sent you to school? Yes. When and when not, because Vivi has more than one mom. Oh, the old man was confused for a second, and his heart under the expressionless face had turned to anger. Lin Ji, that bastard kid, just how many guys did he provoke outside? Now even little Vivian knew Lin Ji's bottom line. Old man Lin Hanan took a deep breath, touched little Weiwei's brain and asked, Weiwei, tell me with Grandpa, how many moms do you have? Lin Weiwei paused, lowered her fleshy face, then broke her own fingers, her mind conjuring up by Ruoi and Tong Koko's likenesses. Well, 1, 2, suddenly, the little girl thought of Lin Su's voice that she heard on the phone, and her pink mouth popped out. Right, Grandpa, there's another one. Oh, but she's pending. Lin Hanan froze slightly, his fists hardened a bit, but still pretended to be calm and asked, oh two, then tell Grandpa why the third is pending. Grandpa's so stupid because Vivi hasn't met that mom yet. Papa said that as long as I like it, she'll be Weiwei's mom, but Weiwei hasn't met sister Lin Su yet. Oh, so the third one is called Lin Su. Lin Hanan subconsciously smiled and nodded. Suddenly, his expression became off. What? Weiwei, what did you just say? Your pending stepmother's name is Lin Su, right? Well, hard. His old man's fists are finally hard. That good boy of his, really a good boy. Actually even Lin Su, that's your adopted half-sister from childhood. Born, how did that kid get off? Because of a different father and mother? That's a minus. But, people can't, or at least they shouldn't. After all, he had watched him grow up since he was a child, and Lin Hanan couldn't figure out why Lin Ji would lay hands on Lin Su. So, in the name of going to the bathroom, he went outside the kindergarten to smoke and ponder, leaving a few volunteers as well as staring blankly at the closed kindergarten entrance. Vivi wants to go out and find Mommy. Grandpa, the 4-year-old munchkin, with his little pout, was not happy. At the other side, on the second floor of the Lin family, inside the bathroom, at this moment, Lin Ji had not yet realized that a shura that would unfold with him in mind was about to come. P.S. One more chapter. Don't worry. Ahem. That, can you get off my body first? Lin Ji leaned his back against the entrance of the shower room and spoke to the woman hanging on top of him. It's hard. It's really hard, especially with that damn touch on his chest and the scent of who knows whether it was shampoo or body wash or body odor raging around his periphery, luring him in. It made it extremely difficult for his family's second column. Just as Lin Ji was expecting Bai Ruoi to make a move, Bai Ruoi's white and slightly hot fingers gently slid around Lin Ji's neck and slowly moved downward to close the opening of Lin Ji's collar. It seems to be trying to pull it apart. I don't want it. Bai Ruoi whispered softly in Lin Ji's ear. This guy, he really is a rebel. Due to the scenery under his eyes, which was too tempting, Lin Ji glanced downwards, and was instantly shocked, quickly retracting his gaze, and then after looking back, he inwardly spat. Why don't you dare to look at me? Teacher, I'll be your person sooner or later anyway. Bai Ruoi used a seductive voice and exhaled a warm breath into Lin Ji's earlobe. Gulp, knowing that Bai Ruoi, who was wearing nothing in front of him, and was hanging onto his body like a sloth. Lin Ji's throat involuntarily rolled up and down a bit. Adversary. Lin Ji cried out inwardly, but when it came to his mouth, he couldn't speak. After all, if he talked Bai Ruoi into a good mood, he would be the one to suffer. Stop it. Get off of me. There are people out there right now and carrying cameras, and you're not wearing any clothes right now. You can't go out there like this. Let me out first and I'll get you clothes, fruity, or you'll get naked. Well, I didn't realize that teacher cared so much about me. I'm so touched. So I've decided that I'm going to make a sibling for Weiwei today. Crap. Lin Ji originally thought that Bai Ruoi was under his own verbal attack, and then softened and admitted his mistake. But the result was that this rebel came back to the attack of 6 years ago and stripped his pants. Huh, strange. How come it won't come off? Bai Ruoyi clenched her teeth and murmured in confusion. Seeing this scene, Lin Ji was happy. This is something to thank you and Lin Yao for, having had 2 experiences. He had long since taken to tying his pants tightly, and there was no way he could be stripped naked unless he was unconscious. Just as Lin Ji was secretly rejoicing, Bai Ruoyi's hand movements began to work harder. At that moment, Lin Ji was so scared that he covered his crotch. Knock. As a result of the movement, he accidentally hit the door of the shower room with his back. At that moment, a voice came. Did something happen? Lin Yao's curious voice came out. At this moment, after viewing little Wei Wei's room, she planned to inspect the other rooms, but, just as he stepped out of the room, he heard a thud, kind of like a fight yet, and like inside a hotel, that ineffable thumping sound. Nothing's going on. I'm taking a bath. Lin Ji shouted out loud to the outside world. Oh, well then, take your time washing up. I'm going to keep watching. Shu, move a little quieter. If someone finds you, it'll be a disaster. After getting Lin Yao's response, Lin Ji whispered to Bai Ruoyi in his arms, speechless. Bai Ruoyi nodded with a smile or not, and obediently pressed her head into his chest. Feeling the sound of Lin Ji's rapid heartbeat, Bai Ruoyi hugged each other tightly, making Lin Ji unable to move an inch, and after thinking about it, he shouted, if you're done with the tour, you can go down now. I forgot to bring my clothes in the shower, so I might have to go out naked to get them. Clothes? You don't need to come out. I'll get them for you. When she visited the room earlier, she seemed to have seen Lin Ji's clothes coming. Lin Yao thought as she headed out. Hearing this, Lin Ji became anxious and repeatedly asked Lin Yao to come back and not to bother her. But he didn't get half a response. Teacher, you said there's someone outside. That person is a woman. I don't know if it was the effect of the water vapor or the reason for sticking with Lin Ji, but at this time, Bai Ruoyi was blushing and looking good. Ahem. She, came to make a house call. That kind of service? Oh, just here to check the water meter. You know? Oh, I see. Inside the shower room, there was a stalemate. Bai Ruoyi didn't want to let go of this rare opportunity. Since she had all but blocked the teacher inside the small room, she felt sorry for herself if she didn't do something. Lin Yao was looking for clothes for Lin Ji in the room. Some jackets, undershirts and all these clothes. She found them, but the underwear was nowhere to be found. Strange. Where did that guy's underwear go? Lin Yao muttered. At this time, she did not know that her words had been recorded by the camera. Big Brother. Recorded, just as Lin Yao was struggling to find it. After some fruitless searching on the first floor, Tom Coco had rushed up to the second floor. Just as she stepped from the stairway to the second floor, she sensed that something was wrong. Sure enough, one that was extremely similar to the one she saw at her house. A big brother, carrying a camera, and a sister. Gee, are they here looking for someone to rent an apartment? Thinking of Lu Shi's previous operation, Tom Cook has suddenly let out a sigh of relief. If it's just about attending the show, then what Vivian said about Dad bringing his new stepmom home, that's total bullshit. How can that be? Misunderstanding. So it was all a misunderstanding. What are you looking for? Tom Coco asked as she looked at the sister's back. I'm looking for his underwear. What the hell? Did she just hear this woman in front of her say? Looking for panties. His couldn't be looking for Quit's underwear. Tom Coco looked at Lin Yao's back and was secretly mesmerized as time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, until half a minute had passed. She still couldn't believe what she had just heard. Could it be that what little Vivi said was actually true? The woman in front of her, who was in the room, looking for Brother Resignation's underwear, was the stepmother that Brother Lin Resignation had found for that little lowly Lin Weiwei. No, she doesn't believe it. Tom Coco, who was caught up in agonizing thoughts, suddenly had a bold possibility pop up in her mind. Was there a possibility that the woman in front of her, in fact, the panties she was looking for, were not Ringo's, her own? Thinking of this possibility, Tom Coco's good-looking face, even more difficult to collapse. No, if it was the woman in front of me's own panties, then wouldn't that mean the woman in the room had long ago secretly discussed biology with Lin Ruigo? That possibility ruled out. After thinking for a while, Tom Coco gathered her guts and asked to Lin Yao, who was carrying her back, this young lady, the underwear you're looking for, is it the man who looks more like Daniel Wu and has 8-pack abs? Yes. Lin Yao didn't hesitate for half a second and responded sharply, then rummaged through the closet, looking for Lin Ji's clothes. Strange, how the man's clothes just can't be found. What Lin Yao didn't know was that Tom Coco, who was behind her, had already been crushed by her own words that were as light as a feather. Tom Coco said hysterically, I don't believe you. You must be lying. Brother Lin Ji's character is so good. How could he possibly let a strange woman find him any intimate apparel? You must be lying to me. If you're helping him find his underwear, Then what are you doing this for? Say it, and I bet you can't say it, because you're lying. After shouting this, Ryo Sakurajima was coming up from downstairs just in time to hear it. Ryo Sakurajima, frowning slightly, a little puzzled, and inexplicably a little upset in her mind, looking for panties. It can't be the teacher's. If what she had heard was true, then had the teacher and the girls already had that disgusting thing going on? Abominable. Sakurajima Ryo's eyes widened, her shell teeth biting her pink lips, and a fire seemed to be able to come out of those beautiful eyes. Jade hands clenched into fists and slammed them against the wall. Dang! Lin Yao inside the room seemed to have noticed something, raising her head slightly, her head looking from side to side as if confirming something. Hey, are you weak-minded? Seeing Lin Yao in this state, Tom Coco asked after her. Lin Yao didn't respond to the words of this little girl behind her, who appeared from nowhere, but suddenly twisted her head over and shouted in the direction of the shower room. Lin Ji, have you taken a bath yet? Not yet. Lin Ji, inside the shower room, didn't dare to move too much. After all, at this moment, he was being stuck to Bai Ruoi like a sticky marshmallow. Hey, when will it end? Lin Ji glanced at Bai Ruoi, who was moving her hands in her arms, and sighed. Wash, take a bath? Tong Coco froze, her brain went into a crazy storm thinking, why did Cotter want to take a bath? What in the world happened between them? For a moment, Tong Coco's mind was a little unstable. Suddenly, she noticed Lin Yao's face. Yes, it's Lin Yao. The person who came to Lin Rui's house was actually Lin Yao, so everything could be attributed to the word misunderstanding. After all, brother Lin Zhuge was just an ordinary guy who was a little bit handsome and had a little bit of money in his family, so there couldn't be any special relationship between brother Lin Zhuge and Lin Yao other than the surname being related, right? Thinking of this, Tom Coco's tight heart began to become calm and she ignores the photography big brother naturally. She found her way to Lin Yao and smiled at her with a hostess-like appearance. Sister Yao Yao. Hello, you're helping my family's brother Chio to find clothes, right? Actually, this doesn't need to trouble you. Let me do it. After all, I'm his daughter's stepmother. But the next second, Tom Coco was dumbfounded. She thought to herself that no one would reject her pure and incomparable smile. But Lin Yao's originally expressionless face actually frowned slightly. What's going on here? At that moment, Sakurajima Ryo, who had her back against the wall of the building, also looked shocked, puzzled, and confused. Besides Bai Ruoi, there are other people the teacher is related to as well? Teacher, you really broke my heart. At the same time, Lu Shi, who was walking upstairs, happened to see Sakurajima Ryo's handsome face, which transformed into a sinister, evil face in an instant. I thought he was a nobleman, but I didn't realize he was a non-tong. She didn't think long about it, and with a faint glance at Ryo Sakurajima, she withdrew her gaze and walked up the stairs. Seeing his landlord is talking to the entertainment industry seniors, familiar Lu Shi walked up to say hello. Sister Coco, Sister Yao Yao, you are chatting, but first things first, Sister Coco is the one I found. She has to belong to me. Saying that, Lu Shi waved the paper in her hand. Lin Yao froze slightly when she saw this. Is this a mission contract? By the way, she didn't come to Lin Ji's house just to inspect her daughter's living environment. She also had a mission. Realizing this, the hint of hostility that had originally arisen towards Tong Coco was temporarily replaced by urgent events. Then, ignoring Tong Coco's shocked gaze, she snatched Lin Ji's underwear that Tong Coco was holding in her hand. Immediately after that, he walked over to the front of the shower room and knocked on the door. Mr. Lin, I brought your clothes with me. If you're done washing them, can you come out for a moment and do me a favor? I need your help right now. As Lin Weiwei's own mother, Lin Ru's one-night stand, and a free cash machine, Lin Yao was confident that Lin Ji would give herself face and come out to help her accomplish her mission. But Lin Ji in the shower room was strange, stammering, trying to speak, but unable to speak. Very strange. He's in there making babies or making babies? This dog man, who stepped in to help himself when he needed help, not only gave him money, but also took it upon himself to erase a bit of his information to avoid him being harassed by the paparazzi, and him. I can't believe you're hesitant to even help yourself. Abominable. Thinking about the previous incident where Lin Shi brought a few women home and ignored Lin Weiwei while going outside to take a young girl to a room, and when she thought that now Lin Ji was stammering, hesitating, and delaying to agree with herself, Lin Yao was furious, and her anger attacked her as she slapped the door with increased force. Mr. Lin, do you hear me? I, now, need your help. The last word fell, and the soft palm surface of his hand landed on the doorway. Finally, Lin Shi spoke. Just wait a little longer. I'm still not good right now. Lin Shi responded. Not good enough? This could be half an hour, right? Hiss a big man, taking a bath for so long, in there with a five-fingered girl, specializing in biological knowledge? Combining this with the fact that just now, Lin Ji was stammering, his voice was stuck, and with some panic, Lin Yao concluded that Lin Ji was doing something evil. So, she stopped pretending, and with her jade hand on the doorknob, she proceeded to twist. With a click, the doorway loosened and had been opened. At this point, Lin Ji inside the shower room panicked. Dang! The back slammed against the door and slammed it again. Phew! It's a good thing he reacted, or he would have had to die a social death. He thought as he surveyed by Roy, who was naked in his arms and was looking at him with a smile. TSK. Born evil rebel. You're really about to kill your teacher me. Outside the shower room, Lin Yao stared blankly at the closed door of the room, not reacting for a moment, muttering under his breath. He rejected me? Eyes full of disbelief. At this time, Tong Coco had already finished signing under Lu Shi's supervision, and when she found the bathroom moving, she immediately came to Lin Yao's side to comfort her. Brother Lin Ji, he's just like that. He's a good person, but when he meets an unfamiliar girl, he keeps a gentlemanly distance. Even if Sister Yao Yao you're a big star, it's not a surprise. Tong Coco completely failed to notice Lin Yao's strange eyes and continued. But I'm different. I'm the prospective stepmother of Lin Zhuge's woman. Humph. Being a stepmom is super cool, okay? Tong Coco finished with quite a bit of pride and puffed out her pressurized breasts. Then, without waiting for Lin Yao to open her mouth and say something, in front of everyone, she took the bitter tea seeds in Lin Yao's hand and repeated Lin Yao's action. Brother Chio, I'm Coco. I'm coming in. Click. The door to the room was opened once more. Pushing it down a bit, the doorway to the room was open a crack, and Child Coco's face beamed with joy. Suddenly, pop! A crisp sound rang out and the door slammed shut. Kid Coco was dumbfounded. She broke defense and shouted, Brother Resignation, have you got it wrong? I'm Tong Coco, not Lin Yao. By Ruoi inside the shower room, shaking her jade feet that had just closed the door lift, raising her face, she exclaimed softly to Lin Ji, Aya almost exposed it. My body only teacher can look at it. Oh, don't fool around. I'm a little tired. Get off of me. If you keep dragging it on people outside, sooner or later they'll come in. Okay. By Ruoi gave in, landing barefoot. At that moment, the click sounded once more and the door to the room was opened. Kid Coco was pleasantly surprised that for once it wasn't closed. It seems that Brother Lin Ji still has himself in his heart. Boy Coco was secretly delighted, his head poking inward, heaping a smile on his face. Previous, he next, no he she saw a naked Ruoi. By Kid Coco breaks the big defense. Nima, you two are playing lovebirds. So, Ms. Child Coco, is he dressed now? Lin Yao was curious about Tong Coco, who stood still after opening the shower door. She wouldn't be sneaking a peek at Lin Ji changing her clothes. Hiss, this woman is so perverted. Tong Coco didn't respond to Lin Yao's words behind her. Slightly turning around, the different face was reflected into Lin Yao's eyes. Strange. Why did she look so upset and annoyed? Lin Yao looked at Tong Coco's silence and walked straight into a room, quickly taking out some more women's clothes from inside. Women's? Why? Lin Yao was puzzled by this, but without waiting for her to figure it out, the big brother photographer on the side reminded, there are still 3 minutes left until the end of the mission, so please hurry up and finish the mission. Okay. Lin Yao nodded her head in response, then followed Tong Coco to the entrance of the bathing room, her eyes staring at the lady's jacket that Tong Coco was holding tightly in her hand, and she didn't know why Tong Coco's hand was grasping it very hard, and she was also clenching her teeth with a look of great displeasure. It's not that bad, it's just a gift of clothes. Why are you so impatient? Under Lin Yao's puzzled gaze, finally, the jacket in Tong Coco's hand came close to the door of the shower room. Your clothes. Kid Coco knocked on the door, looked down, and gritted her teeth. The voice fell, closely followed by the clicking sound of the door opening, and because of the urgency of the task, Lin Yao handed over her own contract and a pen as well the moment she saw that pair of hands so white and moist that they looked like a woman's reaching out. Please sign for me. I need to complete the mission. Lin Yao was convinced that the person who was her daughter's father would have helped her with this small favor. As she said this, the hand that held the paper and pen paused in the air, and soon began to move again, the hand retracting inward, before reaching out again to take the clothes. Seeing this, Lin Yao outside the door breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't delayed the variety recording because of her own personal matters. Unlike Lin Yao's relaxed state, Tong Coco looked like she had lost her mind. Head down, standing still, the pink mouth moved slightly as if to say something. A side of the people noticed that Tong Coco's mental state is a little bit wrong. Lu Shi and the backstage agent's signal walked to the front of the Tong Coco, thinking for a moment, remembered the agent introduced the identity of the Tong Coco. This is a bit of a big anchor with 300 million fans. If you and the Tong Coco to play a good relationship, that the Tong Coco's fans will also be diverted to her here after having the flow for the future career. It can be said to bring no small help. Thinking of this, Lu Shi immediately lifted the pen in her hand, brought a piece of paper, smiled and said, that, Sister Tong. I usually like the goat kill you play live most. Can you sign it for me? Tong Coco didn't respond, muttering, I lost. My home was stolen. That innocent face showed an extraordinary sense of despondency at this moment. Aha! Lu Shi was puzzled. The house was burglarized? What's that supposed to mean? Suddenly, Lu Shi thought of Tong Coco's identity. She is the goddess of esports. Then, is she still upset that she used to play games and have her home stolen? Hey, Coco, playing Dagger Tower being stolen home is a very common thing. I'm often out of a famous sword Sisan to steal other people's homes. And this is a game. Home is stolen. It's normal. Lu Shi patted Tong Coco's back and comforted her softly. Tong Coco's lips twitched slightly as she muttered softly. No, you don't understand anything about the seriousness of having your home stolen. That concerns the direction of my life. Ha! The people on the side all froze in confusion, dumbfounded as they looked at Tong Coco, who was mouthing out anticlimactic vocabulary. Can a game of stolen home actually have such serious consequences? How do they not know that when they are holed up at home playing games every day? Inside the shower room, Bai Ruai was in the middle of putting on her clothes, and Tong Coco's muttering was heard by her. Hey, this family is not the other family, wouldn't you say that's right, teacher? Glancing at Bai Ruai, who had just put on her large underwear, Lin Shi sighed and withdrew his gaze without saying a word. This rebel, isn't this a knowing question? By home, I mean him as a living, breathing human being. Ah! Suddenly, Bai Ruai slightly raised her small mouth and gently pointed towards Lin Ji's neck. A soft and slightly cool touch came, and Lin Ji immediately trembled slightly. Lin Ji's reaction made Bai Ruai quite satisfied, secretly saying in her heart, the object of course has to be picked by yourself, and since your sweetheart is already there, you have to pay for the action. Waiting for happiness to knock? That's just cheating to beat the workers. Passive waiting won't lead to any good results, and even if she loses by taking the initiative, she won't be convinced. What's mine is mine and no one can take it away. Bai Ruai thought a little bit. Lin Ji as someone else's husband, as someone else's child's father, while Lin Ji's child called his aunt or sister's appearance. A wave of unwillingness, upset emotions instantly surged to the heart. So she made a secret decision. When little Vivian came back, she would make sure that little Loli called her mom every day, and if she didn't, she wouldn't be given a big car to play with. However, at this time in the Mang village kindergarten, a certain little Loli, with her little butt sitting on a small bench, was holding her fleshy little face in her small white and tender hands and sulking. Little Lori glanced at her grandfather, who had disappeared after walking out of the doorway, and her unhappiness was written all over her fleshy little face. Vivi, it's angry, and there are serious consequences. She's going to call her mom. Lori looked at the address book on her cell phone and got into a tangle. Oh no, there are so many big sisters who want to be her mom. What should I do? What's the best thing to do? Lin Weiwei, who looked as cute as a small Cory, narrowed her eyes slightly and pondered for a while. Suddenly, a brilliant method came to her. A long time ago, she saw that her grandfather had a group chat in his hand, and that group was full of young-looking grandmothers. Create a group chat for Sister Tong, Sister Bai, Sister Lin Su, and get a group chat phone number together? She's so smart, but the little one doesn't know how to operate it. So what can we do? The volunteer on the side, looking at Lori with a slight frown and an anxious look, she walked up and asked, Wei, are you in trouble? Do you need sister's help? Sister, I need your help. Lin Weiwei saw the kindergarten volunteer as if she saw a lifesaver, and ran over with her butt in the air, laughing. I'd like to create a group chat, for post moms. Oh, okay, ha, the volunteer was shocked. Had she heard some kind of counterintuitive statement from the mouth of this little Loli? Then, at Lin Weiwei's call, she began to build a group chat for a few people in Lin Weiwei's mouth. Of course, in Lin Ru's name. By the way, is it okay to change the name of the sister group to the mom group? Mom group. Yeah, Lin Weiwei said as she raised her childish smile. Okay, fine, mom group. So anticlimactic. The gardener's son. Something. On the other hand, inside the bathroom, Bai Ruai had finished dressing, her smooth feet stepping on the slightly cool ground. Teacher, isn't it not too good for us to come out now? There seems to be a lot of people watching. Lin Ji also knew that it wasn't good, but Lin Yao outside was rushing, and Tong Coco also knew about Bai Ruoi's existence, so it was impossible for her to help hide Bai Ruoi. So get out. It's just social death. It's no big deal. Anyway, they're clean. False. Kaching. The sound of the crisp door opening rang out, and all eyes turned in the direction of the shower room. P.S. If you feel there's something wrong with the writing, ask. Thanks. I can't correct it if you don't say anything, can I? The moment he opened the door to the shower room, Lin Ji was the first to step out, and had wanted to close the door in his hand, allowing Bai Ruai to hide. Suddenly, A jade hand appeared and prevented the door of the room from closing. Brother resignation. You're being biased like this. Tong Coco's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Ji. Eccentric? What favoritism? He's a very generous man. He treats all of you exes the same. Although Lin Ji wanted to say this to Tong Coco, his conscience made him choose to shut up. Lin Ji's hand is loose, palm away from the door, waiting for the arrival of the death declaration. Sister Yao Yao, is there some kind of ulterior motive between them? Lu Shi asked to Lin Yao, pointing with her right hand to the side. Muttering exchanges between Lin Ji and Tong Coco. Lin Yao was stunned. This niece should not have seen little Vivian's live broadcast and didn't know the relationship between Lin Ji and those people. But now she actually Lin Ji and Tong Coco godly exchanges and saw the heresy. It's not easy. How can I see that? Lin Yao asked. Lu Shi attached her ear and said, Sister Yao Yao, can't you see that brother Lin Ji looks nervous? And Sister Coco looks like a housewife who caught an adulterer in bed. Lin Yao was shocked by Lu Shi's amazing insight and analysis. Aren't you a singer? Why do you still have the talent of a detective? She was well aware that Lin Ji had 2 love debts that had found their way to her door. But now there was only one. Combined with the previous reactions of Lin Ji and Tong Coco in front of him, it was indeed revealing eccentricities everywhere, but forced by the fact that Lin Ji was his daughter's father. And in order to prevent Lin Ji from attracting too much attention, Lin Yao gritted her teeth and made a decision that went against her conscience. You seem to be a little bit not so good with your eyes. How come I didn't see it? I think you guessed wrong. They should just be discussing some family trivia. So it's better for us, as outsiders, not to stay any longer. Lu Shi felt justified, but felt that something was a bit wrong somewhere. Just as she followed Lin Yao with the intention of going downstairs, suddenly, Bai Ruoyi twisted her head. I forgot my contract. Wait for me. After Lin Yao finished speaking, she walked straight towards the direction of Lin Ji and Tong Coco. Looking at Lin Ji standing at the door of the bath, looking nervous and talking to Tong Coco, Bai Ruoyi secretly said in her heart, Dogman, taking a bath for so long, is it possible that he really hid a woman inside? After thinking about it, she said to Lin Ji, I have to go finish the mission. That contract can be given to me now. Okay. Lin Ji paused, fumbling around on his body for a bit, and suddenly remembered that the person who had just signed was Bai Ruoyi and not him. That contract is still in Bai Ruoyi's hands. The contract is still in there? Lin Yao couldn't help but ask when she saw Lin Ji reacting like this. When these words came out, Lin Ji's face froze. Seeing this, Lin Yao nodded. It was true that this man was a throwaway. Even his underwear was stuffed in that kind of extremely hidden place, causing her to look for it, without waiting for Lin Ji to react. Lin Yao's hand landed on the doorknob. Wait for what? I'm in a hurry. Please don't disturb me. Seeing that Lin Yao had already turned the doorway hand, Lin Ji's face looked even worse. But at this moment, he couldn't do anything. He could only wait silently for death. This scene was seen by Tong Coco. As Lin Ji's childhood sweetheart and former girlfriend, she immediately felt like eating lemons. Humph. She had to hurry up and make Weiwei recognize herself before she could do so, or else she was bound to lose just by virtue of that surname Bai's tactics. Suddenly, without warning, the doorway opened by itself. A stunningly beautiful face was revealed. From the door frame, Ms. Lin, are you looking for this? Bai Ruoyi, whose hair was a little wet and whose skin was slightly red, pinched the paper and laughed. Bai Ruoyi's sudden appearance caused the people on the side who were about to leave to freeze. A few photographers surprised. Ilu a golden nest hiding. Rich people play are so spent? After seeing Lin Ji's residence and the vehicles downstairs, they all thought Lin Ji was a rich man. To the side, Lu Shi nodded her head slightly, as if this result was something expected in her opinion. Humph. It's exactly as she expected. Hey, Yao Yao's sister didn't believe her just now. Well now, the truth is coming out, isn't it? Lin Yao's eyes were wide and the little bunny in front of her chest was bouncing anxiously. At this moment, Lin Yao revealed an appearance of wanting to eat Lin Ji. Good for you, Lin Ru. Not taking good care of your daughter, playing real bathroom hide and seek. It's too good to be true. It's too late to get your daughter away from her scumbag dad. Mr. Lin is really a good man. Goodbye. Lin Yao ripped the contract out of Bai Ruoyi's hand, turned her back with a light grunt, and walked away without looking back. I told you, there's something wrong with them. Sister Yao Yao, you didn't believe me just now. Lu Shi, who was known as Deng Ji's sister in Jianghu, said to Lin Yao while walking. Lin Yao took a deep breath, didn't say anything, and went straight downstairs. Within a few steps, he saw an unfamiliar figure. The person in front of him had a clean-cut look and a womanly, feminine brow. Perhaps it is possible that this person is a woman. Thinking about how many love debts Lin Ji had, Lin Yao now felt that there was no one that Lin Ji couldn't tease. Ignoring Sakurajima Ryo's presence, Lin Yao left with a grave expression on her face. When Lin Yao left completely, Sakurajima Ryo, who was standing in the hallway and resting her eyes with them closed, opened her eyes, headed downstairs. There was a cameraman recording the program just now, and some of her next actions could be inappropriate to be filmed, and now that those people had left, this was the perfect time for her to make her move. My good sister, that man can't be grasped by you. It's better to let me do it. Ryo Sakurajima mumbled as she moved up with an evil face. Gentle words are nothing like the reality of a grim person upstairs. Say, what did you all do in there? Tong Koko's eyes didn't look at Bairoi, but pointed her finger at Lin Ji and questioned. What are you thinking? Of course there's nothing. Lin Ru waved his hand with a disinterested face. He, the good image of Mang Village's best baby daddy, was about to be ruined the moment the program aired. What else did he care about? Oh yeah. And there's his beloved 4-year-old daughter. Oh my good sister, don't look at me in such a strange way. I'll be shy. At this time, Bairuoi's high and cold president persona collapsed, pretending to be delicate, her body lying on Lin Ji's shoulder, said daintily, you make me feel sick. After glaring at Bairuoi, Tong Koko secretly pounded in her mind how to please Lin Ruoi as well as Lin Weiwei in the future and become a stepmother before it was too late after all. After seeing Bairuoi's such a shameless style of doing things, Tong Koko's bottom line of shame had gotten a big change. Pet puppies who steal food don't end well. You unlike someone who doesn't even get to eat. I don't care. You said it yourself. We're all on the same starting line. Whoever steals away is a dog. Woof woof surname by. Do you want to be shameless? If I want a face, how can I be a stepmother? Don't you think so, teacher? I bah. People like you will only teach little Weiwei a bad lesson. Stepmother, I, Tong Koko, will definitely be the stepmother. Hearing these words, Lin Ji covered his face and was speechless. It's an old crime, the women in front of her. One is a high-flying female richest man with $1 trillion fortune, and the other is an esports goddess with 300 million female fans. Shit. I can't believe I'm pulling the wool over my own eyes. They all want to be his daughter's stepmother, don't they? Well, he treats them all the same anyway. Right after such a thought popped up in Lin Ji's mind, a familiar figure walked over, not giving Lin Ji any time to react. The person's lips were close to Lin Ji's ear and whispered, it's been 7 years since I ran away. Time to make it up to me. Teacher. Lin Ji's tiger's body shook as he stared unbelievably at the person in front of him. It's here. It's all back. This familiar sweet scent. This voice that sends chills down your back. It's all back. It was with great difficulty that he had left that place that was like a prison, and he had actually seen this black, sick and disabled woman here once again. Abominable. Looking at Sakurajima Ryo, those hungry eyes were like bloody vipers, staring straight at him. Suddenly Lin Ji's heart was pinched by a hand in general, dull and unbearable. Suddenly, his arm felt a warmth, and Tong Koko hugged Lin Ji's arm and said in an exclusive sweet sister voice, I know my pigeon is handsome, but he's mine, not yours, got it? She didn't have any kind face for uninvited guests, not to mention being so close to her own resigned brother. That made it even more unpleasant. Sakurajima, Ryo, stay away from my teacher. Bairuoi didn't know that the person in front of her, rating her teacher, who was clearly a male, was actually doing this to her teacher. Damn. Vulgar. Shameless. Bairuoi's words made Sakurajima Ryo a bit upset, raising her head and saying condescendingly, what's your teacher? This is my teacher. After saying that, just like Tong Koko, she took Lin Ji's arm into her non-existent chest. After so many years, you're still exactly the same as before. Lin Ji wanted to break the deadlock and couldn't help but pop out a sentence. However, the expression of Sakurajima Ryo in front of him wasn't so friendly. Did he say something wrong? The time came to 10 minutes past 18 o'clock in the evening. The three women had already left. Lin Ji was in a good mood as he looked at the clear, large house. Bairuoi broke up a few sentences with Sakurajima Ryo because of the company's problems, said to Lin Ji, see you later, and left hastily. Sakurajima Ryo and Tong Koko also left the stage hastily after saying a few ambiguous words to Lin Ji. Because of a similar issue, how can he say this? He kind of wants to laugh. Even rich as they are, they have trouble getting out of things. Unlike him, he's a noble single daddy who has no trouble whatsoever. After not having the so-called shura, it's really all easy. Lin Ji lay down on his back, leaning on the sofa, muttering, poop where our sister Bai and sister Tone, the 4-year-old little munchkin, stepping out from within the bathing room, looking around and not finding any trace of his stepmothers, came to Lin Ji to ask after them. Seeing the freshly showered and fragrant Lin Weiwei, Lin Ji smiled, picked her up, leaned her in his arms and said, well, they had to go back beforehand. So, then, white mom, or white sister, will they come back? Well, Lin Ji pretended to hesitate. Seeing Lin Weiwei's round eyes wide and staring at him expectantly, he laughed. Of course they are coming back. Yeah, Lin Weiwei exclaimed excitedly, leaning her boyishly smiling cheek against her dad's shoulder and rubbing it in amusement. Hee, that's great. Vivi still has a stepmother. Lin Weiwei happily hugged Lin Ji tightly. her smiling meatbag face constantly rubbing against Lin Ji's arms. Seeing his daughter so happy, Lin Ji followed suit. This girl is so happy because she has company to play with, right? After all, with those two gone, he was the only one left to play with Lin Weiwei, but he didn't know that what his great dutiful daughter was happy about was that she had many stepmothers, and wasn't that something to be happy about? Suddenly, Lin Weiwei's small mouth spat out a sentence. So, then, Daddy, which sister do you like? Well, ahem. I can't say that, laughed Lin Ji. Hey, who knows if those guys have someone placing a listening device in their house. Once they say the wrong thing, won't it be a disaster? When he went to do tutoring for Bai Ruoi, his every move in his personal room seemed to be watched. He said, I'm so hungry. I wish I had an omelette with rice then. In less than a minute, the meal was brought in. When Sakurajima Rio was his tutor, he had similar experiences, such as when he wanted to go home to see his girlfriend. Sakurajima Rio, that crazy bitch, immediately stripped naked and appeared in front of him. Say, you can think of me as her too if you want. Damn, now that I think about it, wasn't that woman a proper pervert? Phew, well, that guy seems to have grown up. Understand a little bit. Today's meeting actually did not do something out of the ordinary. As that girl's former teacher, very pleased it. Poopy, bad. I can't believe you didn't tell Vivi. Is Vivi still your favorite daughter? Or does Papa have other daughters outside? Lin Weiwei's fleshy face collapsed, revealing an appearance of being on the verge of crying. I'm tired. Who did this little guy learn that from? How dare you learn to force me by crying and pouting? Well, it feels a bit like Ruoi Bai's behavior. Lin Ru shook his head helplessly. You've learned the hard way. I won't answer your question for now. Dad asked you. Vivi, which sister do you like? Lin Ji thought to himself that he was still very attractive. Point 1. He is handsome, without exaggeration. As long as he walks on the street, is the most handsome boy on that street. Second, he has money. Finally, under the poverty alleviation of Lin Weiwei's own mother, Lin Yao, he became the first billionaire in Mang Village. Point 3. Exclusively, since Lin Weiwei was born, he hadn't had contact with any girls. Of course the experience of these few days didn't count. Lin Weiwei's small face was wrinkled into a ball. Obviously this question was difficult for her. The multiple choice questions are often the hardest for a Lolita. It's okay if you can't think of anything. Let's go eat first. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Ji carried Lin Weiwei towards the kitchen. Just as Lin Ji was walking, Lin Weiwei's frowning brows loosened up and she pouted, saying in her heart, why does it have to be a choice? Really confused. Poopya, are all adults like this? Do you have to do things right or wrong and pick a normal answer? It's the adults who do the choosing. Of course the kids want it all. Though it is more important than anything that my daughter grows up happy. But isn't it a little too outrageous that Vivi has pulled together the same group chat for the stepmother she herself has found? Hey, other people's daughters know how to get food and do their own chores, but his daughter knows how to get herself a stepmother? Outrageous. Lin Ji's head was spinning for a while, looking at the familiar names within the group chat that Lin Weiwei had spoken of 2 hours ago, momentarily at a loss for words. If you really take these guys in, you're bound to be punished by the law. Hey, his own daughter is a little too knowledgeable. Actually found himself several candidates for stepmother. As an old father, he is really very distressed. Lin Weiwei's nature. He is extremely well informed. As long as he likes it, then he will want it. If he has to choose between the two, very well, then it is inevitable that he will want it all. But you can't do it all. Damn it, that's illegal. No. He hadn't even raised little Weiwei yet. How could he possibly go to squat in a jail cell? Besides, his own daughter was so tolerable, and there were so many contemporary yellow hairs. He had to be more wary of them before he could do so. Daddy, a tender childish voice suddenly entered Lin Ji's ears. He looked over and saw a tolerable little loli running towards him from the direction of the living room. As soon as Lin Weiwei got close to him, he instinctively reached out, picked the little one up, and gave Lin Weiwei a peck on the left side of her small, white face. What's wrong, Viv? Vivi wants to take a nap. Daddy, let's take a nap together, okay? Lin Weiwei shook her little head cheerfully, her big eyes like bright stars, and shook them in front of Lin Ji's eyes. So early? Lin Ru was surprised. It's only 8 o'clock, and even though you have to go to bed early and get up early, it's a little too early. I want to go to bed and sleep. I haven't slept with Daddy in 2 days. I'm a little uncomfortable without him around. I can't sleep well. Lin Weiwei's chin leaned on Lin Ji's shoulder, her fleshy little hand pointing at her dark circles under her eyes, and whispered, all right, let's go to bed then. Lin Ji stroked Lin Weiwei's brain. Yeah. Lin Weiwei instantly raised her smile when she received an affirmative answer. Then Lin Ji carried the lithe Lin Weiwei back to his room. Meanwhile on the other side, Lin Yao and a few others were walking along the Mang village path, always afraid of the dark. She now walked forward with an expressionless face. An Ruoyu, the accompanying assistant and manager on the side, came over to Lin Yao. How did you take that boss's contract? That boss? He's taking a bath at Lin Ru's house today. Huh? Bathing at Lin Ru's house. What's this about? I don't know the man well. So how would I know? Lin Yao was expressionless and continued to walk forward. She also wanted to know why Lin Ji was surrounded by so many people she didn't recognize and yet looked powerful. Tong Coco was even. After all, according to her investigation, Tong Coco and Lin Ji were childhood to teenage childhood plums, and yesterday's Lin Su, according to the survey, was also a childhood friend. But as a teenager through adulthood. But why is it that the top boss that their entertainment company wants to ask to work with is actually Bai Rui? Gee, that woman who looks like she's fallen in love doesn't look like a strong woman who made her company the richest in the country by any stretch of the imagination. Lin Yao cried out in her heart. Not long ago, the top management of the entertainment company that Lin Yao was working for had lost nearly $100 billion due to some strategic issues that caused the owner of the company to lose money. And now it was in dire need of funds to pay off its debts, but almost all of the entertainment company's earnings came from Lin Yao alone. It can be extremely difficult to pay off the astronomical debt, even if in recent days, Lin Yao has continued to take notices and visit various variety shows. It's just a drop in the bucket. So, the owner of Gala Entertainment decided to sell the company so that he could pay off his personal debts. So pursuing the principle of selling who was not for sale, the Jala boss immediately sent a contract to buy Ruoi's company. But, no response so far. $50 billion. Kind of a bargain. But the other side just wasn't satisfied. That's $50 billion. It'll pay for her broken contract. Lin Yao inwardly actually kind of wanted Bai Rui to agree to Jala Entertainment's sale. After all, in this way, he himself was considered to be free from constraints. Plus Lin Ji and Bai Rui had that relationship of cellophane that he didn't know if it was permeable or not. One might be able to ask Lin resign to have Bai Rui release herself from her contract. After all, when she was in the Lin family, she had seen with her own eyes Bai Ruoro's little girl posture that was snuggled up next to Lin Ji. It's hard not to guess their relationship. Yao, your contract was signed by that boss on top, which means that you have to go to that person in order to accomplish this task. And Zoya's head was spinning for a while, not to mention whether that boss White was still in this place or not. Even if she was, it was unlikely that she would have a house of her own in such a remote village. It's unlikely by any stretch of the imagination. Lin Yao looked up to a place and said with an unchanged face, then go to the front and take a look. Anyway, the last time I saw her was at Lin Ji's house. Lin Yu's house? And Ruyu stared at Lin Yao with an odd expression inside. Go ahead. But, you know what I'm going to say. Aha. Lin Yao eyed ahead, looking at the familiar faces in front of her, and thought darkly. I wonder what Vivi is doing now. At practicing dance, piano, or playing games with that unqualified old father. Lin Ji? Well, it's only 8 o'clock. Not too early, not too late. It should have just finished dinner not long ago. Maybe he can even have dinner with Vivi in the name of rubbing it in. After walking a few steps, Lin Yao shook her head. Forget it. Don't think about it. You'll see your daughter again soon anyway. Just as Lin Yao was fantasizing about the future. Meanwhile on the other side, inside a dorm room within a university, Lin Su finished his shower, got dressed, and sat paralyzed in the soft chair. Hey, what's the matter, Susu? You've been sighing since you got back. Didn't manage to take your bamboo brother down? No. Lin Su returned breathlessly. After saying that, Lin Su suddenly came to his senses, raised his head and opened his mouth. Fuck me. Crap. Su Chanqian was stunned by Lin Su's reaction. Nima. This girl, after going out and coming back, why do you feel that the whole person has changed? What's this? He rejected you? Su Chanqian paused and asked. No, I laid in the same bed with him that night. Lin Su sighed like a shriveled flower, her head hanging low. Su Chanqian brightened up, moved the chair under her butt, bent down close to Lin Su, and looked at Lin Su with a gossipy face. Oh, then what? Were you slept with by him? Or was he slept with by you? I wanted to, but that night, he slept through it. I didn't get my way. Lin Su, agitated for a moment, instantly lost his bottom, whispered BB. Su Chanqian froze. Nanny. Crap. Is this nigga a man? Score. Must be a score. An innocent and lovely girl lying naked on the bed and he's doing nothing about it? If it were me, I'd have let you have a litter of pups a long time ago. Lin Su was silent. Why are you so excited? Also, I'm a human, not a small animal, so how can I have a litter? Gee, that's what it means in a nutshell. He's just not a man. Get it? Hearing Su Chanqian say this, Lin Su became anxious, her eyes glaring viciously at Su Chanqian. Shut up. I forbid you to talk about him like that. He must have his reasons for not moving me. I can understand that. He has his own rhythm. Su Chanqian was speechless. It's over. It's over. Our school's campus goddess is already in the late stage of love brain. It's hopeless. Forget it. I'll just watch the variety show. I heard tonight is the premiere of Lin Yao's new variety show. As the program recorded by Lin Yao was, Recorded on the same day and aired on the same day. The program has been aired at 8 o'clock at this moment, Shangjiang TV. Located at 8:30 p.m. on the same day. The program will have aired a half day of clips. And that's 8:25 at this point. Poop aha. Are you asleep? No. Vivi 2-0. Little Weiwei's greetings kept coming from his ears. Lin Ji wanted to sleep. But he couldn't. It's only 8 o'clock. Sleep. 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 Get up and get high. But it was his daughter's request. So he had to cater to it. Besides, it didn't take the little girl more than a few minutes to come up with the line, Daddy, are you asleep? Oh, my dear daughter. Your dear father. You've woken me up. Of course the above. Just his blind thoughts. Cannot say it. Will hurt the little girl's heart. Weiwei, are you trying to do something? Lin Ji finally voiced his question. This girl was usually honest. But now she was asking repeatedly. So maybe it was something important. Did Daddy find out? Does Daddy read minds? That's for sure. I'm your dad. I know exactly how many little worms you have in your little tummy. The word worm was uttered. And little Vivian's light eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing a small expression of being on the verge of tears. Bugs? Bugs in Vivi's belly? God. Such a tolerable little angel was about to be made to cry. And he deserved to die. Lin Shi scratched his head and said, actually, Daddy lied to you. Lin Weiwei narrowed her eyes. 3, beaming her little mouth. Her little finger pointing at Lin Ji. Daddy's bad. Bad. Punishing you for bringing a few more mommies home. Lin Ru was silent. As bad as he is, how can he be as bad as you? A little girl. Who wants your old father to go to jail? Lin Ji actively ignored Lin Weiwei's words and asked, Weiwei, what was it you were looking for from Dad just now? Hearing her own father's words, Lin Weiwei woke up like a dream. Right, Daddy. Weiwei wants to know, how did you meet Sister Bai and the others? They all look so awesome. Sister White told me her family has lots of airplanes and cars and carts. Sister Tong also said that she can play a lot of games, and that she wants me to lay an egg boy and take me flying. And also, Sister Tong also said that she used to be Daddy's girlfriend. Lin Ji froze. Those guys? Why are they saying everything to this little girl? This is good, isn't it? It's all been exposed by this little girl. Those guys, still trying to lure their daughter with what they're good at? It's a shame. He's got good daughters. After thinking about it, Lin Ji noticed little Weiwei holding her little face, close in on her own face. Smiling and staring rather expectantly, Lin Ji coughed lightly and said without changing his face, your father, used to be a full-time tutor. Oh, Lin Weiwei's eyes widened and she wiggled her little feet in excitement, though she couldn't understand it. It must have been an awesome profession his dad was talking about. And then, what happens to dad and sisters? Lin Weiwei was so young that her gossiping soul had already kicked in. And then, there was no then. What's with Dad? Bad review. Broken shift. Dogs are the worst. Who taught their tolerable daughter to say such vulgar things? Lin Ji was startled, and in his heart, he cursed that person. For a few moments, cut. Old Den, who was holding an electronic version of the Golden Lotus Plum for perusal in one of the courtyards, sniffled. It must be Tsuehua from the next village who misses me. It seems that I still can't just take care of Ruhua. I have to take care of my other sisters. The scene returns to the Lin family. Dad, then why are you separated from your sisters? They all look like they like you so much. And they are all very good to Vivi. Vivi cannot choose. Want to all. Before she finished speaking, little Vivi covered her little mouth and almost said, No. I promised my sisters that I couldn't say anything, because her sisters had said that as long as she said it, then her dad would definitely agree. She couldn't make it difficult for him. Hey. That's a harrowing story. Do you really want to hear it? Lin Ji tilted his head, looking at the dimly lit lamp, pretending to be contemplative, rather like a melancholy man. Vivian blinked and stared blankly at her dad. It's the first time Dad's been like this. It looks so sad. So sad. I don't want to see Dad like this. It's better for Dad to be happy, because Lin Ji's acting was too good. The tears in the middle of those eyes were hidden straight away. The sympathetic little Vivian was fooled. This time, Lin Weiwei stood up, pulled up her own clothes, and then put them over Lin Ji's head before hugging Lin Ji's brain tightly. Once, Lin Ru, who was little Lori's old father, had 2 black eyes. I'm so tired I can't see straight. How he can't see anything. But there was the milky scent of a little kid accompanying the tip of his nose. What the hell is Vivi doing? Dad, don't cry. Don't cry. Don't say anything if you don't want to. Lin Weiwei gently patted Lin Ji's back like she was coaxing a small child. Lin Ji was a bit embarrassed. His acting was successful, but a bit too successful. Good. Lin Ji nodded, responding with a little choked sob. Hey, had he overdone it a bit? He had been thinking of pretending a bit to keep this girl from continuing to ask his stories. After all, are tragic, being madly pursued by Roy, being madly pampered by Tong Coco, and being madly jealous and cute and pretending to be green tea by Lin Su being in an office of Bai Ruoi's company. The atmosphere was serene and focused. President Bai Ruoi was seated in her chair, her expression focused, her gaze fixed on the two papers in her hands. Her posture was dignified, revealing a sense of authority and confidence. Her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, and she wore a set of exquisite professional attire, displaying her professional image. The papers in her hand seemed to be of vital importance to her, and her eyes revealed an attention to detail and a keen insight into the business. The office was simply and elegantly decorated, and the sunlight poured through the windows, creating a faint halo around her. In this instant, time seemed to freeze, and only she and the two contracts existed. One was about Lin Yao's Jala Entertainment contract and the other was about Tong Coco's resignation letter. These two, Bai Ruoi happened to recognize a little bit of both. Tong Kiki is the teacher's ex-girlfriend from college. What about Lin Yao? What kind of person is that for a teacher? Bai Ruoi looked at Lin Yao's signature on a contract, and her mind floated back to today at Lin Ji's house, when she saw Lin Yao's hostess-like appearance. A woman's sixth sense told her it wasn't that simple. Since the teacher was able to mess with his effeminate-looking cousin, it's not impossible for him to get involved with a star of Lin's caliber. Thinking about it, Bai Ruoi couldn't figure out what kind of relationship could exist between Lin Ji and Lin Yao and them, so she picked up the cell phone on the desktop and chose a number to dial. I've already read the contract. As for Jia Li's request, it's not impossible to agree to him too, but I'm going to attach a condition. You go and stay by Lin Yao's side, as an agent or as an assistant. In any case, you're going to fight a group with them for me and keep an eye on them. You can understand, okay, Mr. White? I understand. Hearing the other party's answer, Bai Ruoi nodded in satisfaction. Then he picked up the contract about Tong Coco. So that anchor woman with 300 million followers, that's you. Almost let you get away with it. Looking at this resignation letter that caused Tong Coco's resignation to fail because she wrote a wrong word, Bai Ruoi was as happy as a child. The self-employee looks at her favorite things. Then how can one let loose her to grab it from her? Of course the girl is allowed to keep coming back to work, and if she can't get it right, she'll be waiting to pay an astronomical breach of contract fee. Although it was said that they had thought of starting from the same starting line, there was no way around it. Ever since Bai Ruoi knew that Tong Kiki was Lin Ji's ex-girlfriend, Bai Ruoi was a little less confident. So the necessary means, when necessary, must still be used. After thinking about it, Bai Ruoi directly on the top of the resignation letter, under a red no word, with one less competitor, her chances of winning are better. And just as she put down the pen in her hand, the phone rang. Bai Ruoi picked it up and put it to her ear.at. This time, a voice came from the opposite side. Mr. Bai, the female college student you asked me to investigate has a result. Bai Ruoi's eyes lit up. How so? That Lin Su was not Lin Ru's younger sister, but rather she was just boarding at his house when she was a child. So the relationship that exists between them is similar to an alternative type of childhood friend relationship. Also, Lin Su went to the hospital and did go to the obstetrics and gynecology department. But she only went to check if she was healthy and fertile, not to check if she was pregnant. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Bai Ruoi nodded and continued. By the way, is there some public opinion about me spreading on the internet right now? She didn't have any entertainment apps on her phone, and some of the news on the internet was still coming from her own people. Yes, Mr. White. Is there anything we can do? Our network workers are always on standby for you. Well, keep expanding public opinion and finally let the whole country know what kind of person Lin Weiwei's stepmother is. Okay, what did you just say? Did I hear you wrong? Didn't you hear me? Keep expanding public opinion. Okay, Mr. Bai. I'll call someone to do it. After the phone hung up, Bai Ruoi stood up and went to the window, looking in a certain direction and muttering under her breath. I don't know if the teacher is asleep now. Hey, if it was asleep, wouldn't she be able to get a shot in the arm if she quietly touched it now? Quickly, Bai Ruoi shook her head to dispel this thought. No way, that would be too damaging to his image in Vivian's mind. After all, the teacher and Vivi were the only two people in the house right now, so if he suddenly made a surprise attack, he might not be able to get positive results. It might also scare that little girl, and once Lin Weiwei lost her favor with herself, wouldn't everything she had done before be for nothing? Well, take your time, or get the little girl to approve of what she's doing. Then once she's exposed for touching her teacher's bed, she can get Vivi to step in and fix it. Thinking of this, Bai Ruoi raised her eyes and glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock. The teacher in Weiwei should not have gone to bed yet, but she was at the company headquarters now, and even if she took a plane there, it would take a couple minutes. Forget it. It's better to go back tomorrow. After thinking about it, Bai Ruoi came to the company, to a room that was exclusively hers, intending to go into the room and sleep. At this time, the cell phone inside the pocket vibrated. On the screen of his cell phone, A text message was displayed. Vivi's mom's group time 20:31:23 Sister Tone, confused face? Brother Rue. What kind of group chat is this? You're here to choose a concubine? No. My note is a bit strange. Brother Rue. Are you role-playing here? Even though I'm a few months older than you, you don't have to give me this note. Call me sister. Call me sister. When did you add yourself to this group chat? By Ruoi was dumbfounded, having absolutely no semblance of an impression about this group chat time 20:31:52 Sister Lindsay? Who are you all? And what's the deal with this group chat? Not right Resignation brother, I am younger than you how can you call me sister it? Call others sister is good, vomit these guys. It's disgusting. When Bai Ruoi saw the messages from Tong Coco and Lin Su, her mood instantly became unpleasant, and she hurriedly held up her cell phone, intending to do some output. A bunch of leprechauns and voluptuous women who will say anything for a man. It's ridiculous. Bai Ruoi looked serious and typed in a few words. Teacher, although I am younger than you, but don't call me sister if you can, you call me daughter-in-law. I won't mind, but just as the words were coming out, before she could send them, a message came through. Vivi's dad, hello sisters, I'm Vivi and also, this group was actually built by Vivi. Seeing this, Bai Ruoi's face froze, paused for a few seconds, and silently deleted the few words she had just typed out. That was close. Almost a clown. Drip. The cell phone chimed as another message was sent. Lin Su, Vivi, why did you create this group chat? Weiwei's poop, because the big sisters seem to like my dad Anyway, I do not have a mother. Who is my mother? Okay, of course, must be like dad, and dad like and the big sisters are very fond of my father's appearance. Pinch at these words, all the women revealed joy. Good. With such a great filial daughter assisting a man in the district, that shall not play him in the palm of his hand. On the other side, right after Lin Weiwei sidled up and finished sending the message with a face that was comparable to Baigu's heavenly face, he leaned on Lin Weiwei's delicate shoulder under the faintly lit light of his cell phone. Vivi, what are you doing instead of sleeping? Chatting to the stepmoms. Good one guys. This little guy really is a little too much understanding. There is this teasing opportunity to find a mom for little Weiwei. That is not like playing. Although Lin Ju was curious as to what content his daughter and those guys were chatting about, it was considered Lin Weiwei's privacy, so it was better not to ask then. Lin Ji snatched the cell phone from Lin Weiwei's hand. Dad, I haven't played enough. Lin Weiwei reached out to grab it, but her short hands couldn't reach it, and in the end the phone was placed on the desktop by Lin Ji. Lin Ji put an arm around this little girl and said softly, Weiwei, we should go to bed. Now is not the time to play with cell phones. Hearing her dad say this, Lin Weiwei unconsciously yawned, sleepiness appearing on her small face. Okay, gently rubbing his eyes. The little guy's head tilted, leaning against Lin Ji's chest and closing his eyes. Well, wait till daddy's asleep and she's playing in secret. The corner of the little girl's mouth hooked up slightly as she thought this, noticing of this scene. Lin Ji smiled. Don't think about it. Wait for daddy to fall asleep and then play secretly. He touched Lin Weiwei's brain tenderly. The smiling Lin Weiwei, who was all of a sudden smiling, dissipated her laughter. The little girl exclaimed, it's over. Daddy really does read minds. Realizing this, Lin Weiwei didn't dare to think anything, secretly clenched her small Doraemon-like fists, frowned tightly, and closed her eyes. Lin Ji laughed lightly and lay down. On the other hand, inside Lin Su's dormitory, she stared at her phone in a daze and muttered, why don't you say something? Is it so hard to ask her which sister she likes? Only children do multiple choice questions. Of course adults want them all. Su Chanqian heard Lin Su's words and casually catered to them. Go play aside and watch your variety show. Lin Su twisted his head and glared at Su Chanqian. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure on the variety show. What kind of variety show is this? That tall, handsome reader like back. Brother Rhetoric. Turning back violently, Lin Su realized that Su Chanqian's flat panel playing on the variety show had Lin Ji's back, and she immediately looked dumbfounded. The things that were rumored on the internet were actually true. Lin Yao was really going to go to Brother Chio's hometown to shoot a variety show. That's great. Then one can see quit through the variety show. After all, the little Vivian girl didn't know how. She didn't even broadcast live lately, and she couldn't even think of being a poor mouse, quietly spying on her beloved. Oops, 25th hour away from Rhetoric. Hard. Hey, you still said you didn't want to see it. Now how come you're looking even more mesmerized than me? Su Chanqian couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lin Su's head coming close to the screen. Now you know how beautiful Lin Yao is. I've advised you long time ago, don't chase any boys. You can't chase them. Why don't you learn from me and watch the goddess's videos? Lin Su rolled his eyes. Childish woman. Think she likes Lin Yao as much as you do? You think she's a lily? Ridiculous. She's just doing this for her own white moon. Lin Su still had some sense about reality and fantasy. Lin Ji, She was tangible enough to touch and even make babies with him. But Lin Yao, that was a goddess. How could she possibly touch it? Hee hee, poor Chan Chan. Ah, can only be like a mouse quietly peeping screen watching his favorite person. Lin Su shook his head helplessly at Su Chanshan's irrationality. Right about this time, suddenly, Su Chanshan realized that an image appeared on the screen. Well, a pretty girl in a mask within the frame walks in on a handsome guy as well. Rin Su? Crap, your hometown is in Mang Village? How do you know? Look, you're on TV. So aren't you in Mang Village? Lin Su froze and twisted his head to look at the tablet, and sure enough, his own innocent and cute side face did appear within the image. His Lin Su frowned at the thought, since he appeared himself, then Lin Yao should also be in the neighborhood. After all, this was the Lin Yao perspective, but why didn't he find Lin Yao that day? As a housemate who had a fan of Yao's sister, Lin Su still knew Lin Yao better. Rhetoric. This is a couple's restaurant. You have to kiss to get in. A familiar and somewhat whiny voice came, and Lin Su froze. Oh, shit, I'm gonna get socialized to death? At that moment, her afterglow caught her roommate looking at her bitchily, and Lin Su's cheeks reddened. It's normal, chasing a man. Not bold, how can you chase it? Not to mention, I also told you. Last time I took the initiative to strip naked and lie on his bed. I just didn't expect that you would be so bold. It's kind of interesting. I also don't know how many schoolmates who have a crush on you see their former high school goddess in front of other men after this kind of initiative. It will completely break the big defense then. Oh, Lin Su inclined her head without continuing to speak, staring at the person on the tablet. If she could be heard from this distance, then Lin Yao should be nearby. Right, but where is she? Lin Su stared at the screen, but there were only some passers-by within the screen, as well as himself and Lin Ji. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Su saw an image of himself closing his eyes and preparing to be kissed by Lin Zhi. It was a moment when she stared intently at. Well, that's right, this is the moment. That damn sunglasses lily-livered woman spoiled herself. And just at this time, the crowded crowd directly pushed a sunglasses mask-wearing, snow-white skin, extraordinary temperament in the direction of Lin Su's. Then the doggone scene happened. The mask and sunglasses woman took the place where Lin Su was and took away from Lin Ji instead. Crap! Why? Su, why don't you stand a little steadier? Su Chanshan suddenly went crazy, seeing her roommate fighting for her. Lin Su also growled, I want to, but I'm getting all soft just thinking about him kissing over. Oh, Su Chanshan suddenly cried. Lin Su froze. What is the situation? This sister. For their own sake. Actually both cried. Scratch that. She's made a good sister for life. It's okay. I don't even care anymore. So don't cry. You don't understand. The person who was just kissed by your man was Lin Yao. The time slot for the end of the variety show happens to be the evening, and Lin Su remained surprised from the beginning to the end of the variety show. The sunglasses lily-livered woman from that day was actually Lin Yao? Lin Ruogo even rode on Lin Yao and smoked her ass? And Lin Yao still looks like she doesn't have much to complain about yet. Could it be that sister Lin Yao has something unique in mind for her resigned brother? Come to think of it, that's a real possibility. After all, when she was at the hotel, she heard the sound of a rape being caught outside the door. Nima. Now that I think about it, wasn't that Lin Yao's voice? But, why would a big shot of this caliber have thoughts about brother Lin Rue? Can't figure it out. However, brother Chiu is really fierce. He actually even hooked up with Lin Yao. Unfortunately, Mighty's downfall is netstorming. Lin Yao has nearly 1 billion fans, even in kindergarten. If you take a few kids out at random, it's unlikely that there's someone who likes Lin Yao. Lin Su was surprised for a long time before returning to his senses, prepare to tip off Lin Ji. Get him ready for an apology letter, or the power of the internet is extremely scary. It's over. Susu, your white moonlight is going to be finished. Well, I feel the same way. After watching the variety show, Lin Su and Su Chanshan's views were very much united, and both were worried about Lin Ji's future. The power of the internet is too scary nowadays, especially some devilish fans. Seeing that Lin Yao and your white moonlight have such an unusual relationship, I have a strong premonition that white moonlight of yours might have been opened up in a box, or at least be stripped of some information. There is indeed this problem. Some people are just too extreme and will do things that are hard to believe. Now, there was no time to mourn over Lin Yao's extraordinary relationship with Lin Ruogo. Now it's time to give a gift to brother Lin Ji. To ventilate. Time. 9:30. Old Denim resigns and sleeps to death. The little lowly Lin Weiwei was woken up by the vibrating cell phone on her desktop. Buzz, so sleepy. Lin Weiwei rubbed her eyes and saw the desktop cell phone beaming, glancing behind him at Olden. Well, his own poop was asleep. So, now it's time for her to step in. Vivian stood up and took her cell phone and looked at it. Susu's sister, how to send messages in the mom group. See, the source of the information is a mom's group. Lin Weiwei curiously clicked on the message. Vivi's mom's group. Lin Su at all members. Sisters, It's bad. Brother Resignation is in trouble. And it's a big thing that will affect his life for the rest of his life. Kid Coco, huh? What happened to him? Tell me. I'm right next to his house. I can get there. Bye Rui. What? My husband had an accident? That Lin Sua. That what function alright? Vivian looked dumbfounded, dull and wide-eyed. He stared at his dad's handsome sleeping face. Suddenly, he lowered himself to the side of his head, his ear close to the chest of his oldest denizen, the little girl's little head, along with Lin Ji's heartbeat. Moved up and down on Lin Ji's chest, the pounding heartbeat was heard by her for a while after little Vivi took her cell phone and snapped and typed something with her meaty fingers. Tick-tock. Lin Su saw the cell phone ring and held it up. People are stupid. Weiwei's poop. Daddy. Still alive. Sisters, don't worry. Daddy is sleeping with Weiwei right now. By Roy. Lin Su. Where are the people? Give me out to explain. Tong Coco. At Lin Su. My sister is asking you. Get the fuck out of here. Lin Su. Lin Su. My native language is called speechless. After a moment's pause, Lin Su replied to Lin Su, when I say something happened, I don't mean people are sisters. You guys take a look at the internet. Jitterbug, Scarf, Little Sweet Potato, all these software, there must be a video about Lin Yao and resignation. You guys will know when you watch it. After posting that, she sent another. Weiwei, no need to play with your cell phone. Go to bed. Good drop. Sister Susu, Weiwei is sleeping. Oh, have a chance to come to my house to be my mom. Play with me. A good ninny. Knows her too well. Must get Lin Weiwei more siblings to play with her. By Roy. Tom Coco started searching for the latest news about Lin Yao on their cell phones under Lin Su's reminder. The video that dazzled them was exposed to the beautiful eyes. On the other hand, the village of Mang, Child Coco's home. At the request of the program team, Lu Shi successfully became a tenant of Tom Coco's house, was joking and making small talk with the other guests who had struck up a conversation when she sensed something was wrong with the hostess. Coco-san, what are you looking at? Nothing. By the way, I have to go out for a while, so you guys can just stay home until I get back. Huh? Where to? Do you need my help? Lu Shi thought that she should be polite now that she was temporarily living in someone else's house. No, I'm just hanging out at a friend's house. Tong Coco waved her hand, put down a sentence to her tenant Lu Shi, opened the wooden door, and left the old mansion. Oh, hanging out at a friend's house? Yes. Oh, this is Coco's sister's hometown. It's normal to have a few friends who know each other. There's no need to follow up and be a light bulb yourself. Tong Coco, unblinking, stared in a certain familiar direction under the faint moonlight, and her eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, glowed with a faint silver halo. It's over. It's over. From the video on Jitterbug, Lin Ruegua. It seems that he still has a leg up with Lin Yao. Why? A goddess of that caliber would be entangled with her own white moon. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. TikTok. A message came through. It's a message from Child Coco's #1 female fan. Sister Tong Tong, I've found out the big news. That white moonlight with a baby before you seems to have a somewhat unusual relationship with Lin Yao. Seeing the message from her list one rich woman, Tong Coco's Taoist heart was unsteady and she huffed violently. False. Rumor. Don't believe it. Don't think that by rewarding me with a few $1 million, you can break the old lady's Taoist heart. After sending the message, Tong Coco's eyes were red and she walked forward. But her cell phone was already ringing. Non-stop. In order to stabilize the Tao, the cell phone is turned off and no one is loved. Tong Coco's eyes were as firm as trumps. At this moment, she seemed to have discovered Lin Yao's purpose for coming to Mang Village. The anxious frog keeps touching your belly. There is only one truth. The only reason why Lin Yao chose to go to Brother Linji's house was because she was attracted to Brother Linji's beauty. She couldn't think of any other reason than the one that seemed too outrageous to be true. Her family, Lin Zhuge brother, is a home to bring up the baby daddy. Where have time to contact Lin Yao kind of level of goddess it, not to mention that if contact had been made, by definition, it would have been eaten and touched by the paparazzi, leaving only the bones. But on the internet, not to mention dog bones, you can't even see a single dog hair. Speaking of dog hair, for some reason, Tong Coco inexplicably thought of Lin Ji's family's rhubarb. Well, that hair, it's smooth, and it wants to be gripped. Forget it, don't think about it. Kid Coco shook her head and sprinted ahead to where the lights were not at all sprinting. If he had been a little slower, maybe, Lin Yao would have become Wei Wei's stepmother. Damn it, obviously she was here first. How could she let Lin Yao get the jump on her? Cut. A certain woman who was walking slowly in the direction of Lin Ji's house tugged at her jacket. Yao, is this really the way to Lin Ji's house? You won't get lost, right? And Zhou asked curiously. But from the map, they were 2 kilometers away from Lin Ji's house, so it was reasonable to say that an hour and a half had passed. And they should have arrived long ago. Could it be that they had encountered the legendary ghostly wall, causing them to keep spinning in place? Don't worry, we should be almost there. I remember that this is the right direction. Lin Yao pretended to be calm. carrying a flashlight and looking ahead. That's what you said an hour ago. As they were talking, they saw a lighted house appear before them. Let's go and ask around. Or else according to the way you walk as a wayfarer, you won't be able to walk until dawn. And Zoyu mercilessly mocked, Roadrunner? What do you mean by Roadrunner walk? This is clearly called the Sauron walk for her. Lin Yao unbelievingly twisted her head and tried to go to the right. It's been an hour since she walked on the front side, so she must be able to get there by walking in the other direction. Come back you. And Ruyu yanked Lin Yao back with one hand, moving forward, arrived in front of Manga Mora Kindergarten. Are you guys looking for Lin Rue? Lin Hanan's cloudy eyes lit up when he saw that there was a beautiful woman behind the beautiful woman his own son had brought in the morning. Good boy. You haven't eaten meat for a few years, and you've eaten meat for 2 meals? This kid can play better than his dad. Dawn, Lin Ji opened his eyes, but he couldn't see anything. Holy shit. The old side effect of watching action movies a few years ago. Is it still here? Oh, so it was his own daughter holding his head. That's okay, leaning his palms upwards. Feeling the warmth of the body, and the softness, Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he's not blind, but he can't breathe now, either. Girl, let go. Your dad, I'm going to lose my breath. Lin Ji shouted. Lin Weiwei, who had put Lin Ji's head amongst the pillows, didn't seem to hear Lin Ji's words, and muttered with her small mouth. Daddy, there's still breathing. No, not in hell. Girl, if you don't let go, you won't have a father. Lin Weiwei was sleeping too soundly, and Lin Ji decided to get rough. Lifting his arm and picking up the little one. IMGSRC equals http://p3 reading signed off novelpickr/novelpicker/cf14232DC B490ed2465688F4B80453B18TPLV noop.web. LK3S equals 8D9630991 and X expires equals 18142635007 and X signature equals 60 LCRITOSDOL WNZ62AVQLJ2A8% 3D at this time. Lin Weiwei opened her sleeping eyes, her little face turning into a flower of joy. Dad. Good morning. Good morning, I responded Lin Ji with a smile. Nope. I was almost mesmerized by the little girl's cute and adorable appearance. Lin Ji looked back and asked, Weiwei, do you want to sleep alone at night? You're already 4 years old. Oh, no. Lin Weiwei's small face collapsed and crumpled into a ball. Very nice and unsurprisingly rejected. Although he didn't want to leave his daughter either. He could only separate for a while for the sake of her having a father in the future. After all, it wasn't once or twice that the girl had a strange sleeping position. For the first time, sat on his face with my butt. Luckily it didn't run thin or he would have been a real pooper. The second time, get up and did not see the figure of this girl. Take a closer look. She and the rhubarb under the bed exchanged positions, accompanied by the person who slept with him, became the rhubarb. He didn't nearly die of fright, and the third day, that's now, used him as a pillow all, didn't nearly get muffled. Vivi won't sleep well without daddy. Can daddy bear to let your lovely daughter have a bad night's sleep? Can daddy bear it? Vivi can't bear to think about it anyway. Lin Ji helplessly shook his head. He really couldn't bear it but, he tried to struggle a little more. Lin Ji put Lin Weiwei down and touched her head. But you're already 4 years old, Weiwei. When you grow up you won't be able to sleep with daddy. Then wait until you're older. Vivi's only in kindergarten now. She's not grown up yet. I'm still a kid. So reasonable. He was powerless to refute it. So he was defeated. Looking at the pouting lips and the small hands stuck on the flesh of his waist, Lin Ji really couldn't do anything with this little girl. Sighing, he glanced at Lin Weiwei's pajamas and began to dress her. Okay, Dad can't really do anything with you. Come here. Daddy will dress you. You have to go to school later, okay? Yeah. Daddy is the best reward. Daddy with a kiss. Lin Weiwei skillfully cupped Lin Ji's face and gave a little chicken peck on the right side of Lin Ji's face. Gradually Lin Ji got lost in the little girl's kisses. Then helped Lin Weiwei put on her coat, wash up and eat breakfast, all the chores. All of them. Lin Ji took his tolerable daughter and went out to Liao. Wow. Suddenly, Lin Weiwei, who was in Lin Ru's arms, saw several black shadows rushing down from several large pink car vehicles. Daddy. There are bad people. Lin Weiwei was so scared that she hugged Lin Ji's neck tightly, her cheeks sticking with her own old Denver. Stealing a child in broad daylight. Lin Ji looked at a few suspicious figures, holding Lin Weiwei in his arms as he backed away. Grandma. She must have seen his Vivi was too tolerable, and there was a lullicon with a heart of gold. Who was going to do it? Sinead. Lin Ji raised his own old dang leg and was about to kick it over. You really made me wait. The face of Lin Yao, whose eyes carried faint panda eyes, was reflected in front of his eyes. How come it's you? Lin Ji was puzzled, and Lin Weiwei was even more puzzled, looking at Enruyu behind Lin Yao, who also had dark circles under her eyes as well as Tong Aha. Why was Vivi there? It was over. It was over. Her perfect image of a good mother was gone before she could establish it. This is the first time I've met with Vivi. Little Vivian's frightened appearance instantly petrified Lin Yao, and a crack appeared in her heart. Brother Resignation. We've been waiting for you all night, Tong Coco said breathlessly. Oh, why? Yeah, why Tong sister? And, that, Sister Odd? Blame, sister? No, Vivian, I'm your mom. Not some weird sister. Lin Yao's feet were weak and feeble, and as she was about to fall, she was helped up by her manager, and Zhou whispered in Lin Yao's ear, cheer up, you can't give up, don't forget what we came for. Yeah, can't forget the purpose of their trip. I came here to say an important thing. Tong Coco glanced at Lin Yao, gathered her courage, and walked forward. Ringo, let me be your daughter's stepmother. I think I'm totally up to the task. Vivi, sister, be your mommy, okay? Lin Ji and Lin Weiwei glanced at each other, and both seemed to have an answer. Don't be like this. They're filming a variety show. Your behavior will be exposed on the internet. Lin Ji wanted to help Tong Coco up first. After all, this was a private matter between them. No, if you don't give me an answer, I'm sticking around. It's okay. Under by Ruai's education, this girl has also started to be shameless? Lin Yao's people next to him were still staring at him. Lin Ji paused and said, I remember we had an agreement that you could be Vivi's mom for a few days, and if it's appropriate, not that it wouldn't work. Would you like that one? I do. 100 times yes, Tong Coco said excitedly. Good lord, she managed to steal home. I disagree. Where's that sound coming from? Oh, so it's Lin Yao who covets Lin Zhuge's beauty. Yuck, you want to be Weiwei's stepmother? Get in line you. Ha! Lin Ji and Lin Weiwei both looked at Lin Yao for a split second. Couldn't understand why she'd suddenly say that. Lin Yao, who was stared at suspiciously by the crowd, gradually cooled down her face that was made red and warm by Tong Coco's words. She paused to explain. Mr. Lin, I need to stay at your house for a while, and it's clearly written in that contract from yesterday. You rent the house to us for a month. Then our program will give you half the funds of the land value of the house as rent. What? He didn't even look at yesterday's contract. He gave it directly to Bai Ruoi, a professional, to deal with. I didn't know there was such a rule. Lin Yao's eyes were sincere and enthusiastic, and she even blinked her beautiful eyes a few times at Lin Ji. Enlightened. He's enlightened, this chick, trying to spy on herself. Want to see if you can be a certified baby daddy? That's just like a naked provocation. To him, hearing Lin Yao's words, Tong Coco froze and quickly reacted. No wonder when she asked Lin Yao the reason she came here last night during the all-nighter, she kept her mouth shut. So it's hiding a big move. However, the last thing she, Tong Coco, was afraid of was a challenge. So what if you were a big star? She was Lin Ji's childhood friend and ex-girlfriend. And even more so, she had an unspeakable relationship with Lin Weiwei who had been getting along well for a few days. Tong Coco had confidence in herself to win. In the midst of the crowd's sizzling gazes, Lin Ji threw the answer to his own tolerable daughter. Vivi, what do you think? Lin Weiwei froze. I'm being held and watched by daddy? IMGSRC equals http://p9 reading sign.novelpic.com/novelpicker/894259177C5882B1998B73E0D29TPLV noop.web? LK3S equals 8D963091 and X expires equals 18142635507 and X signature equals A0LJCONFHSTBQ4B4N sphere 20% 3D. Lin Ji pinched the little loli's cheeks. Dad is asking you. What do you think about this weird sister? The little girl narrowed her eyes slightly, surveying Lin Yao's delicate features. Sister is very pretty. It would be nice to be my stepmother. Lin Ji stayed and covered Xiao Weiwei's mouth. This anticlimactic girl. Next time don't say this kind of words. When you meet a good-looking one you want her as a stepmother. Oi, damn. This girl has a good eye. She's got a top rich girl for her dad. At a glance the photographer behind him was stunned. The director backstage, however, looked and laughed. This little guy is a bit interesting. Look guys, doesn't that little loli look a bit like Lin Yao? If only, maybe we could get Lin Yao to play husband and wife with them for a bit. But that's just a passerby, not a guest on our program, the assistant at the side reminded. Do you think any one of the several guests in our program is worthy of Lin Yao? The director questioned. It seems, the entire entertainment industry can't find anyone, so, this passerby happens to be the best choice. So, should I send a message to agent Lin Yao? Send. The scene returns to the Lin family. Ruyu wanted to laugh when she looked at Lin Yao whose face froze. Interesting. A real mom and a stepmom are about to engage in a battle called the Vivi Scramble, but most importantly, Lin Yao, her own mother, was actually treated as a stepmother by Wei Wei. Seeing Lin Yao suffer, she really sympathized with Lin Yao and wanted to laugh at the same time. Just at this time, and Zhou's cell phone vibrated, picking it up. It was a message from the show's side. What? See you over at the program? Lin Ji, Lin Yao. And Lin Weiwei have an inexplicable sense of parenthood, wanted her to secretly set up Lin Yao and Lin Ji so they could create a sense of CP? Pust. Why would the three of them feel a sense of kinship? That was of course because Lin Weiwei was the seed of Lin Jue and Lin Yao. Would she go around saying such rotten things in her pants? And Zhou skimmed her mouth, put away her cell phone, and continued to watch the Shura. Look, your daughter agreed and wants me to be her mom Vivi. Come and call your mommy to hear you? Lin Weiwei's words, like a holy decree, emboldened Lin Yao, completely disregarding the fact that she was recording a program at this time. If anyone suspected her, then she would say it was Lin Weiwei's request. Lin Weiwei looked at her father, and then at Tong Coco, whose face was grim and who was secretly shaking her head at herself. Lori's brow tangled into a frown. To scream, or not to scream, that's a problem. Lin Weiwei frowned, causing Lin Yao's excited face to collapse. And Zhou laughed mercilessly. Sister Yu. Lin Yao looked at Enruyu pessimistically. Why are you smiling so heartlessly? It's nice to be on the same page and actually mock her. You're the one who's in a hurry. What kind of person wants someone to call their mom right off the bat? Lin Yao lowered her head like a child. Listening to the instructions of Enruyu's military advisor, Lin Yao continuously nodded her head, her eyes gradually becoming firm. Tong Kuko, who was on the side, didn't have the time to listen to their arm twisting, and pulled Lin Ji's hand and headed upstairs. Brother, resignation. Let's not let Vivi go to school today. Going there is just for fun anyway. Why don't you and Vivi stay home and see what I can do as a mom? Wei, what do you think? Lin Ji respected his daughter's thoughts. As for himself, he had become a father, and all things were now his daughter's priority. Vivi wants to play with Tong's sister. Well, then we won't be going to school today. And your grandfather runs the kindergarten anyway. It doesn't matter if she goes to kindergarten or not. If Weiwei hadn't seen all the kids on TV going to kindergarten and wanted to go, then he wouldn't have let such a tolerant little girl go to any kindergarten. Accompany yourself every day fishing, catching loaches, playing in the water, playing in the mud, experiencing the idyllic scenery. Do not want to? As he went upstairs, Lin Ji remembered something. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since he's been on the air himself since those women showed up. One reason is that don't want to expose those guys, but they don't react much now that they're all filming the show. They don't seem to care. Well, let's find a chance to broadcast it again. After all, his account has a full 100,000 fishing friends. Tong Coco was beaming. Today was her first day as Lin Weiwei's stepmother, so she had to work hard. Let Ringo know that she's super capable. Hey, that, Sister Yao. They're gone. The photographer reminded. Ruyu and Lin Yao looked back. The doorway was empty. Not a ghost in sight. Lin Yao, FUCK, and Juyu, hair. After them. Yes. Lin Yao and Zhou stepped through the gate and walked in. I can't believe I'm walking away without giving a shit about her. Damn it. Does she really think she is jealous as a real mom? Just as Lin Yao and Tong Coco were about to compete for the seat of stepmother. On the other side, somewhere in a basement, a woman is sitting serenely. Some people like to compete, and some like to watch others compete so they can fish for profit. Then there are those who don't fight and wait quietly for the results. Ryo Sakurajima looked at the woman on the ground with her hands and feet bound by chains, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Walking over to the short-haired woman, he knelt down and said, "Lift your head." The woman looked up, revealing an incredibly weak face. "Ryo, why are you doing this to me? What did I do to piss you off? Idiot, how dare you ask me why? You should ask yourself why you want to lick that woman surnamed by like a dog. What's funny is that after licking for so many years, you didn't even lick her. Do you realize how much trouble you've caused me?" Ryo Sakurajima glared at the woman in disgust. Holy shit, especially with that face. Gee. To lick that woman with that face is ridiculous. IMGSRC equals http://p9 reading sign.novelpic.com/novelpicker/11653C08834FF4BCCB2CFF1F1900668 TPLV noop.web. LK3S equals 8D963091 and X expires equals 18142635007 and X signature equals K3% 2BA3 out 0 Hoka YZUP2W% 2BU3 Y78% 3DS. The woman in front of her was her identical sister. This woman, from a young age, is a lily. There are times when she even thinks of laying hands on herself. If it wasn't for the fact that she met Bai Ruoyi on one side when she was a child, perhaps she would have suffered. She wouldn't be angry if she got Bai Ruoyi in her hands and broke her completely, but this guy, licked for almost 10 years, but did not lick the hand, but also left himself a powerful enemy. If her father hadn't lost his ability to reproduce, she would have wanted to abolish the woman who controlled the top from below. From now on, you just stay at home and don't go anywhere. Got it? If it wasn't for this guy, who almost escaped, he wouldn't have been in a hurry to come back and deal with her. If he came back anyhow, maybe, he would have been the stepmother of the teacher's daughter. Scary, there's that look again. Really, it's so good. That's how she liked it. It was exciting. Ryo Sakurajima tugged at her mouth and glared at Ryo Sakurajima in a mock vicious manner. What if I say no? If you've got it in you, come fuck me. Are you a sick bee? Like getting hit? Ryo Sakurajima glanced at her shit sister. IMGSRC equals http://p3 reading sign dot novelpickr/e64006250570f95708f4386441b20 TPLV equals 8D9630991 and X expires equals 18142635507 and X signature equals R5PSJLGOLLA7FMGVQRSN0x1GK% 3D. Although he hated this person, he couldn't really fuck her over. Not to mention that he still needed to use his sister's identity to gain some power, and then, only then can you resist by Ruoi, that bad woman who is so perverted that she wants to get her old wet ass. It's a good thing their dad named them exactly the same because he was afraid of making a joke by calling them the wrong names. So they look alike and their names are so, she was, now, literally walking across the family. Wait, don't go. You haven't done it yet. The man staring at her on the floor made her feel nothing but nausea. You are so sick. Snap. The door is closed, the other side inside by Ruoi's office. Mr. White, by Ruoi, who was resting with her eyes closed. Something wrong? Lu Secret softly said. Again. Another home was stolen. Why use the word again? Secretary Lu didn't understand either. But from the people under his hand, he heard that Tong Coco and Lin Yao had entered the future boss's villa. She had nothing but the thought of having her home stolen from her. Calm down. Bai Ruoi rubbed her temples. Huh? Is this still the boss she knew? Your husband is being taken into the cubicle by someone else. And if you don't stop it, you'll have a baby. Bai Ruoi looked at the confused Lu Secret, pulled the corner of her mouth and smiled. You've been with me for 6 years as well. Guess what I'm thinking right now? As the saying goes, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Guessing the boss's mind was better than letting her guess how many hairs Bai Ruoi had on her entire body. The subordinate does not know. You know. I really don't fucking know. IMGSRC equals http://p3 reading sign dot novelpickr/f82822d7b68047b687d431ec2b5a907 tplv noop.web. LK3S equals 8D9630991 and X expires equals 18142635507 and X signature equals OSS7JRLDXGSGXMJ6YUJFVDB0Y% 3D. Seeing Bai Ruoi's beautiful face, overflowing with smiles, Lu Secret's heart panicked even more. Chief White, you'd better put away your divine power and turn back to your original domineering look. Don't be so gentle. I can't afford it. Sister, I guess, Mr. Bai has one now. How Lin Yao. Tong Coco is just a stepping stone on your road to success as a stepmother. Secret Lu wasn't confident that he could guess Bai Ruoi's thoughts, so might as well say something nice. Hey, I hope Mr. White doesn't think of himself as a traitor who only kisses ass and exterminates. Oh, ha. Bai Ruoi laughed. You guessed it. Reward. You finance $1 million. Secretary Lu, did you get your money from the wind? Well, it seems to be true. Okay, Mr. White, I'll go first. Wait a minute. Secretary Lu's heart thumped. It's over. The president reversed his decision. Mr. Bai, a gentleman's word is a team of horses, and words spoken are splashed out of the water. Before she could finish, she was dumbfounded by Bai Ruoi's glare. Forget it. Staying green is not a worry. As long as he is not hung up. Then the big Buddha. Mr. Bai, he is sure to be on the list. How is the matter of my account being handled? Lu Secret was slightly stunned. His mind constantly searching for information. Last night, she was told to call someone to communicate with the program. And she was told to arrange some surveillance around the Lin family, as well as to expand some public opinion. The first of the network heat, also hung up by them with money. The title on the 20-year-old he ran away with the baby. The richest of her frantically chasing after her husband. But the second hottest is the story Lin Yao and her divorced baby daddy had to tell. This thing. She did not dare to talk to Mr. White. After all, now Mr. White is happy. Pour cold water. Small money can be lost. So she said, what you explained has been done. Bai Ruoi's small hand waved and she was happy. Good. Reward. Go to the treasury and collect $1 million. Secretary Lu, if it is not the state-sweeping feudal superstition, then she really want to say, Mr. Bai, you are my god. I want to offer you up with incense every day. IMGSRC equals http://p3 reading sign dot novelpickr/f82247f98902f4e2d2d4f6ff8dtplv noop.gif. LK3S equals 8D9630991 and X expires equals 18142635507 and X signature equals YH6Q8ZJSJOAG1YGFR 9% 2BOPS SEB 8% 3D. Not only do you offer incense, but you also apply wax all over it every day to give you maintenance. As Lu Secret left, Bai Ruoyi gazed out the window and muttered, Lin Yao, Tong Coco, he have fun with my daughter. Soon that seat will be mine. Bai Ruoyi's eyes turned cold for a few moments as she spoke of the contract thing. It's taken care of. It's just that those two guys, they don't seem to know about that one yet. However, it didn't matter. What mattered was that as long as they got the news, they would surely succumb to her capital. I'm such a mean woman, but I like me like this. After all, love is supposed to be unreasonable. And mean is mean. This is just a means to achieve victory. Tick-tock. Bai Ruoyi's cell phone rang. Someone had sent her a message. Picking up her cell phone and glancing at it, the corner of Bai Ruoyi's mouth hooked up a group chat. Weiwei's mom group, time, 8:45 a.m. Message of Vivi's dad invited Princess Yao Yao to join the group chat. Princess Yao Yao was changed by Vivi's dad to Sister Yao Yao Red Heart. Weiwei's father, hello, Yao Yao. Bai Ruoyi smiled. Bai Ruoyi, yo, newcomer. First come first served. Go to the back of the line first. After saying one sentence, Bai Ruoyi revealed a lazy look, leaning back on the sofa and closing her eyes. I'm tired and sleepy, so I'm going to meet my teacher in my dream. Heh.at this time. Lin Yao looked at her hands. Inexplicably more group chats. Her face froze. Mom's group? There seems to be a lot of people who want to usurp the throne, especially this Bai Ruoyi. The number one hotness on the internet is Bai Ruoyi. But don't think you're going to admit defeat. Vivi, she's going to want it. The kitchen is a large battlefield. There were knives, people, blood, flesh, cut marks, and a dish is nothing more than an animal carcass dissected and a plant carcass dismembered, then mixed together, heated, and cooked. In this way, a dish that was born with ease. Tong Coco twisted her head to look at Lin Yao, who was beside her with a tightly locked brow and a grave expression, and she looked like a trainee who had been pushed into the operating room. No, she felt more like Lin Yao was a butcher. The way the knife cuts the vegetables into body parts is frightening. Sis, are you cooking or are you being a man? Hey, someone who looks so beautiful and so elegant actually feels like Hannibal possessed. Sister Yao Yao, why don't you go outside and play with Weiwei the cooking thing? It's better to let me do it. Kid Coco took the cooking into her own hands. As long as Lin Yao was still around, her heart was like a billion ants crawling. Unbearable. As much as I want to play with Weiwei, I don't want to give up yet. Lin Yao wiped the fragrant sweat on her neck and looked at the dismembered plant corpse. Well, it doesn't look too pretty, but that doesn't matter. It tastes good. So, what's next? Throw the pile of bodies in the pot? That's a brutal maneuver. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Lin Yao, then she had no choice but to keep cooking. Sister Lin Yao is being, she is cooking. It's a good thing that the two are on different tracks. It's just that Sister Lin Yao's technique is too cruel. That girl Weiwei won't be able to eat it, right? Never mind. It's a way to emphasize how good a businesswoman she is as a stepmother. Daddy, why don't you go and cook the dishes? Weiwei wants to eat what you cook outside the door on the sofa. Lin Weiwei's small face muttered in Lin Ji's ear. Originally he wanted to go, but your mom people dishes still prefer to cook. This is not. He just went in for less than a second, and was kicked out. Because the sisters are competing for favor. They all like Weiwei and want Weiwei to eat the dishes they made with their own hands. Lin Ji nudged the little loli's little nose. Oh, sister actually likes me that much? Then Vivi is going to help. The little girl jumped off the couch, wriggling with excitement, and ran toward the kitchen. In the next second, the little girl's little feet moved, but she realized that she couldn't step on the ground. She was picked up by her old father. Vivi, don't bother your sisters. Oh, and the kitchen is dangerous. Play the game with daddy. Lin Weiwei glanced at the kitchen. A hint of loss flashed across her brows, and her small mouth pouted. Okay, but children's sadness is often fleeting. Hey poop, let's go play the piano. I want to practice listening to mommy. Lin Ji was shocked. Is this Vivi feeling the presence of her real mom? Why do you suddenly want to practice piano? Lin Ji asked as she came close to her daughter's face. Lin Weiwei looked at Nzoyu, who was getting high and watching TV, and then looked at the photography big brother on the side. The little girl, with her little mouth close to Lin Ji's ear, attached her ear and said, because the sisters want to be Weiwei's mama, and personally cook for Weiwei, so I want to play for them to make the sisters happy. Looking at the little girl's raised smile, Lin Ji smiled in relief. The little girl knows what she's doing. Lin Ji gently rubbed her own daughter's brain. Then go and practice, and when lunch is over, play it for them. Okay, Dad. Lin Weiwei left the sofa and walked towards the piano room. Lin Ru did not accompany him, but came to the kitchen. Lin Yao, being a big star, didn't seem to have ever cooked. Just from that little movement in the kitchen, he understood that Lin Yao was a newcomer. So, he decided to keep an eye on Lin Yao so that she wouldn't do something dark. Coming to the kitchen, Lin Ji stared at the blackened pile of something in the pot, not knowing what it was, and pointed and asked, what are you cooking? Lin Yao said with a serious face, meat and veggie chopped meat. These words directly confused Tong Coco and Lin Ji, who were dumbfounded. The corner of Tong Coco's eye twitched. This thing, You mean it's a big pile of poop? She'd believe you if you said it was a pile of poop. Lin Ji's heart trembled. Finished. This kind of thing should never be allowed to be eaten by Wei Wei, or it will make little Wei Wei not grow tall. The stomach of his tolerable daughter is guarded by him. Lin Ji walked forward, under Lin Yao's shocked gaze, turned off the gas, extinguished the flame, picked up the pot in front of her, and walked out of the kitchen. I'm not done yet. No serving it out. Lin Yao shouted behind her. It's only been cooking for a while. I haven't even put in the MSG or anything yet. How can I serve it out? This man is so acute. Just like that night back then. He's a king Gigi. If you don't feed them to the dogs, do you want to cook dark dishes to poison his lovely daughter? Wanted to get sister. Tong Coco watched the scene with curiosity and followed then. He saw Lin Ji drive all the dishes in by Ruoi's pot into Big Yellow's dog bowl. Seeing the food coming, Rhubarb wags his tail excitedly. I can't believe there's dog food this early in the day. Open dazzle. Tong Coco covered her mouth and laughed. How is this scene a bit like by Ruoi? After laughing, she shook her head and dug in, expecting a strong opponent. As a result, before you finish cooking, you feed the dog? She's a sure winner. What are you doing? How to take my food and feed it to the dogs? I made this for Vivi. How could you do this to me? You're just too much. Lin Yao's face was full of aggression, her eyes tearing up. Hey, don't cry. Just when Lin Ji was at a loss for words, suddenly, a little lowly came to himself at some point. Tugging at his pants with his little hands, the young child's face was filled with tears as she cried and waved her little hands. Oh daddy, why did you poison Rhubarb? Daddy, you're bad. Lin Weiwei clenched her small pink fist and knocked Lin Ji's thigh. This little girl had just finished practicing a piece of music and was planning to come back to see her old father. But the moment she saw Lin Ji, her eyes widened at Jesus. Since the old den served a pot of poop out, Rhubarb ate it, wagging little yellow tail, suddenly drooped. Eat, not even eat. Directly run out of the downstairs. IMGSRC equals http://p9 reading sign.f novelpic.com/novelpickr/f1700f0d4642d46cf0920215f558a3 tplvnoop.web. LK3S equals 8D9630991 and X expires equals 18142635008 and X signature equals 5NQM699L7DRMEOGM17TGJ%2BBJRRY%3D. What is this behavior of dad's if not poisoning the rhubarb? So bad. Lin Ji panicked. Ouch. Shit. Why are they all crying? Looking at this large and small group, Lin Ji looked from side to side, not knowing which one to comfort for a moment. At this time, Zhou, who was watching the TV series, and Tong Coco inside the kitchen were both attracted by the crying. Doubt was written on the faces of the two. What was going on here? Why is Lin Yao crying? And what's wrong with Lin Weiwei? Being stared at by the duo, Lin Ji spread his hands and expressed his innocence. He also didn't know that giving Lin Yao's dark cuisine to Big Yellow would make little Vivi react in such a way. Lin Yao heard her daughter's cries. She stopped, sniffled, and looked at the dog bowl. When my daughter said, poison the rhubarb, she couldn't have meant her own cooking, could she? No way. She had tried so hard. How could she make a dish that even a dog wouldn't eat? Vivi, let Daddy explain. Lin Weiwei sniffled and wiped a tear from her cheek. Dad, you say? Actually, she did all of this. Lin Ji pointed his finger at Lin Yao. Lin Yao, huh? Me? It seems, indeed, that, sister bad. Vivi, listen to your sister's explanation. Don't listen to the king's recitation. If apologizing works, what's the point of having a dad? Lin Weiwei thought so, even though Daddy doesn't have much use for her other than to sleep, eat, swim, play games, and buy her lots and lots of yummy food. Daddy can still find himself a stepmom. So after the meal, after some explanation, Lin Weiwei chose to forgive Lin Yao, but she had one condition, and that was to play mommy games with herself. Mommy games? What the hell is this? The mommy game. It's where you draw one of the 14 playing cards, and the one with the most points is the mom. Oh who? The one with the most points is the mom. Lin Yao and Tong Coco nodded their heads. Ha, is this the Shura? A bit of fun. And Zhou, who had eaten and drank enough to rest on the sidelines, heard it and laughed with her stomach. Lin Ru was helpless, such a big man, accompanying children to play this kind of game. Young or not childish. I wonder, too, if Vivi learned the daddy game from kindergarten. Hoof, being a mom gives you the right to designate whoever is present to do a thing, anything at all. The person who said this was Lin Weiwei. Her family's olden. If anything, Lin, she thought to herself, so what if she was a mom for a day, after all these years? Wasn't he both a father and a mother? Anything. Lin Weiwei bared her small teeth and smiled cheekily. Crap. Anything. At this moment, in Lin Yao and Tong Coco's heads, the same thought surfaced. It's all just being a mom. GGG Tong Coco, if she draws the points big one, then Lin Ruigo can't say anything to run away tonight. Woohoo! She, Tong Ku Ku, really is the one who does great things. Lin Yao, if I become a mom, can I sleep with little Wei Wei in my arms? The two women hemmed and hawed. If they didn't have top-notch looks, Lin Ji would have cursed a lewd woman. True down head. Nah, sisters, want to play? Want to play? Lin Wei Wei picked up the playing cards and pushed them in front of the crowd. Me. And me. Lin Yao and Tong Coco actively raised their hands and said in unison, Lin Yao, Tong Coco, this guy, actually also come. Really, it's to be Vivi's stepmother. Damn it, we can't let her get away with this. Seeing this, Zoyu, who was on the couch to the side, thought about it and came over. Wait, I want to play too. Vivi, let sister play. No. Sis, why did you come along for the ride? Tong Coco looked at the chesty and Zoyu speechlessly. Che, not enough to fear. Lin Yao froze for a moment, receiving a winking hint from Zoyu. She realized Sister Rain is trying to give her an assist. Good BFF. I will share something good with you in the future. My daughter is your goddaughter and my husband. Your god husband. The cameraman looked confused. What kind of operation is this? The director didn't say to let two people go up to form a CP with that handsome GUI.is. Is this what they call a trio? He didn't understand it, but was greatly shocked. He'd like to play if he could, but alas, he's not only a photographer, he's a male with a handle. Hey, ahem, that, Wei, Daddy wants to play too, Linji said expressionlessly when these words came out. Several women were confused and looked at Linji with complicated eyes. Huh? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? I've been a dad and a mom for years. Why can't I be Vivi's mom? Linji didn't care and sat his butt down next to Lin Weiwei's little stool. Lin Weiwei's little face was pleasantly surprised and happy. Hello? Dad? Are you coming too? Yeah. Let's play together, right Vivi? Lin Weiwei was about to deal the cards when she was suddenly interrupted by her own old den.at. That moment, several women looked up at Lin Weiwei's small head, revealing a big doubt. What's wrong, Daddy? You're very skillful in holding the cards. Who taught you that? Linji revealed a loving smile when these words came out. Lin Yao, Tong Coco, all froze. Yeah, several of them were so caught up in the joy of being able to give orders at will, that they had completely forgotten where on earth little Vivi had learned all this stuff. Lin Weiwei's little finger rested on her childish chin, thinking slightly. Well, it was taught by my friends in kindergarten. Lin Yao's beautiful eyes glared grudgingly at Lin Ji. Born. I can't believe you let little Vivian learn this kind of thing. You, as an old father, actually know about this only now. Are you really not afraid that your daughter will learn the wrong thing? From Lin Yao's glare, Lin Ji brainstormed the above remarks. Little Wei, in the future, if someone else teaches you something, you have to talk to Dad. You are too innocent now. Dad is afraid that you will be cheated by yellow hair. Yeah, Vivi, when you're in trouble, tell your dad first. Yeah, you, or Yodo-san is right. Seeing Lin Ji and Lin Yao catering to each other, Tong Coco shook with a suspicion that the relationship between these two people didn't seem to be as simple as she thought it would be. How it looks like a couple. Abominable. He himself is the one who has been recognized by Lin Juga and Wei. This guy halfway killed the person Lin Yao. That it's just a woman who covets Lin Juga's beauty. Guys, let's just start the game. Hearing Tong Coco's words, the crowd returned to their senses and nodded their heads. Good. In the meantime, inside by Ruai's office, Mr. White, have a fart and don't disturb my rest. She had just dreamed that she and Lin Juga had given birth to a full soccer team, and had represented the country to storm out of Longzhou and kicked into the Panga Cup. Lu's secret paused, feeling that this statement was a bit difficult to say. Finally, biting his teeth, you asked us to investigate Lin Yao's relationship with Mr. Lin, and the results are already out. Once these words came out, Bai Ruai's waist didn't hurt, and she wasn't sleepy, instantly lifting her spirits. What results? You say, an unexpected result. Bai Ruai narrowed her eyes and walked over to Secretary Lu. You, don't dislike me for giving you less bonuses. You know what I hate the most? Hate it when people rob you. Lu Secret gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Hate it when people play riddles. Secret Lu bent down respectfully. So, you're fucking tired of paying you less money? Snapped. A black card appeared in front of Lu Secret. This thing is, what the hell? Secret Lu didn't read it. Bai Ruoi had too many cards, and they were all of one hue. She didn't really recognize them. Seeing Secret Lu's shocked eyes, Bai Ruai said, there's $10 million in there. Tell me everything you know, or else, I'll dock you $10 million. What? I can't believe it's such a horrible punishment. After some agonizing, she said, the night Mr. Lin left you, 6 years ago, he went to work as a bartender, and then, in one night, he met Lin Yao, whose career was being suppressed at the time, and they met. Hey, it's not a big deal. Bai Ruai skimmed her mouth in disbelief. But, that night, our investigation found that Lin Yao took a drunken Mr. Lin and headed to the hotel. Bai Ruoi muttered the word under her breath. Her furrowed brow prevented Secretary Lu from speaking loudly. Yes, they did go to the hotel. Early the next morning, it was Mr. Lin who came downstairs first, and Lin Yao only left the hotel at noon. Well, have they had any contact since then? Bai Ruoi asked expressionlessly, her nails sinking into the flesh of her palms as she stared at the secretary. No. There was silence in the office. Bai Ruoi waved her hand and let Secret Lu leave. Leaving her alone, she looked out the window at the cars and pedestrians coming and going and thought, if teacher and Lin Yao met by chance that time 6 years ago, then the encounter between the teacher and Lin Yao now was a long time in the making. For 6 long years, neither of them had been in contact, and that was enough to show that their relationship was actually quite ordinary. Like strangers, but it wasn't 100% certain that Lin Yao just didn't have any special connection with the teacher. After all, they went into the hotel together. Bai Ruoi narrowed her eyes. What? Exactly. Made Lin Yao meet up with her teacher again? Was it a long time in the making? Or was this just a coincidence? After 6 years of no contact, here it is now. Coincidence? Unlikely. At this moment, Bai Ruoi's mind suddenly recalled the scene where she met Lin Yao for the first time in the Lin family. Right. Teacher seems to be towards Lin Yao. Very scared? Could it be that Lin Yao has some kind of teacher's handle in her hands? Hotel. Slept. The teacher fled. The teacher was in awe of Lin Yao. Lin Yao suspected of having the teacher's handle. Putting it all together, could it be that Lin Yao has a teacher's child? Wei Wei was only 4 years old, and Lin Yao and her teacher hadn't seen each other since they slept together one night 6 years ago. Even if Wei Wei was that child, but not in terms of time. After all, Wei Wei was only 4 years old. If Lin Yao had gotten pregnant 6 years ago, Wei Wei would at least be 5 years old now. So, Lin Yao was pregnant with her teacher's child 6 years ago, but couldn't expose it for contractual reasons. Lin Yao's current copy of the contract was with her, so Bai Ruoi understood Lin Yao's approach of not exposing the child. However, now she had guessed Lin Yao's reason for going to the teacher. The anxious frog keeps touching your belly. Lin Yao was seeing her teacher having a child with another woman as well. And then, she was in a hurry. She wanted to be Lin Weiwei's stepmother, a teacher's daughter-in-law, and then have a perfect home for her child. Cut. One by one. They're really not letting up, thinking that Lin Yao had a king's bomb. Bai Ruoi couldn't help but frown down. She pulled out her cell phone. It's me. I suspect Lin Yao is my teacher's daughter's real mom. But Mr. Bai, according to our investigation, Mr. Lin's daughter is only 4 years old, and the time period when Lin Yao and Mr. Lin stayed in the hotel was 6 years ago. So, I'm well aware of that. But even if there's only a tiny possibility, we can't let it go. Right. I remember that you're on your way to the Lin family right now, so obtain some of Lin Yao and Lin Weiwei's DNA. Understand? Okay, Mr. White. After explaining for a moment, Bai Ruoi sat paralyzed in her chair, her face expressionless as she gazed at the desktop. The photo of herself and Lin Ji alone. On the expressionless countenance, a tear inadvertently flowed from the corner of his eye. If I could have gotten your pants off back then, there wouldn't have been any of them, would there? If only, back then, she had been a little tougher. But she couldn't get tough in front of her teacher. And even if she had brought him inside the room back then, it was only while he was unconscious. Suddenly Bai Ruoi clenched her fists and snapped, slamming the desktop. No, I'm going to be tough. It's just a man. Bai Ruoi, haven't been afraid of anyone yet. She hypnotized herself that the next time they met, she would be sure to spend all night discussing biology with her teacher. Take the dreams you had this morning and make them real. Now, continue the dream that didn't end this morning. After a night of processing paperwork, she was now tired and worn out. Dad. No. It should be called Mom now. Lin Weiwei clapped her hands and laughed, looking at Lao Dang, who held the card with the largest number of points in his hand. What do you want to order? Hearing this, Lin Ji glanced at the cards in his hand and then at the several women in front of him, frowning slightly. Your own hand is really good. 5 times in a row. The biggest points are your own. Forfeited 4 times. This time can't be forfeited again, right? Lin Yao lowered her head in despair. She had a lifeless look on her face. Why was it so hard to win once? She had lost 5 times. It's okay, there's still next time. And Ruyu patted Lin Yao's back and comforted. Tong Coco stared at Lin Ji with 2 glowing eyes, rubbing her hands together, staring at Lin Ji expectantly. Brother Lin Ji, what orders are you going to give? Any order will do. I'll do it. Anything? Lin Ji laughed. Aha! Kid Coco nodded frantically. The face that was being stared at by Lin Ji couldn't help but blush. He are her good days finally coming? What would be the order? I hope it's a little too much. Seeing the love that flooded Tong Coco's eyes, Lin Ji narrowed his eyes slightly and said, at night, you go to my room. No problem. I've got lots of little balloons ready. Sleep with Weevil. The second half of Lin Ji's words, and Tong Coco's words, were spoken almost at the same time. Everyone in the room froze. Wait a minute. What was the word of the tiger and the wolf just now? And is that something that can be broadcast? What little balloon? Photography Big Brother. People are numb and scared to death. Sister Tong. What balloon ah? Lin Weiwei asked curiously. Tong Coco also froze. Finished? I seem to have said the wrong thing. However, just now Linji brother is trying to win their own. Hey. The mood is inexplicably being rained on. Generally sad, seeing Linji covering her face and looking at her with a helpless face. Tong Coco was mortified. Neck and face instantly turned red. Little balloon. I'm really not afraid of teaching little kids. I really can say anything. Lin Yao whispered conspiratorially from the side. It was so low that only Tong Coco could hear it. Lin Yao couldn't imagine at all what strange things she had been taught during the years she wasn't by Weiwei's side. Don't scold. Don't scold. Can't she be wrong? Tong Coco was like a child who made a mistake and weakly lowered his head in front of his strong parents, raising her eyes to meet little Vivi's large, inquisitive eyes. Tong Coco realized that it would be bad if she didn't say something else. Just about to open my mouth, the tender lowly voice came. Daddy, are you trying to get Sister Tong to sleep and sleep with me? Why? Hearing his daughter ask this, Lin Ji touched the little Konai's brain. Because you have to learn to leave your father asleep. So let Sister Tong accompany you, okay? Lin Weiwei puffed out her small face. Her light eyebrows furrowed. The answer was already self-evident. Vivi doesn't seem to want me to accompany her. So brother Lin, she changed the order. Like how about letting me sleep with you? I think you must be lonely at night, said Tong Coco. Good duck. Good duck. Vivi agrees with both hands and feet. Daddy and Sister Tong go to bed. I want a younger sibling. Right, Sister Tong. If I have a younger sibling, is Sister Tong my mom? Lin Yao. It's only your mom if you have younger siblings? What is she? A free phone bill? Agree or reject? That is the question. It was his daughter's request, but Tong Coco's leering eyes made his back ache again. This look. It was exactly the same as by Ruoi 6 years ago, Lin Yao, and Sakurajima Rio 7 years ago. Once you say yes yourself, you won't be able to sleep at night. Dad, just agree, okay? If you agree, Vivi will be alone for a good night's sleep. There's a condition attached? Daughters always have to grow up. It is impossible to sleep with them all the time. And once the habit is formed it is very bad, so it is necessary to get used to one person going to sleep early, and now would be a good time. But, do you sleep well alone? If no one accompanies you, no crying. Oh, Lin Ji rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, Humph. Vivi is 4 years old. She's a big kid. She's not afraid to sleep alone. But that's not what you said this morning. Lin Ji saved face for his daughter, and praised her one by one. Good. Weiwei is a big kid. That will definitely be able to have a good sleep. Then at night, Dad and your Tong sister will be together, and you'll have a good sleep alone. Good. Lin Weiwei agreed with a little bit of weakness. Try it out first, and if she is still afraid when she sleeps at night, she will go to her dad and her Tong sister, and the three of them will sleep together. The bed is so big anyway. It's big enough for 3 people. Besides, it's said on TV that if dad and sister sleep, they'll give birth to a younger sibling. So you'll have to see for yourself how a younger sibling appears. She's such a smartass. On Lin Weiwei's tender childish face, she thought secretly. So, is it still going on then? Lin Yao weakly raised her 3-point club card. She didn't care who Lin Ji was with. Her heart was so small that it could only accommodate little Weiwei alone. It's not a good excuse to make contact with Vivi on your own without a mommy game. No. Vivi's going to take a nap. Bye sis daddy. Let's go to bed and sleep. Lin Weiwei threw the cards away, stood up, and holding her dad's hand, she wanted to walk towards the room with Lin Ji, but Lin Ji didn't move a muscle. There was an older child just now, who wanted to sleep alone. So let's start with the nap. Lin Ru smiles and laughs, but Lin Weiwei doesn't. Daddy, that's outrageous. Vivi said night, not nap. Seeing his daughter's face, revealing an aggrieved look, Lin Ji laughed. This little face is bulging like a little dumpling. If you poke it with your hand it must be very soft. Lin Ji came to have a bad taste and gently pinched Lin Weiwei's meatbag face. Big kids, you can't just cry. Weiwei didn't cry. Daddy is bad. Sister Yao, let's sleep and sleep together. Daddy doesn't want Weiwei when he has Sister Tong. The little girl's little mouth pouted high as she gambled and generally let go of Lin Ji's hand, turning to hold Lin Yao's jade hand. Lin Yao was incredulous, staring at the little lowly in front of her who let herself into the room. This happiness came too suddenly. I can't believe I'm going to be sleeping with my daughter for a nap myself. God help me. When his contract was over, and Vivian and himself had gotten much closer, he might agree to go with him then, instead of this stinky old den. The lewd expression on Lin Yao's high and cold imperial face that had successfully abducted a small child. Anzoyu covered her face and shook her head breathlessly. Wasted. When you have a daughter, you don't care about anything. This ex-woman's expression. It's all recorded by the cameraman. Lin Ji never said a word, but instead watched Lin Yao and Lin Weiwei leave with a smile on his face. The purpose of Lin Yao coming to his house was clear to him, although Lin Yao hadn't said a word to him from the beginning to the end. But he himself wasn't blind, so he could naturally see that Lin Yao was eager to get in touch with his daughter. So Lin Yao and Lin Weiwei's relationship had gotten better, which happened to be something he was happy to see. Suddenly, Lin Ji felt a tugging sensation coming from the corner of his clothes. That, brother Lin Ji, shouldn't we do something? Tong Coco squirmed, her teenage cheeks slightly red, already indicating her feelings. It is indeed time to do something about it. As you remind me. Right. Let's go now. Tong Coco swallowed a mouthful of saliva and decisively stood up, wanting to drag Lin Ji inside the boudoir. When he makes a little sibling for Lin Weiwei, and becomes Lin Weiwei's stepmother as he wishes, then Lin Chigua's room. Wouldn't that be his room? Is there a problem with calling it a boudoir? No problem, old iron. Coco, resignation. Let's go clean up the table. Playing games with that Vivi girl. I forgot to clean up the dishes. Okay. Kid Coco was a little bit lost, but that was okay. Men and women work together. Tidying up together might as well be a chance to boost your goodwill. Now that you're a trainee mom yourself anyway when washing dishes. Tong Coco is unusually hard-working, as if she is a professional dishwasher. Coco, there's no need to wash so hard like this. It's not like it's anything very dirty. The corner of Lin Ji's mouth twitched as he reminded he's afraid our bowl will be broken. Of course you have to force it. Force it to get it clean. After saying this, Kid Coco's mind went to what a mother should do while washing dishes. Cleaning, providing some emotional value to my own husband. And of course, nothing more important than nighttime activities. After all, one of the highest grounds for divorce these days is that nighttime labor isn't pretty. There, clean, brother Lin Ji. Let's go take a nap too. Tong Coco wiped her wet hands, wrapped her arms around Lin Ji's arm, and smiled. Really go? Then, forget about going. Lin Ji just wanted to say that it was just words to coax little Weiwei. It couldn't be taken seriously, but halfway through his words, he noticed Tong Coco's imperceptible lost. He went soft. It's not impossible. Even though it's an ex-girlfriend, even though it's a childhood friend entering the house. Lin Ji laid down on the bed and glanced at the ceiling. How can I say this? It's kinda hard for him to sleep with someone this big around. Never mind. Eyes closed, love it or hate it. Flop. Flop. The heart under Tong Coco's chest was beating frantically. So nervous. What should I do? What should I do? Brother Lin Ji is with him now. What should I do? Suddenly, Lin Ji felt a warm touch coming from his back. Is this the front, or the back? Just as he tried to twist his head, his waist was wrapped around, and Lin Ji sighed and shook his head. Coco, after all these years, you're still the same as before. You haven't grown much. Tong Coco blushed and hugged tighter. Excessive. I'm not waiting for you to make a move. After saying that, the mouth that exhaled hot air gradually approached Lin Ji's neck. P.S. I'm pressed for time, so I'm writing in a bit of a hurry. So I hope you'll understand if the quality doesn't work. Little Vivian leaned her head against Lin Yao's chest, big round eyes, blinking several times at the ceiling. The little one seemed to have something on his mind, his eyes blinking several times. But he couldn't get to sleep. Lori sighed. Sister Yo-Yo, what's the matter with Vivi? Lin Yao rolled over, staring with a smile at Lin Weiwei's childlike face that resembled her own a few more times. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. It's so nice to lie down so leisurely like this with a daughter who's very much like yourself. The small and lovely Lin Weiwei raised her eyes and looked into Lin Yao's eyes. Sister Yao Yao, why does everyone else have a mom, but not me? I want a mommy so bad too. Sister Tong wants to be my mommy, and the other sisters want to be Vivi's mommy. And I like them too, but they don't play with me much. And, the sisters like dad much more than they like Weiwei. As if they're just after dad. Hey, Sister Yao Yao, I feel as if the sisters are trying to steal my dad away from Weiwei. Am I going to become a child with neither father nor mother? Lin Weiwei's eyes flashed with a hint of aggravation and her eyes flooded with tears. This caused Lin Yao's smile to fade away, her heart inexplicably a little heavy, letting Lin Weiwei grow up without a mother. A situation she created. She was not a qualified mother. She paused for a moment, keeping her sadness to herself and gently wiping away Lin Weiwei's tears. Then she opened her palms and tenderly ran her hands through Lin Weiwei's black hair. From now on, you'll have a mom. Her daughter's hair ran through the cracks between her fingers, and the delicate touch made Lin Yao's heart swell. What to do? What to do? She so wanted to bring home this aggrieved little cutie pie daughter. TSK, if it wasn't illegal to steal a child, she would have taken Lin Weiwei while Lin Ji was sleeping. Lin Weiwei looked at Sister Yao Yao with a smile on her face. She was so strange. This Yo-Yo's sister, who doesn't seem to like her dad much, seems to like her more? Is a mom who doesn't like her dad a good mom? She doesn't get it. If she doesn't like her dad, how can she have little brothers and sisters? A mom who rains on the parade is a good mom, right? Lin Weiwei nodded her little head in deep thought. Suddenly, a pair of delicate palms cupped the little girl's head. Lin Yao wrapped her arms around Lin Weiwei and buried her face in her arms. As Vivian tried to raise her eyes once more, she realized she couldn't see anything in front of her. Sister Yao Yao, I can't see. Lin Weiwei was in a hurry. The sense of darkness terrified the little one. Sorry. Sister likes you too much and accidentally did that. Lin Yao let go and apologized. Lin Weiwei raised her eyes. And all of a sudden the little girl was confused. Sister Yo-Yo is so pretty, your skin is so white. It would be great to have a sibling for myself. Wait a minute. What about Yo-Yo's sister's eyebrows and nose that look a bit like her own? Lin Weiwei narrowed her eyes and thought darkly. Suddenly, she came up with an answer. She's a daddy's boy. So she's a bit like him. So, Yo-Yo's sister, who looks a bit like herself, then is married to her father. Aha, she's a smart one. Lin Yao wasn't sure why this little thing suddenly didn't feel aggrieved, but instead nodded her little head to herself. It's hard to understand the mind of a child. Well, that's what simple children are like, isn't it? Sister Yo-Yo, what's wrong, Weiwei? Sleepy, isn't it? Let's go to bed and sleep. Then Lin Yao somewhat impatiently hugged her own daughter tightly. Take a deep breath. A dash hut. Is this the flavor of the daughter? Exactly like her. All fragrant. It seems that guy Linji didn't treat little Weiwei badly. He's still quite good to his daughter. I don't want to sleep yet. Lin Weiwei pushed Yuko off her chest and continued. I want to ask my sister something. Oh, what is it? Lin Yao, who was immersed in her daughter's fragrant little body, had a smile on her face. Could Vivian be falling in love with herself and wanting to be her mom? In the next second, Lin Yao's heartfelt words were confirmed. Sister Yao Yao, can you be my stepmother? No, can do, because she's your real mom. Weiwei, why do you ask that? Lin Yao gently rubbed Lin Weiwei's brain, her fingertips gently tracing over the little one's cheeks, her face smiling unabashedly. What a cute little guy. Hey, when can I bring him home? I so want to give my daughter nice little dresses. That guy, Lin Ji, doesn't even buy nice little dresses for Lin Weiwei. Damn it. Her daughter should be all dressed up. Looking at the little pants Lin Weiwei was wearing, Lin Yao wanted to take them off and put nice clothes on little Weiwei. Lin Weiwei laughed. Because sister likes me a lot. Lin Yao froze. When did her little mind get caught? But sister only likes you. Vivi knows it. Oh, so isn't it good that my sister likes my dad? Oh, no matter how many moms there are, she, Lin Weiwei, will never have too many. And it seems like a nice pinch to have a mom who likes Viv a little more than she likes her dad. Sister Yao Yao. Is it good? Is it good? Lin Weiwei shook Lin Yao's arm and asked. Lin Yao was torn. To be honest, she hardly had any feelings with Lin Ji. The few connections she had were money and Lin Weiwei. Besides, Lin Yu, is a fraternal fellow. More importantly, she didn't want to get caught up in that guy's shura for no reason. Well, it's hard for sister to promise you. Oh, after all, your father doesn't like sister either. Lin Yao threw the spearhead of the problem at Lin Ji. Hearing this, Vivian lowered her head and was silent. Doesn't daddy like sister Yo-Yo? It's not that sister Yo-Yo doesn't like dad? Then let's talk to dad and take sister Yo-Yo and make her Vivi's mom. Hey, Lin Weiwei, who had an idea in her mind, smiled and said, Weiwei knows. Sister Yao Yao, let's go to sleep and sleep first. I'm a bit sleepy. Lin Weiwei yawned softly and rubbed her eyes, her head leaning against Lin Yao's chest as she closed her eyes. Well, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Lin Yao surveyed the young lowly's tender-side face with her loving mother's eyes. Every time I look at Lin Weiwei, it's like she's looking at herself when she was a little girl. What a cutie pie. I wish I could take Vivi home right now. Pity, little Weiwei still liked Lin Ji in her heart. Even if she said that she wanted to take little Weiwei with her, this girl will not agree 100%. And she will even hate herself for the next month's time. One was sort of living in Lin Ji's house, I guess, even though the name on the signed contract was written as Bai Ruoi. However, that person didn't know where he was now, so it wasn't impossible for Bai Ruoi, as little Weiwei's stepmother to live here herself, was it? Thinking about it, the little lowly fell asleep, while Lin Yao also gradually fell asleep. On the other side of the room, Lin Ji, but how can not sleep? Difficult. Really a few difficult. Tong Coco slept soundly. But did she ever consider him? Lin Ji looked down at it. The position that once belonged to his daughter to sleep in had now become Tong Coco. And it was a little hard for him to jump. So heavy, arms are numb from the pressure. As Lin Ji was thinking, he noticed that Tong Coco's mouth was slightly open and seemed to be muttering something. Why you broke up with me? Did something go wrong? Idiot. You're the one who broke up with me. Lin Ji didn't say anything, slightly pulling his arm out of Tong Coco's arms. The blood, in this moment, gets circulated again. Phew, that's good. Lin Ji moved his numb arm, when his sight glanced inadvertently at Tong Coco's sleeping face. A flood of memories came to mind. It was about 5 years ago. Just before college graduation, Tong Coco mentioned the breakup to him. The reason is simple. You haven't been with me in a long time. Are you out with someone else? Lin Ji opened his mouth, but chose to remain silent. If those students pestering him counted, then indeed it did. Then he felt that there was nothing to say, and that he was a bit sorry for Tong Coco. Tong Coco pursed her lips and choked. There's one more thing. Last year my cell phone received a text message that you had opened a room. Which, is it true? Once again, Lin Ru chose to remain silent. Break it up. The three short words seemed to be squeezed out of Tong Coco's mouth. Lin Ji knew that Tong Coco was feeling bad, but didn't weasel out of it, eyes wide open. He watched Tong Coco leave without looking back, looking at the back of his girlfriend of 4 years. What else could he say? He did get dirty himself. Ah, by Lin Yao, holy shit. Fuck. I've never heard that men get picked up by women when they're drunk. Hey, Lin Yao got it even now. He was still being pestered by those students of great status for a long time. And if he let that brain-damaged student know that he still had a girlfriend, he might make a move on Tong Coco. Thinking about it, at that time, he thought that a woman as charming and gentle as Tong Coco should not be with himself. She deserves better. Yourself, dirty and not worthy of someone that good. So, without a word of explanation after graduation, it was gone when we met again. It was New Year's Eve in the countryside, and friends who usually have good relatives visited each other. At that time, Lin Ji was very embarrassed, but Tong Coco was unconcerned, seemingly forgetting the fact that they had already broken up, greeting him like childhood friends, and even writing couplets with him. It wasn't until the following New Year's Eve that Lin Weiwei came to Lin Ru's house, and when Tong Coco met Lin Weiwei during another visit, she didn't ask about the child's origins. She just said, "The little one is so cute. If we hadn't broken up, we should have had a child as well," he said faintly. Maybe. The next few years, Tong Coco did not ask Lin Weiwei where she came from. Only after coming to his house during the New Year period to visit, he talked to himself and played with Weiwei for a few moments, then hurriedly left. He knew, Tong Coco, busy with his career, is a big anchor now. A year up and down, almost more than half of the living expenses given by Lin Yao. Someone so good is a completely different person than a swinging daddy like him. As much as Vivi wanted a mom, he couldn't eat his way back into the world. Not to mention the fact that back into the world didn't seem to have any intention of letting him eat. He used to think so, but now, Lin Ji surveyed Tong Coco lying beside him only to see Tong Coco's cheeks, at some point, had already crossed a few tear tracks. She seemed to have a very sad dream. As to what it was, he did not put little Vivian to sleep. The so-called mind reading cannot guess the woman's heart. He could only guess what was on his daughter's little mind. Thinking of his daughter, Lin Ji remembered the task Lin Weiwei had given him. Dad and sister Tong are going to give me a brother and sister give birth to a hammer. Do you really think having a baby is as simple as blowing up a small balloon? Bitterness. In short, the thought of little Vivi's account was annoying, facing an unsuspecting woman. No, or facing a woman who deliberately sleeps in front of her. Does he choose to be an animal? Or does he choose to be less than an animal? Thinking about it, Lin Ji felt that it was wrong to do anything, so it was better to do nothing. That kind of thing. You have to do foreplay. There's no emotional foundation. It would be a bit unethical to directly insert yourself into someone else's life. That genus. If we hadn't broken up, maybe the child would really have been as big as Weiwei. Lin Ji muttered under his breath, responding to what Tong Coco asked herself a few years ago. Sleep well. Lin Ji pulled the quilt to cover Tong Coco's body and himself, rolled over, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. There was no telling how long it had been, but Tong Coco felt Lin Ji's steady breathing. Hey, what a wooden head. Is it a choice to be a eunuch when you've made it so obvious yourself? Aren't you a daughter? Then listen to your daughter. What would happen if you slept with your old lady and gave her a sibling? Tong Coco stared at Lin Ji's broad back with a sultry look. There was a helpless sigh. Was she in too much of a hurry to make brother Lin Ji think she was too frivolous? Tong Coco didn't expect a reason, and her heart was unusually complicated. She wanted to take her time too, but time didn't allow it. How could one's own hungry wolf snatch a delicious little lamb from the mouths of tigers and lions when it appeared lazily in front of a group of ferocious beasts? I'm afraid, even if I try my best to grab it, in the end, I might just grab it, the bones left behind after being eaten and ground clean by them. Now, with the tigers and lions out of the way, the lone lamb just lay sleeping in front of her. She was not asking for that now, and the lamb delivered itself into her mouth. Well, she'd have to start actively hunting, and eating and touching the ones while they were gone was the way to go. Where did I put my little balloon? Tong Coco glanced at Lin Ji's back and quietly felt her way off the bed. Rummaging through her backpack, start looking for the tools of the trade. Strange. One clearly remembers putting it on this floor. How come it's not there? Right. Tong Coco suddenly remembered something. Their own morning, downstairs in the car to sleep, and in order to prevent accidents, specially check the bullet warehouse stock. Did you leave it in the car? Thinking of this possibility, Tong Coco put on her shoes and walked downstairs. On the other hand, little Vivi felt a little uncomfortable sleeping and opened her eyes. Sister Yoyo, the hold is so tight, I can't move around. It's so hard to want to go to dad. With this thought in mind, Vivian rubbed her eyes while getting out of bed while some are still sleeping. Others are already planning a double sport after finding the small balloon in the car downstairs. Tong Coco hoofed back to her room, but just as he entered, he realized that a little one had taken his place and was lying beside Lin Weiwei curled up like a petite cat and snuggled peacefully next to the safe and secure shoulder of her own old Denver. Hey, if I had known it would be like this, I would have locked the door and Lin brother without X. Tong Coco propped one hand on the doorframe and pounded her chest in secret regret with the time it took to go downstairs and get the little balloons. He might have finished with Lin Ruigo himself. Damn it! Tong Coco was all but helpless. Her own place was taken by Lin Weiwei. So what should she do? She couldn't do it in front of that little guy, take her dad's pants off, right? After thinking for a while, Tong Coco glanced fondly at Lin Xi's back, and then glanced at Lin Weiwei who was sleeping soundly, and sighed, hey, this girl, let yourself miss a good opportunity now. Finally, Tong Coco silently closed the door and left, coming to the living room. Looking at the living room with only Nzoyu, Tong Coco walked next to it and sat down. What's wrong with this? Can't 3 people squeeze into that bed? Ryu, who had witnessed Lin Weiwei enter the room, couldn't help but ask, hey, it's possible, but it's not convenient to do things. What's so inconvenient about doing things and having just one more loli? And Zoyu stared at Tong Coco suspiciously. At this time, Tong Coco cupped her face and said to herself, Sister Yu, your sister Yao Yao's agent right? You should know something about Sister Yao Yao, now that the photographer has also gone back to take a midday nap. So can I ask you something? And Ryu's body instinctively trembled, sitting upright, and her nerves tightened. Oh, what is it you say? I watched yesterday's variety show too. Sister Yao Yao seems to treat brother Lin Ji a little differently than others. Does she like brother Lin Ji? Tong Coco stared straight at Nzoyu. It was something she'd wanted to ask about for a long time, but unfortunately, didn't get the chance. Besides, she was half believing it, and it wasn't until this morning when Lin Yao came here with a group of horses that she concluded that Lin Yao and Lin Zhuge's relationship was not ordinary. As for what it was, she couldn't tell, but it must be extraordinary. Between them, both their movements and their looks were too natural. Obviously not a performance you've only met a few times. Hey, I thought it was something, but it's this. Coco, you're also in the internet business. You should know that 9.5 out of 10 things on the internet are untrustworthy. There was also a marketing number before that said that Bai Ruoi, the richest man in our country, has an illegitimate daughter. I clicked in as soon as I was curious. Who knew that the so-called illegitimate daughter was that girl Lin Weiwei? How can it be real? One glance ding false. Listen to my advice. Coco Network things don't believe. Nowadays the little girls not always like to talk about what online love. In the end after being cheated, and then cry that there is no good man in the world. I just want to laugh. Network things believe. That is not deserve to be cheated? So yeah, don't believe. And Zoyu pulled Tong Coco and whispered a whole lot in Tong Coco's ear. Tong Coco was expressionless the entire time. Something's not right. Something's not right with this agent. She just said one thing. While Sister Rain chattered on and on, she would never believe it if she said there was no problem here. Tong Coco nodded thoughtfully. Sister Rain, I understand. It's good that you understand. Then Sister asks you something too. What is it? What were you going to do when you came downstairs just now? Oh, this one. Went to get the kid's burp bag. Why do you want to take it? Can't you just go straight to no X? You're so stupid. It's my first time. I'm inexperienced. And I subconsciously thought about getting that. Next time, remember not to use it. That's not real. Sister Rain. Lesson learned. Just as the duo in the living room were chatting blindly, meanwhile on the other side, inside an office somewhere, Ryo Sakurajima, staring silently at the image in a large screen. Within the screen were images of various rooms within the Lin family. Yeah, she seems to have seen a fishy kitty with a couple burp bags, trying to collect her teacher's DNA. Hey, surname by don't fall asleep. Can't you see that the teacher almost had her DNA stolen? Ryo Sakurajima threw a slap at Sleepy Ruibai's chest. Duong hands get to bounce. You can't keep this woman. This physical advantage is vastly better. Looked at my own. Phew, good thing you're not so bad yourself. Luckily, I drink milk every day. According to the proverb of the dragon country, is to eat what makes up for what? Cows. Milk. The fiery heat on her chest made by Ruoi awaken and raise her eyes once. There was a short-haired woman wearing a woman's uniform in front of her, and her appearance was exactly the same as Sakurajima Ryo's. You're the cousin? Bai Ruoi asked. Bai Ruoi looked at the Sakura girl in front of her and secretly pondered. If her memory wasn't wrong, Sakurajima Ryo and Sakurajima Ryo were a pair of dragon and phoenix children. At least that's what those two old men at home said. Looking at Sakurajima Ryo, who had a small scale on her chest, Bai Ruoi already knew who this person was. You're here for that dog-licking brother of yours, and if so, then I advise you to get the hell out of here. I've got my heart set on it. Hearing Bai Ruoi's words, Sakurajima Ryo's face turned cold. Who was she referring to when she said that her heart belonged to her? Ryo Sakurajima knew with her little head that it was Lin Ji. It was the teacher who accompanied her for a few years to discuss biology knowledge together, only to leave secretly in the end. Ryo Sakurajima said with an expressionless face, I'm not here to bullshit you. I'm here to tell you something. What is it? Bai Ruoi replied casually. Her eyes lowered as she looked at the monitors used to monitor Tong Koko and the others' mistakes. Well, the teacher and Vivi slept together. Tong Koko and Lin Yao's agent were in the living room. While Lin Yao was alone and sleeping within the second room, everything was normal, as she expected. And nothing unexpected happened. Bai Ruoi smiled. And suddenly a dark shadow went downward. Blocking her view of the monitor, she looked up and saw Ryo Sakurajima smiling. Oh my foolish sister. You woke up at a bad time to miss the best part. Bai Ruoi frowned. Wonderful place? She looked over to Lin Ji's room. The sheets were dry, not wet, and Tong Koko was in a full state of mind. And at a glance, it was clear that nothing had been done. On the contrary, Lin Yao, well, looked unusually tired, but the corners of her mouth were slightly hooked, and her arm habitually leaned to the right as if she wanted to touch something. But, in the room where Lin Yao was, there was no one else but her, unless a few minutes ago, Lin Yao was in a room with a favorite person. Lin Yao favorite. First exclude Lin Weiwei. Tolerable lowly everyone like, but no one will like to, sleep all raise the corners of the mouth. Right. Unless it is the child her mother or a perverted lowly control. Bai Ruoi finally came up with an answer that her teacher had escaped from within Lin Yao's room and returned to little Weiwei's side. Wonderful place, she gets it. The teacher was nearly soiled by this woman. Lin Yao. I see. Bai Ruoi nodded her head as if she understood. It's time to put a little pressure on Lin Yao. Got to get her to watch her step and not treat the contract like a pile of some important defense. Seeing Bai Ruoi's eyes staring at Lin Yao, the corner of Sakurajima Ryo's mouth twitched. What do you know about it? You know? You don't know anything. My stupid sister. Not Lin Yao. It's Coco Tone. She just went downstairs to your car. As soon as these words came out, Bai Ruoi's eyes shifted to the pink sedan she had given to little Vivi. So what? So what if you go? Ryo Sakurajima laughed and continued. Do I need to remind you what you have in that car? It's just some small balloons, Bai Ruoi said with a cold face. She herself instructed her secretary to do what she naturally knew very well. Kids like cars and balloons that fly, so she gives them away. What's wrong with that? She didn't feel like there was anything wrong with it. Rather it felt normal. This cousin. Is there some great disease in her brain? To come all this way, to tell yourself something as normal as that? Bai Ruoi looked at Sakurajima Ryo with the eyes of a fool and waved her hand to drive her away. Alright, don't bother me if you don't have anything else to do. I'm up and down billions a minute. I don't have time for you. The corner of Ryo Sakurajima's mouth curved into an incredible arc. Her hand propped up on the table as she bent down close to Ruoi Bai's earlobe. It's true that you have balloons in your car, but they're not flying balloons. They're... What? Bai Ruoi's eyes widened and her person froze. A fuck. I can't believe it's a kid's burp bag. Why would she have one of those in the car she gave Vivi? Fortunately, Vivi hadn't been in there to play with it yet. And unfortunately, Kid Coco had already taken possession of the little balloons in her car. That guy. He collects that stuff. What's it for? Bai Ruoi had the answer in her heart, and her face gradually turned cold. Bai Ruoi's reaction satisfied Sakurajima Ryo, and that was the effect she wanted. Ryo Sakurajima continued. Now, do you think this matter is important? She wanted to give Bai Ruoi a sense of crisis and then go fight those guys. She believed that with Bai Ruoi's strength, it was impossible to lose, and I, of course, will be the one to reap the benefits. Ryo Sakurajima thinks there's nothing left for him here. Taking a glance, Bai Ruoi's eyes that could kill, smiled. I've finished what I have to say. That what? My family's puppy dog is lost. I have to go and look for it. See you again if you have the chance. With a snap, the door to the room closed and opened. Secretary Lu walked in and bent respectfully. Sorry boss, she's a bit strong. I couldn't stop her from coming in. Bai Ruoi glanced at Lu's secret, seeing that he was disheveled. And it was obvious that a series of things had happened to him. Give you a vacation and go to the hospital. Ha! Lu's secret froze. Bai Ruoi pointed with a pen. Lu's secret sleeve. Said. Didn't hide it. I saw that bruise. Go and take a rest in the next few days. After saying that, Bai Ruoi's eyes turned abnormally cold and her mouth muttered darkly. Sakurajima Ryo. Sakurajima Ryo. They're not alone, are they? Those two people looked exactly the same, had the same name, and it seemed that apart from their gender, there was no difference between the two whatsoever. While at the teacher's house, the woman approached the door and went to see the teacher. Hiss. If the person who went to see the teacher that day was a cousin, the person who came to see himself today was a cousin. So, are they because they are into teachers? No one would be nice to someone for no reason, and Ryo Sakurajima wouldn't come to a teacher, and to herself, For no reason. Gee. One more thing to worry about. Ruoi wasn't stupid. Sakurajima Rio had come to remind herself that she was just trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife while she sat back and enjoyed the benefits. Then reverse yourself and get that woman killed. Secretary Lu was getting excited about his upcoming vacation. He himself was the one who could reap the benefits of a few days of vacation when he accidentally fell while stopping Rio Sakurajima. How about pretending to be injured later too and then applying for a vacation to go out? Her foot had just stepped out of the door when an icy sentence came from Ruoi. Wait a minute, Mr. Bai. What is your order? Woohoo! It's over. The fact that you fell and got hurt. Exposed? Don't. You've been working intensely for years and you deserve a break, with hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. She doesn't want to fight for her life. Investigating Lin Yao's matter. Let's put it aside for the time being. You tell someone to investigate the Sakurajima family. Secretary Lu was puzzled. Sakurajima's house. Isn't it Mr. White's mother's house? If it's a relative's house, why do we need to investigate it? Ruoi seemed to understand what was in Lu Secret's mind and continued. I know nothing about my relatives overseas, and I don't want to find out, but they seem to know my teacher well. Whether it was Sakurajima Rio's behavior when he was at the Lin family's house, or that guy's every move in the first few minutes of the party, their purpose, it seems, points to one person. That person was her teacher. The female likes her teacher. Ruoi understands it very well. After all, the teacher is not only a seisai, but also very capable of melting a girl's heart. Typical heart stealer. But why do even boys have their hearts stolen? Noticing Ruoi's face, Lu Secret's heart lurched. It's over. It's over. It's over. Vacation's really gone. To investigate an important person of a family. This is not casually explain a few sentences. Can be fixed, but also need to carry out some command, with giving some of their necessary permissions. In short, it's annoying. Lu Secret took a deep breath. Okay, Mr. White, you can put 108 minds at ease. I will fulfill my mission. Well, good work, and by the way, have a nice vacation. I can't thank you enough, Mr. White. After explaining everything, Ruoi pondered whether or not she should go and meet Linji. After all, it's hard to prevent a home invasion, and even with a monitor, you can't protect your teacher's chastity at all times. However, he has some work to do now. After thinking for a moment, Ruoi gave up thinking. Fuck that. Work? What's the job for? For the money. With money? And for what? For the fucking man. And now that the man she loved, are several people eyeballing? They do not go now to bail out. Do you want to watch and get eaten? Come on man, Mr. White. You said, prepare the private jet. I'm going to meet the teacher. And remember to take those 2 contracts with you. I want to give them to those 2 guys. A big surprise. Linru was pleasantly surprised. I'll rub it in. Why can't I breathe again? Is Tong Coco starting to be dishonest in her sleep too? Linji opened his eyes, and it was pitch black in front of him, and it seemed like he was being held so tightly by something on his head that his hair was about to be ripped out a few times. The touch was, well, like a small octopus. Exactly like Vivi's. Raising his hand toward the top, he felt the flesh of Vivian's waist. Linji froze. Strange. How did Tong Coco become smaller? Why does this soft touch feel so familiar? As he was thinking about it, a complaining childish voice came. Daddy, don't tickle Weiwei's quack nest. It tickles. Aren't you sleeping with your mom? Why are you here with me? Linji asked as he got this little girl off his face. Mommy? Lin Weiwei blinked her big eyes and cocked her little head, staring curiously at Linji. WOC. A careless statement of the truth. Ahem. Dad is talking about your Yao sister. Didn't you say at noon that you wanted to sleep with her? So Dad thought you wanted her to be your mom. Doesn't Weiwei have that idea? Linji stiffened his face and squeezed out a smile. Little Vivi nodded her chin with her little hand, thinking, there's Weiwei likes Yao-san a lot. Wanted her to be Vivi's mom. She wouldn't mind a billion more anyway, as long as Daddy liked them. What about Daddy? Does Daddy like sister Yao? Lin Weiwei looked at Linji expectantly. If Vivi likes it, Daddy likes it. Lin Weiwei beamed her little face, her grudging little eyes staring at Linji. Dad talks, slurring his words. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. What Vivi likes, he likes. That's not good at all. Lin Weiwei doesn't like to force her dad to like someone she doesn't like. If she was in kindergarten and Grandpa Gardner told her to go play with that little yellow hair, then she wasn't going to. What's the matter, my little princess? What's with the beak? Linji picked up his own daughter, his finger gently poking Lin Weiwei's fleshy cheek. Daddy. Lin Weiwei's small mouth hummed softly in Linji's ear. Well, Daddy's here. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm listening. Your daddy. Linji looked at little Weiwei suspiciously. This little guy seemed like he wanted to say something. Lin Weiwei's little hand played with Linji's collar, her little mouth pouting. If Daddy doesn't like Sister Yo-Yo, then I don't want her to be my mom. Linji froze. I thought Vivian would be a good sport, but I didn't realize that she was thinking of her old father. Do you like Lin Yao yourself? A goddess with a superb face, a hot body, a goddess of temperament, a goddess who summarizes in pure and lustful, has such a lovely daughter with herself, and gives Wei Wei a certain amount of alimony every year. To say you don't like it must be a lie. Besides, compared to the Lin Yao of a few years ago, he was 100% sure that he did like the current Lin Yao more. Wei Wei, it's dad I like, but your Yao Yao sister doesn't necessarily like your dad me, and Wei Wei, even if both of us like her, but your Yao Yao sister might hate me a lot. After all, he himself ran away in the night a few years ago when he knew he was being slept with. If it wasn't for Enruyu finding him, he wouldn't have known, at all, about Lin Yao's pregnancy and birth of a daughter. Lin Yao might have a grudge against then. After saying this, the little girl but smiled. Dad, don't worry. With me, Lin Wei Wei, I will definitely make sure that Sister Yao Yao likes you so much. Lin. She paused for a moment, looking at Lin Wei Wei's simple and confident smile. He couldn't help but touch her rounded brain. Then please, Vivi, hey, just leave dad to me. I'll let Sister Yao Yao be my mom. First of all, let Sister Yo-Yo live here willingly, and if she meets with her dad every day, sooner or later she will fall in love with him. That's what it's called. Day by day, right after Vivian made up her mind, there was a knock on the door, followed by a gentle female voice. Lin Ji, are you still there? I can't find Wei Wei. And sister, you can't get in touch with her. Well, how am I going to live without Vivi? Clunk. The door, it seemed, slammed against the door. Lin Ji looked at Xiao Wei Wei. You sneaked over here? Yes. I'm sorry, Dad. Yao Yao's sister sleeps very dishonestly. Moving her hands and feet, she hugged me so I couldn't sleep. So I just, understanding that Lin Wei Wei was sneaking over because of this reason. Lin Ji wanted to laugh, but he couldn't think of anything else. The kid's mom is still crying outside the door. People who take pleasure in other people's pain, that's just not human. Although he often mocks the little Vivian he bullied. Lin Ru, did you hear that? Your daughter, she, is gone. As the words left his mouth, the door was slammed a few times. Sister Yao Yao is so scary and fierce. Wei Wei is scared. Lin Ji looked helplessly at the little girl who was wrapping her arms around her neck and pampering herself. Why did your mom cry in a hurry? It wasn't you girls running around blindly. If he hadn't never practiced happy education, Lin Ji really wanted to let little Wei Wei feel the childhood he had back then. However, post-2000 is not the same as your own childhood. As a post-zero, owners are taught to resist pressure. And that kind of education isn't appropriate for today's kids anymore. Scared? Lin Ji asked. Lin Wei Wei nodded. Then kiss daddy a few times and you won't be afraid. Once these words came out, Lin Wei Wei half-heartedly nodded a few times on Lin Ji's cheeks, like a bird pecking at rice. Dad, Sister Yao Yao seems to be crying. Is it really okay if we don't go out? Lin Wei Wei realized the seriousness of the matter at this time, her gaze thrown towards her own father. Of course there's something. Your sister Yao Yao is worried about you, that's why she's crying in a hurry. We'll go out now. Outside the door. Could it be that they are out? Lin Yao's petite body sat softly on the ground. Her hair disheveled and her cheeks had a few remnants of tears. She woke up with a start. Didn't find Lin Wei Wei. Thought she got out of bed and went out to play. Came to the living room. It was empty. Even the photographer and Enzoyu were not there. Thinking that they might have gone back, they didn't think much about it. Thinking that Lin Wei Wei might have gone to talk to Lin Resignation early. But the door, how do you knock? There's no movement at all. Could it be that he had woken up so late that the guys had gone out? Lin Yao looked to her cell phone. The few undialed calls. But why didn't Sister Rain answer her phone? As Lin Yao was confused, movement came from the door nestled behind her. Don't cry. Cry your face off. You'll scare my daughter with that look. Lin Yao raised her eyes, only to see a large and small group appear in front of her. The older one squatted and looked at himself, and the younger one grinned and came over with a tissue. Sister, don't cry. Don't cry. My father said that girls look good when they smile. Crying will turn them ugly. Why did you ignore me just now? Lin Yao took the tissue in Lin Wei Wei's tender little hands, her eyes glowing with tears, glaring at Lin Ji. This just now sleep too dead. Did not hear? This does not hear. Immediately came out. Is that so, Wei Wei? Lin Yao looked at Lin Wei Wei and asked with a smile. It's not like that, Sister Yo-Yo. Dad, he lied. Damn you. Vivi, how dare you betray your dad? Oh, your dad, he lied. Facing Lin Yao's death stare, Lin Ji panicked for a moment. I'm tired. Good for you. You great filial daughter. How can you temporarily defect? Dad heard Sister Yao Yao's voice a long time ago. It's just that Wei Wei was sleeping against Dad and numbed Dad's arms and legs, so it's not convenient for Dad to come down. Oh, Lin Yao stared at Lin Ji, seemingly changing her opinion of him. Right. Wei Wei sleeps more deeply and Dad doesn't want to disturb me. That's why he doesn't dare to pay attention to Sister Yao Yao out loud. I apologize to Sister Yao Yao on behalf of Dad. Sorry Sister Yao Yao for making you worry. Lin Weiwei raised her tender childish face and spoke softly, good daughter. I haven't spoiled you for nothing all these years. Lin Ji secretly gave Lin Weiwei a thumbs up. Sis is fine. Just why did you suddenly show up in your dad's room? Didn't we say, sleep with your sister? Ha? Lin Weiwei panicked for a moment, unconsciously glancing at Lao Deng. Daddy save me. Lin Ru shook his head. Sorry, I can't save a little bit of your dad. This is your own mom. I'm panicking too. Okay. Seeing that Lao Deng didn't half react, Lin Weiwei's head was lowered. What should I do? What should I do? If I say that I like to sleep with dad and I'm not used to sleep with Yo-Yo-san, she'll be sad, right? Let Viv think about how to make it up. There it is. Because Vivi was sleeping in a bad position when she went to bed. Daddy was worried that it would interfere with my sister's sleep, so he came over halfway through the day and carried me back. How did he not know that he had done all these things? At that moment, looking at the little Vivian with a slightly red face, Lin Yao smiled like a goddess. Lin Ji glanced at this scene with his afterglow and understood. My daughter is giving herself a boost and pulling in the favor. Lin Yao was secretly happy in her heart. Her daughter was so nice and honest. Just look at this little girl's little red face. You can tell that this little girl is shy. It's also true that it's inevitable that children will be like that when they talk about their bad sleeping position. Something as private as that. After all, kids are the best at saving face. Okay, sis understands. Weiwei isn't going to school today, right? Lin Yao said. Lin Weiwei glanced at her dad and tugged at Lin Ru's pants leg, signaling for Lao Deng to speak. Vivi isn't going to school today. She'll be home all day. By the way, I have to go out for a bit today. Is it okay if you stay home with Vivi? When these words came out, Lin Yao's face showed joy, but Vivian frowned. No, it shouldn't be like this to be right. Yao Yao's sister already likes herself. Now she should let Yao Yao's sister like dad, so she can be her mama. We should leave dad and sister Yo-Yo alone. Wherever daddy goes, I go. Why don't you Yo-Yo sister go out with us? Dad, what do you say? Lin Yao and Lin Ji both froze. Lin Ji sighed. He had thought of letting Lin Yao spend more time alone with Lin Weiwei, but his daughter's big watery eyes were staring at him. It is not possible to say no. Hey, who made a good dad? Lin Ru nodded. Okay, hey, it's not impossible. Yeah, Yao Yao's sister, we can go out together. By the way, dad, where are we going? He had thought to go fishing. Go to the live broadcast squeak. Otherwise his own little fans may think he is dead. Seeing Lin Ji's face showing a tangled expression, Lin Yao spoke. I kind of want to buy some clothes for Weiwei. Mr. Lin, what do you think? Sure, I was just about to do that. Buying clothes? Is it really necessary to buy small clothes when you already have lots and lots of them yourself? However, in order to make Yo-Yo's sister like her dad, then, the little acting prodigy is going to be on the line. Lin Weiwei jumped up excitedly. Yay, we can go clothes shopping. Daddy, I want to buy nice little dresses. Lin Ji's face sank. No, he still knew what kind of nature his own daughter had, and always liked to share her favorite things with others. This might be a good thing, but it wasn't a good thing in Lin Ji's eyes. Suppose Vivi wears a super nice little dress and goes out to play. If you ruffle the little yellow hairs into a warbler, then it's okay. However, if you let little yellow hair make a mistake, then you won't be able to put away the dozens of meters of big knives in your own hands. An image floated in Lin Ji's mind. Police, you mean, he came here as a pile of broken meat? Him, that's right, it is. Then, he went to jail, and when Lori sang, Daddy, Daddy, where are you going? He could only reply, Dad went to jail. You be good. Oh, why not? If it looks good, of course you have to wear it, and if Vivi likes something, why don't you give it to her? Lin Ji sighed and said, Miss Lin Yao, do you have a daughter? Lin Yao stared dead at Lin Ji, who was knowingly asking questions, her shell teeth imprinting teeth marks on her lips. Of course I didn't. Little Vivi is adorable even without her little dress, and if she's still wearing it, then she's bound to be extremely tolerable, an existence that no one can resist. But that's the problem, Ms. Lin. If you had a daughter, you wouldn't let your daughter dress very much like that and wander around outside. What if she meets a trafficker? And then what if we run into some yellow hairs looking for death? The knife in his hand is not a vegetarian. If a bold yellow kid riding a ghost fire shows up downstairs in his house, oh, yeah, I'll turn him into a pile of shit. Lin Yao pondered for a moment. Well, then of course I will protect my daughter from any harm. Could it be that you can't protect your daughter, Mr. Lin? Can't protect little Vivian? After saying that, Lin Yao pointed her finger at Lin Ji's chest and nodded, staring into Lin Ji's eyes. King Petri dish King. Is he or she unable to protect Vivian? No, it's not like that at all. Rather, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to control himself and go knife the people who were looking at his daughter with strange eyes. Lin Ru's words. Before he could finish, Lin Weiwei heatedly laughed. X2 Lin Ji and Lin Yao were coincidentally attracted by the sound and looked at the little Wei Wei underneath them. Lin Wei Wei blinked and covered her small mouth. The way daddy and sister Yao Yao fight. It's the same as Joe's mom and dad next door. Meanwhile on the other side, somewhere in a college town. Su, hurry up and go. You're making me feel ashamed. Can you stop acting like a depressed widow? Su Chanxian dragged Lin Su, who was wearing a green hat on her head, towards the outside of the mall. Qianxian, can you see if this hat goes well with me? The smile on Lin Su's face was stiff. Match a chicken wire a match. Su Chanxian rushed up and snatched the green hat on Lin Su's head with one hand then. Su Qianxian, who hated the iron, held Lin Su's shoulders and shook them frantically. Lin Su, look at you now. Do you have the slightest bit of our school's #1 school beauty? There are so many people chasing after you, and you just love that man. He's got kids and a ton of ex-girlfriends. What do you like him for? You're not going to work out. It's been a day. It's almost been a day. Why are you still this half-dead look? Numb nuts. Isn't it just a man? Are you so depressed? Lin Su's head, like a rattle drum, was shaken a few times by Su Chanxian. Lin Su was expressionless throughout. Cynthia, have you ever had a boyfriend? No. What's the matter? Did the virgin piss you off? Now it's about you. Don't talk about anything else. Su Chanxian was now angry when she saw Lin Su's look like a cuckolded princess. Dead love brain. Most annoying. AI. Qianxian, you haven't had a favorite person. You won't understand how I feel right now. Lin Su's palm gently patted Su Chanxian's shoulder. His eyes that were as quiet as a dead pool gazed at Su Chanxian. I love him. It's not about whether he loves me or not. After all, it's not like a few simple words about liking and loving or not between us. I like him a lot. So what if he's in a variety show now? And he's in a CP with someone else? So what if he has a child with another woman? Totally unable to affect one bit my liking for him. In the last sentence, Lin Su seemed to be pulling her throat to get the words out. But, with every word, her heart ached more and more. No, as long as she thought of her current resigned brother being with someone else, her heart was like falling into an ice cave. Cold and hard to bear. The harder it was, the firmer her heart became in liking Lin Ji by a few points. Her heart wouldn't hurt like this if she didn't really like it. Holy shit. It seems that his best friend and housemate has fallen into the love river called hormones. This was the end. Lin Su was completely wasted. This brain-dead lickspittle-like statement is utterly hopeless. Cynthia, what for? I'm annoyed right now. And also you're a virgin now. Don't lecture me about me not having a boyfriend. Su Chanxian looked at Lin Su impatiently. Silently sent the green hat in her hand back to its original position. Damn. Lin Su was totally into that Lin Ji now. How should I explain to my aunts and uncles? Lin Su's parents came to visit Lin Su every month. And when they did, they brought a lot of goodies for themselves and instructed them to take good care of Lin Su's. What a pity. Cool. Lin Su, the love brain, she can't save a bit. You say, do I still have a chance? Lin Su's Deadpool-like eyes stared at Su Chanxian in panic. Su Chanxian pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and said, that guy, does he have a girlfriend now? Or has a wife? No. Lin Su shook his head decisively. Even if there is, I still like him. Lin Su's eyes were firm and she nodded. Su Chanxian was speechless. What counterintuitive dog-licking rhetoric? How can this be saved? You tell me how the fuck this can be saved. Asshole, having received favors from my aunt and uncle over the years, can I send them back now? Su Chanxian had now regretted promising Lin Su's parents to look after Lin Su's words. After thinking about it, Su Chanxian made words against her conscience. Your chances, of course, are there, and they are big. Really? Lin Su was excited. Lin Su's Deadpool-like eyes, as if purified at this moment, turned clear and vibrant. This is certainly true. Su Chanxian smiled and nodded, patting Lin Su's shoulder to relax. Su Chanxian inwardly, hee of course it's fake. Of course the dead horse is a live horse, just with Lin Su. With this unrivaled dog-licking rush, she felt that there was indeed that much of a chance. How? What do I need to do? Lin Su asked as he approached Su Chanxian. Su Chanxian looked around and suddenly put her arm around Lin Su's shoulder and quietly whispered in his ear. Ahem. Have you heard the story of Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai? Lin Su froze, not understanding the mystery at all. I know. What's wrong? What does this have to do with me and brother resignation? Back then, you also know the story of Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai being forced to go to Liangshan, right? So please listen to me. Aha, yes. Wait a minute, why did she feel something were wrong? Never mind, she couldn't care less now. Her own white moonlight was already surrounded by Yuko, and his own Snow White wanted buns are still being manufactured in the factory. Not quite yet, time is unusually short now. Forget about Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai on Liangshan Mountain. There are 108 good men in total. They were all a group of men who were driven to desperation. Aha! Ignoring Lin Su's expression of self-doubt, Su Chanxian continued. Right now you're just being pushed to the brink of extinction, so you now have two choices. The first, to turn yourself in, is to give up, not to fight, not to grab, just to mingle. And when your bamboo horse becomes the father of a few children, and after those few strong contenders are all dead, then your chance will come. By that time, I might even be menopausal. I still want to make a villain with him. Don't. I won't. Lin Su frowned tightly with a displeased face, and made a big fork in front of her chest with both hands to show her refusal. Okay, I knew this was going to happen. There's a second point. Take it easy. And the second point is, you go to Liangshan. Be a rebel. Suppose now that some bad people, who have taken your white moon, and the love that once belonged to you, had commandeered his body, and begotten some little people with him. Should you be angry? Should you turn against them? So what do you do now? Since they won't let me live, then I'll turn against them. And since they want to snatch him from me even in death, then I'll use all means to take him back from them. Su Qianqian nodded with satisfaction. Children can be taught, he said, and patted Lin Su's back, under some guidance from her Su Qianqian warlord. Her love-brain BFF Lin Su finally came to her senses. She was very happy. The faces of those who had died in that house were now transfigured. She was so relieved, but the slightly hooked corners of the mouth, the slightly narrowed eyes, and the laughter that came out from time to time made Su Qianqian feel a bit oozy. I'm not going to accidentally break Susu myself. Am I? Become a sickly girl? Do you really want this dress? I feel it's a bit embarrassing. Lin Ji looked helplessly at the emerald green skirt. It's very good, Vivi loves it. Lin's little girl gave a thumbs up and smiled cheekily. But, I feel good too. Lin Yao's neck and face reddened into a blush as she laughed softly. You guys are obviously laughing. Ever since I put on this dress, you guys haven't stopped laughing. Lin Ji's tone was flat. The edges of his rebellion had been smoothed out, and now he was open to reality. And you, Vivi, you actually laughed at Daddy. Daddy is so sad. It's not going to get better without 3 kisses. Lin Ji pretended to be sad, pounding his hand on his chest, blinking hard, trying to squeeze out the unsqueezable tears. It's nice to come out and buy clothes, but unfortunately, one becomes a hanger-on for this mother and daughter. Fortunately, Lin Yao's cameraman seemed to have something to go back to. Without a cameraman, then he wouldn't have to die socially in front of a large audience. Lin Weiwei was cajoled. Is Dad sad? It seemed that she didn't see that Lin Ji was acting. Little Weiwei actually felt guilty. Obviously she picked out the nice little dress and let her dad try on the bigger one, and she actually laughed at her dad. It's all Vivi's fault. I shouldn't have laughed at Dad. Lin Weiwei walked next to Lin Ji and hugged him. Daddy, don't cry. Don't cry. Weiwei is wrong at this point. Lin Ji obediently squatted down, his head rubbing against Lin Weiwei's arms. Oh, I won't get up without a kiss. Gee, I can't help it, Dad. It happens every time. Sister Yao Yao, Daddy is like this. Weiwei, just kiss it, feeling on his cheeks, the touch of the little lowly small mouth. Lin Ji's mouth curved at the corner of the Dragon King. Today was another day of tricking my daughter into kissing me. Hey, it can't be helped. Kids aren't so easy to fool when they grow up. So if you trick a kiss while Vivi is still young, you've earned it. The scene. Lin Yao was speechless to the extreme. The whole thing is silly. Lin Yao stared blankly, coaxing Weiwei, who was coaxing Lin Ji like a child. Instead, the Big Dipper has this. Do you guys have this much fun as father and daughter on weekdays? She suddenly felt herself. How superfluous she was. She shouldn't be here. She should be under the car. Lin Yao stood aside like an outsider for a while. As she watched Lin Weiwei kiss Lin Ji's cheek, she actually frowned a little in displeasure. Her daughter has never kissed her yet. How about, try this trick yourself next time? Okay, give Daddy a kiss already. Daddy, don't be sad. Okay? Good. Lin Ji instantly took on the appearance of a father, skillfully changing from a crouching position to a standing position. What else do you want to wear? Daddy can satisfy you. Vivi, want that little white dress? It looks so nice and white, like Snow White. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yao coldly ventured out. Snow White? If it's Snow White, beware of the stepmother. She might give Weiwei poison apples. She didn't want Lin Weiwei to call someone else's mom. Lin Weiwei's mom was always just her. Stand next to the other women. Thinking about it, Lin Yao looked around. In the store, apart from some loiterers, there were some shopkeepers, and she didn't see Bai Ruoi or any other people. Don't. Lin Weiwei shook her head. The one who likes Weiwei and Daddy can only be my stepmother and Daddy's wife. That's a good point. Weiwei. Lin Ji gently rubbed Lin Weiwei's head. These words caused Lin Yao to freeze for a moment. And at that moment, the little lowly suddenly came to her side and tugged on Lin Yao's pant leg. Does Sister Yo-Yo have a favorite dress? If you're shy, you can let Daddy try it on. For father has become a tool man? Lin Yao glanced at the lifeless Lin Ji and covered her laughter. Don't. Just try it on yourself, sister. Saying that, Lin Yao came to the front where a row of designer clothes were placed. His fingers ran over the fabric, beautiful eyes glancing expertly over it. After picking out a few pieces, Lin Yao picked up a in pure white dress and said, "I'll take this one." "Well, isn't that the same as what Wei Wei chose?" Lin Weiwei stared at the skirt in Lin Yao's hand. It was exactly the same as the one she had just chosen, only the size was different. "Yeah, sis wants to wear the same clothes as Vivi." "Oh, Vivi understands. Sister wants to wear a mother-daughter outfit with Vivi." Lin Weiwei stomped her little feet in excitement, her face full of smiles. Then, she jumped into Lin Ji's arms. Daddy, what the fuck?" Lin Ru had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Daddy also wear white skirt. "Okay, the three of us all wear white skirt. Hee daddy." "Okay Lin Weiwei, I seem to have stars. Brin, say yes little white dresses? Thinking about what my daughter would look like in it. Well, it would be really nice, how tolerable. Truly worthy of being his Lin Ji's daughter. Good, Lin Ji just blurted out, suddenly overcoming reason. "No way. How could I wear a dress like that with your dad?" No, Lin Ji heartily refused from the bone. He could wear this kind of thing for his daughter and show her, but he's a 7-footer walking down the street in a plain white dress? Wouldn't that be a joke? The moment Lin Ru's words of rejection came out, the little girl's face beamed. This pink pout. Aggrieved. Vivi just wants a family of 3 to wear the same clothes. Even though sister Yo-Yo is the stepmother-to-be, Vivi has yet to wear the same clothes and hang out with all 3 of her mom and dad. Why don't you get another one? My good girl, because little skirts, good looking, thinking her dad would reject her? Lin Weiwei's eyes blinked rapidly, as if trying to hold back tears. Dad said, "Girls can't cry. They'll get ugly but eyes and nose are sore." Seeing this scene, Lin Ji panicked. What to do? "Vivian, there's something about that look that can't be coaxed. It's over. His little ancestor was really going to cry. "Vivi, does this dress look good?" Sis Lin Yao changed her clothes, picked up the hem of her skirt, and in front of little Vivi, spun around. Suddenly, she saw Lin Weiwei's small face crumpled up in a ball, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down. "Oh huh?" Lin Yao glared at Lin Ji. "What are you doing to my daughter? It's just the time for my mother to change her clothes. Why is Weiwei crying? Lin Ru is innocent. He knows." My daughter finally stopped crying, but it was at the expense of him. For a change. "Daddy, you look so good in your wig." Yao sister, Dad. The 3 of us, holding hands like we're 3 sisters at this moment. The 3 of them, Lin Weiwei, Lin Yao, and Lin Ji, were walking blindly down the street hand in hand. It wasn't during the taping of the program, so to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Lin Yao wore a mask while Lin Ji didn't anyway. Now he's a she. The pure white dress, paired with Lin Yao's carefully selected short black long straight hair. Even if his own family's old dang looked at it, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to recognize himself. Unexpectedly, his own principles in front of Lin Weiwei is so unbearable. As the 3 of them walked away, Lin Ji's afterglow noticed the strange gazes of the others. Did someone recognize Lin Yao? Lin Ji paused briefly and greeted him. A few young women who were staring at Lin Ji instantly withdrew their gazes and tilted their heads to the side, pretending as if nothing had happened. Lin Ru frowned. Those few people were actually not looking at Lin Yao, but were staring at themselves. But why? Lin Ji lowered his eyes and glanced at himself and Lin Weiwei and Lin Yao beside him. Lin Weiwei was certainly tolerable, but compared to herself, she was again inferior. Lin Yao, on the other hand, had been wearing a mask and couldn't see her face. So it's still only himself who's most humiliated? Damn, I'm so damn attractive that I can't hide it even in women's clothes? Lin Ji's face darkened. He was used to being peeked at by the ladies, but it was the first time that he was peeked at by a girl while wearing women's clothing. Suddenly, the pleasant giggling sound of little Weiwei came from his ears. And Lin Ji collected his thoughts and held his daughter's hand tightly. Look at Vivian. Only Lin Weiwei smiled innocently, her mouth open, revealing rows of silvery white baby teeth. When was the last time my daughter laughed so happily? It still seemed to be a year or 2 old, and it was really rare to see such a heartfelt smile when you didn't know what was going on in the world. Was it because hanging out with Lin Yao made little Weiwei feel like a mom? Lin Ji glanced at Lin Yao. Lin Yao seemed to notice something and raised her eyes, locking eyes with Lin Ji. What's wrong? Lin Yao blinked her clear eyes and asked suspiciously. Well, why don't we go somewhere less crowded? There are too many people here for your image to be exposed. It's not good to come out and wear a mask all the time. Hearing Lin Ji's proposal, Lin Yao paused for a moment and glanced at Lin Ji. You're right. It's really not good to come out to play and wear a mask. Lin Yao stared at her mask in her heart. On a rare occasion, she was eager to hang out with Lin Weiwei and make Lin Weiwei recognize herself more. She also wanted to spend time with Lin Weiwei as her true self, but there are a lot of people. And once you take off your mask, you might get gossiped about. In last night's variety show, there was already a lot of talk on the internet that her relationship with Lin Ji was not simple. Some even said that she, Lin Yao, was a mistress, intervening in by Ruoi and Lin Ruoi's 2-person world. Just as Lin Yao was sulking. At this time, Lin Weiwei, who was sandwiched in the middle, raised her head, looked at Lin Ji, then Lin Yao, and laughed. Less crowded ground? Then Dad, Sister Yao Yao, let's go to the townspark. I remember there's a slide to play on and a rocking chair, and it's all kids, none of the adults. No adults? Isn't that the perfect spot for traffickers? Seeing Lin Yao's expression, Lin Ji replied, the reason why there are no adults is because that park is actually fenced off, and the entrance is guarded by security guards, so all the adults have to register to go in, and after all these years, there's never been a lost child, so it is. If Vivi wants to go, then we'll go. Daddy's the best. Just as the trio turned to leave, the few people who had peeked at Lin Ji earlier looked at each other and nodded. Lin Yao and Mr. Lin, father and daughter, have a very close relationship. Should I give Miss a call? Not for a while. Our mission is only to secretly protect Mr. Lin. Now that Mr. Lin and his daughter are unharmed, there's no need to disturb the lady. Good. Soon, under Lin Weiwei's leadership, they arrived at the park. The moment her feet stepped into the park, Lin Weiwei was like a little gorilla returning to the big forest, excitedly jumping towards the slide in the park. A couple of little bitty people saw a smiling Vivian. A boy screamed, "Ah, the cute little girl!" Two shouted, "It's Sister Weiwei! Sister Weiwei is here!" A little boy with dyed green hair, with white eyes, shouted, "Ha! Big sister is here!" A little boy with a flat head, bent over with an extremely serious expression. "Great General Stone, pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress." Lin Weiwei crossed her arms and twisted her head to look at her old father and Lin Yao, a smug look on her small face. Vivi, I'm good, right? Lin Yao and Lin Ru. Lin Yao attached her ear and said, "Lin Ji, what do you usually teach Weiwei?" Lin Ji shook his head. Nothing was taught. After thinking about it, he continued, "I focus on a happy education. I give Weiwei whatever she likes. Of course I usually let Weiwei read some Tao Te Ching or something." So what the hell was that about Viv and her little friends? My little Vivian, of course, is self-taught. It's worthy of being the daughter I gave birth to. She's smart since she was a child. Seeing Lin Ji praising Lin Weiwei, Lin Yao's heart felt an inexplicable emotion, tilted her face aside, pouted, and in a voice only she could hear, whispered, "Che, my daughter's smartness is also due to me. After all, you contributed some of your own DNA." Suddenly, Lin Ji and Lin Yao heard other people talking in their ears. "Teenage girl A, did you watch the new variety show last night?" "Rody girl, oh, you mean the variety show that Lin Yao participated in?" "Teenage girl A, yeah, did you read it?" The passerby girl suddenly got emotional. "Of course, I'm a diehard fan of Lin Daki. Damn, hearing you talk about this pisses me off. What a mom born. Sister Yao Yao is so simple and kind. A fairy who has been on the scene for 6 years without any scandal. How could she possibly look at a white boy and steal a man from the richest woman?" Nowadays, the variety show is really getting more and more capable of messy editing. A certain sheikh is really something too, actually saying that Sister Yao Yao is a mistress, and that by Ruoi female richest man grabbing the little lowly, and wanting to be a stepmother. A few girls were fighting for Lin Yao, and the masked Lin Yao's brain buzzed when she heard these words. She, the mistress? Oh, she's Lin Yao's mistress? Funny. Who the fuck made up that rumor? Miss, you look so familiar. A light word came out. Lin Ji and Lin Yao's nerves instantly tightened. Oh no, they're going to be exposed. Meanwhile on the other side, in some yard, Tong Coco was instructing Lu Shi to take care of her yard. AI. So tired, so wanting to swing, so wanting brother Lin Xiu. Tong Coco lay softly on the bamboo chair and muttered. Asa landlord. There are landlord's orders for tenants, since they are not allowed to swing for the fences? How does this roundup not feel very serious? I wonder what brother Lin Juga and Lin Yao are doing. Do Vivian and Lin Yao get along or not? Right. Why don't you send a message to Sister Soft Rain and ask? When they exchanged words within the living room earlier, the two of them, Tong Coco and Enruyu, exchanged WeChat messages. Sister Yu, how are brother Lin Jue and Lin Yao getting along now? Drip and Ruyu replied almost in seconds. Coco, this is really sorry. I took the team to rest because we all didn't sleep last night. The photographer and us couldn't hold out. As for Lin Yao's side, she messaged me earlier and said that she went out with Mr. Lin and Weiwei. Going out? Crap. It's not just a family outing. Why should she be able to go out with brother Lin Xiu when she was lying flat at home? Holy shit. This contract is so fucked up. When Tom Coco thought of the contract she had signed earlier, she was so angry that she wanted to tear it up. Inside some hotel, after replying to the message, I saw that Tom Coco had sent an OK. Ruyu snorted and skimmed her lips, thinking inwardly, Yao Yao, you have to grasp the opportunity that your sister has created for you. In order for you to be able to spend more free time with your daughter. My old lady is laying down her life. She had been up all night. She had to sleep now anyhow. What's your name? Me? My last name is Lin. HM? Surname Lin Ah. The same surname as Lin Yao. Miss, you are so good looking. Your skin is white and tender. For a moment, I thought you were Lin Yao. Hee Missy is really joking, looking at the young girl in front of him who was pointing at him. Lin, she pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. Lin Yao, who was on the side, covered her mouth and mocked mercilessly. Oh, the Lin Yao you've been pining for is less than 2 meters next to you, but you didn't recognize it. What a die-hard fan. Not even a fan of Ashes. By the way, Ms. Lin, did you watch last night's variety show? What do you think about that CP, which was deliberately created for Lin Yao on the variety show? Yeah, the Shaking Shadow is full of that Lin Ji's content. They all say that Lin Ji is the richest woman's adopted white boy. So how can Lin Yao go and the richest woman go and grab it? It's not realistic how to think about it. The two girls sang in unison, and Lin Ji waited for a while before she had the chance to interject herself into their conversation. Me? I don't have any unique feelings. I'm not a diehard fan of Lin Yao, but I won't believe what the internet says either. Who is Lin Yao? A goddess. How could a goddess like a mortal, let alone a mortal with a child? Hearing that Lin Ru was praising his own idol, but the two stargazing girls were excited to hear. Right. How can I think that it's not realistic? The network's marketing number. It's just talking nonsense. By the way, if Lin Yao has a child, will you be able to accept it? Lin, she suddenly asked. Lin Yao's heart buried under her breasts beat frantically. She stared at Lin Ji, her eyes glaring like dragon eyes. No, is this something that can be talked about? At this moment, Lin Yao was very nervous, staring at Lin Ji's eyes. After a few seconds staring at the two young girls who were frightened by Lin Ji's words, she also wanted to know how her own fans acted when they found out she was having a baby, and none of the four spoke to each other, all blinking their eyes and staring at each other with for a moment. The air was awfully quiet. The only sound in my ears was the laughter of children. Haha, how could Lin Yao have a child? Ms. Lin, don't joke. One of the young girls. Laughter struck to break the awkward stalemate. Lin Ji looked serious and said, I'm not joking. Even the fairies in the sky will have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Have you forgotten how Erlangshan came to be? What is the origin of sinking fragrance? How did the heavenly Pang Marshal come down to earth? It's all because of that little bit of human 7 emotions and 6 desires. The atmosphere was staring, and Lin Yao also wanted to know what they were really thinking inside from the mouths of the self-proclaimed diehard fans, and was so nervous that she gripped Lin Ji's sleeve tightly. Fuck. That hurts. Sis, stop scratching. He's the one in pain, not you. The young girl took a deep breath and said with a tangled face, if Sister Yao Yao has a child and a man, I might give her my blessing. Lin Yao's grip on Lin Ji's arm loosened, and Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the other JK girl had a pained look on her face. Aha, I can't imagine. I can't take it. Lin Yao is a fairy who doesn't touch the earth in my heart. I really can't accept it if you suddenly ask me this question. Just thinking about it makes me feel like there are ants crawling all over my body. So painful and uncomfortable. Seeing the young girl with such a complicated expression, Lin Ji was also in pain. He glanced at his arm. Grandma, can't you grab your own hand? That chicken claw scratch is really painful. Wait a minute, this woman, she's not a domestic abuser, is she? As Lin Ru thought so, Lin Yao froze. It was obviously a sunny day, but Lin Yao's heart was thundering and raining. Is it really true? Not all of the fans will wish them well, and they might even grow to hate little Vivian out of love and be unfavorable to her because of it. Myself, can one only be like a sewer rat? Spying on little Vivi, calling someone else her mother, sleeping and napping, bathing and frolicking with other women? Suddenly, a child's voice floated in. Daddy, what are you guys talking about, Dad? The two young girls were confused, and after looking around to make sure that there were only 2 beautiful women in front of them and not any men, they were even more confused. Can't the little girl find her family? Thinking of this, the 2 young girls transformed into enthusiasts and squatted down to look at the patient little Vivian. Little friend, are you unable to find your father? Do you need help from your sisters to find him? No need. Oh, Daddy is right here, answered Lin Weiwei. Then within the sight of the confused crowd, she jumped into Lin Ji's arms. Ha! The teenage girls were humanly stupid. Lin Ji did not dare to move. The original public social death is so well, since it's all socially dead, I might as well boldly admit it. Yes, that's right. This is my daughter. Lin Ji picked up Xiao Weiwei. The little girl who was picked up came close to her fleshy little face and rubbed it next to Lin Ji's face. Daddy's so pretty. Better looking than even Mom. Lin Yao, your mom's on the scene. Kid, you're invincible. Broke up a few words with 2 female fans. Lin Ji decisively chose to run away by pulling Lin Yao's hand and carrying the little bitty Lin Weiwei in one hand. Bye-bye you two. My daughter misses her mom. Bye-bye. If they don't leave, they'll be exposed. The 2 young girls cocked their heads in confusion and looked at the trio's backs. Hiss, I have a feeling I've seen them somewhere. Well, I feel the same way. Right, I remember. Wasn't that little girl just now that little lowly looking for her mommy on Shake Shack? At these words, the entire other young girl beside her froze. So, those two girls, could they be Lin Yao and that little lowly's father? With this bold idea popping into their heads, the duo instantly stirred up excitement, raised their cell phones, and pressed the shutter button. Snap! Then I opened Little Sweet Potato and made a post. Hey, the idol I chased for 6 years actually ran away with a baby daddy. In the end it was me who carried it all /crying/ emoticon alone. On the other side, it hadn't been long since the departure. Lin Ji then stopped and froze for a moment as he looked at Lin Yao on the side, only to see that at this moment, Lin Yao was panting heavily with her rosy lips slightly open under his drag chests bouncing with each breath. Hoo. Lin Yao's sharp breathing was a bit intriguing. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Ji looking at herself, Lin Yao exhaled a few breaths and asked, first you take Vivi home. Lin Yao hesitated for a moment and took the smiling Lin Weiwei from Lin Ji's arms. What about you? I have a little something to do. Weiwei, be a good girl and listen to your sister. Daddy will give you good food when he gets home later. Lin Ji smiled and rubbed Lin Weiwei's little brain. Then Daddy must come back soon. The food that sister cooks isn't as good as Daddy's. Lin Weiwei blinked her big eyes and said honestly, got it. Your dad, I'll be back soon. After Lin Ji touched Lin Weiwei's brain, Lin Weiwei and Lin Yao left in a cab. Only Lin Ji was left standing alone. Lin Ji stood still and watched the cab drift away until it disappeared from sight. He let out a breath and looked to the side at a couple of women sitting in chairs, pretending to look at their cell phones, and said softly, who do you belong to? 2 seconds passed after this was said, and a couple of women in black uniforms paused briefly, quickly standing up. She respectfully said to Lin Ji, hello Mr. Lin, my young lady has always admired you as a teacherette, and has only followed you for the sake of your safety. Teacher? Is it by Ruoyi? Lin Ji subconsciously thought this, then he asked, I'm safe and don't need your protection, so I'd better go back. Several women looked at each other, not daring to answer. It was easy to see in their frowns that it was difficult. After thinking about it, Lin Ji continued, there's no need to worry. I'll personally talk to your lady about it. Hearing this, several people were relieved. Thank you, Mr. Lin. With these words, several women left. Lin Ji also did not intend to break his promise. Sharply pulling out his cell phone from his pocket, he slid the address book and found Bai Ruoi's phone number in the list of dozens of previous clients. The phone number on it is still a few days old. When had he taken Bai Ruoi's call? Lin Ji was puzzled by this. He could not have imagined that it was his own great filial daughter who answered Bai Ruoi's phone call. Think about it, Lin Ji didn't hesitate and dialed directly. At this point, the airplane Bai Ruoi was scrutinizing Lin Yao and Tong Coco's contract. Tong Coco's contract still had 3 months left, and Lin Yao's contract still had 7 months and a few days left. With this contract, one can keep those two women, honestly, away from the teacher by going to work. As for himself, all he had to do was to take down the teacher within those hours and get Lin Weiwei to recognize him. Thinking about it, Bai Ruoi noticed the view outside the window. Almost there already? I don't know. What is the teacher doing now? I haven't seen him for 34 hours. Did he miss me? When she thinks of her teacher, she's a little off. The thought of missing Lin Ji had just popped up, when the cell phone placed on the side began to ring, jingling the familiar phone rings. Lowering his condescending head, he made a beeline downward. It's a call from a teacher. He really does have me in mind. Bai Ruoi excitedly picked up the cell phone as soon as she could, and her slender white fingers were about to land on the connect button. Bai Ruoi instantly sobered up, calm and collected. Slow down a bit. You can't give it too white, otherwise the teacher will not take her too seriously. Despite this thought in her mind, the love in her eyes had already betrayed her little thoughts. Drip. Phone call connected. Lin Ji's helpless voice came. You're asking people to spy on me again? Earlier in the year when he was tutoring for Bai Ruoi, he noticed that there was more surveillance around him and more bodyguards around him. Therefore, he was still sensitive to the strange gazes around him. Hearing this, Bai Ruoi was not happy. I didn't. Sensei, you've known me for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Since you don't like being watched, I've removed everyone around you. All of them. It's a pity that now you've come to accuse me wrongly. I only installed some surveillance in your house for your and Vivi's safety. I didn't have anyone spying on you. Ouch. Shit, boss. This hiss with a sob. Is it really still the boss? The pilot who was flying the plane was so shocked inside that if he wasn't flying the plane, he would have had to turn his head to see if Bai Ruoi had really cried out. Lin Ji was roared dumbfounded. This sincere and choked hissing voice. Could it really not be Bai Ruoi? If it wasn't her, then who else could it be? Not many people can call a professional to spy on them. And this is domestic. Ryo Sakurajima's power is in Sakurajima. And thinking about it from that point, it's highly unlikely that it's Ryo Sakurajima. Lin Ji had a bit of a headache for a while and couldn't figure out exactly who it was. Without thinking about it, he heard the slight choking sound on the other end of Bai Ruoi's phone. So he apologized to the outwardly strong young girl. That one's on me. Sorry. I apologize. Oops, it's okay, sensei. I'll forgive you even if you make a huge mistake on me. But since it really is the teacher's fault in the end, you actually think I'm that kind of bad woman, you're going to have to make it up to me hard. Teacher is a person who is too upright, and after having little Vivian, he is even more so, and he has to distinguish between right and wrong. Oh, yeah. A little forced rhetoric. Take a pinch. Compensation? That's fine. Just say what you want. But you're so rich now. I don't think you need compensation from me. Ruai's heart cried out. Of course. Is it monetary compensation she wants? Of course not. It's DNA compensation. It's lovemaking compensation. It's compensation for being your daughter's stepmother. It's easy. Teacher, just sleep with me, huh? Straight shots? In terms of shamelessness, it's still you. Allow me to think about it. If Wei Wei agrees, I have no problem with it. Lin Ji said, then fell into deep thought. Wei Wei, hope you don't betray your dad. Your dad? I don't really want to sell myself for this kind of thing. After receiving Lin Ji's answer, Ruai became even more excited. As long as little Vivi's consent is given, she can engage in pleasure sports with Lin Ji? Teacher, you're not giving it away for nothing. This opportunity is so simple that she, Ruai, can't even get her way? How can that be? Humph. Teacher, just wash your hands and wait for me. Suddenly, Ruai thought of something and asked, by the way, where are you now, teacher? I'm almost at your house. She couldn't wait. I'm out shopping for Wei Wei. That kid, you know, likes to sing and dance and pamper herself. I couldn't argue with her, so I had to come out. Well, then it's okay if I wash up and wait for you at home. That's a big no-brainer. Lin Ji was just about to say something to make Ruai maintain a bit of ladylike reserve as suddenly, a voice drifted over. Sensei, in Sakurajima. It's been a long time. Do you still miss me? Upon seeing Ryo Sakurajima in front of her, as well as several black-clothed women behind her, Lin Ji's scalp instantly went numb. Damn, it's really this perverted guy. Ha! The voice sounded so familiar. And it was actually the teacher who spoke. Sakurajima. It can't be that woman, can it? Ruai on the plane had an icy face, staring at her cell phone. The other side of the phone, seeing that Lin Ji didn't make any movement, Sakurajima Ryo's eyes that were staring at Lin Ji gradually turned into loving hearts. Unable to hold back the feelings in her heart, the corners of her mouth hooked up as she slowly walked over towards Lin Ji. As Sakurajima Ryo got closer, it allowed Lin Ji to see what Sakurajima Ryo was holding. It was something like a dog leash. Sure enough, it's to chain him up in a basement somewhere and have an inhumane education, right? In the very beginning, he was the tutor of the little girl Ryo Sakurajima. I thought this was a cute and clingy girl, but never expected it. Cute is really cute and clingy is really clingy enough to want to do whatever it takes to keep him under control. One day, Ryo Sakurajima asked him to wait for her inside the study where she often imparted her knowledge, and he went, and then a moaning, petulant voice came to his ears. After careful identification, he concluded that the source of that sound was the basement of the den. Thought it was someone with ulterior motives in the basement, making weird play. As a result, from the moment he entered the room, he saw Ryo Sakurajima with her eyes faintly flickering with a scarlet shimmer. She was still holding, in her hand, the chain used to tether the hounds. That's right. It's the thing that Ryo Sakurajima is now holding right now. Lin Ji stared at Sakurajima Ryo and sighed. Go back. The Dragon Kingdom is not the place for you. Ryo Sakurajima tugged at the corner of her mouth and smiled. Back on that island without you? I don't want it. I haven't had a chance to talk to you properly about how much I've thought about you over the years since that goodbye 2 days ago. All these years, I've been looking for you, teacher, and you know what? I want so much to be with you forever. Can you continue to be by my side, as you were before? I will always be good to you. Ryo Sakurajima narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a gentle face that was apparently somewhat harmless when paired with a not-so-small figure. However, Lin Ji knew very well that this woman was a wolf in sheep's clothing and was not to be messed with. Are you calling your little lover? Sakurajima Ryo, at an unknown time, came close to Lin Ji's face and smiled. Seeing Lin Ji frown slightly, she smiled. I seem to have guessed it, but I don't mind. It's so normal for a teacher to have so much charisma that he's naturally liked by many people. Sakurajima Ryo smiled while approaching Lin Ji, and then took advantage of his inattentiveness to press her lips close to Lin Ji's tightly gripped cell phone. I don't care who you are. Get the hell away from her now. This isn't a reminder, it's a warning. After saying that, Sakurajima Ryo stuck out her longer, reddish tongue like an anteater and headed towards Lin Ji's finger, feeling the slightly cool touch. Lin Ji was shocked and his fingers loosened. Ah fuck. Sure enough, this rebel is so perverted. Lin Ji instinctively stepped back, and Ryo Sakurajima seized the opportunity to snatch Lin Ji's cell phone, then hung up. In the process, she smashed her mouth. The taste of the teacher. It hasn't changed at all. What's next is not suitable for children. I won't let that person eavesdrop. What if she gets high? She's gonna cry. Right, Hata just as Sakurajima Rio was planning to have her people take down Linji, suddenly, Rio Sakurajima frowned down her pretty eyebrows. Daddy Wei Wei? Linji heard his daughter's voice and turned his head, only to see Lin Yao chasing after this little nub behind Lin Wei Wei. Vivi, don't run around. It's dangerous. I want daddy. Lin Wei Wei's eyes misted with water, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Puff, the little girl flung herself into old Den's arms. Ah, Vivi, why are you crying? When the old father saw the aggrieved look of his daughter in his arms, his heart almost melted. Rio Sakurajima, who was on the sidelines, had her face blackened. Damn good things being spoiled. She also didn't want to spoil the little girl's image of herself in front of her own teacher. She raised her hand to stop the bodyguard who was ready to move forward, her eyes dead set on the running Lin Yao. This woman, the woman who had previously filmed a variety show at the teacher's house, could it be that there are hidden photographers around? Gee, this is even worse. What's going on here? Lin, she asked Lin Yao. I was putting her to bed, but she said she wanted to sleep and wanted to see her daddy. I couldn't argue with her, so I had to bring her back to you. Seeing Lin Yao's sweaty appearance as she ran under the sun, he said, tough job. Hey, it's not hard. After all, this is your daughter. Saying this, Lin Yao's face flashed with loss until Vivian appeared. Until now, Sakurajima Rio didn't say anything, indicating that she also didn't want to do something to ruin her image in front of Lin Wei Wei. Linji also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sakurajima Rio didn't make a move. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to beat up the rebel in front of his daughter. Linji cupped little Wei Wei's wet little face. Aya, why are you crying? My little princess? Little Wei Wei's little finger wiped on her face. Her little face came close to Linji's ear, a little complained and whispered, Daddy, you're so stupid. It's not easy for me to let you and Sister Yao Yao to be alone, but you actually left. If I don't intentionally trick Sister Yao Yao won't be able to be my mom and your wife. Ha ha. I am Daddy's little wingman, huh? Why does this little girl know so much strange knowledge? Could it be? It's that old Den. What a pretty sister. Who are you? This is the first time I've seen you. Do you want to be my dad's wife? My dad is so handsome. And my dad. Without waiting for Lin Wei Wei's chance to talk nonsense, Linji covered little Wei Wei's mouth and picked up the little one and headed home. My daughter didn't sleep well today and started talking nonsense. I'm so sorry. No such thing. I'm enjoying this nonsense. Oh wow. Screw it. Hello sister. May I ask if you're a friend of Daddy's? Lin Wei Wei broke free from Linji's restraints and looked at Sakurajima Rio with a smile, blinking her twinkling munchkin eyes and tilting her childish face up as she waited for Sakurajima Rio's answer. This big sister, looking at her father in a very wrong way, was similar to Sister Bai and Tong Koko, and if she wasn't wrong, she should want to be her own mother as well. She can't have too many moms. Anyway, well, moms have to have a lot of them. Linji marveled at this little girl's ability, but that was all. After Lin Wei Wei finished her sentence, she was once again picked up by Linji, and stretching out a finger, he pressed it against Lin Wei Wei's pink lips. Stop fooling around, Wei Wei. Come home with Daddy. Aha! Lin Wei Wei glared disgruntledly at the old Den Lin Ru, and the little guy waved his little fists to try to resist. Bad dad. You're so stupid. She's looking for a new wife for you. How can you do this to her? Ignoring Rio Sakurajima, whose face was filled with a smile behind him, he seemed to think of some sort of determination to turn around and leave. Gotta sneak. Now this girl is the one who sees a good-looking little girl and wants it to be her mommy. Hey, don't you think about your body at all? As Linji was thinking, Sakurajima Rio walked up and grabbed Linji's arm with one hand, forcing him to stop without waiting for Linji to react. A voice came. Hello little friend. I'm your father's student. After saying that, Sakurajima Rio glanced at Linji, then bent down and reached out her palm to gently rub Lin Wei Wei's brain. Another exhale. I can be your mom too if you want. Lin Wei Wei, who had her small mouth covered by Lin Ru, couldn't speak, but the wide eyes already showed her excited emotions at the moment. Amazed face, / yeah. One more for the mom backup. Mr. Lin, the show's team sent a message over there, urging us to go back. Lin Yao's voice suddenly came. Linji froze slightly and nodded slightly. Good, I'll see you again when I have the chance. I'll go back first. As for my daughter's words, children's words are reckless. Don't take them seriously. Well, I understand, Sensei, and I look forward to our next meeting. Linji made a cold shiver. Next time? Better not. Linji smiled awkwardly. See you again sometime. That said, it didn't take a moment. Linji, Lin Yao, and the little lowly left together in a cab. Rio Sakurajima's smirk dissipated. Mississippi. A few of the young ladies who had been secretly spying on Linji earlier walked out respectfully. What is it? She asked. Missy ran away. At those words, Rio Sakurajima furrowed her pretty eyebrows. Several of the women in black were also nervous at this point, cold sweat penetrating their meager undergarments. They were people that Rio Sakurajima had privately trained. And even those in the family were not allowed to know. They know very well how brutal Ryo Sakurajima's nature is. Doesn't matter. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's us right here. I was just about to kneel down. But suddenly I came back to my senses. No. The lady said it didn't matter? Instead, make them kneel on the spot and be her dogs? Sakurajima Ryo's eyes were always directed towards the direction Linji and the others had left. Not noticing the expressions of his men, she said to herself, that Linya just looked at the teacher's daughter with a strange expression. I can't figure out why a woman would have that kind of different look at a child that has no blood relation. Perhaps, she is like you? One of the women on the staff said. Ryo Sakurajima sneered. It's quite possible. Did the teacher actually provoke another person without my knowledge? Obviously she was here first, ever since Linji left. She had asked someone to secretly investigate the women of Linji's sidekicks from childhood to adulthood, Lin Su, Tong Koko, Bai Ruoi, and some unknown characters who couldn't be named, but there was no such person as Lin Yao. Ryo Sakurajima narrowed her eyes. Not knowing what she was thinking, suddenly, she heard the idle chatter of some passers-by in her ears. Crap! Have you watched Jitterbug yet? Today Lin Yao and that Lin Ji are on the hot search again. Of course I watched it. That's the same video that was posted a few minutes ago. I never thought in a million years that they would go to a parent-child park to play. Lin Yao wouldn't really like that kind of man with a baby. That would be too much of a drop. It's okay. That man looks more handsome than Daniel Wu. Although it's still a little bit worse than the reader. But he's still handsome. Ah, earns so much money. What is the figure? Not just a figure of pleasure? If you're rich and married to someone you like, and that someone is still young and beautiful. So what if she has a child? The child is still young and will still call you dad. Bah! I don't have that Chaomengda look. Those words fell on Sakurajima Ryo's deaf ears. A jitterbug? A short video program for the Dragon Kingdom? The teacher also went to the family park with that woman. Could it be that the woman pestered her to go? Hamir playwright is no match for the graceful, handsome, teacher of a seisai. Back in the old days, she was isolated by everyone in her family because of her female identity. As for her sister, because of her cross-dressing at her father's behest, she's mixed up well, and in the darkest moment of her life, that man, thus inserted into her life, to her dark as ink spiritual world, infused with the warmth of the sunshine that belongs only to the teacher, thus turning the dark world she into the teacher's sunny look. From that moment on, she then made a secret vow. This man, she, Ryo Sakurajima, is going to give him monkeys. Hey, 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 the black-clothed women next to them, seeing Sakurajima Ryo with a demented look, were suddenly people silly. The lady won't be dropped, will she? When has she ever shown this trolley-obsessed look? I don't know. I don't know anything. Don't ask me. Hey, I'm seriously discussing this with you. Seeing that her co-worker was ignoring her, she got a little anxious and was about to continue saying something. A cold face appeared within sight. It's the boss. It's over. What I just said should have been heard. TSK, I should have known to keep my voice down. You said, puff. A few people doubled up on their knees. The face cried out miserably. I'm sorry, miss. We were wrong. Please be gentle with us. I don't have any pants to change into. Ryo Sakurajima tilted her head in confusion. She didn't seem to be finished, did she? Never mind. It wasn't like the men had been sick for a day or two. She understood the mental state. After all, they had grown up within the extremely perverted environment of Sakurajima, and were more or less tainted with that. What do you say? Is still in the last name of Sakurajima, or is it Rin? The women were confused when this was said. I can't believe we're not putting them in a dark room and serving them up a few happy for nothing. One of the women, kneeling and kowtowing, raised her face with slightly red cheeks and said, back to miss. According to our tradition, the child takes the father's surname, but regarding the surname, there is no legal compulsion. Whatever you are happy with. Ryo Sakurajima nodded and continued. So, what do you guys say? Is it better to have a dragon wedding or a Western style? Well, you need to get some male input on that, right? With a smile on her face, Ryo Sakurajima nodded and took out a small notebook to write it down. Asked the man for his opinion. Well, just not too tough. You have to be gentle. In the future, ask your teacher for rewards less often. You can't force her too much. She needs to be gentle. Then she asked with a smile, so how many kids do you guys think it would be good to have? Seeing that Sakurajima Ryo hadn't been angry from the beginning, a black-clothed woman boldly rose up, raising her head and chest. I think that more is better. It's not like you can't afford to feed a family like Miss. What's more, Miss, this gene of yours and your teachers can be ranked in the top 100 among the 7 billion plus humans. Wouldn't it be a loss if we didn't have more? Sakurajima's mind recalled that he used to go to mixed baths with Linji and saw his body, and suddenly saliva slipped out of the corner of his mouth, wiped it off, and laughed. Also, then in the future, she can reward the teacher a little less, but the teacher will have to reward her a little more to make it work, just as Ryo Sakurajima was thinking blindly. Suddenly, a phone call came through. Look down. It's a call from Bai Ruoi's grandfather. Her grandfather, the joy she had just felt in her heart was swept away. Hey, that damn old man. Why don't he just go to hell? Hey, old no. Oh, wrong word. My dear grandfather. Are you still alive? Ryo Sakurajima. What's gotten into you again? A shocked but unmistakable voice came over the phone. It was Ryo who spoke just now, not me. What do you want with me, Grandpa? Go and meet your cousin. Find a way to bring her here. I've discussed it with her grandfather. We'll arrange an opportunity for you to make love. Then that way, even if she's as high and mighty as she is, she'll accept you. Ryo Sakurajima looked underneath herself. And Grandma, she was a no good. Belongs to the negative being. How could she possibly cook that woman up? Sakurajima Ryo cursed the old undead in his heart. Wanting money without face. Why don't you go to death? But when it came to his lips it was, yes, Grandpa, I'll do as I'm told. What to do then? How do you cook a meal without a handle yourself? That's a tough question. Yet how about a man? The other side. Cut. Daddy. You're disturbing Weiwei. Sleep lying in Lin Yao's arms. Sleepy. She stretched out her little hand and nudged Lin Ji's face. I'm sorry, Viv. Daddy was wrong. Lin Weiwei shook her head, indicating that Lin Ji was right. The little one's mind wondered. Daddy's right, but Daddy seems to be deflated? Did you find too many? Not too many. With Yo-Yo, it's only 4. The little guy didn't come up with an answer. His little head leaned against Lin Yao's soft and cozy embrace, sleeping peacefully with a smile on his face. Seeing his daughter sleeping, the playful Lin Ji didn't hold back from gently pinching Lin Weiwei's face. Kids? Aren't children meant to be played with? What are you doing? Lin Tasi asked with a frown, looking at Lin Ji, who didn't look serious. Play. Lin Ru answered truthfully. Hey, little cheeks. Slippery as if squeezed with 2 hands. It wasn't like they hadn't done this before, but most of the time it was when Vivi was awake. After all, most of the time, he was sleeping with Lin Weiwei, and when Lin Weiwei fell asleep, he naturally fell asleep as well. There were times when Lin Weiwei was asleep, but he wasn't, being used as a cuddle pillow by Lin Weiwei on top of him. Sleepy as hell. How could he find the time to tease the sleeping little Weiwei? Lin Yao glared at Lin Ji and said softly, don't move. This is my daughter. Why are you moving blindly? Wake her up, you coax. Hearing this, Lin Ji didn't laugh, but instead was stunned. So bold as to admit it? Forgot there's a driver. Thinking that his fantasy of earning $100 million a year might be shattered, Lin Ji hurriedly reminded Lin Yao, this is my daughter, not your daughter. Ms. Lin, please watch what you say. You don't have a daughter. After saying that, he hugged Lin Weiwei and pointed his finger in the direction of the driver. But Lin Yao didn't seem to notice Lin Ji's gesture and only noticed Lin Ji's words, as well as his movements. Suddenly, the sour taste of aggravation hit his nostrils. Tears filled her eyes as if they had been blistered with onion water. On what grounds? Who is he? Who is he to say that Vivi is not my daughter? She was absent for 4 years of Lin Weiwei's life, but that was something she was willing to do. What back in the day wouldn't want to see their daughter grow up smiling and calling their mom if they could? And so on. Viv never seemed to call her mom yet. It's always been called sister. So, to say it's not her daughter it's not unreasonable. Viv still hasn't recognized her. Oh, it's not. What are you crying about? In order not to disturb Lin Weiwei's sleep, Lin Yao cried very quietly, but the tears flowing from her eyes were obvious. Serves you right. Stop crying and wipe. Lin Ji didn't know where to pull out tissue paper and handed it to Lin Yao, who was crying. The arrogant Lin Yao drew a paper towel and wiped up. Although this dog man is a scum, but is also quite gentle. Nope. Scum are gentle. Che, almost got him thinking of Lin Ji's true colors. Lin Yao's gratitude towards Lin Ji was instantly all gone. Instead she glared at Lin Ji. What? This woman really can't read. Just as Lin Weiwei was asleep, Lin Yao silently wiped her tears, and Lin Ji was helpless. The driver, who was waiting for a stoplight, had realized what was happening behind him. Hey, divorced couple, meet again because of the child. But the father of the child does not recognize the woman as the child's mother. Geez, has this woman dumped her husband? Or has the man fallen for big money and dislikes his ex-wife? The driver thought about it, and suddenly, this time, he felt a phone ringing behind him. Ring ring ring. Just about to alert, Lin Ji reacted and picked up the phone. Hey, hello. Lin Ji didn't pay attention to who the caller was. His attention was on his daughter, worried about her being woken up. It's me, teacher. What are you doing? I'm almost home. Can you come out to greet me? That won't work for a while. I'm not home yet. Not home? Where are you now, teacher? Bai Ruoi fiercely remembered that she had been hung up on by Sakurajima Ryo a few minutes ago. What happened to the teacher and her? Where is she now? Just as she was waiting for Lin Ji to answer, Bai Ruoi heard a vaguely choked voice on the other side of the phone. This moan, like a low moan from an aggrieved woman after being bullied for a long time. This voice was familiar. It was obviously Lin Yao's. Bai Ruoi asked, is the teacher at the hotel now? No, in a cab. Hey, you can be so fancy even in a cab? I had underestimated that. Lin Yao. Teachers, be safe. Don't make little lives. Okay. Since he didn't want to disturb little Vivian's sleep, Linji only heard the first half of the sentence and nodded his head repeatedly before hanging up the phone in a smooth manner. Bai Ruo's face was slightly cold as she stared at the house near her eyes. It was Linji's home as well as her future home, but the owner of this house actually went out and stole food. Damn it. It really gives her chills. The most important thing about being a full-time baby daddy, let your daughter grow up happy, joyful and carefree. Of course, he would take the initiative to fulfill his daughter's little wishes. His daughter's wish was a bit outrageous. It was for him to find her many moms. Gee, you've managed to become a scumbag yourself with the help of your daughter? Even if one agrees. But what about those high-minded guys? Hey, it's a long way to go to fulfill little Vivi's wish. Thinking about it, Linji let out a breath and inclined his head to look at the large and small group that was sleeping on the side. Lin Yao was beautiful to look at. There was no doubt about it. So Lin Weiwei, who was Lin Yao's daughter, was also a little beauty. Lin Weiwei was now 4 years old, and with her tiny person, she looked like a scaled-down version of Lin Yao. But if only I had waited for my daughter to get a little older. That mustn't make the little yellow hair with the ghost fire. Amusing as a dog, Lin Zhu's gaze was on the mother and daughter, secretly surveying them. Suddenly, the car stopped and the driver said, "Here it is. $50. 50? Okay, keep the change." Linji cheerfully pulled out a red bill and opened the car door right after, turning to face the sleepy, embracing mother and daughter again. Linji smiled and gently shook Lin Yao's shoulder under Lin Weiwei's butt. "Weiwei, Ms. Lin, we're here. It's time to get up." "Well, are you home yet?" Lin Weiwei asked. "Of course," Linji responded with a smile, reaching out to pick up Lin Weiwei, who was all limp. Lin Yao, who hadn't been woken up by Linji, but woke up violently after feeling the loss of Lin Weiwei in her arms. Viv?" Hearing Lin Yao calling out to her, Lin Weiwei's little meaty hands rubbed her eyes and opened her little mouth to reply. "Sister, Weiwei is here." "Phew. Okay, Vivi is still around," Lin Yao sighed in relief. She was so sensitive. It was just a dream that Vivi and herself were going their separate ways, and it was so wrong of her to be so flustered, just as Lin Yao was thinking to herself. Lin Ji, who had already hugged Lin Weiwei and walked a few meters away, noticed Lin Yao inside the car was fuming and couldn't help but shout, What are you doing? If you don't get out of the car, I'll go first with Vivi." It's now afternoon, and it's almost time to make dinner for Vivi. After all, Vivi is still too young to play too late. "Sister Yao Yao, if you don't get off the car, Uncle Driver is going to drive away, and then you won't be able to see Weiwei." Lin Yao, who was still in a daze, snapped out of it when she heard Lin Weiwei's not-so-small-voiced words. "That won't do. Sister can't live without you." Lin Yao snapped the car door shut, running towards Lin Weiwei. Upstairs, Bai Rui, who had already been waiting for a long time at the Lin family home, looked downstairs at Lin Ji and Lin Yao, who were talking and laughing and walking side by side. The mind was not annoyed, the face was unusually cold, saying nothing. His eyes stared straight at Lin Yao. This guy, why does he like being around teachers so much? What does she want? Liking her teacher? No, the way Lin Yao looked at her teacher, there wasn't that kind of love. At least she didn't notice it. She just likes Vivian Lin. The little kid? Could it be that Lin Weiwei was really the child born after Lin Yao and her teacher got away for one night? Bai Ruoyi couldn't help but think of the fact that Lin Ji and Lin Yao had once gone to a hotel together, and the annoyance in her heart became a few points thicker. Gee, she must find out if there was that relationship between Lin Yao and her teacher or not. "Daddy's sister Yao Yao has been looking at you. She must like you." How did he hear such devilish jokes from his daughter's mouth? Lin Ji was opening the door with his key when his daughter's voice suddenly came to his ears. "Ha!" Lin Ji stopped moving and turned his head to look at Lin Yao. Seeing Lin Ji's reaction, Lin Yao was also confused. Her gaze instantly shifted away from Xiao Weiwei and turned to Lin Ji and cast a puzzled look. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Ji's mouth twitched. Understanding everything, Lin Yao was looking at her own daughter. How could she look at him that he was nothing more than the biological father of Lin Yao's daughter, and had no relationship beyond that? Lin Ji couldn't think of any possibility of Lin Yao liking himself. Weiwei, you want Lin Yao to be your willing stepmother and your dad's wife. That's a bit hard. The first one is fine, but the last one? It's hard as hell. Ha ha, look at it wrong. Oh, your Yao Yao sister is not looking at dad. Lin Weiwei shook her head and said with a stubborn face, "It's impossible for Weiwei to be mistaken. Sister Yao Yao must be looking at daddy." Lin Ji smiled helplessly and catered to Weiwei. "Or maybe he's looking, after all, your dad, me, is so handsome, up in the kitchen and down in the hall. There's no reason not to look at me." Haha. After smiling awkwardly, he carried Lin Weiwei inside the house. After Lin Ji's figure disappeared, Lin Yao let out a sigh of relief and clenched her palm into a fist, gently landing on her chest. He's so close to Vivi. Maybe he's a good father too. If Lin Ji was genuinely good to Lin Weiwei, then should she make up with Lin Ji so that Weiwei could have a complete home? Just as she was thinking, Lin Yao noticed the person on the upstairs balcony. This person was none other than Bai Ruoyi. Lin Yao was puzzled. Why would this big boss appear here? Won't go back because of work? A woman who's up and down a few $100 million a minute. $50 billion at random, right? Lin Yao didn't understand why Bai Ruoyi was here, but she envied Bai Ruoyi, being free to do whatever she wanted. If he had Bai Ruoyi's stature, then what would he need to worry about? He could just show his hand in live with Lin Weiwei, and not have to worry about anything. Upstairs, Bai Ruoyi smiled and waved her hand at Lin Yao, signaling her to come upstairs. Lin Yao, who was downstairs, paused. This woman seemed a bit hostile to her. However, after thinking about it, if he could get on good terms with such a big shot, he might probably get out of his contract soon, and then choose to stay by Lin Weiwei's side without any worries. Thinking of this, Lin Yao finally nodded her head and entered the house. Inside the living room, Lin Ji touched his own girl's head. Weiwei, play by yourself in the living room. Oh, and if you get into trouble, ask Rhubarb for help. Rhubarb is very smart. Got it, Daddy. Daddy cook well. Weiwei will be very good and obedient. Hey, I can eat Dad's cooking again. Great, right? Since Dad is cooking, ask Yo-Yo-san to help. That might improve Dad and Yo-Yo-san's relationship. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei called on Big Yellow to join her and was just about to go downstairs. A figure came out from the balcony. Vivi, where are you going? Hello? Sister Bai, when did you come back? Lin Weiwei froze for a moment and asked. Bai Ruoyi walked up and rubbed the fleshy cheeks. Sister just came back. Oh, Weiwei, did you miss Sister Aw? Think, laughed Lin Weiwei. Sister White was so good to her. Not only did she buy her a big car and give her a plane ride, but she also gave her a mom-like first experience. Vivi, remember what you promised your sister? What is it? As long as your sister buys you toys, then you'll call your sister. What's it called? After saying that, Bai Ruoyi smiled and stared at Lin Weiwei's tender childish face. Looking forward to the little one's answer, Vivian raised her little head and thought for a moment, thinking, well, Vivi remembered. Call Mommy Bai White. Mom, what about her? So what is she? Lin Yao, who had just walked to the second floor, heard Lin Weiwei smilingly turn to Bai Ruoyi and call out to her mom. The heart was cold. Well, what about me? What did Weiwei call me? Lin Yao didn't hold back and walked up, asking, Sister Yo-Yo. The Lin Yao people were stupid, and when they saw the smiles on Bai Ruoyi's and Lin Weiwei's faces, they immediately broke the big defense. No, Weiwei and Rhubarb, go play. Mommy has something to say to your Yao sister. Bai Ruoyi tenderly rubbed Lin Weiwei's head. Although the little one did not understand what her white sister wanted to do, she knew that she had to coax this somewhat childish white sister. Is not it just Mommy? Not to mention Mommy. Even if it was Grandma, she would not hesitate to say it. Anyway, a word can be exchanged for a variety of toys. Simply do not have to be too cost-effective. Not to mention, Sister White is really want to be her mother. Then they were on the same page. So Lin Weiwei didn't half refuse and smiled. Alright, Weiwei and Big Yellow, go play. Bye-bye Sister Yao. Lin Weiwei waved her little hand at Lin Yao and smiled as she walked into the toy room with Big Yellow. Lin Weiwei said as she walked, pulling on Big Yellow's tail. Rhubarb, later on, you'll play the role of Inuyasha. I'll play the role of your father, and I'll hold you, okay? If you don't say anything, it will be taken as your default. Lori's voice disappeared completely into the living room. Lin Weiwei and Big Yellow went to the toy room. Lin Ji was cooking. It was a bit noisy in the kitchen and he didn't notice Bai Ruoyi coming to the house early. At this point, there were just two people in the living room, the real mom of one, Lin Ru's daughter, Lin Yao, the other was Lin Ji's former student, Bai Ruoyi. Bai Ruoyi was all smiles, all hostess-like. Ms. Lin, please take a seat. Lin Yao nodded her head in response and sat down peacefully with an expressionless face. Okay, Bai Ruoyi continued to smile and asked, Ms. Lin, do you know what I want to say to you? If she had any self-awareness, she should know why she was here and why she came to her. Lin Yao was made uncomfortable by Bai Ruoyi's eyes with a smile. How could the legendary high and cold president be such a harmless and sweet image? When he thought about the first time they met before, Bai Ruoyi had appeared in Lin Ji's shower room. A moment of relief. He got it. High octane in front of people, dainty in the back, a good candidate for a smooth labor. If I'm not mistaken, Bai always comes here for Lin Ru. After all, it's been said on Jitterbug that you and Mr. Lin are close and, Lin Yao paused. Her expressionless face had a slight movement, and the internet also said that Lin Weiwei, that cute girl, is your daughter. Well, the internet did say that. Hey, I don't know who's making up rumors. It's really excessive. Excessive? If it was really excessive, you wouldn't be in this smirking state right now, would you? Moreover, it is possible for someone with such funds not to allow rumors to be spread. After all, ordinary people can't afford lawsuits. Call it a rumor, but it's actually intentional. I guess Lin Yao thought so in her heart, and when she reached her mouth, her words changed. It's indeed excessive. The internet even said that I interfered with the three-person world of General Manager Bai and Mr. Lin. Lin Weiwei, I don't know who started the rumor. Not to mention the fact that you and Lin Weiwei don't look anything like each other. Not to mention the fact that as far as I know, Mr. Lin is Mr. Bai's teacher, and you are Mr. Lin's student. Between teacher and student, that kind of relationship shouldn't happen, right? After all, Mr. Lin as a teacher should know the code of conduct of being a teacher. Not to fall in love with a student. Not to have a unique relationship with a student. I think Mr. Bai is well aware of this point. The smile on Bai Ruoi's face wobbled and froze. This guy. He doesn't seem to be as innocent as this innocent face on his face, she added. Granted. But it's not like a code of conduct is a law, and laws don't prohibit it. Although I was his student, I liked him, his daughter liked me, and we even lived together for several years. The so-called teacher-student relationship has long been irrelevant. Lin Yao didn't hear anything else, and only remembered a few words. Did Weiwei like her? It's over. It's over. Vivi wants this guy to be her mom. Then wouldn't he just be Lin Weiwei's sister for the rest of his life? She wasn't confident that she could compare herself to Bai Ruoi, whether it was in terms of achievements or background. If I had to point out a single advantage, it would be my own body, where demon and innocence coexisted, right? Seeing Lin Yao in a low mood, Bai Ruoi thought to herself, she's sensing the gap between her and me. Hey, that's good. Work harder. Completely crush Lin Yao's little mind about her teacher. Let her die completely. The teacher can only be hers alone. No one can touch the teacher. Ms. Lin, I know you went to the hotel with my teacher 6 years ago. Maybe it was from that day on. I don't know what happened that night that made you feel the other way about my teacher that you had. But I trust him. He's not the kind of man who's obsessed with women. So there's no way he could have done anything too much to you that night. I trust him, and I'm asking you to leave my teacher alone. He's got a daughter. So just die. I'm so sorry. If an ordinary person knew these things, they might actually die. The person in front of him was the richest man, extremely rich, and was a member of the famous family, the Bai family, and his connections were even more unimpeachable, but he himself had never come here for Lin Ji, but for her daughter Lin Weiwei. That was all. Give up? What a joke. It's so hard to have a chance to get up close and personal with Lin Weiwei and actually let her die? Damn it. I don't care who you are, trying to tear her apart to be with her daughter. Even if you're the king of heaven, you can't stop yourself from being with your daughter. Mr. Bai, I know you're very powerful, but there are some things that money can't buy. Oh, you tell me. I believe that no matter what in the world, it's all explicitly priced. Money isn't everything, but it's nothing without it. Bai Ruoi smiled faintly. Mr. Bai, love, but it can't be bought. In short, no matter what you say, I won't give up. Question: what do you have to do to raise a Lolita in the first place? Answer: raise Lori's little belly a few picks, so that the innocent Lori can't stay away from you. If you raise them right, they'll even call you daddy. Lin Shi thought deeply. After all, he raised a little loli. Since she understood, she called him dad, and even gave him a kiss. Lin Ji was fully focused on making the children's set meal, his brain search engine. Searching for Lin Weiwei's favorite dishes over the years, little Weiwei had Lin Yao as her own mother to look after her, so I'm sure Weiwei wouldn't bully Big Yellow. A few days ago, when he came home to feed Rhubarb his dinner, he found, for some reason, an extra patch of dog hair where Rhubarb had been sleeping. That hair doesn't look like it detached naturally, more like it was made by man. Thinking about it, there was only one possibility. His daughter, who liked to not treat Rhubarb like a dog, must be trying to cut Rhubarb's hair again. Anyway, with her own mom around, Vivi doesn't do anything outrageous. I guess, thinking about it, Lin Ji continued to work. Here's to Vivi and Lin growing up happy. The entrance to the toy room, the door to the room was slightly open, revealing a crack. A lowly head, poking out of the door. Big Yellow, do you know what Sister Bai and Sister Yao Yao are talking about? Looking inside the living room, at the two good-looking sisters whose lips were slightly moving, Lin Weiwei blinked her big bright eyes, her tender little face full of doubts. Rhubarb cocked his head, his dark eyes staring straight at the side of Lori's face, because the distance was too far. Lin Weiwei watched Lin Yao and Bai Ruoi's moist lips move, but she stiffly didn't hear them. They're talking about something or other. Could it be discussing about who will give me a younger sibling first? Lin Weiwei held her little head and smiled. Woof. Rhubarb couldn't understand, but from Lin Weiwei's little expression, it seemed like she understood again. The little master has thought of something happy. You're not going to ride her like a horse again, are you? He's a real dog, but you're a real misanthrope. Rhubarb, say something. Why are you ignoring me? Just pay attention to me. Lin Weiwei hugged Rhubarb, then her small hands grabbed Rhubarb's tail and shook it. However, no matter how much she moved, Rhubarb just ignored her, and all she got was Rhubarb's big puzzled eyes. Never mind. Rhubarb can't talk even if he's wearing his dad's clothes, Lin Weiwei. Who couldn't get an answer? Thought about it, looking at his wrist. The great filial daughter phone watch that Bai Ruoi had given him, it has the prestige of several big sisters in it. Eyes narrowed and a small hand nodded at the boy Coco's prestige looking at Tong Coco's innocent and cute avatar. He thought about it, Sister Tong and Sister Bai are good friends, right? Those two big sisters even came to her house in a group earlier and wanted to be her stepmom. So yeah, it's only right to let Sister White know about Sister Tong's return. After all, Sister Yao Yao and Sister Bai, the two of them were doing it face to face with serious expressions. They should just be discussing something big. Well, big deal. Is there anything more important than giving Vivi a sibling? Lin Weiwei thought for a moment and came up with the answer, not at all. At this time the child Coco's house inside Tong Coco's home. There was no one except for a few people who had come to film the variety show. Sister Tong, you emo? Lu Shi glanced at Tong Coco, who was staring at the barbecue pile with an emo look on her face, and walked up with a cut watermelon. Don't emo, come and eat the watermelon. Nah, just cut it. Fresh stuff. Lu Shi brought the watermelon close to Tong Coco and waved it as if showing off. Kid Coco waved her hand in denial. No appetite. You guys eat. My heart's a little troubled right now. Oh, something on your mind. A man I presume? Tong Coco stunned, then sighed. Also it is, she this appearance. Anyone who looks at it is not by the scum to break the spring heart. You're a good guess, sister. When he finished, he revealed a face of deep emotion, his eyes fixed on the watermelon, and muttered to himself, I'm hopelessly in love with a man, and I love that man miserably. Oh, Sister Coco, you actually have such a story. Tell me, I'm all ears. After all, there is no knot that I, Lu Shi, can't solve. Lu Shi patted her dare and raised her head confidently, not knowing where she got her confidence from. If nothing else, the man who could charm Sister Tong to the point where she wouldn't eat her melon must be Brother Linji. Thinking about yesterday's events, Lu Shi became more and more certain of her suspicions. Tong Coco raised her head, glanced at Lu Shi, and bared her teeth. Sister, you, a little daisy, shouldn't come to be an emotional warlord. When these words came out, Lu Shi was in a hurry. What's wrong with the little daisies? Pissing you off? The little ones are cute too, okay? Don't Coco sister. Don't underestimate me, although I'm just a simple little virgin, but it's only someone like me who can best see your kind of problem of being poisoned by love, penetrating your whole body and being unable to pull yourself out. Hearing this, Tong Coco raised her head slightly, meeting Lu Shi's gaze and murmured, You, want to hear my story? Aha! Lu Shi nodded heavily. It was when I was 2 years old. Throughout, Tong Coco's expression changed from a girlish smile to the loss of a young girl's hair after she turned blue, then to the grudge of a grieving woman on her wedding night after the groom ran away, and finally to the sadness of a widow like a dead husband. I've been with him for so many years. What gives him the right to break up and say he doesn't want me? As soon as I saw little Vivi, my heart ached. I wanted to have a daughter that cute too. Tong Coco hugged Lu Shi with a pained face and cried. Lu Shi patted Tong Coco's back while stimulating Tong Coco. What's all the crying about? What's the use of crying? Does crying make him your husband? Kid Coco got upset and cried out. What can I do then? I don't want to cry all the time either. But I'm doing nothing but peeking into their happy lives like a sewer rat. What else can I do? You tell me. You tell me? Kid Coco suddenly shouted hysterically, and on closer inspection, her eyes were red. This world was so unfair. He was obviously the first person to contact Lin Ji, but he was the one who lost the most. Thoughts drifted back to her college days. If she hadn't chosen to break up with Lin Ruogo, then Weiwei's real mother might have been her, right? Once she had the identity of her biological mother, she should be able to take for granted that she would be with Lin Ruogo, no matter how bad she was. Is there a shortage of people getting married with their first child these days? Lu Shi, who was on the side, smiled. Coco sister was now on the verge of breaking down. Very good. Next, just follow what is stated above and Petite Bamboo Horse loves dominant, highly cold me. A little more effort to stimulate her would turn Coco-san into a woman full of fight. Coco-san, you could have used force. SH, what do you mean? Tong Coco froze, not quite understanding the mystery in Lu Shi's words for a moment. What do you mean? Use the strong one? No way. No way. No way. It's not what she thinks, is it? Looking at Tong Coco's open mouth, her dark eyes blinking in disbelief, Lu Shi, like a bad woman who seduced Adam into stealing the forbidden fruit, leaned over and whispered in Tong Coco's ear. That's right. It's what you think it is. And what you're worrying about right now, Coco-san, is completely irrelevant. Tong Coco paused, looking at the girl in front of her who was smiling thievishly, the kind of eyes as if she was looking at a test subject, which made her a bit unhappy. But right now, there wasn't much she could do to get to the next level with Lin Ji. Seeing Tong Coco looking at her seriously, Lu Shi continued. Don't you just want to be with brother Lin Ji? But then you're concerned about other people and what you think about looking at brother Lin Ji's daughter? Although I don't know that little one very well, if a small child is a single parent, she is lonely at heart and longs for playmates. So, wouldn't you just give her a sibling? Tong Coco's cheeks reddened. Give birth? Give birth to a younger sibling? No, it's not. How could Tong Coco not expect that the young girl in front of her, who looked so pure and incomparable, would say something so bold seeing Tong Coco's flushed face? Lu Shi laughed in her heart. Ha ha, is this the joy of nurturing? Sure enough. It's better to watch other people in love. She kind of understood why within the university dormitory, the single people who had never been in love were instead doggedly in love. This kind of fun is simply better than watching an island romance action movie. It was when Lu Shi was laughing heartlessly that suddenly, several white as snowy fingers appeared under her eyes, tugging at the hem of her coat. What to do? What I should do? Warlord, please save me. The corner of Lu Shi's mouth hooked, came close to Tong Coco and said with her ear, Lin Ji's brother has been single for so many years. He must be horny and thirsty right now. So you do this and that and then that and then that and that won't be good. Oh, you mean the beauty trick? Tong Coco exclaimed. It's a rough law, but better than nothing. It's dry. It's nighttime. So doesn't this just happen to be a super bullish time? Hey, she's going now. Suddenly, Tong Coco thought of that cute little girl and fell low. It won't work. Wei Wei has always slept with brother Lin Ji. If that girl doesn't have someone with her, that little girl won't be able to sleep. So even if I want to make a night attack, I can't do it in front of that girl, right? Hey, what do I have to do to be with Lin Ruigo? So annoying, Tong Coco sighed, and this Lu Shi grinned. It's simple, isn't it? Better to ask someone to accompany the little girl? Makes sense. Just do it. But to whom? Sister Lin Yao or that Bai guy? The one surnamed Bai, a born rebel, tried to plot against brother Lin Rui every day, so she would never give herself a chance, and Sister Lin Yao's words, she's here to film the show, and as of now she shouldn't be falling for Lin Xiao, so she's the best choice. Thinking of this, Tong Coco got up and wanted to set off. Okay, I'm off. Wait for my good news. Have a good walk. I won't see you off. It's a pity about these melons. Lu Shi sighed and silently nibbled on the only remaining watermelon, without taking a few steps. Tong Coco stopped. A vibrating sensation came from his pants pocket. Frozen slightly, she pulled out her cell phone and lowered her eyes to look at it. It's a strange phone call. I can't believe she didn't recognize the number. Was it a call from a rabid fan? Thinking of the few fanatical female private dinners she had encountered before, Tong Coco's scalp went numb. A white finger landed on the screen and was about to click hang up when it suddenly stopped, and she remembered something. She hasn't been notified of the outcome of her previous separation request. Almost a week has now passed. Should have gotten it right either way. So, this unfamiliar phone number, is it possible that the company side of the notification came down? With that in mind, she picked up the phone. Hello, please. Before she could finish her sentence, the familiar little lowly voice called out from the cell phone. Sister Coco, I'm Vivian, her daughter-to-be. This little guy actually has a phone number that belongs to him? It seems that his guess was not wrong. Lin Ji brother really favors this little girl. The first step to take down Lin Jigua. Surely we have to start with this little guy then. So it's Wei Wei. What are you looking for, sister? Tong Coco's tone was gentle, as if the other end of the phone was her own daughter. The little lowly on the other side smiled happily when she heard Tong Coco's voice, then went straight to the point. Sister Tong, when are you going to be with my dad? I want a younger sibling. Tong Coco was stunned and her cheeks reddened, opening her mouth. She wanted to respond to Lin Wei Wei, but her brain was like an overloaded CPU directly smoking and losing its functioning in this instant. This little girl is too blunt, isn't she? Even though she has those kinds of thoughts, but it's still a shame to admit it in person. It's not like she's that shameless woman by Rui. Is Sister Tong not wanting to be Wei Wei's mom? If Wei Wei's words just now make it difficult for Sister cannot say sorry. Listen to this little Lori's aggrieved voice. She was damned if she was going to make little Vivi sad. Tong Coco took a deep breath and said, no, it's not like that. Sister actually likes you a lot. Then Sister Tong, come to Wei Wei's house later. Dad will be ready for dinner. We can eat together. It's good to be lively together. Unsolicited invitation to her. This little ninny. She loves to die. Fine. Sis will be there soon. Oh, wait for sis. Right. Wei Wei, Tong Coco suddenly said. And Lin Wei Wei's small hand that was about to hang up the phone paused. What's wrong, sister child? Is that Sister Lin Yao still at your house? Hearing these words, little Wei Wei probed, glancing at Lin Yao and Bai Rui, who were sitting face to face in the living room with serious faces. Aha, yes, Sister Yao Yao is always there. In just fine, then she could let Lin Yao hold off Lin Wei Wei, and then herself and Lin Zhuge. At this moment, Lin Ji was a bit flustered. He sat warily at the table, with Vivian on his left and the two women across from him. What's going on with them now? Lin Ji glanced at Bai Ruoyi and Ling Yao, who were smiling at each other in front of him, and immediately looked embarrassed. Strange. When did these two become as close as sisters? There's definitely something weird going on here. As he was thinking, a childish voice came. Daddy, can we eat now? Hearing that it was Lin Weiwei, Lin Ji stroked the girl's brain. Well, eat, the words came out, and then Lin Weiwei, who was drooling with gluttony, moved. Small hands reached out, ready to clip the food. There was no way the little girl could pinch it with her short hands. At this time, Lin Ji was about to give his daughter some food, when the person in front of him moved. Weiwei, eat the chicken leg. Bai Ruoyi was quick on her feet, and a tender chicken leg was stuffed into Lin Weiwei's bowl. Thank you, Sister Bai, Lin Weiwei said happily. Then with her white and tender little hands, she directly picked up the chicken leg and nibbled on it. You're welcome. After all, we'll be family from now on. Bai Ruoyi glanced at Lin Yao after touching Lin Weiwei's brain. Lin Yao didn't say anything when she saw this and lowered her eyes, seemingly brewing something, then looked across the table at Lin Ji and said, Mr. Lin, I'll be staying at your house at night. After all, we had a contract. Yes? Lin Ji froze slightly and looked at Lin Yao in confusion. How did he remember that the person who signed that contract was Bai Ruoyi? So that contract, does it have anything to do with him? Of course I have. From her pocket, Lin Yao pulled out a contract and handed it to Lin Ji. Lin Ji took it and looked at it. Then the person was dumbfounded. The name written on top of that contract was his big name. Why is that? Lin Ji looked at Bai Ruoyi suspiciously. Why did this niece write his name? Without waiting for Lin Ji to ask Bai Ruoyi about it, Lin Yao's hand reached over. Mr. Lin, you've seen it clearly. It is indeed your name on it. Well, look at it clearly. Lin Ji nodded and didn't say anything in retort. Why did he do that? Didn't she dislike Lin Yao? If we do this, then won't Lin Yao live there as a matter of course? Lin Ji glanced at Bai Ruoyi, who was beside him with a smile on her face, feeding on Lin Weiwei. Let's question her after dinner. Lin Ji eats in silence. Dinner is over. Lin Ji glanced at the three people, who were happily playing, and said, you guys play, I'm going to take a shower first. Vivi wants a bath too. Before Lin Ji could take a few steps, the little girl really chose to abandon Lin Yao and Bai Ruoyi. Wait a minute. The little guy had just taken a step when Lin Yao picked him up. What's wrong, Sister Yao Yao? Take a bath with your sisters later. Okay? Lin Weiwei looked at Lin Yao and Bai Ruoyi suspiciously. The little one couldn't figure out why these two big sisters were suddenly so close, but she liked it. After thinking for a moment, Vivian laughed. Okay. Hearing this, Lin Yao and Bai Ruoyi looked at each other for a moment, and both of them murmured in their hearts, the plan was successful. Earlier on the living room, Bai Ruoyi questioned Lin Yao about her relationship with Lin Weiwei. Lin Yao was silent for a long time and finally heard Bai Ruoyi say, I guess you are Lin Weiwei's mother. Then a stack of photos landed on the desktop. The person on the photo was exactly Lin Yao's childhood photo, with that small and cute look. Anyone who looked at it would think that the person in the photo was Lin Weiwei. With things having come to this, Lin Yao felt that she had nothing to hide. So, she showed her cards straight away. She and Bai Ruoyi agreed that she only wanted to stay by Lin Weiwei's side, and not to steal Lin Ji from her. Bai Ruoyi also agreed she helped Lin Yao, and Lin Yao had to help her as well. The two decided to be mutually beneficial. Bai Ruoyi and Lin Yao looked at each other and smiled now that Lin Zhuo had entered the shower room. Then Lin Weiwei and Lin Yao, the mother-daughter pair, would be able to get along. That's what they agreed to. Sister Bai, Sister Yao Yao, why are you all looking at me like that? Lin Weiwei stared curiously at the two elder sisters. Because, we like Weiwei. After all, Weiwei looks so cute. Bai Ruoyi and Lin Yao said in unison. Yeah. Vivi also thinks she looks cute. Everyone within the kindergarten says the same thing, said Lin Vivi. Lin Yao nodded at Bai Ruoyi, and at that moment, Bai Ruoyi laughed. Weiwei, do you want a younger sibling? I want to. So, how about sister goes up and sleeps with your daddy tonight to sleep, and you sleep with sister Yo-Yo? Yeah, Lori was as excited as a white rabbit, jumping in place a few times. It's great that Vivi is finally going to have a sibling. But, where's sister Yo-Yo? Why doesn't she sleep with dad? Lin Weiwei's eyes widened, her big round eyes staring straight at Lin Yao. Then my sister will go take a bath first, so I can sleep well at night. Bai Ruoyi gave Lin Weiwei a small peck on her tender face, leaving a red mark behind. Hot eyes fixed on the shower. Tonight, it was her turn. Sensei, your traitor is here. It's not right. Lin Weiwei watched Bai Ruoyi approach her dad's shower room step by step with her smooth feet. At first she was happy, but she seemed to have forgotten one thing. She called her kid sister. Sister Tong is on her way here now. What to do? Sister Tong, she's so miserable. She had been asked to come to dinner, but it turned out that their family ate early, and dad's cooking was so good that the vegetables accidentally went into her belly. If Sister Tong comes to her house, not only will she have no food to eat, but you won't be able to sleep with her dad, that. Sister White. What's wrong, Vivi? Bai Ruoi, who had already completely stripped off her clothes, twisted her head, revealing her jade body with perfect curves, displaying it in front of little Vivian and Lin Yao. Anyway, they were all girls. Bai Ruoi didn't carry fear at all. Lin Yao looked down at herself. She had an inferiority complex. Not only can't you beat me in money, but you can't even beat me in body? Abominable. The scene made Vivi look dumbfounded. Mom's grandma. Good. What would you like to eat? Hosting? No way. Lin Weiwei shook her little head like a rattle, then the little hand patted the slightly reddened cheeks. No way, no way. Vivi has grown up. Can't eat it. We have to save it for our younger siblings. She was already almost a sister. Hey. Suddenly I'm so envious of my younger sibling, who hasn't even had her mom's grandma. Lin Weiwei covered her eyes and her little mouth opened. Sister Bai. Go in quickly. Otherwise Weiwei won't be able to help herself. Hearing this, Bai Ruoi was puzzled. Was it that she couldn't let herself go and wanted to play with her? Thinking of this, Bai Ruoi smiled. It's fine. Isn't there Sister Yao Yao? You play with her. Sister goes to accompany your father then. Bai Ruoi's delicate 5 fingers gently landed on the door handle and turned it slightly. The doorknob won't budge. Weiwei. Bai Ruoi let out a breath, exhaling the irritation on her face, and twisted her head around to smile. Coming. Sister White. Here's the key. Here you go. So goodbye. Ruoi gently rubbed Lori's head, and then, the key goes in. The person goes in. Everything went in. Snap. The door to the room closed inside the shower. There were screams. Crap. How did you get in here? And where did your clothes go? Calm down. Don't make a mistake. I'm your teacher. Scream. Even if you scream your throat out, teacher, no one will come to save you. Vivi, protect the emperor. Your father is really dying. Vivi and Lin, covering her laughter. Poop, you rat tail juice. She can't save a bit. Ha ha ha. Inside the shower room, there was no telling what was going on as soon. There was no semblance of movement. Lin Yao held Lin Weiwei away from the battlefield at this time, wanting this little one to avoid being disturbed by the cacophony of the battle. Weiwei, let's go play, and we'll take a bath together when your sister Bai is ready. Lin Weiwei, who had been picked up, suddenly raised her head and pointed at the sister Yao Yao. Have you ever given birth? Lin Weiwei suddenly asked. This. Lin Yao didn't know how to answer. It wasn't good to tell the truth and it wasn't good not to. After a moment's thought, she chose to evade. Why would Viv ask that? Because Sister Bai's is so big, but she hasn't had a baby. And Sister Yao Yao's is so small. So I was curious, why is Sister White's and Sister Yao Yao's, why are they different? Is it natural? Or does it get bigger after you have a little baby? In the face of such shameless and nasty words, Lin Yao didn't get annoyed and could only smile. Everyone is different. Why? Aren't we all human? Because everyone eats differently. And so do mom and dad. Just like a cow has a cow's mom. A horse has a horse's mom. And a person has a person's mom. And everyone has a different mom. Eats differently. Drinks differently. So how can they look the same? Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Weiwei seemed to come to a realization and nodded her round little head. Seeing his daughter enlightened and learning a new knowledge, she also felt happy from the bottom of her heart. It was so nice. Her daughter was so smart. A little bit of understanding, and just at this time, Big Yellow walked over at some point. At that moment, little Vivian hugged Rhubarb and said, a dog has a dog's mom. Rhubarb, no wonder you and I look different. So our moms are different. I've been seeing Rhubarb since I was a kid, and I thought Rhubarb was a relative of mine. Oh, my god. She's happy a little too soon. My daughter's brain is a bit weak, but she's still young, the brain is still quite exploitable. So keep up the good work. Being alone with her daughter was something Lin Yao had dreamed of. And now, she got her wish. So, the next step is to properly help Bai Ruoi and Lin Ji get together, right? Bai Ruoi had always liked Lin Ji. It would be a happy thing if they could be together, right? But why? She's actually a bit unhappy. Just as Lin Yao was thinking, Rhubarb barked. Whoops, Sister Yao Yao. Someone is coming downstairs. Lin Weiwei followed Big Yellow and called out as well that if she wasn't wrong, it should be Sister Tong coming. What should we do? It seems that Sister Tong came at a bad time. Dad and Sister Bai are taking a bath together in the shower room, and we're going to sleep together at night. Originally Lin Weiwei was ready for all 3 big sisters to give her younger siblings. But, plans can't catch up with change. Sister White is already out. Sister Yo-Yo doesn't want to move. Then Sister Tong? Just have to stay put, I guess. Let's go downstairs together. Lin Yao was not assured that the little one was alone upstairs, so she simply pulled Lin Weiwei's small hand and walked downstairs together with her feet on the steps. Lin Yao pondered, who exactly is the visitor at night? Coming downstairs, Lin Yao let go of Lin Weiwei's hand and opened the door. A sweaty woman appeared. Sister Tong. Good evening. Lin Weiwei tilted her head and greeted with a smile. You? Hello? Vivi. The nights in the countryside were slightly cooler, but her house was still a bit of a distance from Linji's. 2 kilometers at a trot. And finally we're there, but at the cost of a sweaty body. What happened? Why are you sweating so much? Lin Yao was startled, thinking that Tong Coco had encountered something dangerous. It's fine. It's fine. It's just that when I came here, I was chased all the way by the village dogs. Ha? Chased by a dog. So you're okay? Then you are underestimating me. In the village when it comes to running speed, I dare to argue third. No one dares to argue second. Tong Coco seemed to think of some childhood memories and smiled proudly. Lin Weiwei opened her small mouth. Then who is number one? Oh, your dad. Wow. Daddy runs faster than a dog. So mushy. Lin Weiwei's eyes glowed with golden light and she clapped her little hands cheerfully. Tong Coco attached her ear close to Lin Yao. Weiwei is cute, but she's just a bit too simple. I don't know if it's inherited from her husband dumping mom. Maybe. Make some small talk. 3 men. 1 dog, upstairs. Weiwei. Where's your dad? Tong Coco looked around the week and didn't find Linji's figure. She directly paralyzed on the chair and continued. Weiwei, do you still have any clothes at home? My sister wants to take a bath at your house. Dad is taking a bath. And the clothes? Well, of course. Lin Weiwei rarely lied and chose to answer truthfully. After that, he told Lin Yao where her clothes were. After all, she was still small and the closet was too high for her to reach. Tong Coco smiled. Please Sister Yao Yao. Lin Yao smiled and responded. It's fine. They're all on their own. Ha ha, one of our own? That's true then. After all, the two sides do not have the same purpose, so they can't be at odds. Since brother Lin Shi is taking a bath, then I'll wait outside for a bit. Tong Coco stared at the bathroom and muttered. As she waited, Tong Coco felt her clothes sticking to her sweat. He felt uncomfortable and thought that the only boy in the room was Lin Ji. So without thinking, he took off his short sleeves directly, showing off the cobweb-like sweat on his skin. So tired, so ready to swing and sleep. But she hadn't accomplished her goal yet. Tong Coco glanced in the direction of Lin Yao and Lin Weiwei, and then in the direction of the shower room, thought about it and went to the refrigerator. Open it and take a couple bottles of white wine out of it. Open the bottle and take a whiff. His good wine. Get drunk and see how he rejects himself. After thinking about it, Tong Coco directly picked up the bottle of white wine and poured it. Within moments, a fire was burning in his belly. Inside the shower, Lin Ji doesn't dare to move at all. With a retrograde who wears nothing plastered behind him. If he dares to turn around, that would be cool. And for a while the two were at a standstill over it. Bai Ruoyi wasn't in a hurry. She just hugged Lin Ji, leaning her chin on Lin Ji's shoulder, smiling. Teacher, Vivi wants a sibling. I know. At those words, Bai Ruoyi didn't say anything, but a smile was on her face. It was impossible for Lin Yao to like brother Lin Ruoyi, so she was no threat whatsoever. What's more, he still had that contract in his hands. And now Lin Yao herself had boldly admitted that she was Lin Weiwei's mother. Then it's already considered a breach of contract. If Lin Yao honestly played house with Weiwei for a month, then he could consider letting her go. But if she doesn't cooperate, then don't blame yourself for being heartless. Inside the shower, the duo's physical senses were noticeably elevated by the atmosphere of warm water spray. Bai Ruoyi hugged Lin Ji tightly, her fingers nimbly roaming over Lin Ji's body. Teacher, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. You do understand what I'm talking about, don't you? Bai Ruoyi lowered her head and kissed Lin Ji's neck, feeling the soft, moist touch of those delicate lips, and the softness of the pile was clearly perceived in the back. Lin Ji lowered his eyes and looked at the 10 fingers on his chest. Seized the moment. One grasped Bai Ruoyi's wandering hands. He said, I understand, but we can't right now. Why is that, teacher? Now that the groom is in love. Why not? Bai Ruoyi was slightly puzzled, and her head, which was leaning on Lin Ji's shoulder, was slightly raised from Lin Ji's shoulder. Cocking his head, he frowned at Lin Ji. Lin Ji closed his eyes, not looking at Bai Ruoyi, and muttered, although these days, Lin Weiwei acts like she likes you a lot, and I have some good feelings for you, but what about you? Do you really know what you're doing? If you're with me, have you considered those two in your family? Bai Ruoyi paused for a moment. Those 2 dead old men at home? Che, it's none of my business if they love to die or not. I can have nothing, but I must have you, so don't turn me down, okay teacher? I'll try to be a good wife and a good mother. After saying that, Bai Ruoyi cupped Lin Ji's head. Her soft and moist red lips approached Lin Ji's lower lip, and finally closed her eyes and kissed it. Lin Ji did not resist and chose to remain silent. Speechless is the best answer for now. As far as he knows, his own daughter loved Bai Ruoyi. After all, if there was a gorgeous mother who had both money and face and extremely spoiled herself, which little lowly would be able to hold back her heart. If Vivi liked it, then why should he find any more reasons to reject her? Besides, Bai Ruoyi also said that she didn't care about what her family thought. That family, she was the one who made the decisions. In that case, there was even less reason to reject Bai Ruoyi. After figuring everything out, Lin Ji began to cater. His arm reached out and directly swept Bai Ruoyi into his arms. Perhaps it was the first time they had done so in the bathroom, and both of their hearts were beating fast. Outside the door, hiccup good. It's hot. Tonka fanned herself with her hand against herself, the breeze blowing up a few strands of sweaty hair. So hot. So hot. So hot. Tong Coco, who had dried a bottle of white wine in one gulp, continued to have crystal clear sweat emerge from her forehead. Sweat ran down the smooth and tender red skin. The fabric of the dress on his chest was unconsciously stained with a piece of wetness. At this point, Tong Coco's neck and face were red. Nima, is this white wine so pure? I can't believe my head is a little dizzy. I don't know if I can hold out until Brother Lin Ji has finished his bath. Wait, why must one wait for Brother Lin Ji to finish his bath? She could just feel her way in now. Think about it. Drunkenly, Kid Coco shook her head and headed in the direction of the shower. Coco, the clothes are found for you. Lin Yao and Lin Weiwei held the clothes and walked out from the room, but there was no sign of Kid Coco. Where is everyone? Lin Yao looked around and didn't see Tong Coco's figure. That's strange. It was here a minute ago. Did she? Hell, Vivi, come behind mommy. There's a ghost here. Ghost? No. 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 Sister Yao Yao is not right at all. Dad said it. That's all feudal superstition. There are no ghosts in the world. Only our Dragon Kingdom's 1-meter-9 mesmerizing old ancestor is real. Lin Weiwei raised her little head and said with a smug face. These words were told to her by her dad. What Dad said? How could it be a lie to Weiwei? Lin Yao froze slightly and pointed her finger at the far right wall of the living room. Weiwei. Lin Yao held her forehead and called out to her daughter. Lin Weiwei's soft lowly voice came from underneath her. Weiwei and Big Yellow are both here. Sister Yao Yao, don't be afraid of ghosts. Oh, ghosts don't exist. Since your dad doesn't believe in ghosts and hates feudal superstitions so much, what's that on that wall in your house? Lin Weiwei paused and lifted her small collagen-filled face, looking along Lin Yao's pink fingertips. The little guy froze for a second. His baby face happy as a blooming flower. Lori jumped with excitement. It's Grandpa Fortune. Daddy says that every night when we go to bed and worship, a kind big sister will bring little money to our house. After saying that, the little guy even came to the God of Wealth statue in a decent manner and worshipped it. Nah, it's like this. Did Yo-Yo-san learn it? Ha, learning to scrap. Lin Yao responded, in a bit of a bad mood. Hey, kind big sister, the person who has been giving money to Lin Ji for free, other than her. Lin Yao couldn't think of a second person, and just at this time, Lin Yao saw the clothes scattered on the ground. Ouch. This little piece of fabric. Does it look fucking familiar? This flat look can't be Bai Ruoyi's. Got it. It's Coco's. Whatchamacallit. Hiss, the person is not there. The clothes are. Coco's in the shower. 2. Gee, dog man. What a fancy play. Got to get Viv out of this flowery world. Weiwei, let's go downstairs to play in the piano room. Sister heard your father say that you know how to play tunes. Play for sister. Okay? Lin Yao squatted down to rub Lin Weiwei's brain. Lin Weiwei, who had a lot of flesh on her face, puffed out her face and blinked her big round eyes. Playing the piano? Oh yeah, Yo-Yo wants to be my mom too. So let's play a song for the mother-to-be. Listen to your mom. And only mother is good in the world. In order to bring himself closer to Lin Yao, the little guy nodded his head and responded. Okay, Sister Yao Yao, let's go downstairs to the piano room. Rhubarb, follow us. No fooling around. Inside the shower room, Lin Ji was caught in a back-and-forth attack for a while. Letting go was not enough. Get out. The words were shouted by Bai Ruoyi, who was instantly offended as she watched the drunken, swaying stride approach her and her teacher. Into all in. The key moment. On the way. In the middle of going out for what? She doesn't want it. It was so hard to get in. She didn't want to let this opportunity go. Only, why had Brother Lin Ji's voice turned into this familiar female voice? Lin Ji looked at Tong Coco, whose face was slightly red and who clearly had a drunken look on her face. And instead of being angry, she was happy, although he didn't know how this girl had gotten in. But fortunately she was there. Bai Ruoyi stopped that arrogant movement. What a close call. Tong Coco, whose head was drowsy, didn't realize that Bai Ruoyi was staring at her dead on, actually interfering in her favor. But well, looking at Tong Coco's appearance, he couldn't swing things either. And now you're the one who broke in. So don't blame her for getting in your face. Lin Ji exhaled a few breaths, his relaxed heart instantly tightening with the arrogant and domineering movements of the woman in front of him. Wait a minute. Coco's still here. You're going to continue too. Teacher, you don't understand this. It's better in front of her. It's called a pre-husband offense. In the meantime, the side of the program, the director sent in Zhou to travel to find Lin Yao. Although he didn't follow Lin Yao for the whole day, but it didn't matter. After all, it was the request of the boss above. However, he was still a bit worried about Lin Yao's personal safety after not seeing her for so long. After all, just with Lin Yao's horrible amount of fans, she could dominate the entire bib. And little sweet potato. Geez, once Lin Yao is in danger. Their program's public number could be sprayed with feces all night long. So, the director made the decision to go against the capitalist boss and give Lin Yao a close-up to prove that Lin Yao is not available for the time being. Sister Yu, is it really okay for Lin Yao, a great beauty, or the kind that's hard to come by in 1,000 years, to be alone in a single male's house? A short-haired woman with sunglasses and a mask beside her asked, and Zoe Yu.An Royu waved her hand with a bored face. This question, it had been asked all the way. There was no problem then. Now it's a shooting program. Even if he has the intention to do something bad, he won't do it openly. If he does it, then won't he become the number one suspect? I'm sure there isn't that person that would be that stupid. Hearing Enzoyu utter that answer once again, the heavily armed Sakurajima Ryo did not ask again multiple inquiries. Same response, with her big, for a small brain. She could tell that Lin Yao and Lin Ji's relationship was not simple. Lin Yao is the hottest actress in the continent. The flow that is even more to say. But it is such a person, this program group, actually able to let Lin Yao stay at a strange man's house, and don't arrange then bodyguards to prevent Lin Yao from getting into trouble. If he hadn't used some means to enter the program in disguise, he might not have known the unknown secrets within the program. Could it be that what was on the variety show yesterday was true? Ryo Sakurajima muttered in Sakurajima. Yesterday's variety show, she was under the covers, calling her teacher's name and sneaking another look. Well, I can't tell you how handsome you are as usual. I want to make him a monkey. It's just that Lin Yao is really in the way. And it just seems like a somewhat unusual relationship with a teacher. I thought it was just a programmatic effect created by the show. But now that I think about it, it wasn't much of a programmatic effect. It's obvious that the concubine has feelings for the king. Maybe the fact that no one is following Lin Yao today is Lin Yao doing it on purpose. It's all about being alone with your teacher, after all. In the afternoon, she met Lin Yao and her teacher, as well as his daughter. Like a parent-child trio shopping. Think about it. Ryo Sakurajima's face gradually darkened. Good point. One more guy looking for death, just as Ryo Sakurajima was thinking darkly. This time Enjuyu stopped and twisted her head to stare at her. You, one word exhaled. And Ryo Sakurajima froze. Discovered? It shouldn't be. This woman shouldn't have seen herself before. What's wrong, Rain-san? Ryo Sakurajima asked as she eased her emotions. Did you just speak Sakurajima? Yeah, my mother is from Sakurajima. So she knows that much. So that's how it is. I thought you were a spy just now when you whispered. Ha, you think too much. Ryo Sakurajima laughed awkwardly and then stopped talking, but in his heart, he was already secretly thinking about how to deal with Lin Yao. That fishy cat, by Rufa, was tricky. But now she had to deal with the kitty in front of her. The teacher's big fat fish was not something that could be carried off by a random wildcat that appeared out of nowhere. Soon, came to Lin Ji's house. Several people stood downstairs, looking at the lighted house. Enzoyu walked up and tried to knock on the door. Suddenly, the sound of a crisp, familiar zither came. A few people froze momentarily. The only thing in the world. Mom, a child with a baby is like a treasure. A child's voice came along with the sound of the zither. And Enzoyu's hand movement stopped, staring blankly at the near door. Thoughts drift back to childhood. Nice voice. Is that Vivian Lam singing? Enzoyu followed the source of the sound and looked towards a glowing room. Sure enough, a large and small shadow was seen, shining on the window. Almost everyone was immersed in Lin Weiwei's childish voice. With the exception of Ryo Sakurajima. She'd never heard this kind of song before, and she didn't even know her old mom, and couldn't empathize a bit. Ryo Sakurajima also looked to that direction and heard Vivian Lin singing a song about her mom. Couldn't help but hook up the corner of his mouth. The teacher's daughter looked like she lacked motherly love. As long as she was given a certain amount of motherly care, then this teacher's little heart would definitely support himself and the teacher together. Just as he was thinking about it, inside that room, a voice came. Sister Yao Yao. Weiwei finished playing. How was it? Was it good? Good to hear. Hey, this is a tune I've been practicing for a long time, and I was going to play it for Mom. But it's okay if Sister Yao Yao wants to hear it. It's just that Weiwei wants to play it for Mommy so much. She wants to let her hear it. Weiwei wants to. Lin Weiwei's words ended abruptly. The mind wondered. Vivi wants lots and lots of moms now that we have so many big sisters at home. Dad should try harder to find many moms for Weiwei. The little guy suppressed the excitement in his heart and tried to control not to let the corners of his mouth rise. But this scene, in Lin Yao's eyes, turned into Lin Weiwei trying to keep herself from crying out. Poor kid. Sister hugged Lin Weiwei's little head was buried into Lin Yao's arms. The little one struggled to break free and exhaled, saying, "No, it's Mom." In the previous chapter, my sister said the word mom. And if Sister Yao Yao listens to Weiwei's tune, she'll have to be Weiwei's mom. When these words came out, Lin Yao was not calm. Is that true? She wanted to nod yes so badly, but she didn't like that scumbag Lin Ji, only like Lin Weiwei. Lin Yao hesitated for a split second and said, "Is it okay not to be your father's wife? Sister only wants to be Weiwei's mom." Hearing this, Lin Weiwei's small face bulged. showing an extremely resistant expression. Her small hands forked in front of her chest. No no no. Sister Yao Yao wants to get a daughter for nothing. Where under the sky is such a good thing? Dad said people who are greedy for small gains will not get the blessing of the god of wealth. And, if you listen to Vivi's tunes, you have to be Vivi's mom, as well as being Vivi's dad's wife, and giving Vivi younger siblings child. You're invincible. And Zoyu outside the window covered her face and muttered Ryo Sakurajima was fine with it. And on the contrary, she had an excited look on her face. Great. I just listened to the tune myself. So was I going to be Vivi's mom too? Aha, since the higher-ups were destined to let her hear Lin Weiwei's tunes, she would reluctantly be the teacher's wife and Lin Weiwei's mom after all. God arranged the greatest well. The crowd had a lot of small minds, but dogs don't have much of a mind. And Rhubarb hears a commotion outside the door. Woof woof. Who's breaking into my house? Sister Yao Yao. There's someone outside the door. Big Yellow is always accurate. Then my sister will go and see. And you stay here and don't move. Good 2.5 hours after Linya left, Tong Coco awoke from her cold water immersion and was shocked to see the sight before her. Covering her eyes with both hands of brother Lin Ji. Did I come at a bad time? Lin Ji, who was panting like a cow, looked back at Tong Coco and said, No, you've come at the right time. Coco helped drag Yi out. Lin Ji was really tired, and the watery strands that slid down his body were indistinguishable from sweat or just plain water. Okay Lin Ji brother. Tong Coco looked at Lin Ji's robust body and then looked again, silently gulping. Good. What a bully, that unbeatable table-topping, high-strung female president by Ruoi was actually under the operation of Lin Ruigo, turned into a puddle of dead meat. Ha ha, you've had your day. Serves you right. Although she didn't know exactly what was happening, she was still in a good mood when she saw Bai Ruoi suffer. Kid Coco, at this point, forgot his purpose. Simply get dressed, picking up the limp Bai Ruoi in his arms. He headed for the shower room. Tong Coco looked at the several rooms in front of her. Ringo's room? No. Vivian's room? Neither can I. Why don't we just throw this woman down the toilet? After thinking about it, Kid Coco took the plunge. And it was at this time, Lin Ji dressed and walked out. Coco, let's drag her to my room first, so she can get some rest. It had taken him a lot of effort to tame this stubborn girl. I almost flashed my back. Lin Ji covered his waist and gasped for air. Tong Coco's heart was not a taste, and a bold idea popped up in his heart. Unwilling to deceive himself and others, could it be that she and Ringo did everything? Tong Coco looked at the two, one sweating profusely and pounding his back silently. A face of contentment sleeping like a dead pig. Tong Coco opened her mouth, wanting to ask Lin Ji what had happened, but didn't dare to. Commiserating, he nodded. Good. After Kid Coco left, Lin Ji sat paralyzed on the sofa, in a trance, his eyes lost, tired, unexpectedly tired. I didn't expect that. He had barely managed to tame a Bai Ruoi with his efforts over the past few years, but his cute little girl goose, once. But, what a field full of flowers. Just as Lin Ji was planning to have an afterthought cigarette to lighten the mood, but nothing was touched. He's forgotten all about it. Never smoked myself. Just as Lin Ji lamented the emptiness of his own arsenal of footsteps came from downstairs, the sound was getting louder and louder. And the people downstairs were getting closer and closer to going up the stairs. Dad? Lori probed and was instantly happy to see her dad like a lively rabbit. She pounced on old Den. Daddy, Vivi brought you 2 new sisters. Ha, what the hell? There's a new guy? Old Denim resignation. Smiling face. Face instantly become not cheeky. Happy or not? You're happy, but I'm the one who suffers. Lin Ji paused for a moment and glanced at Lin Weiwei, who had a smile on her face, crouched down and asked, Vivi, what is this new sister you speak of? There's 2 big sisters downstairs, and that's a great body. At first glance, they're badass tootin' big devils. Daddy has to take his chances. The little guy crackled with words. Not waiting for Lin Ji's chance to inquire, Lin Weiwei seems to have thought of something. The little head spun around, raised its head, and asked, Daddy, where are Sister Tong and Sister Bai? Is it going to give Vivi a sibling? No, don't be ridiculous. Your dad, I'm very serious. And there's no way the sibling you want will be born so soon to play with you. At those words, Lin Weiwei instantly lost her head and lowered it, saying to herself, Hey, happy for nothing. I was thinking of sharing it with my siblings, my grandma who eats it all the time. Lin Weiwei had an aggrieved look on her face that made Lin Ji's heart ache a little. It's okay, Daddy promises you'll have a mommy, and a brother and sister. Really? Did that sister give birth to you? The aggression on Lin Weiwei's face was instantly replaced by a smile. Lin Ji was dismayed. That's too soon to respond. This girl couldn't have been waiting for herself to say that. Could she? Lin rhetoric light cough. Have to you go to your sister to discuss? Your father, I am a tool man. That's right. It's only because this girl wants a mom that she's starting to think about finding someone herself. But who knows? There's a little bit of a lot of people on this doorstep who want to be their daughter's stepmom. Lin Weiwei pouted and said in dissatisfaction, Daddy is not a tool man. I like Daddy the most. Daddy is the best daddy in the world, said Lin Weiwei. Her arms unfolded and she tightly hugged Lin Ji's waist. Lin Ji laughed and couldn't help but raise his palm, wanting to gently rub Lin Weiwei's brain. Ha ha, still at my house. Vivi cares about Dad. That's when Vivian came in. Dad, I noticed from earlier. What happened to your leg? It's been shaking. Is it sick? Getting sick with a hammer. That's the result of a big fight with your stepmother. Bai Ruoyi was cool with it, falling asleep on her own. And herself? Tired as an ox. It made him want to take another shower. Of course not. Dad's just hot. A little tired from the heat and a little unsteady on his feet. Lin Weiwei nodded just as the father and daughter were exchanging words. Downstairs, Lin Yao and Nzoyu explained something. That's it. Sister Rain, you go back. I'll just stay here by myself. As far as recording the show, there are plenty of cameras right here inside the house, so just call up some footage directly. After all, she didn't really want others to bother Lin Weiwei. Alright, Yao, you take care of yourself. I'll tell the program team side truthfully. After saying that, Nzoyu intended to leave. After coming here and talking a lot, it's time to go back and rest myself. An Ryu and Lin Yao turned around one after another. After the door to the room closed, Nzoyu took a few steps back, and suddenly realized that the people accompanying her, however, had not moved. Is there anything else you want? And Juyu looked at, suspiciously, the heavily armed Sakurajima Rio.at this moment. From the moment he came here, he had been staring at Lin Weiwei. Could it be that he was a lolicon? No. She also stared at Lin Yao. Is this person still a lesbian? And Zoyu thought in her heart that the person next to her had a bit of a bad habit. Then he looked at Rio Sakurajima defensively. Rio Sakurajima laughed. Sister Rain, I remembered that I left my cell phone inside. I'll go back and get it. You go back first. Okay, I'll go first. Fine. Go ahead. I'll be there in a minute. After Nzoyu left, Rio Sakurajima's face changed dramatically. Damn. She had heard, clearly, when she was downstairs earlier, the whispering of a young girl from upstairs. That voice is simply not familiar. Isn't it? That cousin of hers? By Ruoi's voice. TSK. That bitch. Got it already? Rio Sakurajima's mind conjured up the image of her own teacher being trampled on by some rebel and humiliated in a million ways for nothing. In front of her neckline, she was in waves, rising and falling, shivering with anger. All of this became a lesbian in Nzoyu's eyes. Seeing the goddess of exceptional beauty, excited to the top of pulling out her cell phone, Rio Sakurajima gave an order. Find a chance to tie up Lin Ji, and send it to my room. Understand? Shaga. One night passed. Lin Yao and Lin Weiwei sleep together. Tired by Ruoi and a drunken Tong Koko sleep in Lin Ji's room. The crowd was tired from playing last night. The time had come to 9 o'clock in the morning, and not one of them got up. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside a university, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, Lin Su accompanied Su Chanshan in the direction of the cafeteria. Last night's roundup aired as scheduled. The content that was shown made the Dao heart of Lin Su, who originally wanted to study well and graduate early to find Lin Ji, collapse instantly, just because last night was a bit anticlimactic. Little Vivian, a great filial daughter, wants to give her own old den. Lots and lots of stepmothers. Lin Su was so shocked that her aunt almost left upon seeing Lin Ji leading Lin Yao into the big house that she had dreamed of and wanted to have a happy two-person world with Lin Ji. Lin Su cried just because Lin Yao actually assumed the posture of a hostess and asked Lin Ji about some family matters. Fuck. Those who know that you are a big Lin player making small talk with a small farmer. Those who don't think you are the little girl's real mother, poking around in the girl's living situation. What's even more outrageous is that he even went to Lin Juga's room and helped Lin Juga look for his underwear. She'd only touched it that 5 or 6 times herself. Seeing that image, Lin Su instantly couldn't tense up. If it wasn't for Su Chanshan stopping him, that tablet that plays Variety is probably going to die. Asshole, pervert, shameless. Lin Su remembered last night's Variety show and cursed angrily in his heart. Lin Yao was over the top, and Lin Juga was over the top as well, bringing home so many girls and taking them to the shower. He himself had only shared a bath with brother Lin Ji once. Thinking about what she and Lin Ji had done, Lin Su felt like she was losing money by coming back to class. Immediately, during the night, the group raged against a couple of sneaky bitches. Don't be angry. Maybe it's not what you see. Su Chanshan couldn't help but speak out to appease Lin Su when she saw his straight gritted teeth appearance. Cynthia, don't comfort me. I'm fine now. What a ghost. You've got your teeth clenched, and you're probably going to be chopping people with a knife the next second. Listen to my sister. That man, Su Chanshan's words, hadn't finished. Lin Su's pupils, which seemed to be from hell, stared at her in death. At once, not daring to speak. He's fine. You're not allowed to say anything bad about him. Even though brother Lin Ji has a few more big sisters in his family, I believe that brother Lin Ji is innocent. He was definitely forced. Well, yes, that must be it. Vivian said it all. What's one flower? She, for her dad, was going to find a bush full of little flowers. Thinking of little Vivi's grand ambitions, Lin Su's heart ached so much that it wanted to be dripping bloody pain. It hurts. Wei, if you keep this up, my sister won't like you anymore and will only give your father monkeys, not siblings. Su Chanshan was glared at by Lin Su so much that she gave up. Forget it, her own little sister. Now, is very sick. There's definitely something seriously wrong with the brain. Let her have a nice reprieve. She can't save a bit herself anyway, after all. You're not a brain surgeon and you can't cure a relationship. Brain, almost arriving in front of the cafeteria, Lin Su suddenly shouted. I'm extinct. What are you mad about again? Su, let's go eat. Okay, don't go crazy, I'm going to kill back and kill them one by one. You think you're a secondary sickly girl? Your brother is Ito Makoto. Su Chanshan pinched Lin Su's cheeks. Calm down for me. Go eat. You haven't eaten all night. Your stomach must be empty. Empty stomach. Her stomach was empty, but theirs, probably big enough to hold a watermelon. Abominable. She hates. Lin Su narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth viciously. I'm going back. I'm going to find him. I don't want to be eliminated like this. Lin Su's eyes seemed to have a fire in them, but a tear ran down her face at an unknown time. Woohoo. She really wasn't happy about it. Obviously he was here first. If a few days ago, he and Lin Ruigo had done everything in the hotel, there would be nothing behind it, right? Su Chanshan covered her face. Speechless, this ninny is completely hopeless. Go on, hurry up. I'll cover for you on the counselor's side. Hey, I really can't see you crying like this. Good sister, I'm going too. Lin Su peeled off Su Chanshan's hand and ran towards the school gate without looking back. Come to the school gates, Lin Su started to open the cab software without stopping. She was staring intently at her phone. And just then, poof! Aha! My cell phone! Someone came out of nowhere and knocked her to the ground, and the falling cell phone snapped, crushed by oncoming traffic. What are you doing? Lin Su was furious and tightened her grip on the person who had just bumped into her. Smyrnace, pretty lady's sister. I didn't mean to drop it. I was careless. After saying that, the person in front of him grabbed Lin Su's small white and tender hand and apologized with a sincere face. Fuck off. Don't touch my mother. You pay for my cell phone. I'm in a hurry. Lin Su tore himself away and stared intently at the gorgeous woman in front of him. This woman. How come the woman from last night is so similar? No, that person should be over at Lin Juga's house. There was no reason for him to come to her university. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Rinsa convinced himself that he was grabbing the woman's wrist and trying to get her to make reparations. However, under such a grasp, the woman's sleeve slipped down, exposing a hideous and terrifying scar at her wrist. Lin Su asked, You were abused? No, I wasn't mistreated. My sister's been very nice to me. She's always made my day. Ryo Sakurajima laughed. That bright smile made Lin Su, a yellow flower girl, a little physically uncomfortable. This guy's not a psychopath, is he? The bare skin is almost always scarred, except for this kind of face. Although it gave the woman a unique beauty, it always felt a little weird. These scars of yours are all rewarded by my sister. It's a pervert, no doubt. Sis has to run away, or I'm afraid I won't be able to see brother Lin Ji. Lin Su twisted her head and tried to run. Just as she took a step, she was grabbed by the woman. Where do you want to go, little sister? I want to go home. Don't you arrest me, okay? Big sister, I'm wrong. I don't need you to compensate me. Let me go. I've grown up and I haven't been taught to train yet. Whoa. I would like to discuss the knowledge of teaching and training with Ringo. Where is your house? The incomparably powerful strange force made Lin Su, unable to move a little, helplessly responded. Jiangnan Province. Be specific. That Manka village next to Gon's village in Hikaru City. I told you. Let me go, will you? No way. It's over. She can't discuss teaching and training with Lin Ruigo. What was she still so young and still a little daisy? Where am I going to? Let's go together. Lin Su's face, looking at the woman's eyes, began to glow. This is not a mental patient. This is clearly her precious person. Sis, I thank you. I have a sister. Don't call me sister. It's okay. One more sister. One more family member. By the way, sis, what's your name? Me? My name is Ryo Sakurajima. In the Nether Islands. What was that? What an odd name. Forget it. What the hell? She can go home. She wants to talk to Ringo. Time passed and Vivi woke up, but not by waking up hungry, or rather, it's a suffocated wake-up call. Sister Yao. I want to go pee. Lin Weiwei's small hand patted Lin Yao's back. Lin Yao held her so tightly that Lin Weiwei had a bit of a hard time. Whoa, if I had known this would happen. I shouldn't have. Last night, let Sister Yao drink so much of Grandma's for myself. Well, now you've done it to yourself. But she had already shouted herself in pain. Why did her own yo-yo sister simply ignore her? Lori had a pained look on her face, and crystal tears were fighting in her eyes. Aha, I need to pee. Sister Yao Yao, don't hold me Vivi wants to go to the bathroom so bad. Lin Weiwei was in a hurry. Dad said you can't pee on the bed. It's unhygienic and impolite behavior. She wants to be the good kid who is hygienic and polite to give her future stepmother a good impression. Well, Lin Yao seemed to hear Lin Weiwei's cries and her petite body moved. Lin Weiwei's small face was delighted. That's great. Sister Yo-Yo, at her sincere call, began to wake up. Lin Yao's lips moved slightly, murmuring, Weiwei, you smell so good. Let mommy hug you. After saying that, the hug tightened even more. Lori was anxious. Woohoo, why did you do this to her? A little cutie. Yao Yao sister, this is Sleepy. She is not Weiwei's mom yet. Hey. If it was Vivi's mom, she wouldn't let her do that. Lin Weiwei was helpless and glanced at Lin Yao's beautiful face. Pretty is pretty. Just a little goofy. And she's been ignoring her after all the calling herself. Good naive mom. She kinda doesn't want dad and Yo-Yo's sister to have a sibling. Maybe what's born is a little bean. Lin Weiwei's pupils suddenly tightened. Her small face flushed red. She sniffled in aggravation, pursed her moist lips, and muttered to herself, Vivi is not a bad kid, it's all Sister Yo-Yo's fault. The other side, Linji covered his golden right waist and his entire body branched out. Last night was a night to remember. Linji stood up and looked down at Bai Ruoi, who had her body wrapped in a pure white sheet, only revealing her white and tender thighs. Lin Ru smacked his lips. TSK, this leg, he could play with it for a year. The woman is purely veiled. But this sleeping face looks with the flirtatiousness of a different woman's identity. Obviously, he was a high cool president before, but now he was like a flavorful beauty. She's pretty good looking even after she's lost her teenage youth. Is it too much of a birth to do this on your own? Linji thought back to those years when he first started to get in touch with Bai Rui's parents, who have found themselves in communication many times. Mr. Lin, we know that EE is very fond of you, but it's all because she's young and grew up not knowing what love is, and became dependent on you, not to mention that she's your student. So it's better to end this illicit relationship sooner rather than later. Said and threw out a whopping $100,000 to get himself out of the way. Linji saw that little money and rejected it outright, not for any other reason than being professional. One can question his character, but not his professionalism. PTA code number 1, no intimate relationships with students. He's got his back to death. Please rest assured, Mr. Bai, EE and I can only be in a teacher-student relationship. I just think of her as a regular student. 2. I implore Mr. White. My work. Bai Ruoi's old mother fell into deep thought after hearing this, staring at Lin Ji's face and trembling. You're so handsome. I can't hold on to you for a bit, let alone the child whose hair hasn't even grown. Bai Ruoi's old dang, however, waved her hand. Go ahead, Mr. Lin. I trust your professionalism. Take good care of her for us. Lin Ru nodded and left. Bai Ma questioned. Ease kind of nature. Are you really not afraid of accidents? Father Bai a fear. Of course I'm afraid, but EE now has this look that only allows Lin Ji to get close to her. What else can I do? If I want EE to return to her original appearance, I can only choose to believe in Mr. Lin. After all, he's a professional tutor recommended by Sakurajima's side of the family, and he has a unique means of curing closed girls. Hearing Father Bai's words, Mother Bai was still a bit uneasy, but Father Bai patted his wife's hand and said, Don't worry, as long as we're still in this world, they'll always be teachers and students, and they'll never develop any backstabbing feelings. Fair enough. All these conversations were heard by Lin Ji. After all, he walked to the door, because he didn't have a key and didn't go out. Had been silently listening to the duo's conversation, but was too embarrassed to interrupt. Lin Ji thought to himself, it's only a few years anyway, so how could he possibly raise another rebellious disciple? Although not trusted, being monitored for mistakes also happens to prove that he is professionally trained, and in the years that followed, he left the White House unharmed. As it turns out, he did stick to his principles. The scene returns to a room with messy clothes lying around. Mr. Bai, I'm really sorry, Lin Ji said to himself as he looked out the window. After the contract ended, he wasn't actually Bai Ruoi's teacher anymore, so it wouldn't be considered a violation of professional principles, would it? Not to mention the line, I won't let them be together as long as they're alive. That's true indeed. It's true that you didn't have a strange relationship with Bai Ruoi yourself when you were alive. It doesn't. The thing about yourself and your daughter is that after you hang up your colors, as a former partner, it makes sense for me to help you take care of your daughter when you hang up, doesn't it? Thinking about thinking, Lin Shi suddenly saw a familiar figure on the ground. How did she get to the ground? Yes, last night, there were 3 people in this room, Lin Yu, Tong Coco, Bai Ruoi, only, Lin Shi didn't do anything and was honest. After all, taking advantage of people wasn't his specialty. It's a little cold on the floor. Better move Coco to the bed. Thinking of this, Lin Shi acted. With a little maneuvering, Kid Coco got to the bed. At that moment, Tong Coco opened her eyes. Brother Lin Ji, Is it dinner time yet? Wait, why do I feel dizzy and my body is sore? Brother Lin Ji, you won't treat me. To you? You don't look at you and Bairui, who eat small grains of rice when you have big buns. Tong Koko looked at him inquisitively, and Lin Ji said helplessly, put it down. Nothing has happened yet. Ha? Well, that's a shame. Hey, what's with the disappointed look? By the way Lin Ji brother, you and her. There's no. Tong Koko was suddenly excited. Well, it's a long story that can't be explained in a moment. Then long story short. Tong Koko held an expectant gaze, staring at Lin Ji dead in the face. Lin Ji thought about it and opened his mouth, just about to say it. A little girl's crying voice came through. Woohoo sister Yao Yao. So bad. Vivi don't cry. Don't cry. Okay? Sister give you a sweet lollipop to eat? Lin Yao's heart broke as she looked at her daughter who was crying in pain and tears. Why? You're the one who wet the bed. You're crying. Why are you calling her bad? Lin Yao really couldn't figure it out. But right now she still had to coax her crying daughter. No good. Lin Weiwei shouted, pants are so wet it's hard. If dad sees this, he'll be treated like a child with no hygiene. Woohoo, she doesn't want it. She's a good kid. Not a bad kid. Lin Weiwei silently wiped her tears and looked down at her. But wow. Pissed all over the place. It's over. It's over. The bad boy is solid. Lin Weiwei's little brain secretly thought that if this got out, she would definitely be ridiculed by the kindergartners. Damn it. She's going to lose her kid sister status. Some kid, Vivi-san still wets the bed at 4. That's right. I stopped wetting the bed when I was 2 years old. Vivi-san is still wetting the bed when she's this old. It's so funny I don't want to be laughed at. It's all Sister Yo-Yo's fault. Suddenly, don't want her to be a mom. Lin Weiwei silently wiped her tears. Looking like she couldn't be coaxed in any way, Lin Ji came on the wind. Asked, jerking the door open, what happened? Only to see that Lin Yao was wearing her underwear and was only holding a tissue to wipe Lin Weiwei's tears. You're finally here. Weiwei, she wet the bed and cried. Lin Yao said helplessly, pointing her finger at the patch of watermarks. Weiwei didn't wet the bed. I didn't. Lin Weiwei retorted while using her small hands to cover the watermarks on the bedsheet. Lin Ji was confused by what he heard. My daughter wet the bed and cried about it? That's impossible. Lin Weiwei had grown up so much that even she knew exactly how many farts she had let out. Not to mention wetting the bed. Weiwei hasn't wet the bed since she was 2 years old. Could you be mistaken? Lin Ji walked to the bed, looked down at his aggrieved and crying daughter, and spoke out. It's impossible to get it wrong. Lin Yao shook her head and pointed at Lin Weiwei's pants. You see, it's just bedwetting. It's obvious. Vivi didn't. The little one's voice began to grow hoarse from crying for so long. No. It's not Vivi's fault. It's not. Lin Yao's words pierced Lin Weiwei's heart. She just felt like crying. Her eyes were moist. She couldn't stop her tears. Daddy knows. Weiwei didn't. Let's not cry, okay? Forget what Daddy said. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell up and you'll get ugly. Lin Weiwei choked a few times, her face with tears buried in Lin Ji's arms. Lin Ji gently patted Lin Weiwei's back and tenderly rubbed the little one's brain. And every now and then he even gave the loli a little mouthful on her face. After a few minutes passed, he pacified Lin Weiwei. Lin Ru looked towards Lin Yao. This Lin Weiwei's mother. Despite appearances, I know my daughter well, and she doesn't wet the bed unless there are uncontrollable factors. His daughter, however, was able to control her poop and pee at the age of 2. In all the times the little guy had slept on top of him over the years, not once had he wet the bed. At best, it's a few farts at him. All of this suggests that Lin Ji does not believe that his daughter wets the bed, but the pants and sheets are really wet. Thinking that just now Lin Weiwei had been vetoing her bedwetting, Lin Ji couldn't help but look at Lin Yao. It's you. You wet the bed, and then slandered my daughter. Of course, all of the above is conjecture. Hearing Lin Ji's words, Lin Yao was dumbfounded and looked blankly at Lin Weiwei in Lin Ji's arms. Irresistible? Fart. Obviously wetting the bed and lying for my daughter. But thinking about how much Lin Weiwei cried just now, Lin Yao didn't dare to say anything more. She chose to remain silent. Lin Yao was silent after Lin Weiwei, who had slowed down, pressed her slippery face against Lin Ji's face. Daddy, Weiwei is not a bad boy. Of course not. How can my Weiwei be a bad boy? Those who mess with yellow hair and start ghost fires at a young age are the bad boys. I could tell right away that those guys were bad guys trying to take Vivi away from me. Lin Ji made an exaggerated expression to show how much he hated those guys. Lin Weiwei was amused and, daddy talks so exaggerated. How could Weiwei be snatched away? Weiwei will always be daddy's daughter. It's good that my daughter is finally smiling. Lin Ji was instantly relieved, feeling the slightly cool touch coming from his palm. Lin Ji began to inquire about the truth of the matter. Vivi, did you wet your pants? It's Vivi who got it wet. But Vivi didn't do it on purpose. Daddy, I'm sorry I wet the sheets. Vivi, wet the bed. Vivi is a bad boy. Oh, the inquiry from her old father caused Lin Weiwei's newly appeased heart to collapse once again. Daddy believes Vivi didn't mean it. Vivi is a good boy. When these words came out, Lin Weiwei's tears stopped instantly. Dad. It's great. Wow, Daddy is the best daddy. Weiwei never leave Daddy la. The little loli cried out as she jumped into Lin Ji's chest. Yeah. Eliminate yellow hair from an early age. When he thought of the possibility of someone laying hands on little Vivian in the future, the knife in his hand, he wanted to see blood. Now my daughter has come forward about not wanting to leave. Lin Ru simply didn't have to be too happy. Seeing that Lin Weiwei and Lin Ji were so close, Lin Yao was in a bit of a sullen mood. I screwed up myself. My daughter must hate myself now. After all, it was himself who made Lin Weiwei cry just now. You really wet the bed? Well, Weiwei peed. Lin Weiwei nodded her head. Dad wouldn't blame her anyway. So she peed your own dad. The best dad ever. Seeing Lin Ji staring at herself, little Weiwei shyly lowered her head. Daddy, Weiwei really didn't mean it. It's okay. Actually, Dad didn't suspect you. After all, you stopped wetting the bed when you were 2. And now you're 4. It's impossible. Really, that sheet is wet. Can it be fake? Seeing Lin Ji's eyes open, Lin Yao couldn't help but say, that, it's not too good to lie to a little kid. Lin Ji ignored Lin Yao and said to his daughter, is it because of Sister Yao Yao that your pants and sheets are wet? It's because of Sister Yao Yao. Ha? No, it's not good to slander her. And so on. There seems to be a watermark underneath yourself. Noticing that Lin Ji and Lin Weiwei were both gazing at her, Lin Yao was instantly ashamed, thinking that Lin Weiwei was already in denial just now. Lin Yao began to doubt herself. Yeah, sorry, it's sister who wet the bed. Lin Yao apologized. I knew it was you. Not only did you slander my daughter, you made her cry. You deserve to die. After Lin Ji said this, he thought of putting down Lin Weiwei and arguing with Lin Yao.at this time. Little Weiwei murmured into Lin Ji's ear. Sister didn't wet the bed. In fact, it's because sister held me to sleep. I couldn't get out. So, just peed. Lin Ji's face was expressionless. What are you guys talking about? Lin Yao asked curiously. Could it be that they were discussing and punishing her? Good. Anything, as long as her daughter is happy. She, Lin Yao, will do anything. After getting the truth of the matter from his daughter's mouth, Lin Ji didn't tell Lin Yao the truth. Che actually made his daughter cry. Why did the old man tell her the truth? Just let her wallow in the pain of bedwetting. Make lunch. Lin Ji touched Lin Weiwei's brain. Weiwei, go tell your sister bye to get up and eat. Good, answered Lin Weiwei sweetly, turned around and bounced away in an airplane running pose. After Lin Weiwei left, Lin Yao came over, said, in the evening, the program side will be sent over again. So pay attention to what you say then. Don't expose it, okay? Ms. Lin, I always keep my promises. Please trust my character. Lin Yao nodded and looked towards the suddenly open door of the room, only to see his own daughter walking out together with Bai Rui, who had messy hair. Lin Yao slightly frowned down. This look was familiar. It was just like her back then. Sheesh. This guy was definitely oohed and awed by Lin Ji. Weiwei, tell you something. Oh, Bai Rui came close to Lin Weiwei's face and attached her ear. What is it? Lin Weiwei's small feet stepped out the door and heard Bai Rui's words, curiously raising her eyes to look up at Bai Rui. It won't be long before my sister becomes your mom and gives you younger siblings. Oh, as soon as these words came out, Lin Weiwei's eyes were so excited that stars appeared. Hoo. Siblings. Sister White is going to give herself a sibling. That's great. Right. If Sister White wants to give herself a younger sibling, then, is he or she unable to call Sister White from now on? To be called White Mom? Lin Yao, who heard the duo's conversation, had a pained look on her face, but there is nothing one can do about it. That moment, the little head was thinking about what he called Bai Rui. A large hand came and landed on her small brain. The next moment, little Vivi entered her mother's fragrant arms. Vivi, I'll be your mom from now on. Oh, Lin Weiwei bowed her head. Does that mean you have to listen to mommy? Yes. Then mommy is still sleepy and tired. Let mommy rest a little more. Bai Rui stroked Lin Weiwei's brain and turned around to take a nap. Looking at Bai Rui's back, Lin Yao stared at the scene in front of her with wide, unbelieving eyes. What? Has she already claimed to be Vivi's mom? Lin Yao's heart jerked when she heard this. No good. One's identity has really been taken away. However, Weiwei has never called her mother. What should we do? If this continues, Weiwei will grow up thinking that Bai Rui is her real mother, and she herself might be a rotten scum of a woman who dumped her husband. In Lin Weiwei's eyes, in the face of Bai Rui's self-proclaimed name, Weiwei, will she recognize it? Lin Yao held on to her last hope and looked at the childish and childlike Lin Weiwei. At this moment, the tension was like a hand that clutched her heart. Lin Weiwei pouted and stretched out her hands to grab Bai Rui's wrists. It won't work. Daddy said that staying in bed is a bad habit. So, it's not right for white moms to stay in bed like this. White moms? No. On what grounds? just because they're asleep? Lin Yao also longed for Lin Weiwei to call herself mom, but it was unattainable for the time being, unless he secretly told Lin Weiwei the truth himself, or he got on good terms with Lin Ru, so that Lin Weiwei would take the initiative to call. But mommy is sleepy, don't you want to listen to mommy? Let mommy go to sleep, okay? Bai Ruoyi's sleepy eyes were dazed, and she said softly in a soft voice, no, mom's words are important, but dad's words are even more important. Dad said you can't sleep in, it's bad for your health. Okay, I'll admit it. Whoever told you this little cutie is now my daughter? After saying that, Bai Ruoyi softly rubbed her fingers on Lin Weiwei's cheeks. It's good to be young, it's just moist. However, one's most moist period, not with the teacher. Lunch is over. Lin Yao, in the name of cleaning the mess, joined Bai Ruoyi in the work of, well, cleaning. You get out. Let me do it. I'm going to show my teacher what I can do as a housewife. Lin Yao rolled her eyes. Oh, to be such a rich, hairy housewife. Lin Yao didn't understand and rightly assumed that this was a part of Lin Ji and Bai Ruoyi's play. I have something to say to you. Lin Yao stopped her cleaning movements and twisted her head to ask. Go ahead. I'm listening. Bai Ruoyi didn't even slant her eyes for a second, staring dead at the dish in her hand. You managed to get in touch with Lin Ji, so you'll have to help me get in touch with Vivi now. Oh, so, of course. Bai Ruoyi responded with an expressionless face without slanting her eyes. Hearing this, Lin Yao let out a sigh of relief. Luckily this guy was still keeping the agreement between them, because she had the identity of Lin Weiwei's mother. As long as she defied all odds by showing her cards and mentioning her request for a reunion to Lin Ji, she thought that Lin Ji would inevitably agree for Lin Weiwei's sake. But, in that case, although Lin Weiwei has a happy family, both Lin Ji and Lin Yao will probably be unhappy after all. Bai Ruoyi and those women are vegetarians, but Bai Ruoyi didn't bother to expose herself while knowing her identity and instead chose to cooperate. Lin Yao thought to herself, come to think of it, if Bai Ruoyi threatened me, I could also show my hand regardless, but the result of this would be a lose-lose situation. She gets Lin Ji and Lin Weiwei, but loses her job and may be maligned by public opinion, and Bai Ruoyi lost Lin Ji forever as an outsider. So, for the sake of what both of them wanted, a win-win cooperation was the best option at the moment. After getting an answer, Lin Yao continued to clean the dishes, and later on, she would discuss with Bai Ruoyi on how to get Lin Weiwei to call her mom. Bai Ruoyi stood aside, always expressionless. The onion-white fingers were surrounded by white foam, and the slightly cool jets of water continued to wash over the texture of the skin on the palms. She was in a hurry. Lin Yao was starting to get anxious, because last night's self, with the teacher, more so, because Lin Weiwei called her mom. So she wanted Lin Weiwei to call her mom too? Thinking of this, Bai Ruoyi smiled in her heart. Although he had that kind of cooperation with Lin Yao, he had never forgotten that Lin Yao was Lin Weiwei's real mother. Pro-life. Those two words are so powerful. Once Lin Yao played this card, then she didn't dare to guarantee that Lin Weiwei would not let her teacher make up with Lin Yao and let the three of them be together from now on, and one is excluded from the bureau. So one has to remain vigilant about Lin Yao. But it's not good if it's a day-to-day affair. Well, keep up the good work at night and give Vivi a sibling to play with soon, then she wouldn't be afraid to worry about Lin Yao doing something fishy. Was thinking. A cell phone rings. Lin Yao and Bai Ruoyi lowered their heads at the same time. And finally, Lin Yao looked at Bai Ruoyi. It's your cell phone. Bai Ruoyi dried her hands, pulled out her cell phone, and looked at the notes. Old undead guy, he said coldly. Have a fart and let it go. Family reunion, come on over. Not going, Bai Ruoyi said with a frown, about to hang up her cell phone. After saying that. On the phone, another sentence came. I thought you didn't like your cousin. Come over here and I'll ask them to release you from your doll's marriage. At that moment, Bai Ruoyi stopped moving. Okay, I'll go. Take Ringo and Vivi with you. Well, a family of three should be neat and tidy. Lin Zhua had a thunderous habit after lunch, and that was to take a nap. In his heart, he kind of wanted to sleep with his daughter, but Lin Yao was one step ahead and grabbed the lead. Hey, you'll have to sleep by yourself. Originally, Lin Ji was thinking like this, just lie down. There was a click, the door of the room slowly opened, just like the curtain on the stage was gently lifted. A taller and a shorter person, with contrasting figures like two extremes, stood in his doorway. It's my turn. You even laid your hands on Lin Ruoyi's brother last night, so I have to do whatever you say today. Tong Coco stared at Bai Ruoyi with a displeased face. But for some reason, after meeting Bai Ruoyi's eyes for a moment, she was fearful again, and after only 2 seconds, she inclined her head. The narrow way is the best. I'm stronger than you, so of course it has to be me. Bai Ruoyi looked down at Tong Coco. Using her onion-white fingers on Tong Coco's breasts, she gently poked them. With this little body of yours, teacher, he won't be satisfied. Seeing this scene, Lin Ji was a bit speechless as he veered aside. There's nothing funnier than seeing two women fighting, but of course if those two women are fighting over you, then it's not a comedy but a tragedy. Fart. Kid Coco shouted. Bai Ruoyi's hand, where was it, poking at Tong Coco's chest. It was simply a sharp sword plunging straight into her heart. It hurts. It hurts too much. The little ones are cute too, okay? Brother Lin Ji. Look at her. Not only does she discriminate against me, she even mocks me. This bad woman. Can't be helped. She'll teach Vivi a lesson. Won't you teach Vivi a lesson with this sympathetic look like green tea? Lin Ji sighed and left the bed, walking up to the duo. Hold out your hands, holding one person in one hand. In her eyes, it's a flaw. But in my eyes, it's a strength that is uniquely yours, and no one can replicate it. This made Tong Coco laugh, turning her head to show off to Bai Roy. Hear that? He said I'm unique. How Lin Juga really does love me. Kid Coco thought about going back in the evening and telling her fans and friends about her emotional progress, and just as Tong Coco was giggling, Bai Roy pushed the obstructive Tong Coco away. Ouch! What are you doing? Why did you push me? Tong Coco looked at Bai Roy with displeasure. Bai Roy didn't respond to Princess Taiping behind her, pretty face with a smile, pouncing on the man in front of her. With a bird-like appearance, she leaned into Lin Ji's arms, her flexible fingers gently nudging Lin Ji's chest, lifting her red face. She murmured softly, last night, teacher. I feel like I'm dying. Fuck. It's not something you can talk about. Lin Ji was being stared at by two guys who couldn't breathe once upon a time. He himself was a frank gentleman, but now he has become a scum who hides Gigi. Vivi, you're killing your dad. To die while dying. Don't hug my family. Lin Ji brother to die. Seeing Bai Roy hugging Lin Ji tightly, Tong Coco was very unhappy, jumped up and was about to punch Bai Roy in the knee. Tong Coco underestimated herself as she fought to jump and directly pounced on Lin Ji and Bai Roy on the bed. Bai Roy and Tong Coco both landed in Lin Ji's arms. Hiss, will you two stop it? If you make any more trouble, I'll throw you out and sleep with Big Yellow. Tong Coco and Bai Roy were instantly silent, like a child. She gently snuggled into Lin Ji's hand. The duo's non-argumentative demeanor was soothing. Lin Ji was also stunned. He had thought of using this as an excuse to kick the duo out to sleep on the sofa, and as a result, this is honest? That's not true. You're the CEO of one person. You're so obedient. What do the people under you think? Teacher, in the future, you'll be the boss. I'll be the boss's wife. My company will be your company, and I'll only have babies for you, okay? I'll feed the baby well, and I'll never let the baby go hungry if it were usual. He might have just nodded in response, but now Tong Coco was there too. When Tong Coco sniffed, she couldn't help but grip Lin Ji's arm harder. Me? I can do it too. You're a piece of work. Lin Ji glanced down. TSK, on this tiny scale, not letting the child starve to death is already the limit of operation, right? And thinking about keeping the baby fed? Coco, first come first served, understand? Bai Roy smiled. Her face was pressed against Lin Ji's shoulder, pretending to be delicate. However, Lin Ji had long since seen through everything. He was about to tell Bai Roy to be normal, and at this time, Tong Coco spoke first. I shucks. My mom is Lin Juga Qingmei. Which one of you? How come I never knew how you met with Lin Juga? After many days, Tong Coco finally gathered the courage to ask Bai Roy about this matter. Back when she first learned of Bai Roy's identity, she didn't dare to speak to Bai Roy out loud. Who knows if this guy will use the capital of all evil to pressure himself? Damn it! Why is she an average anchorwoman and not the richest person in the country? If so, then she wouldn't have to view this capitalist's face. Me? I can't believe you're asking me this kind of question. Bai Roy had a shocked look on her face and seemed to feel very surprised by this. What's the problem? I just don't understand your relationship with Lin Ji. So what? Are you a big deal because you're rich? If you say first come first served, then I must be the one who comes first. Under Tong Coco's flurry of output, Bai Roy laughed. Good. How dare a little employee scold the boss's wife? And coveting the boss's beauty? It's time to fight. Bai Roy's jade hand slapped on Tong Coco's little butt. You hit me? Brother Lin Ji. Look at her. She hit me. Lin Ji sighed. Stop it. I want to sleep. At those words, the two were instantly honest, but honest, and not completely honest. One of the two had a leg on Lin Ji's thigh. A hiss. At this rate, it won't be long before his legs are paralyzed. As soon as Lin Ji made his move, the two of them stopped their chattering as if they had been nudged in the right direction. Tong Coco's beautiful eyes glared at Bai Roy, hummed lightly, and tightly hugged Lin Ji's right arm. Lin Ji brother said to sleep. Do you hear me? No messing around. You even hit me just now. Humph. A violent girl. Lin Ji brother won't like your kind. This surnamed White said a few words to her, and then moved his hand. Last night, must be this surnamed White forced Lin Ji brother right. Thinking of this, the force with which Tong Coco hugged Lin Ji's arm was a few points heavier. With her here, how could she not let this Bai's family name get the better of her again? Bai Roy is not sure what Tong Coco was thinking. But, his own little employee actually dared to glare at himself like that, living like a pissed-off cat. Oh, Yeah. That's interesting. I had thought of discussing the matter of her departure with Ton Coco in the evening. It all seems unnecessary now. Ruoi was silent, like a quiet kitten. Following Ton Coco's example and hugging Linji's left arm tightly, her head naturally nestled at Linji's shoulder before closing her eyes. Linji was helpless and wanted to say something, however. Seeing the two of them so tacitly agreeing not to make any more trouble, Linji couldn't help but sigh in relief, pretend to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ryo Sakurajima entered the program where Ruibai was working with a huge amount of money. An unknown young lady, suddenly in the middle of this little program, to see a play? The show's crew was confused, but no one said anything. I guess I should be a fan of Lin Yao after all. Lin Yao is an international superstar. Other than that, they couldn't think of any other reason. Where is Lin Yao now? Sakurajima Ryo stared expressionlessly at the director in front of her in Rococo with a Sakurajima accent. When these words came out, everyone in the room was relieved. Sure enough, it was all about Lin Yao. How else could you ask Lin Yao where she is? She's still at the residence right now. She's not allowed to return until she's completed her mission. The director wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and spoke. As expected, the woman is still at the teacher's house. From what she understood, wherever the woman was, the teacher was. So figure out where the woman is, and you'll know where the teacher is. Ryo Sakurajima raised her hand, and several bodyguards, all in black, followed Ryo Sakurajima aggressively. He went in the direction where Linji and Lin Yao and the others were. Director, who is that guy? Doesn't look like someone from our circle, does it? And Zhou had been in the entertainment industry for so many years. She had never seen this person's face before, and she concluded that it was definitely not someone from the entertainment industry of the Dragon Kingdom, or even from the Dragon Kingdom. The director slumped in his chair and shook his head helplessly. Stop it. Her identity is not something we can discuss. At these words, the staff, who were still gabbing, obediently shut up. Zhou was shocked and said in her heart, I can't believe we can't even discuss it in private. Is her background not scary? People with strong backgrounds are military or political. In addition to superb capital, plus, it's the mob. Whichever one is at the very top of the field is not to be messed with. Is that woman really an avid fan of yo-yo? If so, someone with such a horrible background should have been exposed a long time ago. And Zhou locked her brows and thought darkly. After brainstorming for a long time, suddenly, the cell phone vibrated with a bang. Zhou instantly returned to her senses and looked at her cell phone. Turns out it was just a referral notice, seeing that it was a recommended video message from Sheikh. And Zhou let out a breath, intending to go back and have a good rest. Suddenly, just as she was about to turn off her phone, she saw the video's testimonial. A chance encounter with Lin Yao. Could this be a family of three? What the hell? A family of three is what it is. It can't be what she thinks it is, can it? And Zhou was suddenly in an even worse mood. Fuck. With a mixture of curiosity and nervousness, she clicked on the video. At once, Lin Yao was standing beside a handsome long-haired man, and in between them was a cute little loli. It's a backstory though, but Zhou still recognized who that man and that little loli were. It's over. It's going to get cyberstormed. If the almighty netizens find traces of Lin Yao giving birth to a baby, then Lin Yao will compensate for a huge breach of contract. Furthermore, Lin Yao's current achievements could be reduced to nothing. Ms. Anne, are you not feeling well? I see you've been shaking. Do you want to go back and rest? The staff at the side saw on Ryu's bad face and said in succession, well, I do feel a bit uncomfortable. I'll go back and rest. Bye. And Ryu finished speaking and looked in the direction of Linji's house and ran away. While running, he also took out his cell phone and called Lin Yao. Lin Ru's house. Lin Yao was taking a nap with her little girl. After having the experience, Lin Yao no longer hugged Lin Weiwei tightly, but let Lin Weiwei hug her. This way, he could enjoy his daughter's sticking and also allow Lin Weiwei to wake up without being tied up when she had to pee. After Lin Yao went to sleep, her cell phone, which she had placed aside, suddenly lit up and vibrated slightly. Little Vivi woke up and opened her eyes. After she blinked, she raised her eyes to the desktop and saw the glowing cell phone. The little one shook Lin Yao's shoulder. Sister Yao Yao, your cell phone is lit up. It seems like a call is coming. Listening to the little guy, Lin Yao also woke up. Lin Yao looked at the shaky Lin Weiwei, not bothering to pay attention to the cell phone, but stroking Lin Weiwei's brain. Sleep and sleep if you're sleepy. Sister's arms are still very comfortable. Lin Weiwei nodded, closed her eyes, hugged Lin Yao, and continued to sleep. Seeing the closed eyes of Lin Weiwei, the smile on Lin Yao's face disappeared. TSK, who's calling her at this hour? It's disturbing her daughter's sleep. Lin Yao's mood instantly turned sour, and she didn't even glance at the cell phone number displayed on the screen. Press shutdown directly. No one is to disturb my daughter's sleep, not even if you're God. After thinking about it, Lin Yao felt that turning off the phone wasn't even enough, and threw the phone out before closing her eyes. Go to hell. Crap, why don't you answer the phone? Anju Yuto was dumbfounded. Holy shit. As far as she knew, Lin Yao didn't have the habit of napping either. Ha? And Ruyu thought that Lin Yao might have been playing with Wei Wei and didn't notice the cell phone for a while. Dialed again. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is turned off, and Ruyu's hanging heart finally died in this moment. Fuck. It's off. This dead girl, and Zoyu looked not far away. At the backs of Sakurajima, Rio and her bodyguard. And narrowed her eyes slightly. I can't believe I actually went to Lin Chia's house. Zoyu had a bold idea in her mind. Is it possible that that woman just saw it? Lin Chi bringing her daughter and Lin Yao shopping together and started to get anxious. Now it's time to plan to go door to door with the scumbag? Thinking about the previous Little Vivi live broadcast looking for her mom. While by Rui and Tong Coco, Lin Su, and the others, the things that had come to her door. And Zoyu instantly felt that she was not wrong. All the more reason to tip off Lin Yao yourself then. The woman with long hair like a waterfall. The director had to back off 3 times when he saw her. And the bodyguards accompanying her were even more like shadows. So it didn't seem to be a good host to get along with. Yo, I'm afraid I'm going to be completely cold today. That kind of bull ex-girlfriend came to her door, and she couldn't think of anyone who would be able to come out and squash Ryo Sakurajima. It seems only by Rui, right? But that woman left a long time ago, I think, because she was busy with work. After all, when I came here last night, I didn't see Bai Rui either. Is this the Mang village? Ryo Sakurajima looked curiously at the lush green rice paddies in front of her. The air in here, it's nothing like the basement yet. It's fresh. And just breathing it in is already pleasant. The view is also much better than the basement, but there's no sister of hers here. And that's, well, not good. She doesn't like it. If only my sister were here. Too bad she's not, but the man who had stayed with his sister through her despair was here. Once we find the man, I'm sure my sister will deliver herself. Yes, this is Mang village. Lin Su returned this guy. He's happy like this just by looking at the fields? Oi, what a poor guy. Thinking of the scars on Ryo Sakurajima's body, Lin Su lowered his head and sighed. Along the way, she listened to Ryo Sakurajima tell her story. She was the eldest daughter of a large family, and as the eldest daughter she had to take on things for a bit, and at the same time, she gained some power, but all the same, she's lost something, too. She had lost her freedom. She felt like a doll being manipulated with impunity and no sense of self, but soon, everything changed. Her sister, who had kept her heart closed, suddenly became open, doing things proactively, even saying things to replace her. Her sister wanted power, wanted something, and he agreed, but her sister was uneasy and locked her up, and she remained without freedom. However, she figured out that she could have nothing, but her sister. She had to have it after all. Her sister was the only one who would grant her a mouthful of food when she was starving, a sister who cared if she lived or died, talking with her in the pitch black. My sister was afraid she would be alone, but soon her sister changed and stopped accompanying her. Hey, because your own sister is no longer with you, and you start choosing to hurt yourself and attract its attention, even if you get beaten. Are you willing to do it? Lin Su felt that such a person was quite perverted, but then again, it's kind of pathetic. And how is one not a poor man? The person you like has a child with someone else. She seems even more pathetic. This sister, who is scarred everywhere except her face, is getting attention for her injuries, and she gets no attention from Ringo. Turns out she's a miserable ghost. Then Lin Su looked at the familiar small village in the distance. The tallest and most ornate house was Lin Ji's house. Once when she lived here, there was no such decoration, but Lin Su still recognized at once that it was the home where she used to live with Lin Ji. Now she is back. She was going to get Ringo's attention, no matter what it took. Lin Su looked at the big sister beside her. Ryo Sakurajima is covered in hideous scars, but always has an optimistic outlook on life. Why do you have to mope around? Brother Lin Juga isn't married yet. She still has a chance. Isn't it just that there are a lot of people who like Lin Ruigo? Isn't it just that he had a baby with someone else? This is not even a thing. How can one swing for the fences and stop trying just because of something small when one has liked him for so many years? What's the difference between her and a salted fish who poses as a loser and doesn't strive for happiness? Sis, let's go. The place you want to go is right here. Lin Su laughed, wanting to hold Sakurajima Ryo's hand on a whim. When Lin Su's fingers were about to touch Sakurajima Ryo seemed to have a spider sense and shrunk her hand without warning. Disgustedly, he wiped his hand that hadn't been touched by Lin Su. I'm sorry, I already have a sister. Don't call me sister. I just need a sister. The corner of Lin Su's mouth twitched, forcing himself to resist the urge to beat up Sakurajima Ryo. What a bitch. Nah. No wonder he was beaten all over. Lin Su stared at Ryo Sakurajima. Fuck. Damn sisterhood. Cursing in his heart, Lin Su seemed a bit angry and walked forward without looking back. I want to find brother Linji early and show my love in front of this sister controller. See if you don't sweeten her to death. The other side, Vivian Lin had to pee. Aha, sister Yao Yao. Sister Yao Yao. Lin Weiwei's small mouth opened and she shouted at Lin Yao. Lin Yao smiled and put her finger against her lips. Shall Weiwei be good? Don't talk. Shall little Vivian felt her cool ass. Her little face flushed as she twisted her head to look at Lin Yao. I'm 4 years old. I can pee by myself. Yo-yo-san, put me down will you? I don't want to hold pee. She wanted to pee, but she didn't want to be held. So, Will, you can't pee. So shy to say. It's okay yeah. Vivi pee. Mom, it'll be okay in a minute. Feeling a cool chill on her butt, Lin Weiwei gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, covering her eyes with both hands, breathing deeply. He seemed to be mentally preparing himself for seeing Lin Weiwei close her eyes. Lin Yao smiled. That's nice. Finally holding her daughter like this herself was something she had wanted to experience a long time ago. Just as Lin Yao pouted and huffed her PP summoning song, shoo suddenly, splat, the summoning mantra was interrupted. Vivi, what's wrong with you? The old father, Lin Ru, made a crucial appearance. At once, Lin Weiwei's small face was red. Her eyes had inexhaustible grievances. Poop, huh? What happened? Seeing Lin Yao staring at himself with a grudge, she thought about it, or else, he'd better leave. It's weirdly embarrassing. That, Lin Zhu was just about to say the word goodbye. Lin Weiwei couldn't hold it together. Daddy! Sister Yao Yao took off my pants. Holy shit, what have you done to my daughter? Lin Ji was also anxious when he saw the tears slipping out of the corner of Lin Weiwei's eyes. I didn't. I was just helping her pee. Vivi, just fulfill this little wish of my sister's, okay? Lin Weiwei cried. Bad. Sister Yao Yao is bad. Time passes quickly. A blink of an eye. Sakurajima Ryo led a group of minions to the downstairs of Linji's house. At this time, Linji finished pacifying his daughter who was crying in pain. The current little Vivian was snuggled in Linji's arms, staring at Lin Yao with grudging eyes. The little guy isn't out of the woods yet from that incident in the bathroom. Bad sister. Say nothing to forgive her. She's so old that she was almost held and shushed in front of her dad. Shame on you. Weiwei. Sister is wrong. Okay? Just forgive sister. Lin Yao half squatted in front of the sofa and apologized to Lin Weiwei, but this little girl just gave a soft grunt and buried her tender face into Linji's chest, completely ignoring Lin Yao. How the daughter ignored her. What is she going to do about it? Lin Yao's Dao heart collapsed when she saw Lin Weiwei in this state. Bai Rui and Tong Coco, originally two people who didn't deal with each other, were leisurely watching the drama. I didn't think that a big star would have today. Can't even coax a little lowly. If she has a small child, then she's definitely not a qualified mother. Maybe she'll even make the child cry a lot. Tom Coco spat on the sidelines and watched with disdain as Lin Yao freaked out. Bai Rui hugged her chest, glanced at Tong Coco, and silently shook her head. You got it right. But sadly you didn't guess right again. What? Did I say something wrong? Seeing this, Tong Coco couldn't help but ask in confusion. She thought how to say what wrong. This guy pretend what to pretend. Rich terrific. Just know with their own sing the opposite. Bai Rui said blandly. No. Saying that, he ignored Tong Coco's tightly locked brows and looked in Lin Ji's direction. Now that Weiwei was clinging to her teacher, should she still go ahead with her appointment with Lin Yao? She had gotten the teacher and was growing closer to him. However, the relationship between the two of them, Lin Yao and Lin Weiwei, had a small conflict. Suddenly, Bai Rui saw that Lin Yao's face showed a strange expression. This big star. At this time, her face did not have the bright light of the past. The head looked like it was stained with gray, and the eyes looked dull. Forget it. Just help Lin Yao. No matter what. Lin Yao is also her daughter's biological mother, but also her own company's employees. A little help wouldn't hurt. After all, it's not like she's cold-blooded, because I've been in the rain myself. I know how cold it can be on you, and how desperate and helpless you can be when you're abandoned in the rain. Good thing the teacher helped her come out of the shadows, or she would have died 6 years ago, before she was an adult herself. Teacher, Weiwei, it's a rare good day. It's not raining and the sun is not too sunny. Do you want to go fishing together? Bai Rui came and smiled at the family of three looking at her. Fishing? Lin Yao tilted her head to look at Bai Rui. What is this guy up to? Suddenly, Lin Yao noticed Bai Rui blinking at her, and she understood. Nice guy. So it's breaking the ice and looking for opportunities for yourself. If you go out and play, you can interact with Vivi again, so you can raise your favorites. Thinking of this, Lin Yao blinked her right eye. Good sister. I'm in love with you. What is wrong with these two bees? Lin Yao and Bai Rui? How do you blink at each other? Tong Coco got goosebumps looking at it. There was a feeling Murphy. Bai Rui approaching Lin Yao in the name of liking Lin Ji. Actually, the two bees are a lily. Crap. She and the Lin family's father and daughter are actually Bai Rui, a part of Lin Yao's poly. Tong Coco shrunk her shoulders, arms wrapped around her chest, and silently stepped back. Can't read it, but it's better to be careful. Yeah, Daddy. Vivi wants to go out and play. Little Weiwei excitedly screamed a few times and leaned in Lin Yao's arms like a spoiled child. Daddy, let's go out and play. Okay? Didn't you just go out yesterday and go again today? Why don't you stay home and play with your sisters? Lin Weiwei didn't accept her old father's words. but shook her head. Don't, Mommy, Daddy and we're going to go play as a family. Go out and play, okay? Lin Weiwei puffed out her fleshy face and grabbed the collar of old Denim's speech and shook it gently, hearing Lin Weiwei call by Ruoi's mom. Lin Ji's heart fluttered and he glanced at Lin Yao as if he had a weak heart, seeing his slightly lowered eyes and mournful expression. Lin Ji sighed, then he raised his hand and rubbed Lin Weiwei's brain. Good. When three people aren't lively enough. Let's go with Sister Tong and Sister Yao Yao as well. It's okay. Tom Coco nodded after thinking about it. The women were fine with it and came downstairs ready to pack up their gear and head out. Lin Jue took Lin Weiwei's small hand and went downstairs, and the three of them, Lin Yao, Bai Ruoi, and Tong Coco, were still on the building. You guys aren't leaving? Tong Coco looked at the two women who had suddenly stopped. You go down first. I'll have a chat with her. Bai Ruoi changed her demeanor and waved her hand with a smile, gesturing for Tong Coco to go downstairs, and she raised her hand to press Lin Yao's shoulder, her beautiful eyes staring at Lin Yao, gradually approaching her. Lin Yao hit the wall behind her. Kid Coco gulped. The conjecture in his mind grew stronger. That's right. They really are lily-livered sticker girls. And even if they weren't, they definitely had an ulterior motive. Well, then you guys are busy, haha. I'll go down first. After Tong Coco finished speaking, she turned around and disappeared into the hallway. There were some from downstairs, the sound of picking things up, and the words of Lin Weiwei and Lin Ji talking. Poopy, I like Sister White. Do you like it? Since Weiwei likes it, it's only natural that Daddy likes it too. A super rich white girl with money and looks who cares about her daughter and is willing to be a stepmother? Who doesn't like it? Fuck, that's a redundant question. Lin Yao spat a few words in her mind, and her heart was a bit unfavorable. Hey, this own mother, when really suffocated, trying to stick it to her daughter. She thinks she's a pervert. What else can be done about it? I'm going to discuss something with you. Lin Yao looked at Bai Ruoi and said, what is it? Tell me. Later, I'll be with the teacher and you'll be with Vivi. Good. Thank you, Mr. Bai. If there's a chance, I'll definitely work at your company. I didn't expect this woman to really keep her promise. Obviously a capitalist. But there is still so much. The naked eye can't see the hands to feel the conscience. Lin Yao's cold and pretty face was completely melted by Bai Ruoi's words, and her face turned mild. Oh, there's a chance. If Lin Yao knew that she, in fact, had been sold to her company a long time ago, I don't know how she felt. Sister Yo-Yo, Mommy Bai, Daddy said it's time to leave. Oh, a tender, soft child's voice called out by Ruoi. Lin Yao and the two of them looked at each other and smiled simultaneously. He took a step away and headed downstairs. Lin resigned and told his daughter to go get Lin Yao and Bai Ruoi, while he himself went to open the gate. As soon as he opened the door, he was dumbfounded. I'm Nima. Gangs are in the village? Hello Mr. Lin, we're from the Aspiring Bar Rural program. Lin Ji frowned and said, this costume of yours is a bit uncelebratory. This dressed all in black. Do not know it. Thought it was a door-to-door debt collector. Well, it would be nice to be all white and clean. Sorry. Next time we'll get a red set. That's a big no-brainer. Or something like that. If these guys in their red clothes were clubbed to death by the village uncles and uncles as hooligans and punks. What's the point of being a ghost? No way. Vivi is most afraid of ghosts. If you guys are here to look for Lin Yao, then wait here for a while first. She'll come out later, Lin Ji said as he looked at the few people in front of him who looked like gangsters. Mr. Lin, we're not here for Lin Yao. We're here for you. Me? Lin Ji froze, instantly revealing a puzzled face. Strange. Too strange to come to him? Funny. What can he do to come to him? If you're here to discuss the rent, then I'm sure there's no need to talk about it. It's clearly written in the contract. No, it's not because of this matter. A black-clothed bodyguard approached Lin Ji. Come over here a bit. This matter is a bit secretive. It can't be heard by anyone else. With that, he pointed to Vivi, who was hiding behind the door. Dumbfounded. I don't remember the contract, and the fact that I have to go along with your ordinances. So let's get right to the point. It's a nice day and I have to go out with my daughter. Behind the gentleman, a man dressed all in black with snake-striped tattoos on his arms approaching Lin Ji. He took a step with the aura of a gangster. His face darkened as he approached Lin Zhi in the Dragon Kingdom language, which was extremely equipped with a Sakurajima accent. He said, Mr. Lin, there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. I advise you not to be unwise or you won't have any good fruit to eat. After he finished speaking, his hand landed on Lin Ji's shoulder. Yoo-hoo? Sakurajima? So, the big guy in front of me is Sakurajima Ryo's man, right? Lin Ji's heart trembled as he glanced out. Phew, that perverted woman didn't show up. Looks like she just called someone over. Big bad. What are you going to do to my poop? Hiding behind the door. When she saw the fierce-looking stranger, Lin Weiwei did not panic. Instead, she bit her white teeth and ran over to him in a furious manner. Seeing little Vivi who ran over, Lin Ji was very relieved. But what little Vivi did didn't make Lin Ji like it too much. You little girl. It's no use coming here. Are you coming here to be a hostage? Or do you mean jump up and hit him in the knee? What's the teacher's daughter doing here? Seeing the tiny, puffed up face at the doorway, the little dot that ran aggressively over to her, Ryo Sakurajima froze. It's amazing how bold that little guy is. So many big guys didn't scare that girl. Seems to love her dad. Funny little kid. She liked this little girl. Let your stepmother. From now on, love you well. Let's start with not sleeping with dad. Ryo Sakurajima narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Weiwei. The plan to break the teacher's limbs and throw him in the dungeon is aborted. Hi. Several large men, close to 2 meters tall and weighing upwards of 200 pounds, nodded their heads. The man whose palm landed on Lin Ji's shoulder also suspended his action and turned around to take a few steps, suddenly twisting his head and glancing at the 3 women just coming down the door. He said, "Lad, rat tail juice." A few people left. Vivian's little legs, which were constantly shaking, began to stop shaking. Aura also began to rise high, pulling on Lin Ji's pants with one hand and clenching one hand into a small fist. She shouted at the few people who were walking away from her. "Humph. A couple of big assholes. Don't run away if you're capable. Come back here. My dad is awesome. Last year in kindergarten to participate in riot control activities. When the mob, hands up, a knife a little potty. Not scared of you big assholes. Fierce, not a good person at all. Big brother, that little girl is arrogant? Go back and scare her?" One of the tallest men in black turned back and landed a slap on the cheek of the man who had just spoken. Pop. As soon as the thick palm fell, the man was slapped away and landed on the ground with a plop. "Nanny. Bakayalu, you're dropping. Stupid in the head. That little loli is Missy's future stepdaughter. You kid dare to go and scare her. I think you want to be a castrati." Under a large tree a few dozen meters away from Lin Ji's front door, Sakurajima Ryo was silently watching Lin Ji. The teacher loved his daughter, and his daughter adored her elderly father. What an amiable father and daughter. What's the best thing to do? Getting a teacher around by vulgar means to please her doesn't work. Moreover, she just realized that fellow by Ruai was actually still within the teacher's house, and with those guys, they were hitting it off and getting along really well. I didn't get a chance to do it myself. What should I do? As Ryo Sakurajima was thinking about it, she suddenly saw someone and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Why is she here? Dad, what did the bad Uncle Dan come for just now? Lin Weiwei screamed for a while, and it was only after the appearance of the first mom and second sister that she remembered the crux of the problem. "Hey, your father. I'm in debt. They're here to collect the debt." Lin Ji covered his face and pretended to be in pain and sorrow. After saying this, Lin Weiwei was really hit. The little girl hugged Lin Ji's waist and tilted her little head as she spoke. "Don't be hard on Dad. Vivi will find a way to get lots of chump change. Our family won't go broke." Just as they came downstairs, they heard little Vivian's words, and Tong Kuko and Lin Yao froze in place. Lin Yao, her 100 million this year was just sent to Lin Yao not long ago, right? What the hell is she broke now? Coco Tong, what? Ringo is going broke? That's just heavenly. If Lin Ruigo couldn't afford to raise his daughter, then wouldn't that be her chance? Weiwei by Ruoi quietly came to Lin Weiwei's side while the two were dumbfounded, squatting down beside the little one. She attached her ear and said, "It's okay, oh mom raised you father and daughter of Mamaya, can be rich G? What an evil capitalist, to pollute his pure and innocent daughter with money. Don't even think about it. Vivi, listen to your father. It's your father. I'll starve to death and I won't let you starve. No listen to the wang bang chanting. Vivi only listens to mommy now with Mama White. Daddy won't starve to death. That's right, with one mom, Dad won't starve to death. So with many moms, Dad won't starve even if he's locked up for 500 years, right?" Thinking about it, the little guy raised his little head and looked towards Tong Kuku and Lin Yao, secretly smiling. Tong Kuku can see it and laughed. Yo. Vivi smiled at her. I guess I really did recognize her as a stepmother. My name is Lin Ru. An ordinary to normal professional baby daddy. Let him do anything to fulfill his daughter's desire to grow up happy. Of course, breaking the law won't work. Lori is well homeschooled and Lori is favored. That's what he's been thinking about for the 4 years he's been raising his daughter. Vivi opened her mouth and he knew that she was hungry and ran straight to the kitchen to cook. His daughter, Vivi, shook her head, and he knew that she was sleepy, and picked her up straight away and took her to bed. Daughter Vivi pouted. He knew his daughter wanted to kiss, directly close to the old face to her mouth. Enjoy the little Lori's kiss. Even with his daughter's small gestures, he could clearly tell what Vivi was going to do next, and what he needed. This amazing power of observation, as well as a keen intuition, was a unique ability that he had honed from his high school and college years, when he worked as a tutor to train female students. After so many years, Lin Ji will be such a perfect ability to use in Lin Weiwei's body, even if the daughter does not speak. That is, from the small lowly frown pout, lift the feet and raise the hands and a series of actions under, know what she is ready to do, but it's just that there's something wrong with my daughter lately that he kind of had no idea what was going on inside the little nerd's little mind right now. Linru sat on a fishing chair and looked at Lori, who was being surrounded by several busty women. Lin Weiwei was surrounded by big sisters and smiled instead of being angry from the look on that heady little face. His own daughter was very happy. Hey, what the hell was Vivi thinking? Do you really just want yourself, a law-abiding person, to do something against the law? Lin Yao, Tong Coco, Bai Ruoi, these three people. One is the object of a night of absurdity, one is a former girlfriend and childhood friend, and one is a former student and current girlfriend. What kind of anticlimactic shura is this? Lin Ru guarded his tiny fishing chair, and looked at the four men a few times without slanting his eyes. Lin Yao, who was looking surprised and had a few crystalline sweat strands hanging from her white neck, noticed Linji. The two looked at each other. Linji coughed lightly in embarrassment, turning his head. He stared at the water. Darkness said, Vivi, it's all up to you if this family can live in peace. Lin Yao's movements of peeking at Linji were noticed by Tong Kuku. She narrowed her eyes slightly, tilted her body, and murmured into Bai Ruoi's ear. Sister Bai, don't you care about this woman? Bai Ruoi suddenly raised her head and looked at Tong Coco uncertainly. This ninny. It's hard not to know about her secret relationship with Lin Yao, the relationship between the boss and the bitter hitman. Gazing into the big, wise, dopey with a touch of stupidity eyes of the child Coco, Bai Ruoi thought about it. No matter what, she couldn't let Tong Coco disturb Lin Yao and Lin Weiwei's contact here with that small credit with Lin Yao. She still had it. The teacher said he forgot to bring the bait and wanted to trouble you to make a trip home to help bring it over. What? Back to what? What home? Back to their sweet little home? Is it the home she wants to go back to? Brother Linji really said that? Tong Coco was pleasantly surprised. Yeah, I didn't change a word of his words as they were. Tong Coco was slightly stunned to go home. Lin Zhuge is so nice. I can't believe I'm talking about going back to our house. Hey, she was going home to their sweet little house. You tell brother Linji to wait. I'll be back soon. At the end of the sentence, Tong Coco went back in a puff of smoke. As he walked away, he had a hefty grin on his face, looking at Bai Ruoi in a bit of a panic. Gee, this simpleton is so gullible, Bai Ruoi secretly thought. In the future, she can't let Tong Coco touch Linji's bed. People like that, even if they have babies, I'm sure the genes aren't very good. If the fragrance of the old Lin family is to continue, then it's better to let her come. It was incumbent upon her to take on such a heavy responsibility. To the side, Linji's gaze was dead set on the rippling lake. So boring. When he used to fish, Vivi would still be in his arms, holding his arms, rocking, and no more than that. She would come and talk with him. Well, now, fuck. His own good daughter was abducted by those guys. He hasn't even interacted with his daughter in a long time. Thinking of Lin Weiwei. Linji's eyes couldn't help but look aside, but it was obscured from view by two thighs as white and lubricated as ivory. Who's this? He's blocking his view of his daughter. A fire welled up in Linji's heart and he became displeased, tilting his head. He saw only a smudge of something fierce obscuring the man's face. This big, must be Ee. Linji muttered. A teacher is so bad, how can you say such things? Bai Ruoi obediently squatted down and hugged Linji's arm, her extremely seductive features showing off at Linji. What an abrasive demon. When I used to go to her house as a tutor, I knew she was a little demon, but now, well, she's a demon. It would have been. You know, teacher, I just like to tell the truth. Nee certainly knows. Bai Ruoi followed Linji's words and nodded, her head falling slightly at Linji's solid shoulders. His eyes glanced at Lin Yao and Lin Weiwei. You've created an opportunity for you, so hold on to it. If she made Weiwei cry again, then she, as a stepmother, would be heartbroken. Feeling Bai Ruoi's warmth, Linji exhaled, calming the tension in his heart. Bai Ruoi is pretty good except for cooking like a pile of repartee. Why should one be nervous about it? Except her, this is good for Vivi and good for Bai Ruoi. Linji tried to convince himself to break through the damned if not dead relationship between teacher and student, just as he was thinking. A warm breath breathed on Linji's face. Old teacher. Linji was slightly stunned and turned his head aside. What's wrong? Why is your breathing so rapid all of a sudden? Linji's eyebrows revealed that he was concerned about Bai Ruoi. He hugged Bai Ruoi, who was in his arms, blushing and her breasts swaying slightly like ripples in a lake. Bai Ruoi's tender hand pressed against Linji's face, her body obediently moving closer to Linji. Teacher, I saw that Vivi was so lonely. I think Vivi needs a little playmate. Hearing this, Linji, who was staring at Bai Ruoi's delicate little mouth, paused. It's not like he's an ELM. It was impossible to not hear the implication in Bai Ruoi's words. That's true. Let Lin Weiwei go to kindergarten tomorrow. Linji averted his gaze from the eye-catching area and glanced at the lake. Damn. An hour has passed. Why haven't you got a fish on the hook yet? He's not going to last much longer. What was he to do with such a special creature in his arms? Or an existence for nothing? Gee, what else can we do? It's not like you can do this ninny on the spot with your daughter around. A pair of white and slightly cool jade hands pasted on Lin Ji's cheeks, slightly moving his head to the right. At which time, Lin Ji and Bai Ruoi locked eyes, only to see Bai Ruoi's eyes burned. Her breath was hot and moist, and with a single breath, the fire in her heart that had almost been extinguished by Lin Ji was once again ignited. Gollum, the man didn't hold back a swallow. You know, I'm not talking about that, but, Bai Ruoi said, once again getting close to Lin Ji. Lin Ji was anxious. His palm rested on her shoulder, stopping the soft and moist Bai Ruoyuan from leaning closer. Hey, if you have something to say, don't lean over. Wei Wei is still here. Aha, Daddy is calling me? Little Wei Wei was sticking close to Lin Yao when her ears suddenly twitched and she seemed to hear Lao Deng calling out to her. The little guy patted Lin Yao's hand. Sister Yao Yao, put me down. My dad is looking for me. Lin Yao looked at the duo flirting on the shore and said, trust me, your dad didn't look for you. Not at all. I heard Daddy call my name, because Lin Ji was directly behind little Wei Wei. The current little Wei Wei couldn't even see what kind of paid drama Lin Ji was enduring at this moment. The little guy was like a flexible little fish in Lin Wei Wei's arms, wriggling and thinking about looking in the direction of his own father. Not letting her see Daddy's bad sister. Originally she rubbed herself in Lin Yao's arms. Don't say it. It felt super nice. But, now, her dad is calling her Ye, and Yo-Yo's sister actually won't let her look at her dad. Badass. Lin Wei Wei got anxious and swung her small fists to keep pounding at Lin Yao. Duang Lin Yao initiated a defense skill, and Meatball counterattacked Vivi attack miss. Doodle demon. That's awesome. I can't believe I deflected her attack. Damn it, she just couldn't believe it. Sister Yo-Yo could block it once. So what about the next time? What about the next one? Lori hummed lightly, glancing disdainfully at Lin Yao's Dodo Demon King. Take a deep breath and puff out your fleshy face. Again, a small fist attack was launched at Lin Yao. Wait, Vivi, stop it. It doesn't hurt, but it will sag. Humph. Sister Yao Yao is trying to trick me again. Don't look at me. I'm only 4 years old, but Dad said that I inherited my mom's smart and clever little brain, so I'm not going to be fooled by you as a silly child, said little face puffed up with anger, which just couldn't be coaxed without hundreds of lollipops, kisses from Daddy, and words from Mommy's grandma. This aunt, obviously she was born, but how come she doesn't look like herself at all? How can I put it? Sometimes quiet and sometimes hokey. To put it bluntly, it's stuffy. It seems quite like Lin Ji's character. Is this girl more like her father? Lin Yao watched as little Vivi's little fists kept falling and popping up, and was instantly overwhelmed with helplessness in her heart. Hey, this aunt is really difficult to serve. I actually did not do anything. This little guy is angry, come to think of it. Lin Wei Wei seemed to have been angry only with herself? I'll rub it in. Is this still her perk? Lin Yao couldn't argue with Lin Wei Wei. And of course there was the risk of fear of something sagging, moving her pace a little so that Lin Wei Wei could look at the duo of Lin Ji and Bai Ruoi who had already finished. See, your dad just got bullied. Cut. Dog man. No shame. Lin Yao stared at Lin Ji's neck, cheeks, reddish small strawberries, puckered her mouth and rolled her eyes. This time, Lin Wei Wei also made a move. Dad, what's with the first snow on your neck? Even on the face, it turned out that she had misunderstood Sister Yao Yao. Just now she didn't let herself look at Dad because he was injured and out of red. She is afraid that she is worried about it. Lin Wei Wei heart guilty, a grieved little face raised. Toot, I'm sorry Sister Yao Yao. I misjudged you. Nothing. Although she didn't understand what Lin Wei Wei was thinking, Lin Yao still nodded her head in response. Whatever. It's good that my daughter isn't angry. The little loli's voice wasn't too big or small, but it made Lin Ji, who was an old father, startled. Crap. Lin Wei Wei couldn't have seen everything just now. Could she? It was over. His image of a great father in Lin Wei Wei's mind was going to be ruined at this moment. Lin Wei Wei kissed Lin Yao, so Lin Yao put her down, and the little girl's soul touched the ground for a moment before she instantly looked like a little rocket rushing towards Lin Ji. Dad, how did you get hurt? As the distance got closer, the sound got louder, and at this moment both Lin Ji and Bai Ruoi heard the words coming out of Lin Wei Wei's mouth. The pair couldn't help but look at each other. In the end, Bai Ruoi couldn't stand Lin Ji's gaze, and with a blushing face, she picked up Lin Wei Wei who was about to pounce on Lin Ji. She said, Daddy's not hurt. These words confused Lin Wei Wei. Not hurt? And what's that red stuff on Daddy's face? Because he was afraid of being seen by Lin Wei Wei, Lin Ji raised his hand and used his sleeve to wipe away the shape of the red lip print. But the remnants of the red lipstick remained on his face. What kind of brand is this? How can I wipe it off? Is it of such good quality? It's actually this. Bai Ruoi said, stretching out her mouth on the back of Lin Wei Wei's fleshy hand and gently nudging it. The lips lifted and a red mark was etched on the back of Lin Wei Wei's hand. Did this thing come from Mama White's mouth? Printed off? It's the same as the red clay you played with when you were a kid, and what's that on Dad's face? Lin Weiwei seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said excitedly, was Daddy just now having a younger sibling with Mommy Bai? Haha, is Vivi going to have a younger sibling soon? Well, sort of. Lin Shi didn't say anything, so Bai Ruai spoke for him, getting Bai Ruai's affirmation. Lin Weiwei's childish face joyfully opened her mouth. Good lord. It's been 4 years. 4 years of waiting, and she, Lin Weiwei, is finally going to have a younger sibling? Wahahaha. Lin Weiwei smiled happily, and Lin Ji was also happy for her. This little guy has long wanted a companion, suffering from the countryside before, also cannot find any good object, so has not been done now that a few old female friends have come to the door. It's a way to make up for Lin Weiwei's regrets. But then, Bai Ruai suddenly spoke out, and Lin Ji and Lin Weiwei looked at her. I don't know if there is one yet. After all, it's only been 1 day, right teacher? Indeed. Ha? Still not sure? Lin Weiwei's face collapsed and she puckered up unhappily when a warm hand landed on her skull. He rubbed it and said, so I have to work on it with your dad before I can do it. At night time, you go and sleep with sister Yao Yao. Sister, I'll go and sleep with your dad. Well, it'll be about a month or so. What? It's only a month or so before you see your siblings? That soon? Aha! Lin Weiwei nodded excitedly and jumped out of Bai Ruoi's embrace, walking over to the side of the dumbfounded Lin Shi. It's over. I may not be able to get out of bed myself for the next month. Holy shit. This even got Vivi's approval. It's over. It's really over. Even if he's Superman, he can't be Superman all the time. Seeing Lin Ru, his eyes losing their luster, Xiao Weiwei sighed. Dad, I'm sorry, don't be sad. In the next month, Weiwei can't accompany Dad to sleep. So yeah, Dad, don't be sad. Oh, saying that, Lin Weiwei cupped Lao Deng's face and kissed the right side of his beardless face. The weather was nice. Not too sunny, all the way to trot. Tong Coco also did not feel tired. Only the neck overflowed with wet and slippery sweat. It ran down the collarbone. Child Coco, as a gaming anchor, works at a computer desk, and a good body is even better for work. So, from time to time, she performs some necessary exercises within her free time. So much so, that now, her body was only sweating a little bit, but she didn't feel tired. Few arrived. Tong Coco looked not far away. Familiar buildings, delicate face, overflowing smile, approached the door to the room. Kid Coco pondered, wait until you give brother Lin Ji what he needs. If you give it to him, will he reward himself with a little something? Tong Coco didn't know what she was thinking about, and under the light, her pale skin that was filled with sweat looked incredibly red. She, pausing in her stride, her thighs closing slightly as she gasped for air. Since I've done that with her, it should be my turn too, right? Holding on to her fantasy, Tong Coco walked towards the door of her room. As he walked, the smile that hung on his face grew stronger, and just as she was about to plan to open the door, instead, the door opened on its own. Coco-san, what are you doing here? The person who opened the door was Lin Su, who, hearing the footsteps, had thought it was her daydreaming sweetheart coming home. As a result, when I opened the door I saw this. Gee, what a waste of one's feelings. Lin Su inside the door smiled to face Tong Coco, and in the moment when Tong Coco wasn't paying attention, she pressed the small balloon hidden in her hip pocket slightly downward. Well, she can't find out, or else the plan of nightly attack on brother Rhetoric might be ruined. I should be the one to say this to you. Tong Coco hugged her chest and stared at Lin Su. Why are you here? And how did you get in? I have a key to my house. Tong Coco thought to herself as she stared at Lin Su dead in the face. What exactly is the relationship between Lin Su and Lin Juga? Brother and sister? No, Lin Ruigo is an only child again. But Lin Ruigo and Lin Su both have the surname Lin. This is just weird. And Rinsu was actually flabbergasted at her words. Not the least bit self-conscious about trespassing. Lin Su's eyes rolled as she seemed to be pondering something. Key? That's certainly true. I have a key too. Sister Coco, you say this is your house. Do you have proof? If you're capable, then show me the key. Or are you just lying to me? Lin Su pulled out the key in his pocket and waved it in front of Tong Cuckoo. Kid Coco Man was dumbfounded. How did this guy get a key to Lin Chi's house? How did this happen? Could it be that Lin Juga is really Lin Su's sibling? Or, it's another unspeakable secret? Seeing that Tong Coco didn't say anything, Lin Su smiled. Gee, I have a key to Resignation's house, so am I allowed to say that this is my house? As the words fell, Tong Coco's innocent face, her face became slightly darker. Well, so that's what you're up to. It's your ass. I've lived here for days. Can I not know whose house this is? Get out of my way. I need to get something for my husband. Tong Coco stepped forward and tried to push away Lin Su, who was blocking the center of the doorway, but Lin Su didn't move a muscle. His brows lowered, his face grim. What did you just say? Your husband? It's not possible. It's only been a few days. It's only right that Tong Coco can't get married to Lin Juga. That's for sure. but I did everything I needed to do with him. Well, you don't know that brother Lin Ji can be brave. As if he's an ox that can't make an end to its strength. He's bold and fierce. Tong Kuku could feel that Lin Su was intimidated, chattering on and on, continuing to stimulate the Lin Su in front of him. And at night time, brother Lin Ji. I don't know if it's because he's afraid of the cold or because he wants to hug me, but he always takes me into his arms and, enough. You shut up. I don't want to hear it. Without waiting for Tong Kuku to continue, Lin Su's face showed ferocity, clenching her teeth as her beautiful eyes glared at Tong Kuku, white jade hand. 5 fingers hooked up, pink nails sunk deep into the flesh. If ice could kill, Tong Kuku would have been killed thousands of times. Tong Kuku was startled by Lin Su's roar and was slightly stunned. Has he gone too far? This girl seems on the verge of tears. Lin Su silently shed a single tear, and in the next moment, fiercely raised her hand to wipe it away, saying, "You must be lying to me. I don't believe your bullshit." She saw it. Where did she show her flaws? Tong Kuku was puzzled to carry on asking herself, recalling the words of just a few seconds ago, and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. It stands to reason that if it's your first time, it's not a good idea for a girl to run in the last few days, and you're sweating all over the place. So it looks like you've come from running. Now that's a little virgin. Snap. Lin Su's words were like a sky full of bullets, mercilessly shooting her body. It hurts. It hurts too much. If you see through her, you see through her. There's a need to say it out loud. And, on what grounds? Why did Lin Su have a key to Lin Rui's house and she didn't? Since Lin Su had the key in her hand, then maybe she was planning to do a night attack or something like herself. No. For the sake of Lin Juga's safety, I have to watch out for Lin Su. Just as she was thinking, Tong Kuku saw Lin Su's innocent face, showing a smug smile. Knowing that Lin Su was laughing at herself, she was blushing. Laugh. What are you laughing at? You're so annoying. Just know it. Don't say it. Aren't you a little virgin? Of course I am. My little Daisy is still waiting for him to pick it. Lin Su Chanxian's jade hand pinched her hair and wrapped it around. Her clear eyes were no longer clear, while in the middle of her eyes, she couldn't help but sprout pink love hearts. When Tong Kuku saw Lin Su looking like a demented woman, she directly grabbed her hand and pulled her out. Alright. I know you're small, alright. Don't get in my way. My family Lin Juga is still waiting for me. The words fell out of her mouth and she walked straight to the warehouse. Wait. Do what? Kid Coco paused, twisting her head to look at her. Sister Coco, where is brother Chio now? I wanna go and meet him. After saying this, Lin Su clenched her thighs and her entire body turned into a wriggling appearance. See him? See him for what? Tong Kuku looked warily at Lin Su, whose cheeks were flushed and didn't look right in any way. This woman must want to take a shot at her Lin Ju brother. Abominable. Definitely can't let this woman touch brother Lin Xiu's bed. She hasn't even gotten her way once yet. Whispers BB, after Tong Kuku quickly explained where she came from. It didn't take a while for her to get the bait that Lin Ji needed. Upstairs at this time, an island woman, standing on the second floor balcony, was slightly squinting her beautiful eyes, sizing up Tong Kuku. She, the lady of the house? The moment Ryo Sakurajima stepped into Mang Village, she clearly detected a familiar aura, that tantalizing, sweet, seductive scent. That's right. Her sister must be here. Jia, you were here originally? Is it with that guy named Lin Ji? Getting together? Or is something else happening? Ryo Sakurajima mused to herself downstairs. Tong Kuku turned to take a few steps when footsteps came from behind her. Me? I'll go too. What are you following me for? I haven't seen Brother Resignation in almost 4 days. Of course I want to go and meet him. Lin Su couldn't help but come to the side of Tong Kuku Mountain, and smoothly lifted the small bucket in Tong Kuku's hand that was filled with some fish bait. Sister Coco, don't look at me. Let's go quickly. But don't let Brother Ko wait. Seeing Tong Kuku's face tangled, Lin Su pulled Tong Kuku's arm forward. Okay. I still don't know that little nuance in your heart. Go. Lin Su laughed, holding Tong Kuku's arm as she continued walking. The moment Ryo Sakurajima, on the edge of the balcony, closed her eyes, walked downstairs. Since her sister came here because of that man, as long as she finds that man, her sister, she'll come to her own door too, right? Ryo Sakurajima, smiling to herself at the thought that if she takes the person her sister likes, and snatches him away, then, what kind of excessive things would her sister do to herself? Just thinking about it makes me feel funny. Tong Kuku, Lin Su and the others who were walking towards Lin Ji's direction did not notice at this time that there was a person following behind them. Why has it taken so long for the fish of the day to be hooked? Little Wei Wei, who was lying on Lin Ji's back, looked at the ripple-less lake. Her small mouth came to Lin Ji's face, staring at Lin Ji's eyes, and asked curiously, Daddy also wants to know. Seeing Lin Weiwei's tender face, Lin Ji nodded this girl's little nose and laughed, although he didn't catch any fish. But with a sister in his arms and a little loli on his back, Lin Ji still felt happy. A different kind of parent-child trio than the atmospheric one. Lin Yao stood alone. She was like a mouse hiding in a dark corner spying on other people's happiness. Unlike the rats, she was not ugly, but rather gorgeous. The rat is on the street and everyone is shouting. She is on the street. Everyone wants to see her face, and even more people on the internet to pay a high price to buy Lin Yao. And the crew wiped the sweat of the towel. However, such a Lin Yao was sidelined at this moment. She stood off to the side. Her eyes glazed over as she watched the happy, contented trio. So envious. She would love to be like them, spending time with her daughter and having a nice chat together. If only Bai Ruai and I had swapped places, Lin Yao mumbled as she looked at Lin Weiwei, who had a smile on her lowly face. When these words came out, Lin Yao froze. Ah, what was he thinking? He was only here to play with Weiwei. He didn't really want to be Lin Weiwei's stepmother. No matter what, she was little Vivian's own mother. How could she be a stepmother? People used to look at her with envy. Now she looks at them with envy. Just as Lin Yao silently watched Lin Ji and the others, Lin Ji's afterglow saw, squatting on the weeds, her eyes looking at the place. The silly-looking Lin Yao. She is trying to play with Lin Weiwei. Isn't she? Didn't he come all the way here just to get close to his daughter and try to make it up to Lin Weiwei? Lin Ji thought for a moment and raised his hand to rub Lin Weiwei's little brain that was stretched out to his shoulder. Vivi, Dad? What for? Lin Weiwei asked curiously, shaking her head. You've accompanied Daddy for so long in fishing, so now you go and teach Sister Yo-Yo to fish, okay? Your Yo-Yo sister doesn't seem to know how to fish, and now she's so bored she's turning into a fool. Sister Yo-Yo? As her old father's words fell, Lin Weiwei then remembered that she still had a Yao-Yao sister. Lori craned her head to look behind her. Sure enough, Yao-Yao sister. Really like a dullard. It. Eyes are not focused at all. Do not know what is thinking. But, Weiwei wants to accompany Daddy to fish. Lin Weiwei thought for a moment. Her cheek pressed against Lin Ji's face, and she softly called out, Daddy knows, but your Yao-Yao sister was with you the other day to take a bath and put you to bed for a nap, and now you're not talking and playing games with her, nor are you going to teach her the words of fishing. Then she'll be devastated. When these words came out, Lin Weiwei's faint eyebrows slightly drooped. Dad had a point. But Vivi didn't like it. She still wants to play with her daddy and mommy, but the way Sister Yao Yao was now, she looked like a small child in a kindergarten without anyone to accompany her. It's lonely. Very lonely, oddly pathetic. Lin Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoi as she hesitated. She said, Mom, I'm going to go play with Sister Yao Yao. Don't be jealous. What if she went to play with Sister Yo-Yo and Mama Bai got angry and ignored her? She learned after a year or so from kindergarten that once she didn't go to be with her regular, well-played children on her own, and going to spend time with new friends makes old friends very unhappy. It also says, you're good with her, so I won't be good with you. Oh hey, it's really hard for her little Vivi. She's only 4, she's so tired. Bai Ruoi didn't know what this little guy was thinking about. Seeing that she was going to find Lin Yao, Bai Ruoi was instantly happy. The world of 2 with her teacher. She didn't expect it to come so quickly. Go. After Bai Ruoi pinched Lin Weiwei's fleshy cheeks, the little guy bumbled over to Lin Yao and shouted, Sister Yao Yao, Vivi came to play with you. The tender childish voice came, and Lin Yao, as if awakened from sleep, looked up sharply and rubbed her eyes. Crap, did you see it right? Vivi, who had just been kissing her dad on the cheek, was now running towards her? She, too, had her day? A dead brain that hasn't rebooted. Lori still jumped into her arms. He Sister Yao Yao is bored right now, right? Lin Weiwei laughed. Wow, Weiwei is so smart. She actually knows what Mom, her sister, is thinking. Is she a mind reader? Lin Yao catered to Lin Weiwei, pretending to exaggerate, and said, No, Vivi doesn't read minds, and Daddy said that there is no magic in this world. After Lin Weiwei finished explaining, Lin Yao hugged her soft and fragrant daughter and continued, Then, it's because Weiwei misses her sister, right? Neither is not. Lin Yao's heart went cold, regardless of why Lin Weiwei came over. Just knowing that Lin Weiwei wasn't here for her. Lin Yao's mood was like a barbed finger. It's disturbing to watch and painful to pull out. The change in Lin Yao's face was sensitively noticed by Lin Weiwei. At which point, the little one laughed. Actually, it's Daddy's mission. The corner of Lin Yao's mouth twitched as she looked at Bai Ruoi and Lin Yao, who were flirting. I don't know if I should be grateful for their favor or mentally curse them. Hey, it's just Dad's mission. Funny, the real too. Are they treating themselves like a poor puppy who has no daughter to love, spoil, or stick it to? Let Vivi come over and give alms. The love from their daughter that for them was overflowing. Fuck. At this point Lin Weiwei was like a little girl selling dog bones, while Lin Yao was like a poor dog in winter, starving and cold. Sister Yao Yao, Dad said I should come over to teach you how to fish. Sister Yao Yao, why are you crying? Lin Weiwei was honestly recounting why she came over here when she saw Lin Yao become a crying beauty. Oh, sister's heart is hard. And it's not going to get better without Vivi's kisses. Lin Yao hugged Lin Weiwei tightly and cried bitterly. Huh? Lin Weiwei was confused and suddenly looked at her dad at a loss for words. Dad, Sister Yo-Yo is crying. What should she do? We can't comfort Sister Yo-Yo the same way we comforted Mom and Dad, right? And so on. If he treated Sister Yo-Yo as his mother, would she give him a younger sibling then? Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei smiled. Her small mouth disliked and pressed against Lin Yao's cheek. Sister, don't cry, it's not good to cry your body out. How can I give Weiwei a sibling if I've cried my body out? Meanwhile on the other side, Rio Sakurajima is the older sister. Rio is the younger. Thank you. She sat in a chair, her right leg resting on her left, and looked coldly at the man in front of her. Who let you in? Get out. Hello beautiful lady. My name is Xiao Chang. My mom told me to come to you. She said you could help me. Xiao Chang politely bent back. Rio Sakurajima looked at the young man and seemed to think of something, turning to the secretary aside. He asked, Hey, who is he? Miss, the matter of you bringing Capital into the group. His mother is the wife of the boss of Jala. You can bring Capital into the group is also still his mother to do a good job. For this we also owe his mother a favor. Rio Sakurajima, who had never cared for this kind of business relationship, was reminded by one of her men before she snapped back to her senses and coldly glanced at the man standing straight up. Say, what's up? I heard my mother say that your methods are different from ours in the Dragon Kingdom. Ruthless and powerful enough. Sakurajima half smiled and glanced at Xiao Chang, and a feeling of revulsion struck him. His beautiful eyebrows furrowed. The men in this world were so disgusting. She didn't want to be in the same place breathing the same air as a man like that. Sakurajima Rio held back her nausea and said, If you have a fart, let it go. I don't have the time to play with you. I'd like to ask your people to do me a small favor. I want Lin Yao. Before the man finished his words, Sakurajima Rio couldn't help but frown tightly, and couldn't care less about being disgusted and said directly, You're so perverted. That kind of illegal thing. We won't do it. As the words fell, Xiao Chang's face froze. Sakurajima glanced at him, thinking darkly trying to get her people to do the dirty work would be a death wish, not to mention the fact that the laws in both countries are different. What's more, the Dragon State's efforts to combat blackness and evil are so great that no one is already in the dark in the open, engaging in that kind of shady little action. If you do it yourself, you'll inevitably run into some trouble, and trouble is a small thing, but not seeing the teacher for a long time, then she will die. Thinking, Sakurajima Rio's thighs in the middle, down the hemline, was suddenly Sakurajima Rio's sudden force, to the root of the thighs shrunk. What a beautiful woman. If not Mom said this woman cannot be messed with. He really wanted taste by that pair of black silk jade foot. What kind of taste it is? Misunderstood. I'm not asking you to do anything illegal. I just want you to help me find someone. That's all. Looking at the pig-faced Xiao Chang, Sakurajima Rio slowly got up and raised her hand from the maid's arms, pulling out a whip and slowly approached Xiao Chang. Aha, crap, what does this woman want? The sight of the whip, the sound of it cutting through the air, came to him in a moment of clarity. Ms. Sakurajima, before the words were out of his mouth, the whip flung itself into his face. Sakurajima Rio disdainfully glanced at the man, whose legs were trembling straight away, and coldly said, Use that disgusting eyes again, and look at me, and I'll cut you in half, chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Sakurajima Rio's face was white and moist, her features delicate, her eyes slightly red, and the moment she met her gaze, her eyes flashed with a hidden blood-red luster. She didn't sound like she was joking. Xiao Chang thought of what his own old mom had said. Son, don't ever look at that woman. I thought it was just a random comment, but now it seems to be true. His cheeks were hot and painful, giving him a clear view of Rio Sakurajima. Eyes chilling. Put. Sorry. Xiao Chang was so scared. His butt sat on the ground. His hair was messy, and his limbs were moving around as he crawled in the direction of the door. Garbage one. And it only took one sentence to make it unbearable. To think that back then, he had whispered in his teacher's ear and said to him in a gentle tone, If you leave me, I'll cut you in half and eat you. But the teacher, at the time, didn't even frown. Wouldn't that be a tacit admission that the teacher wouldn't leave her and had her in his heart? Now that she had seen the other men, she was more and more conclusive of the idea. Almost all of the men that regarded her had a sickening greed in their eyes. The teacher was the only one who didn't. His gaze was gentle and comforting, and even when he changed his clothes in front of him, the teacher smiled and didn't say anything. Surely no one can compare to a teacher who never gets angry no matter what he does to. Teacher, he, indeed, loves me. Ha. Rio Sakurajima suddenly burst out laughing. Xiao Chang's heart was suddenly shaken. It's over. He's dying. Xiao became double-legged and double-handed. I've heard that psychopathic murderers have a little bit of a little perverted hobby before they go to work. He was 100% sure that the woman had just laughed out loud. It's over. Nothing good is going to happen next for sure. He's got to run. As long as he ran away, there was still a chance to get along with Lin Yao. The purpose of his coming here is simple: to finish off the mob princess and take care of Lin Jue, who has a public opinion relationship with Lin Yao. And he thus takes Lin Jue's place and shares a house with Lin Yao in this way. Even if you can't have anything with the iceberg beauty that is hard to come by in the entertainment industry for 1,000 years, you can always brush your face, right? There was nothing he couldn't do if he persisted. No, the exit door was just 3 meters away from him. 2 meters. 1 meter. Closer. Hello, a female voice called out, and Sha Chang paused. Miss, is there anything else I can do for you? My mom told me to come home for dinner. Xiao Chang's head was parallel to the sole of the man's shoe in front of him. Parallel, and said in all seriousness, after saying the words. The others paused. These shoes, they don't look right. Why are they shoes worn by maids? Sure enough, a female voice called out the next second, solidifying his thoughts. Mr. Xiao, my lady has already left. But your request, she said, for us to do it. Tell me, what do you need us to do? Phew, that sick woman is finally gone. Xiao Cheng exhaled a few breaths and said, so that's how it is. Tell that lady that I didn't mean to look at her, but don't think too much about it. I'm afraid of death. Don't worry about this. Our young lady, always forgetful, usually only remembers 2 kinds of people. The maid's words were a relief. It was good to be forgetful so that he wouldn't remember him and cut him in 2. What 2 kinds of people? One is a disgusting person and the other is a sweetheart. Xiao Cheng took out his cell phone and took a picture of himself, thinking, he looks good. Ah, how handsome a guy. Think the first kind of people do not include himself. Of course. The second one is impossible. Anyway, he's safe. To get to the point, I want you guys to find the man from the recent variety show. The man named Lin Ji. I need to meet him, see him, then bribe him, and finally replace him. After Sha Chang left, the other side, Lin Ji hugged the somewhat sleepy Lin Weiwei and stared warily at the woman in front of him. This woman. Who is she? How is so similar to then adversary? If it weren't for some hideous Sylvie-like scars on that collarbone, then he might be mesmerized by this woman as well. Teacher, you have quite a lot of old friends. Tell me, which one do you like? Looking at the 3 people walking around in front of her, Bai Ruoi joked with interest. Lin Ji didn't answer positively. Handing Lin Weiwei to Bai Ruoi. Weiwei is sleepy. You take her back. I'll deal with those people rushing at me. Bai Ruoi was in an unhappy mood and frowned slightly. She was just worried that you would face it personally. After all fools know that those people were rushing towards their own teacher. She was more worried about what would happen if Lin Ji was cheated out of his chastity if she didn't watch him all the time. Come on. The teacher is simple enough. Who knew back when she was a new adult and wanted to give everything she had that the teacher would just pull up her pants and leave? Teacher, I'll go first, but you can't steal food, or I won't give Weiwei any siblings. Yo, you've learned to threaten him with Vivi? Lin Ji laughed. Don't worry, I won't. Of course I'm comfortable with you, but what I'm not comfortable with is them. Bai Ruoi's beautiful eyes lowered as she stared at the distant visitor. Cut. If she leaves and finds out that someone is stealing food, then don't blame her, especially the one with the last name of Tong. Just renew her contract for 500 years and let her work. Bai Ruoi held the soundly sleeping little Vivi and walked away from the direction of the path Lin Yao wanted to follow, but didn't think of any good reason, so she had to crouch on the ground, with a small wooden stick in hand, draw circles in the loose soil. Dare to bully my daughter, even if you're Mr. Bai, you're still dead. Bai Ruoi was strict and stern. Lin Yao is well aware of this. The network, magazines and the recent variety show. She has discovered the attributes of Bai Ruoi, which is stern and cold, and not to be approached by people. After being around Lin Ji for too long, she was almost fooled by Bai Ruoi's gentle human wife look. Now that she thought of Bai Ruoi's original face, Lin Yao couldn't help but worry about it. Little Weiwei being bullied in all sorts of ways. Woohoo, my poor daughter, who grew up without a mother and without drinking her grandmother. Under Bai Ruoi's strict education, Weiwei might not have a very happy life. All of the above were all excuses for Lin Yao to try to convince herself to go and play with her daughter. Hi brother Lin Ji. Sister Yao Yao. I'm back. Tong Coco waved to Lin Ji and the 2 of them. Where are Sister Bai and Vivi? The 2 of them went squatting in a group? Lin Ji sighed. This girl was good at everything. If she could keep her mouth shut, it would be better. Lin Ji nodded and looked at the duo behind Tong Coco, without waiting for Lin Ji to speak. Put. Lin Su jumped into Lin Ji's arms like a race car that stepped on the gas. It's been a long time. Riku, well, it's been a long time. Su, it's only been a few days. Your strength has risen greatly. Lin Yu patted Lin Su's back. This girl hugged really tight, and only a few days to see it. How to meet on the excitement as if he hung up like a colored big. Lin Su looked down and smiled. Brother is so bad. Coco-san is still here. If you say that, It'll make her sad. Kid Coco's smile receded. Crap. Why does this even involve her standing up and getting shot at? Ha! He immediately looked at Lin Ji with a sly grudge. How dare you say I'm small? I'll fuck you. His back felt a long-lost coolness, and Lin Ji knew that not speaking at this point was the final answer. He didn't go along with Lin Su's topic and shifted the subject, saying, who is that person behind you? Her? Ha? I don't know, but she told me she came to find you, Lin Su replied. After she finished she stared into Lin Ji's eyes. Lin Ji directly froze. Looking for me? He doesn't even recognize who this woman is, does he? Although she looked exactly like her student, the firm figure and the hideous scars didn't look like Ryo Sakurajima herself in any way. I don't recognize it, but she said she knew you and followed me to your house. Hearing Lin Ji's words, both Tong Kuku and Lin Su couldn't help but stare at Lin Ji. Tong Coco directly opened her tiger's mouth and bit on Lin Ji's arm. Scum! You did cheat on me in college. There's more than one. It's only been a few days. So many have come to our village. And what's more, I don't fucking recognize any of them. Everyone present, except for Tong Coco, looked at Tong Coco in surprise. Lin Ji didn't have any reaction. After all, he was just like what Tong Coco said. He became a scumbag. Hey, Vivi, you said it was a rainy day. Now, someone's getting antsy. How could this quiet girl have done such a thing in public? Lin Su was so shocked that she could fit 2 small eggs in her mouth. Ah, what are you doing? Ouch. Why are you suddenly biting my family's Lin Ji Dove's hand? Coco's sister. You are really too much. Tong Coco got pushed by Lin Su. Tong Coco let go of Lin Ji's arm, but she only bit lightly, and when Lin Ji felt some pain, Tong Coco had long since let go of her mouth and tenderly wiped the saliva on Lin Ji's arm with a tissue. Brother Lin Ji, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. What is this pain of mine to your heartache? Tong Coco's hand holding Lin Ji's arm shook slightly. Humph, oily mouth. I don't know how many little nuns you've told this to. After saying that, Tong Coco's eyes glanced a few times at Lin Su, Lin Yao, and Sakurajima Ryo, who was staring blankly at them. He and Tong Coco were not only childhood sweethearts, but also a couple who had been together since their college days. But who knows? When we meet again, he was already a husband with children. There are also all kinds of love debts finding their way to the door. Hey boy, Coco is thankful that she doesn't turn into a sickly girl. Hey, how much longer do you still have a grip on my family's resigned brother? Lin Su suddenly inserted himself into the world of two and shouted out. Tong Coco and Lin Ji were taken aback. The two smiled awkwardly at each other the moment their touch lifted. Mr. Lin, my name is Ryo Sakurajima, from the Sakurajima family in the island nation. You should have heard of me. I'm Ryo Sakurajima's older sister. Lin Ji sniffed and stared at this Sakurajima Ryo person. Twins? Look exactly the same. Have different personalities, different bodies. There's no other way to say it but twins. But he remembered that Ryo Sakurajima had a dove, but now it looks like it's a good size. How do you think it's a female, right? Besides, Lin Ji wanted to continue to survey the woman in front of him, but Lin Su and Tong Coco had one hand each, covering Lin Ji's eyes. Lin Su and Tong Coco, both worthy of being Lin Ji's childhood friends, said in unison, no looking, no looking, no looking. That thing we also have. Ah, why should we look at other people's? Lin Shi brother, we have to answer the call, and do not share the same sky with yellow doodoo. After a while, Lin Shi regained his brightness, and he stretched out his hand and said, hello, when I was at Sakurajima's house, teaching and training Ryo Sakurajima, I never heard her say that she had an older sister. Hi hello, said Ryo Sakurajima as she shook hands with Lin Ji. Her eyes couldn't help but start to strain when her palm touched Lin Ji's hand. Is this the hand that touched Ryo's jade body? No. Shaking hands is shaking hands. Why are you moving your mouth? Lin Ji was shocked and tried to draw back his hand, but the woman in front of him didn't know where the strength came from. He couldn't draw it back. Now, Lin Ru was speechless. There's really no need for a fixer-upper or anything, and besides, someone he didn't know at all should not join the battlefield of them in a raw manner. Ah, miss, a man and a woman are not related, so you'd better wipe the drool off my hands. Lin Ji kindly reminded Sakurajima Ryo and eyed her. Oi oi, miss, let go. Can't you see that there are two people watching? But Ryo Sakurajima looks like a discarded receiver, completely missed the message sent by Lin Ji. Lin Ji covered his forehead, a mask of pain. Finished. This chick is an idiot. Who are you to touch someone's brother? Get loose. Tong Coco's little face was puffed up and she stared at Sakurajima Ryo aggressively. Don't look at her flat and small, but at this point she had a lot of guts. Ryo-san, if you keep doing this to my family pigeon, I'm going to get angry. Lin Su and Tong Coco stood on a united front, and the two of them shot out with the intention of pulling Sakurajima Ryo. Without waiting for them to do so, Lin Ji had already been released by Ryo Sakurajima. Interesting. Mr. Lin doesn't just have my sister's scent on him, he also has the scent of someone else. At those words, Lin Su was like a machine that had received some kind of signal, snapping to look at Kid Coco. Say, wasn't it you? Took advantage of my absence to lay hands on my family pigeon. Brother Lin Ji, you said you'd let me be your daughter's stepmother. Ah, why did you let her go first? Crap, I didn't. Don't talk shit. When did he get his hands on Tong Coco, and how come he, the person in question, didn't know? Besides, he hadn't promised to let Lin Su be little Wei Wei's stepmother. Girl, that's a really dangerous idea. If Lin Su's mom and dad know, his knee, it must become a comminuted fracture. Tong Coco was confused by Lin Su's words. What? Did she go down on brother Lin Xiao? But she didn't remember anything wow. And so on. Just now, this Sakurajima girl said that brother Lin Juga had the scent of another woman on him. In the last few days, she had accompanied brother Lin Ji, and last night, she had even shared a bed with him. So, was there a possibility that it wasn't her who had laid hands on brother Lin Ji, but rather brother Lin Ji who had laid hands on her, the little cutie? Thinking of this, Tong Coco's pretty face reddened, her small mouth beeping. But, maybe, after all, that night I slept too much within Lin Juga's room. What exactly happened? I didn't have much influence, but the thighs did look a little. When I woke up this morning, table talk. Lin Su was anxious and rushed up to cover Tong Coco's mouth. Then, her eyes turned red and she looked at Lin Ji in an aggrieved manner. Rhetoric. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but remind Lin Ji of that little Susu, who had loved to burrow under his covers since she was a little girl. At night, she would cry for him, saying she would die without her brother to sleep with once he refused. That little Su would show this, like he'd been bullied hundreds of times. A grieved little expression. Lin Ji walked to Lin Su's side, raised his hand and wiped her tears. Didn't you say that you wouldn't cry anymore? It's already 18. How can you cry even more than my daughter? Lin Ji coaxed her like the tone he used to coax Lin Su when she was a child. Lin Su was touched, eyelashes flapped up and down, the dark eyes reflected Lin Ji's handsome face. Brother Lin Ji. Lin Su hooked her hands around Lin Ji's neck. Her rosy lips slightly opened and she spat out warm breath towards Lin Ji's cheeks. Aha! Lin Ji nodded his head and ruffled the stray strands of hair on Lin Su's cheek. Su, you're still cuter when you're smiling. Lin Su's face reddened up, looking at Lin Ji's eyes averted, and she lowered her eyes and thought suddenly. With firm eyes, she said, Brother Lin Ji, you've already done that and that to Sister Tong. It's my turn too, right? The time tonight is mine. Ha! Lin Ji reached out his hand and placed it on Lin Su's forehead for a moment, then put his palm on his own forehead. His strange, there's no fever. Why did you start talking nonsense? Instead of getting angry, Lin Su smiled with a straight back. He stretched out his hands and cupped Lin Ji's face in one hand. Brother resignation. It's no use playing dumb. My time at night. It's all yours. Oh, just say yes. The words fell. Taking advantage of Lin Ji's confusion, Lin Su's palms loosened, leaving behind a sentence. I'll go back first and have my parents prepare the baby set, as well as a few hundred tables of banquet. Bye by brother resignation. Then he left. Rio Sakurajima followed suit. Her purpose had been served. This man named Lin Shi did have the scent of his sister on him. Well, just stay at his house. That sister will definitely throw herself into the net. If only she was covered in that man's scent, what expression would the sister show? Maybe she'll be punished hard. Lin Su glanced breathlessly at Rio Sakurajima, who had followed him up. Call this person an idiot. She knows how to buy a ticket. She knows how to eat, drink and sleep. Call the person psychotic. But once her sister's words were spoken, the look was cold and demonstrated what it meant to be a cold goddess. Lin Su concluded, this woman, she's a total perverted sister controller. Well, or the unscrupulous kind. Geez, luckily for this woman, the only thing in her eyes was her sister. It would be bad if he got caught up in brother Lin Rui's unquenchable charm. She didn't want another competitor for no reason. Hey, thinking about it, Lin Su thought of that little cute Lin Weiwei's appearance. Where's Ringo's daughter? I'm going to have a cute little kid like that myself, right? Originally thought of the first cut. First in Lin resign brother have a small baby, and then let mom and dad do not agree also have to agree. She and Lin resign brother together. Now that I think about it, it's not working. Rio Sakurajima, a mouth better than a dog's, licked out a few people from brother Lin Rui. TSK. A bunch of fishy bad kitties. Lin Su cursed a bit, pulled out his cell phone and clicked on, love one another family, at dad and mom. I have good news for you. Papa Lin, short of money? Mrs. Lin, how much is missing? Lin Su face a black, angry drummed up the face. What is it? She in the minds of these two old is no money on the wailing people? She moved her fingers. I'm getting married. Lin Su's father and mother. By Lin Su this sudden sentence, the whole thing is overwhelming. What? Their stupid little white rabbit is actually getting married? Who is that yellow hair? Why don't they know? Who is that yellow hair? Lin Su's dad shouted. Brother Lin Ji is not some yellow hair. Hearing his own parents disparage Lin Ji in such a way, Lin Su was not happy, whether you agree or not. Brother Lin Ji and I have already done everything. Dad and Mom, just go prepare the banquet. Baby supplies and all. Hanging up. By Lin Su finished his words in a brain, not giving his parents any chance to react. After hanging up, he decisively turned his cell phone off. Lin Su looked at the black screen cell phone and secretly rejoiced. Oh, yeah, Dad and Mom favor her the most. Buy her so say. They too old. Will certainly do it. After all, they've wanted to hold their little grandchildren for a long time with Mom and Dad. Then Uncle Lin's side will be fine. He will definitely agree. She remembered very clearly that she had lived in Lin Ji's house during the years when her parents' business had failed, and Lin Ru's father, Lin Hanan, was as good to her as if she were his own daughter. This shows that Lin Ruogo's father is raising her as his daughter-in-law. With his father's help, he could take down Lin Juga. Anyhow, right? It's just that, right now, she and Lin Ruogo haven't done anything yet. Whatever. First things first, let's do the reception, the wedding and everything, and then have little Vivi call her mommy. Then, Lin Ruogo would have to call her Susu's wife. Whatever he said. The more Lin Su thought about it, the happier she became. In order to be able to play sports games with Lin Ji in the evening. While speeding up his pace, he walked towards Lin Ji's house. At the edge of a small lake where some fishing was going on, Lin Ji looked at the empty keg. The moment he was also without his daughter beside him, Lin Ji began to feel bored for no reason. He kind of wants to go back. Available at Lin Su. That girl? What should I do with what I just said? Lin Ji was just thinking, when a clear voice came, Brother Lin Ji. Just now. Lin Su's words. What did you think? Tong Koko's eyes burned, staring straight at him, waiting for Lin Ji's answer. Lin Ji sighed and patted Tong Koko's shoulder. She's just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. He was comforting Kid Coco, but Tong Koko was silent with her head bowed, as if she was thinking about something. After the three packed up their tools, leave it at that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Roy, who was still holding Lin Weiwei just a moment ago, was already sitting in the car on the return trip with Lin Ruoi's youngest daughter. Boss, where are we going? Nonsense. Of course I'm going home. Okay, boss. The driver nodded in response. Bai Ruoi turned her face sideways and gently stroked Lin Weiwei's fleshy, delicate and lubricated little face. What a cute little guy. Like a teacher back in the day, when the teacher first came to her house and gave her a simple edification, but younger, and just turned 18. And she is, in fact, a death sentence. If I had been a little firmer back then, you wouldn't exist, would you? Fate is what it is. If he really went after Lin Ji, then he would definitely have to conceive a child as well, but then Vivian Lam will cease to exist. Forget it. Though she regretted the fact that Lin Ji had run away with her pants up that year, but it's not a bad thing to think about. However, there is just one more cheap daughter. Nothing else has changed. The teacher remains exclusively hers. Bai Ruoi sized up Lin Weiwei for a few moments before pulling out her cell phone. Look at the phone number with the memo, husband. Bai Ruoi's face that remained in a state of coolness in front of outsiders for 365 days a year, showing a happy smile. Bai Ruoi was just about to call Lin Ji and inform him of her whereabouts. At this point, little Vivi, who was snuggled inside Mother's soft embrace, awoke. Well, Sister White? Where are we going? Where's my dad? Looking at the sleepy Lin Weiwei, Bai Ruoi laughed. Go to your sister's house. Your father will be here soon. Lin Weiwei was still a bit sleepy and didn't hear what Bai Ruoi was saying. Nodding her head with a soft his face was buried in Bai Ruoi's arms, and he continued to close his eyes and fall asleep. Seeing this, Bai Ruoi tenderly caressed the little loli's hair. When Lin Weiwei's breathing gradually calmed down, she picked up her cell phone again and dialed. At this time, Lin Ji, who had just arrived at the door of his house, the cell phone in his pocket, rang. He pulled out his cell phone, glanced down at it, and answered it directly. I'm home. Where are you people now? Lin Ji wasn't worried that Bai Ruoi would do something to Lin Weiwei. That girl is a bit willful, but she's still a pretty good person at heart, otherwise he wouldn't have been as gentle with him when they first met after so many years. If it was really some kind of domineering president, then he might have tied up Bai Ruoi's room that night. Teacher, my family asked me to come back for a visit, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to meet my parents, so I took Vivi back with me. Teacher, you should come over quickly as well. And as for the driver, I've already sent someone over. Hearing these words, Lin Ji froze for a moment. Isn't this moving a little too fast? It's only been a while. It's only been one night. So we have to meet Bai Ruoi's dad and mom's spirit cards? Fine, I'll go over. Lin Ji froze, but didn't refuse. He is also a person who has had a relationship with Bai Ruoi, and it's normal to go to see a parent. Lin Yao and Tong Koko, who were on the side, saw Lin Ji say something about going over. A look of panic was evident on his face. Tong Koko, it's over. He just wanted to experience what it was like to have sex with Lin Juga tonight. Lin Yo, no, where's the old lady's daughter? You're going out? Aha, what about Vivi? Where is she now? Lin Ji twisted his head to look at Lin Yao. whose face was a bit flustered, and secretly said in his heart, "No, big sis, don't you even pretend now? He, the child's father, isn't even in a hurry yet. You, Vivi's Yao Yao sister, are in a hurry." Luckily, there was no photographer on site, otherwise, definitely gets a close-up. Vivi went back to her house with Bai Ruoi. "I'm going over there later, too, to cook dinner tonight, so you guys don't have to wait up for me and Vivi." As Lin Ru's words fell, Tong Korun was dumbfounded. "Huh? To Bai Ruoi's house? Deep in the enemy camp? Nope. Bai Ruoi herself tricked Lin Juga into coming inside her territory. Crap. How does this play? But, she hadn't had a good exchange with brother Lin Xie yet. Oh, how could that be? She's got her little balloon all ready to go. It is not to be repaired. I hate you. Bye. It's okay, Coco. I'm only going for a day. I'll be back soon." "Well, when you come back, you have to be there for me. What she has, I have to have. What she doesn't have, I have to have even more." After saying that, Tong Coco raised her clear eyes and stared at Linji. Linji laughed and raised his hand to place it on her brain. "Okay, I promise you." "Wow. Ringo, promise to engage her in hee-ha exercise?" "Woohoo!" Tong Coco's face was red, and she couldn't say anything, wriggling and running back to the house. At that exact moment, the car that Bai Ruoi had called came. Lin Zhu was about to get into the car when a voice came from behind him. "That, Mr. Lin, please take care of Wei Wei." Lin Ji laughed. "Of course I will. After all, she's not just my daughter alone." When these words came out, Lin Yao, who was looking at Lin Ji's smiling face, froze for a moment until the vehicle left. Lin Yao covered her face. "So hot? Well, I must have a fever." It didn't take long. Come to the banquet place. The car stopped. The driver turned his head to look at General Manager Bai and was about to open his mouth when he saw one of Bai Rui's white fingers pressed against her reddish-colored lips. Don't disturb my daughter's sleep." The driver froze slightly. It was the first time she had seen Mr. Bai with this look of a gentle human wife. The female driver was quite shocked as she looked at Lin Weiwei, who was like a little baby, snuggled in the arms of Mr. Bai, not Chief White's own daughter, but treated by Chief White as if she were his own good girl. What a life. The car door opens. Bai Ruoi didn't wake up Lin Weiwei, but gently picked her up. "General Manager Bai, let me do it." A full-body black bodyguard stepped forward and respectfully said, "This kind of thing that costs physical strength. How can we let the noble Generalissimo Bai do it herself? If the old boss sees them, won't they be treated as if they are dry? No need. I'll do it myself." Bai Ruoi gently waved her hand, holding little Weiwei, whose little head was resting on her breast, and walked towards the door step by step from the time she got out of the car until she disappeared into the doorway. Bai Ruoi, who was the boss of the Bai group, always had a cool face, but in this short period of less than a minute, she revealed an extremely rare smile. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of human wives. In everyone's mind, a thought couldn't help but pop up. Murphy, what was said on the short video is true. The little girl held in Chief White's arms was really her illegitimate daughter. The other side, Lin Ru was also on his way to arrive at the car at this time. Lin Ji's handsome face, facing the window sideways. My own house, in the distance, has gotten smaller and smaller. The guys at home will get along, right? Hey, I hope all is well at home when he returns. Just as Lin Ji was still worrying about whether those few people at home would be able to get along well, Secretary Liu, who was in the passenger seat, said to Lin Ji, "Mr. Lin, for this banquet today, you might encounter things that won't be good, so Our Lady has assigned you a few bodyguards. When the time comes, please don't turn them down." Lin Ru nodded his head in response. "Okay, say it." Keep looking out the window. The car was going fast, and the trees along the road swished. It's gone. And Manga more quickly and completely disappeared from his line of sight. Lin Ji suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. How long had it been since he had left the small county? Since quitting his job to focus on growing up with little Vivia, he just hasn't left the little county yet. For so many years, it was the first time Lin Weiwei had traveled so far, right? I wonder if that girl will cry when she gets there? If Lin Weiwei cries, her mom's side will definitely say that he can't take care of Lin Weiwei. Hey, sigh. Lin Ji's mind thought of Lin Su. That bold statement earlier. Hey, that girl can really hide her little mind. If it wasn't for Bai Ruoi, Lin Yao and the others coming to the door, Lin Ji probably never knew in his life how Lin Su felt about himself. Thinking about Lin Su, since he grew up, he rarely called him brother. At first he was naive enough to think that Lin Su had just grown up and was a bit shy and ashamed of that kind of talk, but after this mess today, how can I think otherwise? I want to be her brother and she wants to be my daughter's stepmother. Hey, hard to pop. Aside from Lin Su's problems to face, he also had to face the upcoming family banquet. "Mr. Lin, we're about an hour away. Now you can close your eyes and rest for a while. After all, when you get to the banquet there are some things that are very physically demanding." Secretary Liu glanced at his cell phone and suddenly raised his eyes and said, Okay. Lin Shi didn't think much about it and nodded out of habit. Lu Secret saw this and thought in his heart, the boss had just sent a message asking her to tell Mr. Lin to save some of his strength so she could do her job at night. As for what was going on, this was not something that her little secretary could inquire about, but well, what can be done at night? She grew up so big, lonely. I do not know how many island love action movies to watch. What plot? What action? Is it that she doesn't understand? She just combined Lin Ji and Bai Ruoi's nature for a moment, and automatically brainstormed a whole new blockbuster movie. Sheesh. Mr. Lin, I sincerely suggest you get some more sleep. There may be a bitter fight at night. Bitter fight? Lin Shi paused. Come to think of it, during the evening, I think it was the right family party he attended, right? How come listening to this little secretary? How come it seems like attending some kind of informal banquet? When he thought about it, it popped into his head what he had read on the news network. So-and-so rich guy, messing around partying with other rich brothers on a yacht, then getting backstabbed by his best buddy and ending up in jail. He still knew Bai Rui's character fairly well. She shouldn't be doing this. So, what the hell is a bitter war? Lin Rui is still brainstorming with the other side of this, Lin Ji's house. Inside Lin Ji's room, inside the pure white comforter. At some point, a small white rabbit was burrowed inside. Lin Su took off an obstructive piece of clothing early, and the whole person washed white and unobstructed into Lin Ji's nest, waiting to be picked by your sweetheart. And I don't know how long I've been waiting either. Lin Su fell asleep. Pop. The door to Lin Ji's room opened, and blinding light shone into the door. A sudden noise, and a blinding light struck Lin Su, who was softly paralyzed on the bed. Awoke. Aha! How did I fall asleep? Lin Su shook his head and suddenly saw that the doorway was open. Approaching, a thinly drawn shadow appeared on the ground. Alu? Is brother Lin Juga finally going to make a move on her? That's great. At this moment, Lin Su's mind had only one thought. Miserable. She seems to book a few hundred tables to say the least. It should be broadcast live throughout the entire country so that everyone can witness her happiness. Come on. I'm ready. Kid Coco standing in the doorway. This girl is playing hard to get, isn't she? Su, even if your whole body presents a big word now, it's still useless. Give it up. Get up and eat. Hearing Tong Coco's voice, Lin Su's open hands and feet closed, sitting her closed feet under her butt. Her eyes narrowed as she called out to Coco Tong, who stood in the doorway of the room. Out. Go. Give it up. Brother Lin Shi won't be coming. What do you know? He's just playing outside with Vivi. He'll definitely come back when he's tired. I'm going to wait for him. Saying that, Lin Su touched a plush doll from somewhere and casually wanted to throw it towards Tong Coco. The throw was just halfway through the motion. Lin Su regretted it. It smells so good. It's all Lin Juga's scent. He throwing it over there. Wouldn't that be cheaper for this Tong Coco guy? Heck, she wasn't going to throw it at Kid Coco. Lin Su hugged Lin Weiwei's plush doll tightly, poofed, laid down on the bed, and continued to wait. But just as he closed his eyes, a cooing sound came. Tong Coco was still too kind, softly reminding, even if you were to wait for him, you wouldn't have the strength to wait for him if you weren't full, would you? Lin Su raised her eyes and thought, this badass woman. There's still a little bit of truth in what she's saying. If you don't eat well, how can you have the strength to discuss the knowledge of education and training with brother Rhetoric? And so, the arrogant young lady, Lin Su, leapt up. Lightspeed put on his slippers and reluctantly left Lin Ji's room. Where's the rice? Where's the rice? I want it. Here. I just made it. So come on. Hearing this voice, Lin Su looked over, only to see Lin Yao with an apron tied in front of her, her face all red and smiling, carrying a pot of something unintelligible and placing it on the dining table. Lin Su's reason, at this point, overcame his appetite. This woman, she is not simple. That pot of stuff looks, well, anticlimactic. Is that human food? Cuckoo desire reclaimed the high ground of the brain. Whatever. I'm hungry. I need to eat. Lin Yao was a big star. Even if the things she made sold poorly, they couldn't be that bad. Right about this time, Lin Su saw Lin Yao pick up a piece of unknown meat from the pot. Rhubarb, come here. Don't eat your dog food. I'll give you something nice to eat. Big Yellow wagged his tail and walked over, taking the chunks of meat that Lin Yao threw in the dog bowl and eating them into his stomach. At once, Rhubarb's wagging tail instantly drooped. Without looking back, he ran out of the room. No matter how much Lin Yao shouted, it was useless. Big Yellow would rather die than turn back. Lin Su suddenly felt like she wasn't hungry anymore. Su, come over and have some. I'm not hungry. Rather die than eat Lin Yao's cooking. Lin Su doggedly burrowed back into his room. In the end, Tong Coco couldn't bear to take out her own private stash of dishes. Lin Su eventually ate Tong Coco's cooking and exclaimed, Sister Coco, you're my new parent. Tong Coco hemmed and hawed and stroked Lin Su's brain. It's fine. Good boy, just don't come and disturb me and brother Lin Ji when you sleep at night in the future. Lin Su's face darkened, twisting his head. He continued to burrow into the room, and the moment he closed the door, looked at the duo outside. I'll never forgive you heartless, cold-blooded bastards. Slap the door is closed. Lin Yao and Tong Coco were confused. But Sakurajima Rio was all about eating. Ouched. It was the first time in the year she had been locked up by her sister that she had eaten anything so good. Thus, Lin Yao's cooking was dazzled by Rio Sakurajima, who looked like she had just gotten out of jail, and picking up the bowl in his hand, he called out straight to Lin Yao, "Can you? How about another bowl? Yoo-hoo-hoo! Look at that! Look at that! That's a soulmate!" Lin Yao said. "Good." Tong Coco looked stupid. "The dog does not eat the thing. You eat it? Sister. Fierce." The other side, just as Lin Su ate and drank, silently looking out the window, expecting a bright light to appear downstairs. Ring ring ring, the cell phone rings. Lin Su's small mouth pouted, a little reluctant to answer the phone when I saw the caller ID. It was Rich Mom. "Hey, Mother Superior is on the line, so I have to answer it, not to mention, it could be about the reception." "Hey mommy," Lin Su spoke up, about to inquire about something. The gentle voice on the other side called out, Su ah, what you said today, are you taking it seriously?" "Sure enough." "Well, whatever you say, Mom and your dad listen." Hearing this, Lin Su obediently nodded her head. Sure enough, Mom and Dad still spoiled her. The next moment, Lin Mother's words caused the smile on Lin Su's face to dissipate. "You said you want to marry Lin Ji, right? Of course your father and I don't have any opinion. After all, we trust Lin Ji's family, or else we wouldn't have let you live in Lin Ji's house since you were a child. But don't be offended if I tell you something." Lin Su frowned slightly, a bad feeling in his heart. It can't be about Ringo. Thinking of this, Lin Su didn't dare to ask and said, "Are you and Dad planning to start a trumpet?" "I'm actually okay with that. Not this kind of thing, but," Lin Mother's words. Before she finished, Lin Su heard a bit of noise from the other side. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "Auntie Lin, it's been a long time. You're really charming. Hee wherever. Xiaoru, you're pretty good too. Only in your early 20s. And you're already the father of a 4-year-old girl child. I can't believe it. Ha ha." Lin Su's heart suddenly ached a little. Lin Ruigo was actually having an affair with her mom. No wonder he said not to upset himself. Woohoo. Lin Su silently wiped her tears and quickly figured it out. That's all. It's all family. It doesn't matter. Lin Su soothed herself. But the tears were like a spillover dam, overflowing wildly. "Oh liar. I'm not going to be sisters with my mom." The other side of the party, after Mother Lin and Lin Ji made some small talk, Lin Ji left and found her way to Bai Ruoi's side. Xiao Lin and Bai Ruoi are quite a good match. It's just that our little girl is suffering. She seemed to like someone she shouldn't. Lin's mother thought so. After thinking about it, he continued to pick up the cell phone and continued. Su, you're still there. Mom hasn't finished her words just now." As her words fell, Lin Su's broken sobs came from across the room. I understand. You don't say anything. I understand everything." Lin's mother was puzzled. "What do you understand?" "You see that brother Lin Ji is young and physically fit, and seeing that dad is weak and a loser. You want to create a trumpet with brother Lin Ji. I understand everything." After this great filial daughter's remarks, Lin Mother's person was dumbfounded. Her brain interrupted for a moment. She said, "Jealous of me? Good for you, Su ah. Is that how you think of your mom?" I don't know. I'm just trying to think. Mom, I'm actually wrong, right? More than wrong, it's just wrong." Lin Mother corrected Lin Su's idea, and then explained to Lin Su, "Lin Resign now has a baby, and there is a rich level of beauty around. You do not have a chance to win." Lin Su smiled, "even if the enemy has thousands of troops. So what? She, Lin Su, will go 7 in and 7 out on Lin Xiu, without taking a breath. In my opinion, the Lin Zhuge brother you've been pining for is probably being eaten again at night right now. So you, not coming to save your husband? Arrange an airplane for me. I'll fly over." Lin Su shouted. "Good." Lin Mother smiled in relief. Worthy of being her daughter, she had the same stance she had when she was chasing Lin Ji's dad. Sure enough, what goes around comes around. He hadn't chased after that old deng himself back then, so now he could only pin it on his daughter Lin Su. Charge boldly. Mom will help you back up.